Chapter 829. Waiting for the serpent by the tree. This was a fortuitous surprise. The expression on Bai Yi's face had finally brightened somewhat. Seeing his restlessness, Fu Yu gently consoled him. What troubles you? You are usually so composed. Yet now, without even having encountered the emerald serpent, you seem to be losing your composure. I don't know why, Bai Yi replied, but I cannot shake this ominous premonition. The hairy man approached, pointing to himself and patting his chest. Xie remarked. He wishes to convey to us that he can indeed assist in locating the great snake. We should thank him first. Xie continued. He mentioned that, as the weather has turned colder, the emerald serpent seldom emerges. Typically, it remains submerged at the bottom of the lake. However, he advises against searching for it down there, as that is its territory, and we would be no match for it underwater. Every day at noon, the serpent basks in the sun, provided the sun shines tomorrow. The weather here changes rapidly, Bai Yi noted. What time is it now? Fu Yu glanced at his watch. It's just past 8 in the morning. Xie said. I will step out to check the weather. Let us hope for favorable luck and that the sun will show its face. As Xie stepped out to assess the weather, the hairy man surprisingly followed closely behind, clearly fond of Xie. Tang San Cheng muttered. Xie is truly remarkable. He has this hairy man utterly compliant to his words. Both individuals thrived in nature. If Xiao Shan were present, perhaps a similar situation would arise. Fu Yu remarked. They have both grown amidst the wild, a shared affinity that we cannot compare to. This place must have been constructed by the hairy man's father, Tang San Cheng suggested. It doesn't seem like something a mere hairy man could achieve. While the three were engaged in discussion, Xie returned. The weather has cleared. It appears we must wait by the lake. The hairy man informed me that he knows the favorite spot of the giant serpent. Let us go. Bai Yi quickly hoisted his backpack and retrieved a specially designed tool. Once thrown, it would extend automatically, with its sharp blade poised to strike the emerald serpent. Bai Yi then produced a firearm, which Tang San Cheng had cleverly smuggled past airport security. Though thoroughly searched, the security personnel had failed to detect any contraband, ultimately allowing Bai Yi to pass. However, this tactic could not be employed multiple times, lest Bai Yi find himself on the airline's blacklist. After checking the ammunition, Bai Yi handed Tang San Cheng a silver needle-concealed weapon. Take good care of yourself. Understood, Tang San Cheng replied, firmly grasping the hidden weapon and taking a deep breath. The hairy man curiously watched the items in their hands. Xie patted him on the shoulder, gesturing for him to disregard these matters. The hairy man promptly led them toward the eastern side of the lake. There, they discovered a large, sunken pit. Upon seeing the expanse of the pit, Tang San Cheng's face turned pale. Could this be the lair of the emerald serpent? Judging by its size, the serpent must be quite substantial. Bai Yi glanced upward at the sky, where the sun gradually emerged from behind the clouds, casting a warm glow that enveloped him. At that moment, Tang San Cheng's stomach grumbled audibly. Bai Yi turned to observe him, noticing Tang San Cheng clutching his belly and expressing his mild grievance. It's dawn, and I haven't eaten anything yet. We should replenish our energy before waiting for the serpent. Xie tapped his foot against the still damp earth, remnants of the night's rain making the ground quite soggy, an unfavorable condition for their endeavors. Mao Ren eagerly fixated on the rations Tang San Cheng retrieved. Nearly drooling at the sight, Tang San Cheng broke the food in half and shared it with Mao Ren, who devoured it in mere moments. A contented expression gracing his face, reminiscent of their dear friend Xiao Hu, stirring a wave of nostalgia in Fu Yu and Bai Yi. After a wait of 40 minutes, the lake remained undisturbed, save for a gentle breeze that whisked a few leaves into the water, creating ripples. Tang San Cheng stared intently at the water's surface and suddenly sighed. Could it be that it has no desire to bask in the sun today? Bai Yi interjected. Do you see that part of the lake that has yet to be kissed by sunlight? If the serpent lies beneath that shadowed water, it may not emerge until it feels the sun's warmth. The sun is shifting. If it reaches that spot, might the emerald serpent react? The group turned their gazes toward the sun's movement, which finally positioned itself correctly, bathing the lake in light. Approximately 20 seconds later, Tang San Cheng sensed a disturbance beneath the surface, his heart leaping as he nudged Bai Yi. It seems it's coming. Bai Yi exclaimed, what are we waiting for? Ready your weapons. Xie turned to Mao Ren and whispered something, but Mao Ren shook his head vigorously. Xie's voice grew firm. Then stay far away and do not come out, understand? After a moment of contemplation, Xie added, your father may still return for you. You must live well. Fu Yu looked at Qi Xie in surprise, while Mao Ren's eyes, concealed beneath his fur, narrowed slightly. His fists clenched tightly as he silently retreated behind a rock, leaving only his eyes visible as he intently watched Qi Xie. Ignoring Mao Ren, Qi Xie focused on the water, where the surface began to churn increasingly, bubbles rising and creating a cacophony. Tang San Cheng swallowed hard. It's here. He grasped his concealed weapon tightly, and with a splashing sound, the emerald serpent finally broke through the water's surface, its body arching high, exuding a presence akin to a dragon poised to soar. It was the first encounter for Tang San Cheng, and indeed for everyone, with the emerald serpent. Its head was flat, with two small eyes positioned on either side, devoid of eyelids, and its elongated pupils were striking. The serpent's body was cylindrical, lacking a distinct demarcation between its head and neck. Taking a step back, Tang San Cheng was nudged by Qi Xie. Do not be afraid. It merely resembles a snake. Tang San Cheng wiped his brow. I'm not afraid. It's just that its appearance is rather unsettling. Bai Yi furrowed his brow. Are you attempting humor? Do you think I am in the mood for humor? Tang San remarked with a bitter smile. At that moment, the enormous boa constrictor suddenly began to swim towards the shore, its massive body sending waves crashing in its wake. Bai Yi swiftly tore a strip of cloth to tightly bind his wrist, and then retrieved a knife to hand to Fu Yu, cautioning, be careful. Fu Yu accepted the knife, her expression subtly shifting, as the unease of the parasitic insects intensified. It appeared that their agitation the previous night was not merely due to the sudden appearance of the hairy creature, but rather because of this serpent. The boa's mouth could open to approximately 180 degrees, with 4 rows of independently movable teeth and no jaw. The 2 rows of teeth in its upper jaw could move up and down, facilitating the consumption of prey. Its skin could stretch, enabling it to swallow prey larger than itself. The serpent's tongue functioned as a chemical detector, while its scales sensed any movement of potential prey, and its eyes acted as thermal sensors. Its trachea, located in the throat, remained outside when consuming prey, alleviating concerns of asphyxiation. Strike first for advantage, Bai Yi declared. If we can swiftly draw blood, we need not engage in a protracted struggle. We can retreat immediately. Taking a deep breath, Tang San aimed his concealed weapon at the boa, targeting its eye. With a swift closure of his eyes and a firm press, the silver needle was launched with precision, piercing directly into the serpent's eye. The sudden pain provoked the boa, which quickly slithered onto the shore. Its tail lashed towards Tang San, who rolled out of the way just in time, though this nearly caused Bai Yi and Fu Yu to be struck. Tang San, you are far too swift. Bai Yi shouted. Draw blood. Seizing the moment when the serpent's tail was still extended, Qi Xie rushed forward, using his body to pin the tail down. Bai Yi and Qi Xie executed a flawless maneuver, simultaneously restraining the tail, while Fu Yu brandished the knife she had just received, aiming to stab the tail. However, she was taken aback as the tail proved exceedingly hard. The blade chipped upon impact. Witnessing this, Tang San snatched the knife from Fu Yu's hand and, summoning all his strength, drove it down, only to hear a resounding snap as the blade broke into 2 pieces. The boa's body writhed violently, its tail flicking upward with force, casting Bai Yi and Qi Xie aside. Their bodies tumbled uncontrollably to the ground, while Fu Yu retreated a few steps, contemplating which type of parasitic insect could subdue this relentless serpent. Before she could formulate a plan, the serpent's tail suddenly lunged at her, ensnaring her tightly. Fu Yu! Bai Yi gasped in alarm, realizing they had indeed underestimated the boa. Damn it! Seeing Fu Yu ensnared, Tang San immediately drew his concealed weapon and fired again. The silver needle laced with potent poison aimed at the serpent. Yet, it appeared to have no effect, as Qi Xie quickly discerned the reason. San Cheng. The silver needle didn't penetrate. Its surface is covered with a hard shell. This method proved ineffective. As Tang San Cheng observed Fu Yu struggling desperately, she emitted a suppressed sound from her throat. Attack its belly. She was nearly at a loss for words. Bai Yi closed his eyes. The immense python measured a full 6 meters in length, its belly firmly pressed against the ground, making it impossible to lift solely by human strength. Witnessing Fu Yu's arduous struggle, the hearts of the onlookers were fraught with confusion. What should be done? At that moment, a shadow darted forward, rushing to confront Qi Xie. Why are you here? I warned you not to come. It's perilous here. Don't add to the chaos. Chapter 830. The Corpse. Mao Ren suddenly bit into his own fingertip, blood seeping forth. Tang San Cheng realized. I understand. He is indicating that we should use blood to overturn the python. It is highly sensitive to blood. Xia grasped the implication and promptly patted Mao Ren on the shoulder before sprinting towards the python's head. As he ran, he bit into 3 of his own fingers, drawing blood. The crimson liquid flowed as he moved, and upon sensing the scent of blood, the python became agitated, releasing Fu Yu from its grasp to strike at Xia. Xia, possessing extraordinary martial prowess, nimbly evaded the attack and leaped onto the python's back. The python's tail struck its own spine, a momentary misstep that exacerbated its frenzy due to the alluring scent of blood. Xia skillfully led the python until its tail coiled around its own body, resembling a colossal twist of dough. Fu Yu, now freed, was supported by Bai Yi. "Are you all right?" he inquired. "I'm fine," Fu Yu replied. "Go assist Xia." Watching Bai Yi and Tang San Cheng rush towards the python, Fu Yu retrieved the insect box, releasing the concealed wings. Since earlier, the wings had been exceedingly agitated. Upon release, they soared directly towards the python, landing on its injured eye, from which blood gushed forth. Fu Yu recalled that the concealed wings were equally drawn to blood. With her lips slightly parted, Fu Yu emitted a delicate whistle, and the concealed wings swiftly darted into the python's eye. Mao Ren, witnessing this, took a step back in astonishment. Incredulity etched across his face. After the wings penetrated, the python's pupils suddenly dilated, revealing red veins within. Sensing a decrease in the python's movement, Bai Yi and Xia exchanged glances, attempting to maneuver the python's body, while Tang San Cheng pushed from the opposite side. Despite their combined efforts, the task remained exceedingly arduous. At this moment, Mao Ren charged forward to lend a hand. His strength was remarkable. His involvement alleviated the burden significantly. Tang San Cheng suddenly felt the python's body convulsing unnaturally, and something was writhing beneath its skin. It was the concealed wings. Bai Yi remarked. The python appeared to be in a state of stupor, its vitality diminished. Seizing this opportunity, the 4 finally managed to flip the python, revealing its pale belly. Unprotected and vulnerable, with a swift strike, blood erupted forth. Bai Yi, equipped with prepared tools, collected the blood and swiftly sealed the container. Success. Withdraw. Mao Ren felt a sense of purpose, his expression brimming with excitement. Just as he was about to depart, he noticed the belly of the anaconda stirring incessantly. Fu Yu had anticipated this. The hidden wing was seeking an escape route. The anaconda's body was only soft at its belly, making it the optimal exit point. With a sudden sound, Tang San, hearing it, attempted to evade, but it was too late. As the hidden wing emerged, the anaconda's dark red blood gushed forth, splattering onto both Tang San and Mao Ren, coating them entirely. Tang San felt an overwhelming wave of nausea and immediately retched onto the ground. His face contorted in disgust as he lamented, "This is revolting." Mao Ren remained silent, yet his demeanor was peculiar. As the hidden wing fully emerged, the anaconda's body slumped entirely. Just as Mao Ren was about to step away, Tang San heaved again. The hidden wing had brutally sliced open the anaconda's belly, spilling intestines and internal organs across the ground, along with fragmented bones and other hard objects. "What are these?" Tang San inquired, pointing at some of the debris, which, despite being stained with blood, glimmered under the sunlight. Mao Ren's nose twitched, tears welling in his eyes, but there was no time for inquiries. The anaconda, still clinging to life, opened its mouth towards the nearest Tang San, ready to swallow him whole. With a startled cry, Tang San grasped the concealed weapon, preparing to strike, when suddenly Mao Ren let out a thunderous shout and plunged into the anaconda's mouth. "Mao Ren!" Xia gasped, astonished. Glancing back at the anaconda, he saw it had closed its jaws. It had been previously stated that when consuming prey, the anaconda's mouth could expand to 30 times its usual size. Its backward curving teeth made it impossible to escape once ensnared. If one's hands or feet were caught by such a beast, one had to suppress the instinct to pull away, or the injuries would worsen. Now that Mao Ren had entered the anaconda's mouth, even if they managed to pry it open, forcibly extracting Mao Ren would likely cost him his life. From the belly, hurry! Fu Yu, with a clear mind, swiftly took action, tearing open the anaconda's belly. The 3 men, finally reacting, utilized all available tools, including their hands, to completely eviscerate the anaconda. The acrid blood drenched them entirely, and the hidden wing joined the fray, assisting in the effort to thoroughly open the anaconda's belly. Xia dove inside, where he beheld the anaconda's lungs. The left lung lobe had atrophied, while the right lung lobe had elongated. These reptiles stored air in the back of their lungs, using this air for respiration when constricting their prey. Bai Yi also observed, if they could damage the lung lobes, preventing it from breathing, it would be unable to chew, potentially saving Mao Ren's life. They could not comprehend what had possessed that man to willingly offer himself as prey for the python. In a matter of moments, Qixia severed the right lobe of the python's lung, at which point the creature capitulated utterly, lying motionless on the ground, utterly drained of energy. Meanwhile, Fu Yu delicately extracted a hard object that had emerged with the blood, rinsing it briefly in his water flask. The revelation darkened Fu Yu's expression. It was a bone, specifically, a fragment of a skull. Bai Yi, having studied medicine, recognized the skeletal structure well. It appeared that the python had devoured numerous individuals. This is a piece of glass. Fu Yu pointed to the luminous shards scattered among the blood, their original form now obscured by gastric juices. Qixia crawled towards the upper part of the python's body, traversing its digestive tract. After crawling approximately 2 meters, he encountered the foot of the man. Tang San Cheng, give me a hand. Tang San Cheng and Bai Yi moved forward, pulling Qixia out with considerable effort. Along with Qixia emerged the man, who had succumbed to unconsciousness. His right hand clenched tightly around a bone spur, stained with blood, uncertain whether it was from the python or his own. Qixia and the man were entirely enshrouded in blood, their bodies slick with viscous liquid. Ignoring the state of his attire, Qixia wiped the blood from his eyes and dragged the man to the lake, vigorously washing his body. The blood swirled in the water, tinting it a faint red. Tang San Cheng, having shed his clothing, was nearly overwhelmed by the noxious scent. Had Song Yang been present, his keen nose would have led him to flee far from this foul aroma, undoubtedly the most unbearable in existence. He collapsed onto the ground, indifferent to the dirt that soiled him. A hidden insect, undeterred by its unsightly state, emerged from the python's belly, strutting arrogantly towards the edge of the lake. Bai Yi remarked, this creature can be quite infuriating at times. Regardless, it had proved itself invaluable in this instance. Fu Yu mused, we have often questioned its abilities. Yet we overlooked the very essence of its power, its inherent capabilities. We have taken a convoluted route, merely leading the insect back to its starting point. It seems to mock our foolishness. Bai Yi, irritable, kicked Tang San Cheng lightly. Are you all right? I'm fine. I'm just pondering how to retrieve the silver needles I discharged. What a pity. Tang San Cheng lamented over the loss of the silver needles crafted from the tail of a tiger beetle. Unique and irreplaceable, their loss was significant. In the midst of the blood-soaked chaos of intestines, blood, and mud, searching for them posed a risk of injury. Tang San Cheng expressed concern. Should we even attempt to recover them? Forget it. Bai Yi sighed heavily, weariness evident in his voice. Let us check on Qixia and the man. He shook the vial containing the blood. This should suffice. The 7 evils submerged Mao Ren entirely in the lake, leaving only his mouth and nostrils above the surface. The frigid waters invigorated him, washing away the blood that had clouded his senses, restoring a semblance of clarity. The 7 evils cleansed his own bloodied form, then pulled Mao Ren back to the shore. Gasping for breath, Mao Ren emitted a suppressed roar from his throat. The 7 evils patted his chest and inquired, what is your connection to the owner of that skull? Bai Yi and Tang San Cheng had approached, and upon hearing the question, Mao Ren broke down in tears, resembling a child as he lay on the ground, kicking his legs and pounding his fists into the earth. Ah, ah. His cries were so heartrending that they evoked a profound sorrow in all present. The 7 evils rose, having deduced that the bones expelled from the python's belly undoubtedly belonged to Mao Ren's father. Yet, what led him to this conclusion? After a considerable time, the python behind them had breathed its last, and Mao Ren's emotional turmoil began to settle. An entity meets its match, and the encounter with the hidden winged creature marked the python's demise. However, for Mao Ren, today was his day of suffering. His last remaining kin had been lost. Struggling to his feet, he staggered towards the python. Chapter 831. Revelation. Mao Ren arrived at the python's abdomen, appearing somewhat flustered as he attempted to extract the bones, but found himself at a loss. The 7 evils, struck by inspiration, produced his water flask and began to wash away the bloodstains on the ground. Observing this, Tang San Cheng joined in to assist, and the others followed suit. The water diluted the thick blood, revealing more bones, and among the blood, There were indeed glimmering objects as Su Yu had suggested. These were shards of glass. Su Yu carefully assembled the shards, and it became evident that they formed part of a necklace. Mao Ren excitedly waved his hands at the seven evils, who endeavored to calm him. Do not rush, speak to me slowly. Are these bones your father's? After a lengthy exchange, the seven evils remarked, these remnants of bones are beyond identification. However, Mao Ren recognized them primarily by this string of glass, an item his father carried with him. Each bead having been a cherished toy from his childhood, thus he could not be mistaken. Su Yu meticulously gathered the beads, then sighed, alas. This is all that remains intact. The others are either lost or too severely corroded. Mao Ren took them, tears shimmering in his eyes, convinced that his father must have been consumed by the python. Bai Yi, deep in thought, eventually stated, we have obtained the python's blood, we should return swiftly. The seven evils glanced at Mao Ren, feeling a reluctance to leave this pure-hearted soul behind. Bai Yi added, let us also bring these bones back. And we must obtain a strand of Mao Ren's hair. Are you planning to use it for comparison? Su Yu inquired. It has been a long time since Mao Ren's father went missing. Given such a duration, the likelihood of bones remaining within the python's body is rather slim. The python's digestive system is highly efficient. Do you truly believe that so many remains could be left behind? Bai Yi remarked that he believed it was merely due to the glass bead, and verifying it would be quite simple. Shall we take the Mao Ren away? Fu Yu found Bai Yi's intentions somewhat inscrutable. The only certainty she held was that Bai Yi, for the sake of Qi Xie, was willing to involve himself in this extraneous matter. He was reluctant to leave. At this moment, Qi Xie had already communicated their intentions to Mao Ren. Yet Mao Ren persistently shook his head, unwilling to depart. There is no need to force him. We shall simply ascertain the outcome. Bai Yi was not particularly optimistic about Mao Ren's father still being alive. He merely wished to afford the boy a sliver of hope. What shall we do with the corpse of the forest python? Tang San inquired. It's so enormous. Moving it back to the lake will be quite a challenge. Bai Yi, too, found himself in a quandary. If they left it here, should someone stumble upon it, the ensuing commotion could be troublesome, especially if they were to discover Mao Ren. Allow me to handle this matter, Fu Yu interjected, but first, I must ask you all to step aside. Tang San, puzzled, questioned why? Let her proceed, Bai Yi urged. I trust Fu Yu is considering our best interests. He guided Tang San away, and it soon became evident that Fu Yu indeed acted for their benefit, as her method of disposal was quite brutal, and the scene was harrowing. The entire corpse of the forest python disintegrated into foam, as Fu Yu sprinkled the potion. Its flesh rapidly began to decay, producing a relentless flow of crimson foam that bubbled ominously. Eventually, this crimson foam transformed into a pale froth, leaving only remnants of bones behind. It was then that Fu Yu called Bai Yi and the others back, excavating a large pit to bury the bone fragments. Fu Yu, what method did you employ? Tang San inquired, intrigued. It possesses remarkable corrosive properties. Just a small amount suffices, but one must exercise utmost caution. Fu Yu was reluctant to divulge too much. It was originally a taboo of the Gu woman, strictly forbidden to be used. What would happen if you used it? Tang San asked. Nothing will happen, Fu Yu replied with a light demeanor. After all, I am merely one person now. There is no one above to oversee me. By the way, where is Mao Ren? Qi Xie has returned him, cautioning him not to wander about during this time to avoid detection, Tang San remarked. That is characteristic of Qi Xie. He has always been so kind-hearted. With the corpse of the python properly dealt with, the four departed with the python's blood, successfully returning home. To evade scrutiny, they opted not to fly, as the scent of the blood was an undeniable ruse. Airport security remained an insurmountable hurdle. The four navigated a convoluted path back home, where Liang Chun and Mei Jing awaited them with mounting impatience. The experiments conducted by the Bu brothers had reached a conclusion. Given their capabilities, they could only prompt Liang Mei Jing to recall events from around 2 years prior. Beyond that point lay an insurmountable barrier, one they could not breach. The brothers had to concede that there were realms beyond their conquest. They were merely inventors, not scientists, let alone geneticists. Xiaoshan and Xin Bing were filled with excitement as they yearned to learn about the unfolding events. Fu Yu and Bai Yi merely recounted the circumstances of that moment. Upon hearing that Fu Yu had been restrained, Xin Bing instinctively covered her mouth with her hand. With a smile, Fu Yu remarked, this time, let us vindicate the hidden wing. It is not that it is useless, but rather that we lacked the understanding of its utility. This time, it indeed saved my life, for which I must express my gratitude. However, Shun Bing interjected, though this creature is merely a bug, it always carries an air of disdain, which is rather infuriating. I find it hard to develop any fondness for it. This sentiment resonated with everyone, and they exchanged knowing smiles, pondering whether the hidden wing could comprehend human speech. If it could, it was unlikely that it would temper its demeanor. Regarding the matter of the hairy beings, Shin Bing shared her thoughts. I find it rather peculiar. Does that professor not show an excessive fondness for the hairy beings? While they did rescue him, he travels great distances without a second thought, delivering food at regular intervals. It strikes me as quite nuanced. This thought stirred something in Fu Yu, who replied, I share a similar sentiment, yet the pressing concern at hand must take precedence. The group then split into two factions. Qi Xie sought individuals for comparison, while Fu Yu instructed Liang Chun and Mei Jing to apply the python's blood onto their backs. When they opened the container, the pungent scent of the blood made even Liang Chun and Mei Jing grimace. Mei Jing exclaimed, Mom, and quickly hid behind Liang Chun. What is this? Blood, Fu Yu replied with a slight smile. Do not worry, only a small amount is needed. Shin Bing, prepared with her camera and awaiting on the sidelines, noticed Liang Chun and Mei Jing's trepidation and teased, Aren't you too fearless? What has come over you today? Did a donkey swallow your courage? Being younger, Liang Chun felt provoked by Shun Bing's words and retorted defiantly, We are not afraid. It's just that this stuff smells utterly revolting. Shin Bing conceded, recalling her own initial reaction when she first encountered the odor, which had stirred tumult within her stomach. Yet, driven by her eagerness to unravel the mystery, Shin Bing lunged towards Liang Chun, saying, All right, let me help you with your clothes. Whether you stretch your neck or withdraw, it will hurt just the same. Let us make it quick, shall we? With a wail, Liang Chun shielded her chest with her arms. All right, we'll do it ourselves. But let us be swift. Just the thought of this stuff on our backs makes me uneasy. Mei Jing let out a mournful cry, but obediently removed her clothing, exposing her back. Fu Yu and Shin Bing each grasped a clean brush, swiftly dipped it into the vial, took a deep breath, and temporarily ceased breathing through their noses. In a matter of moments, they had brushed the python's blood onto the sisters' backs, quickly returning the brush to the container and sealing it. Shin Bing exhaled, It's done. Fu Yu and Shin Bing's eyes remained fixed on the sisters' backs, with Fu Yu's hands trembling slightly from the tension. After 2 to 3 minutes, subtle changes began to manifest on Liang Chun and Mei Jing's smooth backs. The sisters were equally tense, their hands clasped tightly together, not daring to move an inch. Shin Bing picked up the camera, but was restrained by Fu Yu's grip on her wrist. Do not rush. It has not fully manifested yet. Indeed, the green markings on their skin were still spreading outward, initially appearing as isolated green dots that gradually interconnected, and now they had blossomed into a complete pattern. Finally, the last trace of green settled in place, prompting Fu Yu to exclaim, It has stopped. Hurry, capture it. Shin Bing acted swiftly, attempting to photograph the map on the sisters' backs from various angles. Fu Yu's urgency was warranted, as the manifestation would only last a maximum of 5 minutes before vanishing once more, particularly for the totemic designs of those tribes. True to Fu Yu's expectations, the patterns soon began to fade, eventually disappearing entirely. It was only then that Shun Bing felt her hands grow sore from exertion. She had applied too much pressure, fearing that if she relaxed, this hard-won map would vanish into thin air. After confirming the clarity of the photographs, she exhaled in relief. This is good. Liang Chun and Mei Jing's first instinct was to wash away the bloodstains on their backs. The odor was driving them nearly to madness. Shin Bing promptly took the camera to Xiao Shan's room, quickly transferring the images to the computer and printing them out. Xiao Shan remarked, It seems this map has been fragmented. It looks entirely incorrect when viewed together. Indeed, the two photographs, placed side by side, revealed a complete asymmetry in the patterns. When Liang Chun and Mei Jing emerged from their baths and saw the photos, they were rendered speechless for a long while, until Liang Chun finally voiced, Why has this appeared on us? Tang San Cheng cast a glance at Bai Yi. Until now, Liang Chun and Mei Jing were unaware of their lineage as descendants of the matchmaker. With matters reaching this juncture, it was time to reveal the truth. Bai Yi finally spoke, Liang Chun and Mei Jing, there is something we must disclose to you. In a slow and measured tone, Bai Yi recounted the tale, carefully omitting the fact that he and Fu Yu had traveled back in time. merely illuminating their mother's identity and drawing a conclusion. Your mother chose to send you away, motivated by a simple desire to protect you. The map on your bodies may pose a threat to you. Upon hearing about the matchmaker and this underlying intent, tears streamed uncontrollably down Liang Chun and Mei Jing's faces. Liang Chun sobbed. Our mother's disappearance is connected to this map? The likelihood of that is quite high, Fu Yu affirmed. Thus, we must travel to this location. Our mother may be there, right? That man previously mentioned that she was presumed dead merely due to her disappearance. Liang Chun and Mei Jing huddled closely together, seeking strength from one another. It's just a disappearance. Perhaps we still have a chance to see her. Such hope, Fu Yu had experienced before. Prior to the encouragement bestowed upon her by her ancestor, the Qing Luan, she had contemplated severing all ties with Bai Yi, wishing instead for a quiet demise, allowing Bai Yi to relinquish his obsession with her. Now, the auspicious moments were seeking hope on her behalf. Fu Yu remarked, indeed, she is merely missing. It does not imply her demise, for the records do not always reflect the truth. We shall study these two maps to ascertain if we can locate the designated site. Liang Chun and Mei Jing, we have yet to hear your laughter, which once rang like silver bells. It feels as though something vital is amiss, Fu Yu expressed. Liang Chun and Mei Jing exchanged glances and laughed in unison. It is not that we do not wish to laugh. Rather, we find ourselves unable to do so. Even in slumber, I awaken from dreams. The sight of Liang Chun and Mei Jing smiling uplifted the spirits of those around them. Their smiles possessed a healing power. The examination of the two maps was entrusted to Xiao Shan, who digitized them onto a computer, continuously rearranging them. Bai Yi offered guidance, even enlisting Luo Tian for assistance. Luo Tian, well-versed in ancient maps, found himself equally perplexed by the task of deciphering the connection between the two. While the situation here grew tense, the seven evils received promising news indicating that the Mao Ren and the owner of the bones were not related by blood. Shen Bing's intuition resonated with Fu Yu's, suggesting that Professor Guo's care for the Mao Ren might have been excessive. Holding the report, Fu Yu resolved to pay a visit to Professor Guo, accompanied by Shen Bing. Fu Yu's ostensible purpose was to thank Professor Guo for his previous guidance regarding the python. Approaching 60, Professor Guo had sustained an injury to his left leg, resulting in a slight limp. His head of gray hair spoke to his age and experience. Fu Yu and Shen Bing brought with them a considerable selection of nutritional supplements. Professor Guo shook his head repeatedly. You young people truly believe in these health products? I would prefer to drink a simple porridge daily and do some exercises. It is far more beneficial. This is too extravagant. Take it back with you. Shen Bing stuck out her tongue, bemused by the elder's bluntness. We have brought it all this way. You must accept it. Very well. I cannot argue with you young folks, Professor Guo conceded. In truth, there is no need for thanks. We are colleagues, merely exchanging knowledge. Have you found the python? Yes, not only did we locate it, but we also engaged in a fierce confrontation, Fu Yu replied. Though we are uncertain if the one we encountered is the same as the one you faced previously. Are you all right? Professor Guo inquired, taken aback. Although he had informed Fu Yu of the python's existence, he had not anticipated they would truly find it. We are unscathed, and the anaconda has perished. From its abdomen, we discovered human bones along with several glass beads. Su Yu spoke with a measured cadence, observing Professor Guo's expression as she relayed the news. While Professor Guo appeared composed, his fingers trembled momentarily. Su Yu continued, this time, we have made an unexpected discovery. Indeed, it is an extraordinary place. Besides the anaconda, we also encountered the hairy man. Upon hearing this, Professor Guo's demeanor shifted. He inquired, you found the hairy man? Not only did we find him, but we also reached his dwelling, Su Yu replied, her pace slowing further. There, we uncovered numerous modern artifacts. That will suffice, Professor Guo said weakly, waving his hand. Once you entered, you must have seen my portrait on the wall. Professor Guo, Su Yu remarked, the hairy man is deeply saddened, believing his father perished within the anaconda. However, evidence suggests he has not lost hope. The results we obtained indicate that the individual is not related to the hairy man. I hope this news brings him some comfort. While Su Yu did not press for more details, Professor Guo, having faced similar circumstances, sighed. One of his hands remained concealed in his pocket, missing a finger, a price paid during the last encounter with the anaconda. Su Yu, you are a perceptive young woman. At times, I feel you can see through others' hearts, and such insight can inadvertently create pressure for those around you. I dare not contemplate the hairy man's current emotional state. He is a kind soul. Su Yu responded. When we were on the brink of death, he selflessly emerged to assist us. Believing his father had been slain by the anaconda, he willingly ventured into its belly, seeking vengeance for his kin. How could I possibly disregard such a hairy man? Shen Bing, moved by the conversation, remarked, though I have not met him, I cannot help but worry for him after hearing you speak. If others were to discover his existence, would that not bring him trouble? How long can he continue to live there in peace? As Su Yu and Shen Bing exchanged words, Professor Guo began to feel overwhelmed. He placed his hands on the table and declared, I will bring him out. I will ensure he becomes an ordinary person, living like any individual of his age and society. As long as his kindness is not trampled upon, I am willing to dedicate the remainder of my life to aiding him. Why? Shen Bing asked bluntly, pressing for clarification. If it is merely to repay a debt of gratitude, it hardly warrants such an extent. Why? Su Yu frowned slightly, tugging at Shen Bing to temper her tone, not wishing to evoke any negative feelings in Professor Guo. Suddenly, Professor Guo covered his face, and after an indeterminate time, he lifted his head, pulling out a strand of his hair. You may have this for testing. This gesture was unmistakable. Su Yu sighed. What is the reason for this? Moreover, you do not bear the surname Python. Your name is Guo, is it not? Mao Ren seems to retain some memories of his father, recalling the words he once spoke. His father had mentioned that they were descendants of Xiao Shufei, and, fearing persecution from Wu Zetian, they sought refuge in the deep mountains. Mao Ren wholeheartedly believes these tales, cherishing them in his heart. Professor Guo remarked, I did indeed fabricate a story regarding our surname. However, it is true that we are descendants of the Xiao family. This is irrefutable. Our ancestors had a contingent that concealed themselves in the forests for a century before resurfacing, adopting the surname Guo, which is documented in our family tree. I did not deceive him. You and Mao Ren's mother? Fu Yu inquired, a hint of sadness in her voice. Professor Guo continued, it was truly a remarkable encounter. She was indeed a beauty, though her hair was somewhat unruly. Her agility was astonishing. Had she been granted wings, she could have soared. In my heart, she remains my wife. Professor Guo remains single, and many of his peers believe he possesses no interest in women. This implies that he harbors feelings for Mao Ren's mother. Fu Yu pondered this deeply, contemplating why they had parted ways. Suddenly, she was roused from her reverie by Professor Guo's voice. Do you believe there should be boundaries between individuals? Fu Yu was momentarily disoriented, while Shen Bing responded with a thoughtful tone. If two people genuinely love each other, there are truly no boundaries. However, the crucial aspect is overcoming that psychological barrier. At times, one might feel incompatible, leading to inner turmoil and pain. If one cannot endure, the only option is to accept separation. This was Shen Bing's sentiment, and Fu Yu resonated with it, recognizing that although Shen Bing is Xiao Ning, possessing all memories associated with her, including her feelings for Tang San Cheng, Shen Bing appeared to accept it without any resistance. Yet, there seemed to be something lacking between Shen Bing and Tang San Cheng. Fu Yu had never inquired, but witnessing the tenuous connection between the two ignited a sense of urgency within her. Hearing Shen Bing's heartfelt musings now prompted a resigned sigh from Fu Yu. Perhaps Lu Zhishi, who rejected the cycle of reincarnation, was indeed the wisest. The memories of the past undoubtedly sustained the bond between Tang San Cheng and Xiao Ning. Yet they also cast confusion upon Shen Bing. The eternal life of Tang San Cheng posed the greatest obstacle. On the day she grows old, on the day she passes away, Tang San Cheng will remain unchanged. Shen Bing questioned whether she possessed the courage to embrace their differences, her heart floating amidst various uncertainties. Professor Guo focused intently on Shen Bing before exhaling deeply. Indeed, that is why some of us have not transcended that psychological barrier. Who is it? Shen Bing inquired, genuinely concerned about the matter. Professor Guo swallowed hard and sighed. What do you think? Chapter 833. Sacrifice. Shen Bing fell silent, and Fu Yu found herself at a loss for words. After a prolonged pause, Professor Guo chuckled softly. Most people would assume that it is the man who is troubled by this hurdle. Fu Yu considered her words carefully before finally stating, the human psyche is elusive. We cannot make judgments based on general principles. An astute observation, Professor Guo acknowledged. Professor Guo remarked, when I first encountered her, she was hardly beautiful. Her fur was so luxuriant that it obscured her facial features. With a slightly prominent forehead, she bore a resemblance to an ape. Yet, despite this, she possessed the purest and most benevolent heart. She never contemplated causing harm to others, and was always willing to extend a helping hand, regardless of a person's background or intentions. This starkly contrasted with the cold-heartedness exhibited by some individuals. In this regard, she was beautiful, exceedingly so, surpassing any so-called beauty. When she ran, she resembled the wind. When she leaped, it was as if she had a spring mechanism in her feet, soaring effortlessly to the branches. Upon my first arrival there, I mistook her for a giant bird. Indeed, the creature moved with such grace among the trees that only Tang San could hear the slightest sound, suggesting an innate ability, perhaps hereditary. Fu Yu and Xin Bing were both quite intrigued by this female creature. What manner of being could captivate the heart of the learned Professor Gua? Professor Gua continued to reminisce about that moment, even chuckling to himself. She was so curious about me and my backpack. I was young then, accompanied by classmates. But I had lost my way and stumbled upon her. When she leapt from the tree, I thought she intended to devour me. Fortunately, she merely snatched my backpack, which contained much of my research. Naturally, I pursued her relentlessly. The faster I chased, the quicker she ran, believing we were engaged in a playful game. Reflecting on this scene now, it seems rather humorous. I was earnestly trying to retrieve my backpack, while she, like a child, thought we were frolicking. Ultimately, I fell into a pit, which turned out to be a den where a giant python stored its food. Ah, so you encountered that python long ago? Fu Yu exclaimed in surprise. Indeed, I was unaware of how many pythons inhabited that area, Professor Guo explained. At that time, I never faced the python directly. For when she saw me fall into the pit, she immediately came to my rescue, pulling me out. And how old is the creature now? Fu Yu inquired, still unaware of the timeline of events. Calculating, she should be around 16, but not quite yet, Professor Guo responded. She appears to be in her 20s, does she not? Indeed, Fu Yu replied. She is remarkably tall and agile, resembling an adult entirely. Their lifespan is not as prolonged as that of ordinary humans. Only a fortunate few reach past 30, Professor Guo noted. This is linked to their living conditions and diet, which make them susceptible to various ailments. I have often pondered whether bringing her to the city would afford her a healthier life. So, you regularly provide her with common human food, allowing her to consciously engage with ordinary things to stimulate her curiosity, ultimately planning to bring her out? Fu Yu grasped Professor Guo's intentions instantly. Precisely, you possess remarkable insight. Professor Gu stated. However, that is a matter for the future. Let us return to the main topic. After she saved me, I was fortunate enough to arrive at her dwelling, which was merely an ordinary cave, surrounded by mud and exceedingly damp. Living in such a humid environment for an extended period, she suffered from a severe skin condition, prompting me to renovate her abode. I see now that those extra stones were indeed my handiwork. Over time, I realized that she was not a primitive creature in the conventional sense. While we generally consider such beings to be primates, her condition was somewhat superior. Although she had never interacted with ordinary humans, her capacity for language was remarkable. Initially, I had to communicate with her through gestures, but soon, she understood my words as soon as I spoke. It was truly astonishing. The more we communicated, the more I felt she was the most beautiful woman in the world. Though her face was not conventionally attractive, her heart was pure. At that moment, I wavered. I yearned to bring her back to human society to live alongside me. Was that when everything began to change? Fu Yu sighed, considering how intense the fear and unease must be for one to suddenly enter an unfamiliar world. Xin Bing shook her head, stating she would certainly refuse. No, Professor Gu replied. She accepted, and that is what torments me the most. I personally brought her out of that place, only to painfully return her. I foresaw all the potential consequences, yet cruelly allowed her to endure them. I betrayed her trust. She relied on me immensely. When I proposed that she try living outside, she agreed without hesitation. Moreover, Professor Gu continued, somewhat hesitantly, she shaved off her body hair, striving to present herself as an ordinary woman. Fu Yu and Xin Bing exchanged a glance, their noses tinged with sorrow for the mother of the primitive creature. How deeply she must have trusted Professor Gu to take such a step. Professor Gu covered his eyes, hiding the redness from them. My momentary whim inflicted endless harm upon her. After all, her appearance differed from ordinary humans, and she simply could not adapt to life outside, enduring the ridicule of others, which wounded her deeply. We lived outside for 6 months, but after experiencing her first hurt, she refused to step outside again. After half a year, we returned to her original home, where she bore our child. Professor, do you truly care for her? Xin Bing could no longer contain her tears. which cascaded down her cheeks. How could you bear to leave them both behind? You misunderstand, Professor Gu replied. I learned a painful lesson from that experience and realized that allowing them to live outside was unwise. Thus, I never entertained such thoughts again, nor did I consider leaving them. It was she who chose to depart. By that time, the little primitive creature you spoke of was already over 4 years old. During those 4 years, I traversed between the city and the lake, and though exhausted, I never contemplated giving up. Yet one day, upon my return, they were gone. Do you understand what I mean? It signifies complete disappearance. I waited there for half a month, scouring every corner, yet they remained elusive. Subsequently, I returned periodically to see if they had come back, but with each passing year, my disappointment deepened. She simply left with the child. Until this year, Mao Ren unexpectedly reappeared in that place. Fu Yu seemed to grasp the situation. By sheer happenstance, he had saved you, and you recognized who he was. Indeed, I initially hesitated to participate in that project, fearing that others might uncover traces of Mao Ren. Ultimately, I decided to join, which led to our reunion. Professor Gua extended his hand, palm facing upwards. Upon it lay a prominent black mole, precisely in the same spot. The subsequent events became clearer. Mao Ren had rescued his father, Professor Gua, who then began to influence Mao Ren subtly. This time, he harbored no ulterior motives, merely wishing for his son's longevity. Did he not know the whereabouts of his mother? Shen Bing inquired. He recalled fragments of his childhood concerning his father, indicating his remarkable memory, albeit limited to mere snippets. Professor Gua elaborated. What he remembers are the things I repeatedly recounted, including those glass beads. Indeed, those beads were once my constant companions. During that incident, the beads fell into the belly of a python, inadvertently leading him to believe I had been devoured. Professor Shinbing felt a twinge of embarrassment. We were discussing Mao Ren's mother. Does he truly have no knowledge of her fate? He genuinely does not, Professor Guo replied. In his mind, his mother is deceased. I cannot fathom why he clings to this belief. After their departure, I have no means of uncovering what transpired. It is possible she is not dead, Shinbing thought, feeling a sense of joy for Mao Ren, although she had never met the child. Fu Yu's narrative alone was enough to evoke affection. Splendid. There remains hope, and hope is what matters, right? Professor Guo gazed at Shinbing with a sense of admiration. You are quite an intriguing young lady. Are you complimenting me, Professor? Shinbing found herself blushing. Professor Guo smiled slightly. One might say so. Shinbing continued. Professor, will you continue to influence subtly, allowing little Mao Ren to reintegrate into society? You must have noticed, he resembles an ordinary person now. Professor Guo remarked. That is indeed progress. Regrettably, I remain oblivious as to why they chose to leave. Is my existence a burden to them? If so, it would have been better had it never begun. Professor Fu Yu found herself at a loss for words. After a long pause, she finally said, should you require our assistance in the future, we shall certainly oblige. That child seems to hold a favorable view of Qixia, a person worthy of trust. Ah, Qixia. Professor Guo was unfamiliar with him, yet he felt a surge of gratitude. Thank you for treating that child so kindly. Chapter 834. The mirror. The naive and simple-minded Mao Ren, under the guidance of Fu Yu, became acquainted with Professor Guo and assisted him in delivering food. Mao Ren's linguistic abilities were quite advanced, albeit he lacked opportunities for dialogue with others. Consequently, Qixia chose to remain there, cohabitating with Mao Ren, engaging in daily training routines. Gradually, Mao Ren learned to articulate 2 to 3 words, a remarkable leap in development that filled Professor Guo with immense joy. Each piece of good news relayed by Qixia would invigorate Professor Guo for an entire day. Meanwhile, the trivial matters were handled by Qixia, while Xiaoshan busied himself with a map discovered during a beautiful moment, which posed quite the conundrum for him. He tirelessly experimented each day, with Bai Yi offering suggestions alongside him. Tang San Cheng attempted to contribute some ideas, but his absurd notions were entirely dismissed by the duo. This day unfolded in a similar fashion, with Xiaoshan having input the map into the computer to explore various permutations. Bai Yi leaned in closely, while Tang San Cheng stood helplessly behind them, unable to insert himself into the conversation, retreating to the side in boredom, muttering under his breath, "You two are incredibly inconsiderate." In Xiaoshan's room, there was a full-length mirror, typically used for checking one's appearance before heading out. Nowadays, mirrors are almost a staple in every renovation. Cast aside, Tang San Cheng stood before the mirror, pouting as he gazed at his reflection, idly fiddling with the clothing patterns in front of him. Suddenly, in that fleeting moment, a spark of clarity illuminated his mind, prompting him to exclaim, "I've got it." What else with the theatrics? Bai Yi, engrossed in the computer, turned around to face Tang San Cheng. Tang San Cheng pointed at the mirror and declared, "I understand. I understand." "Understand what?" Bai Yi replied, somewhat exasperated. "Are you too idle? Why not go cook instead?" "No, I mean this." "The mirror," Tang San Cheng exclaimed. "The image reflected in the mirror is the opposite of reality, right? This reflective property is crucial, isn't it?" This barrage of nonsensical babble left Bai Yi feeling somewhat dizzy, yet Xiao Shan sprang up from his seat, exclaiming, "Brother San Cheng, do you mean that these two images are actually the result of mirror reflection? To restore them, we must revert them to their original form and recombine them, correct?" "Yes, yes." Tang San Cheng pointed at the mirror, then looked at Bai Yi with a smug expression. Xiao Shan is so clever. That remark subtly insulted Bai Yi's intelligence, causing him to huff in annoyance. However, this revelation is indeed impressive, Xiao Shan. "Are you attempting this now?" "Yes, it's underway," Xiao Shan replied, his fingers rapidly clicking the mouse. Excitement bubbled within Xiao Shan, growing ever more intense as he processed the two images, ultimately merging them into a complete picture that finally emerged. Haha! Tang San Cheng could no longer contain his laughter, feeling a sense of vindication after feeling disregarded for days. "By the way, what location does this map represent?" Under the piercing gaze of Bai Yi, Tang San finally managed to suppress his smile and feigned seriousness as he inquired. Xiao Shan shook his head, replying, "I cannot discern it at present. Once I extract the data from the map database, I shall compare it." Bai Yi suddenly let out a cold laugh, remarking, "Do you not consider yourself clever? How is it that you cannot perceive such an evident fact? This matter seems increasingly intriguing." Tang San was momentarily taken aback as Xiao Shan had already printed the map and placed it in Tang San's hands, declaring, "This is the final result." It dawned on Tang San that they had been somewhat oblivious. After all their efforts over the past few days, the answer was right before their eyes. What a remarkable coincidence. Indeed, the blood and flesh of the python still lingered there. "We must return," Bai Yi stated, "when the maps are combined. They reveal that very lake." Xiao Shan scratched his head, finally understanding. "Are you suggesting the place you just visited?" "Precisely," Bai Yi affirmed. "It is no mere coincidence. Let us see what secrets that location holds." Xiao Shan grew excited. "I shall notify Liang Chun and Mei Jing at once." Bai Yi was a moment too late, as Xiao Shan had already dashed outside to make the call. Goodness, Liang Chun and Mei Jing were currently with the Bu brothers, and without a doubt, the Bu brothers would want to involve themselves. The thought of those two brothers gave Bai Yi a headache. After all, they were the young masters of the Bu family, exuding an air of privilege, and they always brought along a plethora of troubles. As Liang Chun and Mei Jing dashed into the courtyard, Bai Yi instinctively glanced behind them, only to find the two brothers conspicuously absent. Just as he breathed a sigh of relief, Liang Chun announced, "They are parking." Very well. Bai Yi had no choice. What was inevitable had finally arrived. The Bu brothers were not empty-handed. Their vehicle was laden with outdoor equipment, provisions, and essential tools. True to their family's legacy, they had made ample preparations for the night and the better part of the day ahead. Bu Yifan, slightly smug, remarked, "There may still be minor details overlooked. I hope you will excuse us. You all seem rather idle," Bai Yi remarked nonchalantly. "Recently, Uncle Wei and Wei Yi have inexplicably vanished, and as for us, there is only so much to attend to at the company." Bu Yibin grumbled, "Let us join you. We assure you we will not complicate matters, and will follow your lead." "What do you say, Brother Bai?" Bai Yi remained silent, as Fu Yu interjected, "Are Wei Qing and Wei Yi truly absent? Have they not informed anyone of their whereabouts?" "No, but they have always been like this," Bu Yifan replied. "So we have grown accustomed to it." "And what of Wei Zifu?" Bai Yi inquired. "Goodness, she is even more elusive than a dragon," Bu Yifan lamented. "We hardly see her throughout the year. This whole family operates in such a manner." Although they had lost contact, they were certain no harm had befallen her. Despite having gone missing alongside the river god was now gravely weakened and no different from an ordinary person. Wei Zifu, with her strong-willed nature, would undoubtedly hold her own. With that thought, everyone ceased their worries, knowing that in time, the truth would inevitably surface. In a moment of good fortune and beautiful scenery, Liang Chun and Mei Jing exchanged glances with the Bu brothers and began to speak favorably of them. "Let them join us. After all, their family is affluent, and we might as well take advantage of it." Xin Bing couldn't help but chuckle. You can't speak like that. How should we say it then? Mei Jing innocently inquired. Xin Bing found himself at a loss. All right, it's up to you, but I must clarify that I am not the one in charge here. You must consult them. Liang Chun and Mei Jing quickly grasped the situation, and two crimson figures darted to Bai Yi Fu and Yu's side, each grasping an arm and shaking it vigorously while playfully insisting, "Dear brother, dear sister, please agree. The more, the merrier." While a larger group can facilitate tasks, it can also lead to chaos. Yu sighed, turning to Bai Yi. Perhaps we should just acquiesce. We can find a place to camp and ensure they do not cause any trouble. You must listen carefully. I have a foreboding feeling about that location, Bai Yi warned. If anything goes awry, do not blame me for not having forewarned you. Upon hearing the word die, the Bu brothers paused momentarily, glancing at Liang Chun and Mei Jing, suddenly filled with courage as they proclaimed in unison, "We are not afraid." That's good to hear, Bai Yi murmured. Considering the considerable sum you've spent, let us proceed together. The Bu brothers were well prepared, and Qi Xia was already at the designated location. Bai Yi promptly contacted Qi Xia, instructing him to remain stationary until they arrived. After a brief period of preparation, Bai Yi and the others set off with the Bu brothers towards the lake. This time, a large contingent gathered. The closer they approached the lake, the quieter Liang Chun and Mei Jing became. The sisters occasionally clasped each other's hands, seeking solace from one another. Xiao Shan quietly remarked, "Strangely, there is a special marker in the middle of the lake. Are we expected to dive to the bottom?" "That is a possibility," Bai Yi replied nonchalantly. Bu Yifan stated, "We've heard it involves the lake, and we are ready with our diving suits." Bu Yibin added, "We do not wish to be useless members." Their earnestness was commendable, and Bai Yi decided not to press them further. With a sigh, he expressed, "I am merely concerned for your safety. You must understand that you are not like us. You are the heirs of the Bu family, and your abilities are vital assets. I am responsible not only for you, but also for those connected to you." The Bu brothers fell into a contemplative silence, and Liang Chun felt a twinge of guilt. "It is our fault for involving you. For your sake, we are willing," Bu Yifan replied candidly. Although Liang Chun was somewhat naive, her heart began to stir with emotion. The sisters exchanged knowing glances, turning their heads away simultaneously, yet their hands tightened their grip. Liang Chun turned to Bu Yifan and asked, "Then who are you doing this for?" She then looked at Bu Yibin, "And you for whom?" Fu Yu silently commended Liang Chun. "Indeed, matters of the heart should never be ambiguous. The Bu brothers had always referred to you in a general sense, but feelings are inherently personal." Liang Chen's forthrightness was truly commendable. Bu Yifan and Bu Yibin exchanged a glance, lowering their heads in unison, hesitant to raise them for quite some time. Their demeanor drew disdain from Liang Chun, who let out a soft grunt before turning her gaze toward the scenic view. Mei Jing mirrored her disappointment. Liang Chun declared, "Let us first locate our mother and then deliberate on our next course of action." Mei Jing, ever lacking in independent thought and typically adhering to Liang Chen's lead, quickly nodded in agreement. "All right." Chapter 835. Egg White. The Bu brothers felt a pang of heartache upon hearing these words. Over the past few days, the four had formed a close bond, undoubtedly harboring fond feelings for Liang Chun and Mei Jing. Yet, the question of who felt more than mere friendship left them in a state of confusion. The reactions of Liang Chun and Mei Jing revealed that their indecision had indeed wounded the girls' hearts. As the two sought to explain, Liang Chun and Mei Jing were already disinclined to listen. Approaching the lake, Qi Xia received word that the furry man was waiting there. After a prolonged absence, the furry man had made considerable progress, greeting everyone with a simple, "Hello." Qi Xia's expression brightened with satisfaction. His advancement is remarkable. Liang Chun and Mei Jing, previously enveloped in gloom, were instantly captivated by the furry man. They bounded to his side, one on each flank, and in unison asked, "What is your name?" The furry man had no name, or perhaps he did, but Fu Yu had forgotten to inquire with Professor Gua. In his heart, he surely envisioned the most fitting name for his son. This question indeed perplexed the furry man, prompting Fu Yu to interject, "All right, do not frighten him." A tent was pitched not far from the lake, near the site where a battle with a python had once taken place. According to Qi Xia, a heavy rain had fallen here 2 days prior, washing away much of the muck on the ground. Gazing at the lake, the post-storm waters appeared increasingly mysterious. The deep green hue causing Liang Chun and Mei Jing to feel a tightening in their chests. Liang Chun inquired of Fu Yu, "What shall we do? Should we dive down? But if one is at the bottom of the lake, They are bound to drown, are they not? Not necessarily. If Hong Nyangzi has concealed something at the lake's bottom, I believe there must be an alternative mechanism, Bai Yi suggested. You two stay on the shore while Qi Xie and I descend to assess the situation. Bai Yi and Qi Xie donned their diving suits and adeptly made their way toward the lake. Fu Yu gazed skyward. The weather was fair, albeit slightly chilly, as autumn had arrived in the mountains. As time passed, the temperature would drop further, making this moment less than ideal for diving. She inwardly worried for them. Meanwhile, upon submerging, Bai Yi and Qi Xie discovered that the water temperature was not low, even somewhat warm, which was certainly not due to the tightness of their diving suits. Visibility beneath the surface was limited, compelling them not to stray too far apart. They activated their headlamps, the water exuding a pungent odor. The two continued their descent until their feet touched the lakebed, using each other's strength to explore the depths. This was a task that demanded immense physical endurance. And before they knew it, 2 hours had slipped by. Why have they been down for so long? Tang San felt a wave of anxiety wash over him. The surface of the lake occasionally rippled, and with his hands on his hips, he could no longer contain himself. I must go down and take a look. Do not be hasty. Bu Yifan remarked. These diving suits are custom-made. Should they encounter an external impact or assault, they will automatically release a smoke signal as a warning. If no smoke is observed, it indicates safety. Such a remarkable invention. Xin Bing expressed admiration. You certainly possess formidable skills. Mao Ren sat cross-legged by the lakeside, his gaze fixed unwaveringly on the water's surface, anxiety for Qi Xie gnawing at him as night fell. Tang San and the others went ahead to start a fire. Just as the flames began to flicker, he heard the sound of splashing water. Upon turning, he saw Qi Xie and Bai Yi emerging from the depths, both appearing utterly exhausted. They collapsed upon reaching the shore. Mao Ren and Tang San rushed to assist them. Suddenly, Mao Ren let out a panicked cry, frantically pointing at Qi Xie, his face a mask of terror. This alarmed Tang San, who quickly tore open Qi Xie's diving suit, illuminated by the firelight. He was horrified to discover a deep purplish bruise encircling Qi Xie's neck. Fu Yu also unfastened Bai Yi's diving suit, revealing a similar bruise. They are poisoned. But how is that possible? Bai Yi is protected by my talisman. Surely it should have functioned underwater? Xiao Hu, witnessing her father's injury and his unconscious state, burst into tears. However, upon seeing Fu Yu's distressed expression, she quickly covered her mouth with her hands. Xin Bing soothed her, saying, It's all right, Xiao Hu, everything is fine. Your father is merely fatigued and will awaken shortly. Unbeknownst to Xin Bing, Xiao Hu had already attained a level of awareness. She understood the gravity of the situation, yet feigned comprehension to reassure the others. Yes, father will wake up soon. What shall we do now? Tang San observed Qi Xie and Bai Yi rolling their eyes, their bodies beginning to convulse. Without hesitation, he leaned down to bite into Qi Xie's neck. Mao Ren abruptly pulled Tang San away, gesturing emphatically to himself. He dashed forward and climbed a nearby tree. Moments later, he descended, clutching 2 eggs. He cracked one open, letting the egg white flow onto Qi Xie's neck while handing the other to Tang San. Following suit, Tang San dripped the egg white onto Bai Yi's neck, gently spreading it until the purplish discoloration was entirely enveloped. Mao Ren, witnessing this, slumped to the ground, staring blankly at the now unconscious Qi Xie. They would later realize that it was nothing short of a miracle that the two had managed to reach the shore. Mao Ren carried Qi Xie to the fire, his gaze fixed intently on Qi Xie's face, occasionally covering his own in anguish. Xin Bing, aware of Mao Ren's background and witnessing his benevolent concern for Qi Xie, felt a surge of empathy. They cannot come to harm, can they? Although uncertain of the origin of the egg whites, she found reassurance in Mao Ren's demeanor and chose to trust him. Fu Yu began to examine Bai Yi's wounds. This is a sting mark from a creature. There are signs of swelling around the injury, with a purplish hue in the center. The toxin is quite potent, yet compared to earlier, the affected area has notably diminished. This egg white is indeed beneficial. Mao Ren listened intently to Fu Yu's words, nodding repeatedly, a faint smile gracing his face. On this beautiful day, the Bu brothers encountered the scent of death for the first time, leaving them speechless, their expressions solemn. Fu Yu was preoccupied with the thought that the protective goo had failed to guard against such a toxic substance. Until Bai Yi emitted a faint sound. Am I still alive? The flickering firelight cast an oddly eerie hue on Bai Yi's face as he grasped Fu Yu's hand tightly. Inhaling deeply to affirm, I am indeed alive. Little Fox had never experienced such emotional turbulence, yet curiously, he felt an overwhelming calmness. As if through Bai Yi's brush with death, he had matured instantaneously, particularly in terms of his intellect. Bai Yi affectionately caressed Little Fox's face, asking, "Are you scared?" "Not at all," Little Fox insisted. "Daddy is just resting. He will surely awaken." This sentiment brought a sting of emotion to Bai Yi's nose. And just as he was about to speak, Xia also regained consciousness. Compared to Bai Yi, he appeared considerably more composed, simply offering a smile to Tang San Cheng, who inquired, "Can you sit up?" "I shall give it a try," Xia replied. "It feels as though I've been struck by lightning." With great effort, he finally managed to sit upright, yet the mere act left his back drenched in sweat. He chuckled ruefully, "In such frigid weather, I am still drenched with perspiration." Tears glistened in Mao Ren's eyes as Xia patted his shoulder, reassuring him, "I am fine now. He saved you. You must have some knowledge about that toxin and how to counteract it." Shen Bing inquired, "What exactly did you encounter at the lake's bottom?" "A minuscule creature," Xia began. "When they congregate, they resemble a rock, sinking to the lake bed, motionless, their color indistinguishable from that of the stone. By the time Bai Yi and I arrived there, our energy was nearly depleted, and the oxygen tanks we carried had become burdensome. Yet neither of us wished to abandon our mission when that stone came into view. Bai Yi found the shape of the stone peculiar, lacking sharp edges. Its softness almost excessive. He nudged Xia, who nodded in agreement. They swam towards it in perfect synchrony. However, when they were approximately half a meter away, Bai Yi's instincts kicked in, and he swiftly pulled Xia back, albeit a moment too late. The turbulence created by their movement in the water caused the stone to disperse, unleashing a swarm of tiny creatures that surged towards them, unperturbed by the glare of their headlamps. One cannot deny the limitations of human strength in the face of nature. The sluggishness of movement while diving was exasperating. At that moment, Bai Yi wished nothing more than to shed his diving suit, a mere wish. Xia gave Bai Yi a push, a testament to their fraternal bond. As the bugs had already surrounded Xia, showing particular interest in his head, the scene was undeniably chilling, and Bai Yi immediately lunged forward, waving his arms in an attempt to disperse the insects. This invasive action, however, turned him into a target as well, causing a portion of the creatures to detach from Xia's head and swarm toward Bai Yi. With all his might, he thrashed the water, striving to drive away the encroaching swarm. Our diving suits are crafted with remarkable precision, while the oxygen masks are not entirely sealed. Both Bu Yifan and Bu Yibin exchanged glances, their spirits somewhat deflated. "It is not your fault," Bai Yi remarked, sipping water with a weary tone. "The diving suits you designed are indeed exceptional, and the fit of the masks is commendable. However, those soft insects can effortlessly infiltrate, slipping into the masks and subsequently into the suits." This revelation dealt another heavy blow to the Bu brothers. Although they could argue about the masks, they had achieved a 99.9 fit with the suits. Underwater, the suits would cling even more closely, yet their exquisite craftsmanship had been compromised by these mysterious pests. Chapter 836. Helan Mountain. Strangely, these creatures seemed particularly drawn to soft necks. I sensed some insects crawling on my chest earlier, but they quickly moved upward, ultimately fixating on my neck, Bai Yi observed. Perhaps the pulsing arteries in that area attracted them. Fu Yu noted, "Both of your wounds are in the same location. This might indicate their preference." Mao Ren had been quietly listening to their discourse, and, having not denied any prior assertions, waved his hand after Fu Yu spoke. He gestured towards Xia, having learned several words. With gestures and body language, Xia found it easier to comprehend his message. Those insects seemed to prefer skin flakes, particularly from the neck, rather than blood. Insects that favor skin flakes. This is indeed the strangest discovery since the tiger beetle and the hidden winged species, Xiaoshan remarked. "Sister Fu Yu, perhaps you could capture a few and cultivate them back home to see if they possess any extraordinary abilities." "Good idea," Fu Yu agreed, not dismissing the notion. Their small size is already an advantage. Tang San expressed curiosity about something else. "What kind of egg were you holding earlier?" "The Helan mouse, as named by my father. It's a peculiar creature with a tail resembling a brush and fur on its ears, about the size of a mouse. It has a grayish-white hue and a tail approximately 20 centimeters long. Quite adorable," Xia translated. "This area is close to Helan Mountain, which is abundant in strange insects and rare plants. It has been said that a peculiar snake, with a very short body, has been spotted there." It possesses a forked tongue and a head resembling that of a snake, yet when it moves, it appears to have two heads, swaying in a rather grotesque manner. Anyone encountering such a snake would typically flee in terror. Locals believe this creature is an incarnation of the mountain deity and should not be harmed, lest misfortune befall them. The Heelan mouse shares this anonymity, lacking its own name. Hence it is collectively referred to as Heelan, signifying its origin from Heelan Mountain. Mao Ren had once been bitten by these insects after inadvertently stumbling into a Heelan mouse nest and breaking some eggs, thus discovering this method of detoxification. Xia added, however, it's possible that it is not a mouse, as mice do not lay eggs. The term Heelan mouse is merely a designation. Indeed. But Mao Ren truly is our lucky star, they concluded. Fu Yu was still holding on. The protective talisman had proven ineffective, and he was thoroughly entangled in this matter. Bai Yi remarked, in truth, we have made an even more significant discovery. Beneath those insects, I observed a layer of rock, remarkably orderly. Had it not been for these little creatures causing disruption, Xia and I could have advanced further. There exists a method to divert those tiny nuisances. Bu Yifan remained silent, contemplating the issue. We need not confront them directly, as Bai Gu attempted to deal with them underwater using the force of the current. The capabilities of the human body are woefully limited. However, if an external force could be introduced, those insects could surely be swept away to another location, thereby allowing you to approach that rock layer. The presence of an orderly rock layer underground is already highly suspicious. Bu Yifan's suggestion garnered unanimous agreement. Bai Yi, unusually proactive, stated, I am hungry. Tang San Cheng handed over some provisions. Do you still possess the energy to eat? If you remain silent, no one will mistake you for a mute. Bai Yi retorted with irritation. What was initially a caring remark had taken on a different flavor in Tang San Cheng's mouth. Mao Ren attentively assisted Xia with his meal, a sensation both delightful and peculiar. Xia immediately thought of Xia, wishing that she were by his side. He lightly smacked Mao Ren. No need for that. I am perfectly fine and can manage on my own. After Bai Yi finished his food, he lay down directly on the ground. We are so close to Heelan Mountain that I can see its main peak while lying here. I wonder why Hong Nyangzi chose this place. Night had fallen, and all actions would have to wait until the morrow. The discovery of the rock layer was already the greatest achievement, perhaps due to the evening's earlier fright. Everyone remained unsettled and had no intention of retreating to their tents for sleep. Bai Yi gazed at Heelan Mountain under the night sky and suddenly inquired, by the way, do you know about Mu Guiying's command platform? The legendary 108 General's Tower? Tang San Cheng reacted with intensity. Ah, there are tales of Mu Guiying's remarkable prowess. Having shattered various formations, she is indeed a legendary figure. Mu Guiying broke through the Heavenly Gate formation, Xin Bing added. This story is well known among the people, as it is said that a goddess imparted the skills of divine archery and throwing knives to her. She is an extraordinary individual, and her love story with Yang Zongbao is truly moving. The 108 towers form a triangular layout of 108 ancient pagodas, arranged in an odd sequence of 1, 3, 3, 5, 5, 7, 9, 11, 13, 15, 17, and 19, creating an isosceles triangle. Each tower consists of a base, body, and apex, with the apex further divided into a canopy, a wheel, and a precious top. The entire arrangement is coherent, with a harmonious and distinct tiered structure. The reasons for this unique layout remain unknown, rendering it an eternal mystery within Buddhist architecture. Bai Yi observed, Heelan Mountain, like Kunlun Mountain in Tian Shan, is equally astonishing. Suddenly, the quietly contemplative little fox spoke up. I shall retire for the night. Seeing the adults engrossed in conversation, he ventured inside alone and soon fell asleep. The sound of the little fox's gentle snores brought a sense of tranquility to everyone. Regrettably, this female hero met a tragic end, succumbing to a cold arrow, alongside several other valiant women warriors. Following Mu Guiying's demise, her head, along with those of her fellow female generals, was severed by the Xixiao people, while their headless corpses were discarded at the precipice known as the Weeping Cliff. Subsequently, reinforcements led by another female general, Yang Mantang, arrived from a different route to retrieve and enter the headless remains of Mu Guiying and her companions, giving rise to the Yang family general's tomb. Upon receiving the news, Lady Shi hastened to pay her respects, mourning the departed with such sorrow that her cries echoed through the mountains. stirring the very cliffs of Eagle Beak Mountain to weep in sympathy, the tears transforming into stones that cascaded down the cliffside. Henceforth, this precipice became known as the Weeping Cliff. Today, remnants of the Weeping Cliff and the Yang family general's tomb still exist. The sudden mention of this female hero may stem from the proximity to Helan Mountain, which harbors ancient pagodas linked to her legacy. Or perhaps it is merely a whimsical twist of fate, for Red Bride is also a heroine. Though seemingly unrelated, connections can indeed be drawn, and subsequent events affirm the validity of such intuition. Regarding Mu Guiying's origins, folklore recounts a tale of a previous heroine, Lu Jinding, who, in traditional narratives, was not only a formidable warrior but also possessed the power to summon the winds and rains. She aided the Song dynasty in subduing southern Tang. Yet after vanquishing the sorcerer Yu Hong, she fell victim to a sinister trap laid by Yu Hong's master, resulting in her untimely demise via 3 golden bricks while she was with child. Her body remained uncorrupted in the coffin for 100 days, ultimately giving birth to a son, whose soul reincarnated as Mu Guiying. Tang San Cheng expressed unwavering belief in this notion of reincarnation, akin to glimpsing the beauty of a splendid moment in the Bu brothers. He paused, initially intending to discuss the concept of reincarnation and the imprints left on the soul, which have been validated, indicating the existence of rebirth, allowing one to transform into another in a subsequent life. It seemed the conversation had strayed far afield. Shenbing, with a flick of her tongue, remarked that their priority should be locating the marked spot on the map. Was it not right before them? This very lake. Xiao Shan suggested. Tomorrow, we merely need to find that rock layer and see if there are any clues. Suddenly, he inquired, where have the Bu brothers gone? While they conversed, the Bu brothers had surprisingly slipped away. Liang Chun Meijing remarked, they mentioned they needed to procure tools to stir the waters. This was fitting, as it aligned perfectly with their purpose. As the night deepened, Tang San Cheng found himself pondering about Song Yang. I wonder how he is faring over there. Surely, he is doing better than us, Bai Yi replied. Everything he possesses now is well-deserved. Both Lei Zi and Song Yang had experienced familial voids. Yet now they were finally receiving what was rightfully theirs. In the absence of Song Yang's keen senses, Tang San Cheng and the others could not detect the lingering scent of the ground, remnants from the handling of the forest python by Fu Yu, which, despite the cleansing rain, still faintly hovered in the air. As the night wore on, the group eventually retreated into the tent for a restful slumber, save for the Bu brothers, who sought to assert their presence. It has been demonstrated that the talents of the Bu brothers are exceptional, utilizing the resources at their disposal. They astonished everyone early the following morning with an incredible creation resembling a ground-hugging fan. They could scarcely believe it was the product of a single night's labor. Bu Yifan remarked, we have exerted ourselves to the utmost. This apparatus can extend downward 15 meters, which is its limit. We have utilized every material available to us. The most challenging aspect was the power source. Lacking electricity, we resorted to mechanical force to activate the water flow, thus driving those insects away from the rock layers. What shall we do next? Tang San expressed disinterest in the technical principles, which he found perplexing. Bu Yifan instructed, help us transport this behemoth to the designated location. Indeed, it was a colossal contraption. The Bu brothers' eyes gleamed with anticipation, and Bu Yifan scratched his head, saying, if only we had better conditions, we could have achieved something even greater, such as the nature of a perfectionist. Bai Yi pulled Tang San away, exclaiming, that's enough. After a night of recuperation, Bai Yi and Qi Xie had regained their strength. The device had arrived swiftly and departed just as quickly. Together, they maneuvered the large apparatus to the closest point to the insect-laden rocks. The Bu brothers and Xiao Shan began to activate it by foot, employing the principles of mechanics akin to that of a windmill. As the wheels spun faster, the enormous structure began to rotate, generating increasing force and velocity. Chapter 837. Rock paintings. The placid surface of the lake was disturbed, hinting at the tumultuous changes below. The Bu brothers were thoroughly satisfied, with Bu Yifan stating, those peculiar insects must have been displaced. Approximately 5 minutes later, Bai Yi called for a halt. That's enough. Let us descend and investigate. Having learned from their prior experience, Bai Yi and Qi Xie cautiously descended to the lake bed, confirming that the insect rock was no longer in its original position before surfacing to signal the others to join them. The Bu brothers remained on the shore, along with the little fox, who, Despite being born in the snowy mountains, had no aptitude for water. The hairy creature stayed with them as well, while the others submerged into the depths. For Tang San, diving was an indelible torment. As he plunged into the water, he held his breath and swam toward the rocky layers. Upon nearing them, he was taken aback. These stones resembled the 108 towers Bai Yi had mentioned, which he had also visited. The rock stratum matched the stone composition of those towers perfectly. Even the patterns were identical. Regrettably, he could not speak, so he buried this realization deep within. He observed Bai Yi and Qi Xie descend to the rocky layers, straining to explore the surface. Fu Yu and Shenbing, being lighter, appeared to navigate the underwater terrain with greater ease, assisting Bai Yi and Qi Xie. Gradually, Bai Yi began to comprehend that these rock layers constituted the ceiling of a structure. The lakebed was indeed a building made of stone. To gain entry, they would likely need to employ explosives. This time, the descent into the water marked an end. Song Yang was absent, and they were utterly ignorant of explosives. The Bu brothers also lacked any knowledge regarding dynamite. At this juncture, they were likely to seek external assistance, but finding a suitable candidate proved challenging. Bai Yi had no choice but to summon Song Yang back. Upon receiving the call, Song Yang promptly flew over via a helicopter dispatched by the Bu group, bringing along his personal equipment. Having not seen him for some time, it was evident that Song Yang had gained considerable weight, prompting Shenbing to jest that he was prematurely experiencing the plumpness of middle age. Song Yang retorted, somewhat exasperated, "You lot are quite inconsiderate. How many calls did I receive from you during these days? You have been enjoying a comfortable life over there, and with Xiao expecting. How could we readily call you back?" Bai Yi replied, "During your absence, several events transpired, and while you are generally aware of the delightful happenings, there are matters I shall disclose once this situation is resolved." Unspoken was the extent of Bai Yi's current capabilities. Song Yang, still clutching his toolbox, inquired, "Is the area vast?" "Indeed," Bai Yi affirmed. "While you were away, we ventured underwater several more times, and the dimensions have been measured. Xiao Shan has input the data into the computer. Come and take a look." Bai Yi led Song Yang into the tent, to which Song Yang remarked, "Merely observing this is insufficient. I must descend to assess the hardness of the stones. Is there a diving suit suitable for my build?" Song Yang, comparable in stature to Xiao Shan, donned Xiao Shan's diving suit and descended into the depths, guarded by Qi Xie. After a thorough examination, Song Yang felt a sense of confidence. As he prepared the explosives, curiosity led him to inquire about the events of the past days. Upon hearing about the python, his mood soured, lamenting the missed tales of intrigue. Sighing repeatedly, he mused that had he known of Bai Yi's transformations, even the enthusiasm for assembling explosives might have waned. "How is Xiao faring?" Fu Yu asked. "She is doing quite well," Song Yang replied. "Perhaps it is the impending motherhood that has tempered her impulsiveness. She now assesses situations before reacting. To be honest, I am greatly relieved. I truly envy Bai Yi, although his wife is a witch. I need not worry about Fu Yu casting any malevolent spells upon him, right?" Initially, I was quite apprehensive. The account evoked both sympathy and amusement, especially given that his mother-in-law was an accomplished practitioner of curses, underscoring the immense pressure he faced. Fortunately, he had navigated through it unscathed. Song Yang finally completed the assembly of the explosives, declaring, "It's ready. Let us proceed into the water." "Wait," Fu Yu voiced his concerns. "We are unaware of the structural integrity below. Is it wise to detonate without knowledge?" "That is easily remedied," Bu Yibin interjected, having just arrived. "We can first carve a hole and utilize surveillance probes to assess the interior, akin to our previous explorations of the cave." "Excellent suggestion," Song Yang replied. "Bringing you along was indeed a wise decision." Bai Yi descended first, creating a small aperture in the rock layer to insert an exceedingly tiny probe equipped with its own light source. Regrettably, visibility was limited, particularly due to the disturbances caused by the water. When the interior scene appeared on the computer screen, all that was discernible was a blurred wall. Bai Yi inquired, "Can the probe rotate?" "Not only can it rotate, but it can also extend," came the response. Bu Yifan concluded his remarks and proceeded with remote operations. As the probe advanced further, the previously indistinct surface gradually became clearer, revealing patterns of light and shadow. Indeed, it was rock art. Bai Yi finally arrived at a conclusion. Rock art serves as a historical chronicle etched upon cliffs, typically documenting significant events of the past, primarily focusing on royal life. In contrast, Rock art leans towards the expressions of ordinary people who, through this rudimentary form, inscribe their sentiments upon the stone walls. The technique is rather coarse and lacks the finesse of murals, rendering it less aesthetically pleasing. However, it possesses an air of mystery. The rock art consists of abstract symbols formed by geometric shapes, which convey certain thoughts or record specific events. Among the myriad symbols, some are relatively straightforward to interpret, such as the sun symbol, handprints, and footprints. Yet, others bear an inextricable connection to religion. One such design appeared peculiar, seemingly unrelated to Buddhism or Taoism. At that moment, the rock art was maximally enlarged, and Tang San Cheng pondered for a considerable time before stating, "It does not belong to Buddhist or Taoist traditions. This pattern resembles a totem from a certain tribe." Fuyu, what is your perspective? There are indeed similarities within the shamanic motifs. Fuyu responded, during the Qin dynasty. In some remote areas, shamans would employ similar designs during their annual rituals. The inverted triangle appears to feature two circular elements, which upon closer inspection, vaguely resemble an abstract depiction of a bull's head, strikingly akin to this pattern. In the center of the triangle, it seems there may be additional content. Yet it is regrettably unclear. Bai Yi suggested, let us examine other areas. The probe shifted direction as Bu Yifan remarked. This appears to be a long corridor, extending seemingly without end. Indeed, replied Bai Yi, increasingly intrigued. I wonder where this passage leads. Constructing a corridor beneath a lake is an inherently clandestine endeavor. The map left by Hong Nyangzi directs us here. Could this place be her creation? Yet, that seems improbable. For the scale of the underwater construction necessitates a tremendous amount of manpower and resources. She only possesses the strength of the rebel forces. If she were solely responsible for its construction, it would surely have drawn the attention of figures like Chuang Wang. It is also possible that ordinary laborers were hired, suggested Shen Bing. If one has sufficient funds, it can be accomplished, can't it? No, based on the rock art. It does not seem like the work of Hong Nyangzi, Fuyu interjected. The rock art imparts an ancient aura. Shall we continue to explore if it can extend further? Bai Yi inquired. No more than a meter, responded Bu Yifan. As he spoke, he instructed the probe to extend another meter forward. Upon reaching that point, the little fox exclaimed, "There are corpses." The little fox was not mistaken. As the probe lengthened, several bodies were revealed lying haphazardly ahead in the corridor, entangled together. Their faces obscured. Judging by their physiques, they appeared to be all male. The area where these corpses lay seemed to lead to an opening, and the scene ended there. Song Yang remarked, "It is merely a passage inside. The problem lies in that once we detonate it, water will undoubtedly surge in, potentially flooding the area. Although we have diving suits, it would be best to block that opening. I shall create a hole sufficient for only one person to pass through." This indeed, Bu Yiban remarked, "It's simple. We have waterproof adhesive. If the requirement is not too extensive, it can certainly serve its purpose. I will fetch it." Bu Yifan was quite intrigued by Song Yang, who confidently asserted his ability to create a hole of a specified size. They were eager to witness whether this seemingly youthful lad possessed the requisite skill. Having completed the reconnaissance, Song Yang promptly commenced his task. He carefully wrapped the explosives in oil paper and proceeded cautiously downward. Compared to terrestrial detonations, underwater explosions demand a higher standard for explosive materials, which must retain their efficacy even after being submerged. Underwater detonations not only generate explosive vibrations, but also impact shocks and ground tremors, along with water shock waves and surges, thus posing greater safety risks. Ideally, for optimal results, the explosives should be buried underwater for several days. However, time was of the essence. While donning his diving suit, Song Yang instructed, "Observe any changes on the water's surface. Pull the rope at my waist immediately to bring me back to shore, understood?" His expression had never been so grave. Bai Yi and Tang San nodded earnestly, assuring him, "Rest assured." Song Yang donned the diving suit and secured a lengthy rope to his body before taking the bundle of explosives into the water. The others could not see the underwater activities and could only hold their breath, watching for changes on the surface. Approximately 15 minutes later, ripples began to form on the water's surface, causing Tang San's heart to race. "Is it time? How does it sound?" Bai Yi's throat tightened as he gulped audibly. "Listen closely." Tang San perked up his ears, even closing his eyes. The sounds of water began to shift. Song Yang was making his move. He suddenly opened his eyes. "Now? Pull." Chapter 838. The circle. Everyone tugged on the rope, and the lake's surface resembled a yacht gliding through, creating a cascade of water splashes. Under the force of the pull, Song Yang swiftly swam towards the shore. He moved so rapidly that his leg grazed a rock. Fortunately, the quality of the diving suit held up, and he sustained no injuries. As his head breached the water's surface, a resounding bang echoed from below, and water erupted like a rocket, shooting skyward before crashing down, showering countless droplets upon those standing on the shore. Song Yang was no exception, as he was directly doused by the spray. As the commotion subsided, Tang San and Chi Xia hurriedly assisted Song Yang to the shore. His waist and legs had grown weak, and he immediately reclined on the ground, gasping heavily, unable to utter a word for a while. Tang San crouched down. "Are you all right?" "I'm fine." Song Yang gestured toward his diving suit, signaling for them to help him out of it, as it was constricting and making it difficult to breathe. Tang San and Chi Xia fumbled to assist him in removing the suit, while the others started a fire. The wind was brisk, and the temperature in the mountains was frigid. As Song Yang emerged from the water and shed the diving suit, he began to shiver uncontrollably. "I'm freezing. Damn, this is deadly. Thankfully, you pulled me out quickly." Now able to speak, it seemed he had regained his strength. Shinbing chuckled. "Goodness. What would we have told Xiao Hu if something had gone awry underwater? When she becomes angry, we might as well cease to exist." "Curse you, heartless one," Song Yang remarked. "I have already lost half my life. Yet alas, even if you act now, you cannot seal that gap. Water will still flow through the passage. Who knows what negative consequences may arise? You are aware that when water rushes in, a plethora of chaotic things could emerge, and merely contemplating it sends chills down my spine." Everyone grasped his meaning, and Liang Chun asked curiously, "What sort of chaotic things might there be?" "That, I fear, we shall only discover once we descend. Different locations yield different outcomes," Bai Yi responded. "Are you both certain you wish to accompany us? If there is even a 1% chance that our mother is inside, we must go down," Liang Chun declared resolutely. By this time, it was already noon, the optimal moment to enter the water. Bai Yi said, "Song Yang, you should not descend. We will scout ahead first. Liang Chun, you too. Let us clarify the route before proceeding." "No, we cannot wait any longer," Mei Jing insisted. "We do not wish to linger on the shore for another moment." Chi Xia, sensing their urgency, replied, "Very well, this will save us time." The Bu brothers clamored to join the descent, claiming they needed to protect Liang Chun and Mei Jing. However, this goodwill did not bring joy to them. Liang Chun retorted, "If you go down, what will happen to little Fox? He is so small. Must he also enter the water?" Xiao Shan and Song Yang also refrained from entering, remaining on the shore to provide support. Consequently, the ones descending into the water were the Liang Chun and Mei Jing sisters, Tang San Cheng, Bai Yi, Fu Yu, Shinbing, and Chi Xia, 7 individuals in total. All geared up, with Bai Yi and Chi Xia leading the charge. Notably, this marked the first time there were 4 women in the group. However, they would not underestimate them, as they were certainly stronger than Tang San Cheng. Liang Chun and Mei Jing, being natives of the river, possessed exceptional swimming skills. Having grown up in such an environment, though they had not undergone professional diving training, their innate talent shone through. Clad in snug diving suits, they swiftly glided past Bai Yi and Chi Xia. Their uncontrollable enthusiasm caused Bai Yi a bit of a headache, prompting him to chase after them and insist that they remain behind him, forbidding them from venturing ahead. The entrance to the tunnel soon came into view, and true to Song Yang's word, the blasted opening was perfectly sized. Chi Xia was the first to squeeze through, but a force seemed to push him back out. The water inside created a slight backflow. Fortunately, the current was not strong, and the resistance was minimal. Chi Xia managed to enter the passage successfully and assisted the others in following suit. Upon finally arriving in the passage, Fu Yu's attention was captivated by the rock paintings on the walls. She swam over, directing her headlamp at them, scrutinizing the shapes. The more she observed, the more they resembled the totem patterns of the Qin dynasty. What intrigued her even more was the arrangement of these patterns. They were orderly, ultimately forming a circle. Bai Yi gently nudged Fu Yu, who quickly realized that everyone was waiting for him and promptly followed suit. The passage was entirely submerged in water. Yet the rock paintings remained impervious to the flood, as they were meticulously carved into the stone. Fu Yu was particularly fixated on a circular motif, resolutely deciding to return for a closer examination. Chi Xia swam over to the nearby corpses. With the influx of water, the bodies, which were already in disarray, began to float. The ground had been damp, and being at the bottom of a lake, the corpses had long since decayed beyond recognition. Now, as the water surged, putrid flesh detached from the skeletal remains, floating ominously, posing the risk of contact. Shen Bing detested such scenarios, muttering to herself as she cautiously maneuvered to avoid the grotesque debris. Tang San, however, was indifferent. He found it curious that while the flesh had decomposed, the clothing remained intact. He pointed to the garments, prompting Bai Yi to inspect them closely. Upon closer scrutiny, he discovered that these were not modern attires. Their style dated back to the Ming and Qing dynasties. This revelation filled Bai Yi with exhilaration. The late Ming and early Qing periods were at least contemporaneous with the famed Hongniangzi. As for the decayed flesh juxtaposed with intact clothing, Bai Yi could not fathom the reasoning behind it. Qi Xian moved forward to ascertain the cause of death, noting the darkened hyoid bones, indicating that the individuals had been poisoned, likely through ingestion. Liang Chun and Mei Jing approached, but unfortunately, their oxygen masks prevented them from inquiring further. It was their first encounter with deceased bodies, and the pungent odor overwhelmed them, prompting a shared glance before they instinctively retreated. The oral poisoning suggested either suicide or foul play. The circumstances warranted further investigation. Bai Yi gestured ahead, urging the group to proceed and explore further. The stone passage measured approximately 60 meters in length, a distance Bai Yi recognized as exceeding the lake's boundaries. The 7 of them advanced intermittently until they reached the passage's terminus, where the water flow had diminished. At the end, a large rock painting awaited, identical to the previous one they had observed. The stone door was tightly sealed. Bai Yi pushed against it, but it did not budge. Fortunately, the water had not encroached this far, and Shen Bing, unable to endure the suffocating atmosphere, removed her oxygen mask. "No problem. The air quality here is acceptable," she declared. With Shen Bing's experiment, the others felt reassured enough to remove their masks as well. The water level reached their calves, and Bai Yi remarked, strangely, "The water hasn't flooded this area. Could it be due to the topography? Look ahead. The water is deeper there, but here it gradually shallows out. It seems this passage ascends. How do we open this door?" Tang San had already begun searching for a mechanism. The stone surface was remarkably smooth, lacking any protrusions or indentations. However, his gaze soon shifted to the ground, and he chuckled. Another classic trick. It must be human ingenuity. After pondering, these are likely the methods at play. This is yet another mechanism crafted to exploit human perceptual habits. The secret lies upon the ground, where 2 stones are misaligned. Taking a deep breath, Tang San pressed down on the protruding stone, causing the stone door to open, revealing yet another passage. A pungent odor surged into his nostrils. 7 Evil acted swiftly, pulling Tang San aside, exclaiming, "Step back." Everyone instinctively covered their heads, mimicking 7 Evil's posture against the wall. As a shadow leapt forth from the doorway, sprouting wings. As it emerged, it expelled a liquid from its mouth, which, upon contact with the ground, produced a billowing white smoke. "What on earth is this?" Liang Chun and Mei Jing were so startled that their faces turned pale. The moment they attempted to move, they were restrained by Shen Bing and Fu Yu, who cautioned, "Do not move. Some creatures are more intrigued by motion." The sisters, trembling, huddled close, too frightened to stir. 7 Evil reacted the fastest. This unknown creature exhibited a fierce aggression that required immediate response, lest they miss their chance. He drew a concealed weapon, aimed at the creature, and triggered the mechanism, launching a silver needle. It was unclear where the needle struck, but its venom was unparalleled, and with a thud, the creature collapsed, allowing everyone a clearer view of its form. It resembled an eagle, but was considerably smaller and tailless, with a disproportionately large head crowned in a reddish hue. This creature was unfamiliar to them. The corrosive liquid it expelled from its beak was the cause of the white smoke that rose upon contact with the ground. Now lying motionless, Bai Yi cautiously approached and prodded it with a stone. As the creature flipped onto its back, revealing a distended belly, Bai Yi drew a knife, poised to slice it open. "Be careful. The liquid inside may be toxic," Fu Yu warned. "I understand." Bai Yi signaled for the others to step back, and with a swift motion, he plunged the knife in. As he recoiled, the creature's belly erupted, spewing forth a dark green fluid. Though Bai Yi managed to evade most of it, some splattered onto his foot, burning a hole in his shoe. "How potent!" Tang San exclaimed. "What a ghastly creature. There are many bizarre organisms here, all unknown," Bai Yi remarked. "I wonder if it is the only one or if there are more lurking about. We must proceed with caution." Let us venture further. Liang Chun and Mei Jing exchanged glances at the fallen bird, eagerly following behind Fu Yu. Wait for us. Wait for us. Chapter 839. The Xianbei Beast. It is so dark here. As they stepped through the stone door, Liang Chun and Mei Jing pressed closely together. The sisters were not afraid of the dark. Rather, they were apprehensive about the potential emergence of something unexpected from the shadows. Their throats felt parched with tension. Behind them, Shen Bing and Fu Yu gently urged them forward. Do not fear. Follow the rhythm of those in front. If anything goes awry, they will halt. And you can retreat accordingly. Understand? Understood. Liang Chun and Mei Jing replied in unison, their rapid speech betraying their anxiety. It is clear that we are not beneath a lake. However, to ascertain our location, we may need to dig upward and investigate. Bai Yi stated, clarifying this will be advantageous for us. Shen Bing. After a prolonged period of inactivity, Shen Bing remarked, leave it to me. She retrieved her excavation tools and perched herself upon Qi Xie's shoulder, just managing to reach the summit. The stones above were exceedingly hard. Shen Bing first identified the junction point and chiseled out a notch, which proved to be the most challenging step. She then swiftly set to work. Qi Xie, keeping his head bowed and eyes closed to prevent dust from entering, supported Shen Bing with unwavering stability. Tang San Cheng, assisted by Bai Yi, climbed up to join Shen Bing in the excavation. Above the stone ceiling lay a layer of moist earth, which was considerably easier to dig through. Their combined efforts hastened their progress significantly. Cautiously navigating through the soil, Shen Bing was the first to poke her head out. The sunlight outside was so bright that it momentarily blinded her. Had they truly been submerged for an entire night? As Shen Bing pondered this, the light abruptly vanished, causing her heart to race as she called out, Tang San Cheng. Struggling, Tang San Cheng emerged from the earth, exclaiming, how strange. How long have we been digging? How are we already at the surface? At that moment, they found themselves atop the rocky summit, with Bai Yi shouting from below, what is it like up there? Strangely enough, there is another burial chamber here, Shen Bing mused, still curious about the fleeting light. Would you like to come up and take a look? Be careful. We are coming up right away, Bai Yi replied. Tang San Cheng and Xiao Bing lowered a rope, and one by one, everyone climbed up. They soon discovered that the rocky layer concealed a hollow space above. Just then, the light reappeared, blinding them momentarily. Shen Bing remarked, this light emerged as soon as I broke through here, but it vanished shortly after. As her words fell, the light indeed disappeared, leaving only the glow of their headlamps. Bai Yi said, that light appears to be mobile. When it reappears, we must ascertain its nature and whether it poses any threat to us. Qi Xie illuminated the area with his flashlight. This burial chamber connects with the passage below. I wonder if there is any relation between the two. On the walls hung small, square stone boxes, firmly affixed to the earth above, showing no signs of sliding down, as if they were adhered with a powerful adhesive. There were a total of 16 stone boxes, all at the same height on the wall. Suddenly, Mei Jing exclaimed, ouch, that hurts. It turned out she had kicked a stone, half of which was exposed while the other half remained buried. Liang Chun rushed over to assess Mei Jing's injury, asking, are you all right? It hurts. My toe feels like it's about to fall off, Mei Jing grimaced. This stone is so hard, and why is half of it buried? Liang Chun observed, look, it resembles a stone horse. Indeed, she replied, noticing the part resembling a horse's ear atop the stone, and the entire head bore the likeness of a horse. A horse? Bai Yi suggested, let's dig beneath the soil and see what it truly is. Shen Bing and Tang San Cheng were already exhausted, so it was left to Bai Yi and the others to excavate. Once the soil was cleared, the statue was fully revealed. Liang Chun and Mei Jing exchanged glances before Liang Chun remarked, how peculiar. The upper part distinctly resembles a horse, yet the lower half resembles a lion. What could this possibly be? It is a Xianbei beast, Bai Yi remarked. This place appears to be a burial chamber of the Xianbei people. It's not surprising to find remnants of the Xianbei here. Qi Xie interjected. However, the 16 stone coffins on the wall seem peculiar. They do not resemble ordinary coffins. Could they be infant coffins? Wait a moment. What exactly is this Xianbei beast? Liang Chun Mei Jing curiously inquired. What are the Xianbei people? According to legend, the ancestors of the Xianbei were the youngest sons of the Yellow Emperor, who were infeft in the distant northern lands and established their tribe called Donghu in a region known as the Purple Dream Wilderness. During the Qin dynasty, the Donghu were defeated by the flourishing Xiongnu and retreated to the vicinity of the Great Xianbei Mountains, thus adopting the name Xianbei. Bai Yi commented, "This is not of great importance. What piques my interest is the origin of this Xianbei beast, which remains somewhat enigmatic. After 5 generations of the Xianbei clan, the then Emperor Xian resolved to migrate southward to Days, a swampy area abundant with lakes. He plotted to continue the southward migration. However, before he could execute this plan, he passed away. By the time of the 7th Emperor, Tuoba, a sage advised that this desolate and remote location was unsuitable for establishing a capital and that they should persist in their migration. At this juncture, Emperor Lin, aged and frail, was unable to lead the people in this grand undertaking, and thus he entrusted the throne to his son, Ji Fun, who was known as the Holy Martial Emperor, commanding him to lead the migration southward. During this arduous journey, the Holy Martial Emperor Ji Fun encountered numerous trials. As Bai Yi spoke, he observed the earth on the wall, which was unusually soft. How curious it is that such loose soil can support stone coffins, he pondered. What's wrong? Please continue, Liang Chun Mei Jing urged, finding the situation amusing. The valley was deep and fraught with peril, and just as they contemplated halting their advance, a divine beast resembling a horse and emitting a bovine sound appeared, guiding the migrating group. Under the guidance of this beast, they emerged from their predicament after a year, reaching the lands formerly inhabited by the Xiongnu. The Tuoba people revered this divine beast as the Xianbei beast, worshipping it as a harbinger of fortune and happiness for their people, in gratitude for its guidance, vowing to remember it eternally. Bai Yi acknowledged, yet, the origins of this Xianbei beast remain unknown. Inside these stone coffins, one wonders what lies concealed. If Song Yang were present, he would have eagerly opened these stone boxes. As Xin Bing approached one of the coffins, a round, glowing orb rolled out from beneath the Xianbei beast's feet, heading straight for Xin Bing. Caught off guard, she attempted to evade it, but was too late. Liang Chun Mei Jing exclaimed, "Heavens!" The luminous orb collided with Xin Bing's foot. However, she felt no pain. As it passed directly through her foot, startled and pale, Xin Bing was unnerved. It would have been preferable if it had struck her as a solid object. But this bizarre occurrence was even more alarming. The others were equally stunned, frozen in place. The glowing orb traversed through Xin Bing's foot and vanished into the earth. Its light dissipating. "Are you all right?" Tang San Cheng, drenched in sweat, inquired. "Did you sustain any injuries?" "No, I felt nothing as it passed through me," Xin Bing replied. "Tang San Cheng, did you hear the sound of it rolling?" She suddenly grasped his wrist, her voice urgent with curiosity. Tang San was taken aback. "No, you did not hear any sound, yet the speed at which that luminous orb rolled suggests it must have produced some noise." Bai Yi remarked, "There is but one possibility. It is an illusion. This place is indeed peculiar. That orb emerged from the Xianbei beast. Could it be that this beast possesses extraordinary powers?" Fu Yu approached the Xianbei beast. It has no eyes. Just as she was about to reach out and touch it, another luminous orb rolled out from beneath the beast's feet. Drawing upon Xin Bing's experience, Fu Yu calmly observed the orb as it passed through her feet. "Are there 2 luminous orbs?" "They are seals." Tang San finally grasped the situation. This Xianbei beast was a sealed force, and these 2 luminous orbs represented its eyes, the very essence of its power. They were now lost and disoriented, unable to find their rightful place, which explained their erratic movements. Being the embodiment of power, they lacked a physical form. "Sealed?" Xin Bing inquired. "Wasn't its power revered by the Xianbei people? How could it be sealed here?" "Every force has its dual nature," Tang San replied. "When a force becomes potent enough to pose a danger, do you not think those in power might waver? Water can both support and capsize a boat. Of course, this is merely my conjecture. This place appears to be a mere interlude, unrelated to the passage below. The pressing question is whether we should open the 16 stone coffins on the wall." The group exchanged glances, and after a moment, Liang Chun Meijing spoke, "In truth, if this force is sealed, there must be a reason behind it. Without understanding the full context, we cannot recklessly open them, as we cannot foresee the consequences. I believe it is more urgent to find our mother. Let us depart swiftly." Liang Chun Meijing articulated her thoughts, as they were eager to ascertain whether Li Ying was indeed present and what connection this place had to their family. Tang San concurred, pointing to the 16 stone coffins on the wall. "The arrangement of these coffins is remarkably intricate. There must be some hidden significance. The contents are likely protective substances like cinnabar. We can infer a lot without needing to open them. If that is the case, we should not linger here, but rather proceed onward," Bai Yi suggested. Song Yang and the others must be anxiously waiting above. Incorrect. We must ascend, not advance. Liang Chun Meijing playfully corrected. Indeed, we ascend, Shin Bing said, somewhat exasperated. It seems I have more work ahead of me, but the soil here is quite loose. Digging should be swift. Come on, Tang San. Chapter 840. Fishblood. Shin Bing and Tang San worked diligently, excavating upward until they finally broke through to the surface. Based on Shin Bing's estimation, they had dug at least 30 meters upward before returning to the ground. She felt fortunate to have randomly chosen a point to dig. Luck was on their side, as they did not encounter any rocky obstacles. Or else their efforts would have been in vain. Returning to the ground, Bai Yi promptly retrieved the map for comparison and established contact with the Bu brothers. He transmitted photographs of the surrounding environment, which the Bu brothers meticulously analyzed, ultimately confirming that they had unexpectedly arrived in the Helan Mountains, near the 108 towers, likely on the rear side. Such a coincidence weighed heavily on Fu Yu's heart. Seizing the opportunity during a brief respite, Fu Yu beckoned Tang San Cheng aside. Tang San Cheng, do you recall those patterns? He inquired. I remember, replied Tang San Cheng. Fu Yu, are you suspecting something? These patterns bear a striking resemblance to the totems of certain witch clans. However, what intrigues me more is that they form a circle, which may hold a deeper significance. This circle evokes thoughts of reincarnation. To be precise, it symbolizes the cycle of life, Fu Yu remarked. Indeed, the circle and reincarnation are inextricably linked. Tang San Cheng mused. It serves as both the beginning and the end. Is not each person's life a cycle? For instance, for Xiao Ning and Lei Zi, their demise marked the end of their existence, yet also heralded the dawn of Shin Bing and Song Yang. But Fu Yu, what exactly are you pondering? Hearing this, Fu Yu's conviction only deepened. Might the origins of Hong Yangzi also be tied to reincarnation? Tang San Cheng was taken aback. Earlier, they had discussed Lu Jinding's reincarnation as Mu Guiying. If indeed everything is a cycle, then who would Mu Guiying's next incarnation be? As generations passed, could it be? Tang San Cheng's pupils dilated momentarily before returning to normal. He sighed. Fu Yu, just tell me. Is it because the auspicious time and beautiful scenery lie ahead? If there truly exists the concept of reincarnation, then in this generation of auspicious times and beautiful scenery, it is impossible for them to. That is why I am questioning my own thoughts, Fu Yu responded. San Cheng, you truly grasp my perspective. Lu Jinding's reincarnation into Mu Guiying suggests that Mu Guiying could also be reborn as another female hero. Whether it be Hong Yangzi, Lu Jinding, or Mu Guiying, they all embody the spirit of female heroes. It is entirely plausible that Hong Yangzi represents their reincarnation, including the auspicious time and beautiful scenery. We have always believed that they possess a certain chivalrous essence, have we not? Thus, their souls may indeed bear an imprint, passed down through generations, akin to Song Yang and Shin Bing. I understand. For now, it is merely speculation, Tang San Cheng conceded. At that moment, the auspicious time and beautiful scenery drifted closer. Almost ethereal. What are you two discussing? She inquired. Nothing of consequence, Fu Yu smiled. Have you both rested well? We were never fatigued, Liang Chun interjected. Bai Gu just mentioned that we should remain here to await the others, relocating the camp to this more concealed area. Therefore, we have the entire night to rest. Indeed, it is now nighttime. The sky is shrouded in gloom, devoid of any glimmering stars. Everyone leans against the stones, consuming their rations, awaiting the arrival of others. Tang San Cheng is preoccupied with the words of Fu Yu, pondering that the cycle gu can only be utilized after Fu Yu absorbs the spirit of the Qing Yuan. This implies that the number of individuals capable of wielding the cycle gu is exceedingly limited. The Qing Yuan is already the most accomplished shaman of the Qin era, and in Fu Yu's recollections, she has never employed the cycle gu on anyone. If Fu Yu's hypothesis holds true, then there must exist others with abilities that rival, or perhaps even surpass, those of the Qing Yuan. Since earlier, the two of you have been whispering in the shadows. What are you discussing? Bai Yi and Qi Xie simultaneously settled beside Tang San Cheng. Qi Xie remarked, it is likely not that you are concealing something from us, but rather that the splendid scenery has captivated you? Indeed. Tang San Cheng observed that the splendid scenery was currently enticing Shin Bing and Fu Yu to take a stroll nearby. He quickly relayed Fu Yu's conjecture. There is no evidence yet, merely speculation. If the splendid scenery were to learn of this, it would undoubtedly complicate their thoughts further. Their emotional burden is already considerable, We do not wish to add to their stress. If the hypothesis is valid, then wouldn't the splendid scenery also possess the cycle goo? Bai Yi and Xia exchanged glances, and Bai Yi remarked, I did not anticipate that the situation would grow increasingly intricate. It matters not, Xia replied. Since we are here, we shall make the best of it. We have deciphered the map, arrived at this location, and contemplated these possibilities. What remains will unfold naturally. The Bu brothers received word and, while grumbling, made their way here, using the location from Bai Yi's phone to pinpoint their destination accurately. However, burdened with numerous items, they were nearly exhausted. Upon their arrival, they collapsed onto the ground, lamenting loudly. Among this group, Xiao Hu was the most carefree. Upon seeing Fu Yu and Bai Yi again, he joyfully rushed forward, exclaiming, Baba, Mama, little one. Bai Yi affectionately patted his head. Did you cause any trouble for everyone? Xiao Hu stuck out his tongue. Noticing his demeanor, Xin Bing remarked, It is impossible that he didn't cause any trouble. Xiao Shan, tell us, what mischief did Xiao Hu engage in? Xiao Shan hesitated. Finding it difficult to articulate, he merely ate a few live fish, freshly caught from the lake. Fu Yu's expression darkened. Eating them raw is the gravest taboo for Xiao Hu as he cultivates the heavenly path. This could awaken Xiao Shan's latent desire for human flesh. They have always been vigilant in monitoring Xiao Hu, and Xiao Shan was acutely aware of this. Hence, when he spoke, he was already apprehensive. Now, witnessing the expressions on Fu Yu and Bai Yi's faces, Xiao Shan felt an increasing sense of guilt. At the time, we were not attentive. By the time I noticed, he had already swallowed them. Did he also drink the blood? Tang San Cheng's tone grew severe. There was blood at his mouth. Whether he swallowed it, I cannot say. Xiao Shan's voice trembled. This, I fear, must be inquired of Xiao Hu himself. Tang San Cheng approached Xiao Hu. Xiao Hu, tell your master. Did you drink the fish's blood? Xiao Hu appeared startled, turning to Fu Yu. Mama. Fu Yu embraced him. Xiao Hu, you must be honest. Your master seeks your well-being. Do you understand? I took a bite and found it delectable. The little fox appeared somewhat distressed, lamenting, the blood flowed into my mouth by itself. Truly, it did. Xin Bing muttered something under his breath. Well then, Tang San said, feeling a tad disheartened, after enduring for so long. I wouldn't want all my efforts to be in vain because of this fish blood. He pulled the little fox closer and admonished, there won't be a next time. Understand? The little fox immediately covered its mouth, shaking its head repeatedly. I won't dare again. I truly want tea. The brothers of the Bu family expressed their curiosity. How could this little creature dare to eat raw things? Let us not discuss this topic any further, Bai Yi interjected. Have you not noticed that it is getting progressively chillier? We should quickly set up the tent and go to sleep. Without further ado, everyone promptly got to work erecting the tent and crawling into their sleeping bags. As the warmth enveloped him, Tang San began to drift into slumber, casting aside all thoughts. When he next opened his eyes, a tantalizing aroma wafted through the air, making his stomach grumble audibly. He emerged from his sleeping bag to discover a pot of bubbling fish soup. Wow, why didn't you call me when there was something delicious? Tang San nearly tumbled over in his haste to get closer. Xia handed him a bowl, and after finishing it, Tang San curiously inquired, strange. Where did this fish come from? Xia pointed ahead and explained, last night, I didn't notice in the dark, but upon waking this morning, I discovered a small pond nearby filled with fish. Given the weather, they weren't in the water for warmth and were just swimming on the surface. I caught a few to bring back. I had exhausted quite a bit of energy yesterday, and relying solely on dry rations wasn't sufficient. Something warm is much better. Tang San's expression shifted upon hearing this. Xia reassured him, rest assured, these are not some mysterious fish. They are quite common and safe to eat. With that, Tang San felt at ease and extended his bowl. Another serving, please. The little fox had been listless all day. The reprimand from last night weighed heavily on him, rendering him immobile. Song Yang remarked, this little fellow has quite the personality. By the way, I can join you all in descending today. Indeed, it would be quite difficult without your keen sense, Bai Yi replied. Now we know that the passage beneath the lake connects directly to Helan Mountain. Today, we shall continue and uncover where it ultimately leads. However, throughout our journey, aside from discovering those corpses from the late Ming and early Qing dynasties, we have yet to find any clues related to Hong Yangzi or Liang. Song Yang dismissed it, saying, perhaps they have a more convenient way to enter. They might even fly to their destination. Bai Yi raised his hand, holding it aloft for a moment before lowering it, vigorously patting Song Yang on the shoulder. Your return was indeed timely. What is the matter? Song Yang asked, puzzled. Qi Xie, join me as we descend. Let us see if there are any secrets left in the passage, Bai Yi instructed, leading Qi Xie into the cave. Before descending, he smiled at Song Yang. Let us see if we can fly across. What nonsense is this? Song Yang mumbled, while Shen Bing remarked, how foolish. Bai Yi and the others want to determine whether we have been taking a convoluted route or if there is a more direct passage. Ah, that makes sense. Song Yang concluded, finishing the soup in his bowl. But where would we find such good fortune? Song Yang has always been rather pessimistic, yet vexingly. He indeed possesses the gift of a jinx. Bai Yi and Qi Xie descended once more to conduct a thorough inspection, only to discover nothing of consequence. Thus, the group resolved to proceed methodically from their original location. Chapter 841. The Whisper of the Wind. It had been quite some time since Song Yang last ventured into the subterranean realm, and his return filled him with exhilaration. To descend, they had to traverse the tomb chamber inhabited by the Xinbei beasts. As expected, Song Yang was eager to pry open the stone coffins, but fortunately, Qi Xie restrained him, reminding him that it was prudent to refrain from unnecessary distractions and focus on the task at hand. Alas, the 16 coffins weighed heavily on Song Yang's heart, but he was hastily nudged by Qi Xie, urging him to descend. As they descended along the rope into the passage, Song Yang's nose twitched at an odd scent. Remarking on how peculiar it was, and expressing disbelief at how his companions had endured it. Less chatter, Bai Yi interjected. Aware that Song Yang was overly excited and prone to verbosity, he felt compelled to urge him onward. The most thrilling parts surely lie ahead. Upon returning to the passage, they continued forward, and the voices of the Bu brothers echoed back to them. In this splendid moment, you must relish it. Despite the considerable depth beneath the earth, their voices resonated with clarity, likely amplified by some means. Though Liang Chun and Mei Jing heard them, they lowered their heads in feigned ignorance. Song Yang pointed upward, then at the two sisters, inquiring, what was that? Were they confessing just now? Shen Bing delivered a gentle elbow to Song Yang, admonishing him to refrain from idle chatter and to focus on their serious endeavors. The 8-member team pressed onward through the passage, which gradually ascended in a serpentine manner. Initially, the incline was scarcely perceptible, but soon everyone felt an increasing exertion required for their steps. Tang San Cheng sensed sweat trickling down his back, disrupting his breath, prompting Qi Xie to inquire with concern, are you all right? This passage has been climbing for quite some time. Tang San Cheng panted. How long have we been walking? About an hour, Bai Yi replied, peering ahead, unable to discern the passage's end. Liang Chun and Mei Jing, who had remained silent until now, remarked, this somewhat resembles a game we played in our childhood. I recall Uncle Gao constructing an invisible ladder for us. It appeared to be a flat path, yet it spiraled upward, eventually exhausting us. Whenever we misbehaved, Uncle Gao would make us climb that ladder. I feel this passage is akin to that. It seems level to the eye, yet it subtly inclines, gradually transforming into a flat ladder. Liang Chun and Mei Jing struggled to articulate the physics behind it. Yet they illustrated their point through personal experience. Only the minutest of changes could elude their naked eye. Tang San Cheng halted, placing his hand against the stone wall and pressing his ear to it. He heard the wind howling past, the faint rustling of grass, and the sound of loose stones sliding in the breeze. Synthesizing this information, he declared, we must be atop a mountain. Let us take a look outside, Bai Yi suggested. No sooner had he spoken than Shen Bing's expression fell. The task of tunneling seemed interminable. Resigned, she retrieved her tools, ready to commence. But Tang San Cheng waved his hand, no need to rush. Tang San Cheng discerned something peculiar. His fingers rhythmically tapped against the stone wall. With a sudden flourish, he extracted a thin stone shard, exclaiming with excitement, look, these fragments are remarkably thin and arranged in a systematic manner. It turned out that several stone pieces were nestled within the crevices of the stone wall, meticulously polished to a delicate thinness, perfectly conforming to the contours of the rock. Their coloration mirrored that of the wall's intricate patterns, rendering them nearly invisible to the untrained eye. As Tang San Cheng withdrew one piece, the wall remained unchanged. However, when Shen Bing, driven by curiosity, pulled out another shard, a sudden whoosh resonated, causing the central section of the wall to part, revealing a small, rectangular aperture. Shen Bing was momentarily taken aback, exclaiming, what is happening? Observing this, Bai Yi approached and randomly extracted another stone, which similarly revealed yet another small opening, akin to a tiny window set within a passageway. Liang Chun and Mei Jing, filled with excitement, eagerly exclaimed, "We want to try too." The two sisters each extracted a shard, but only managed to open a singular small stone window. Fu Yu and Xin Bing had remained still until now, and it became evident that the extraction of these stone pieces adhered to a specific pattern. Only the odd-numbered stones could be removed from the right for the windows to open. The air within became notably fresher. Tang San Cheng peered through the small window, his expression shifting dramatically. "We are inside the 108 tower." He quickly exchanged a knowing glance with Fu Yu. Both had developed an unspoken understanding, as their conjectures about reincarnation seemed to be unfolding into reality. The map left by the descendants of the Red Bride had led them to the 108 tower, completing the circle formed by the totems. As the small window opened, a gust of wind rushed in, accompanied by a haunting sound that seemed to echo from the depths of antiquity. Initially low in pitch, the sound crescendoed into a thunderous gallop, causing the passage to tremble. Bai Yi's countenance paled. "We must return the stone pieces immediately." The forceful wind rendered them unable to maintain their balance. Qi Xie struggled to stabilize himself amidst the gale, exerting all his strength to replace the stones. Just as he neared the wall, a sudden crash echoed ahead. The wind's ferocity diminished, transforming into a gentle murmur, and gradually, tranquility returned. Qi Xie, startled by this change, forgot to replace the stones, while Liang Chun and Mei Jing had already leaped forward, hand in hand, into the newfound space. "Liang Chun, Mei Jing, do be cautious." Xin Bing gasped, hastily pursuing them. The two girls suddenly halted, standing motionless with peculiar expressions on their faces. Xin Bing cautiously poked them on the back. "What's wrong? Have you seen a ghost?" Before them, the passage had opened up entirely. Two stone doors stood ajar, illuminating the space within, revealing a row of red coffins directly facing the three girls. Coffins, also known as longevity coffins, are empty receptacles that hold the deceased, typically used in funerals. A coffin containing a body is referred to as a spiritual casket. Since ancient times, humanity has been left with an indelible theorem regarding its mortality, while death is irreversible. The spirit ascends to the heavens. This notion, albeit rooted in superstition, can be interpreted through a scientific lens as a manifestation of human desire. Although one cannot return from death, the essence of an individual persists in the hearts of others. To articulate this profound sentiment, people have historically interred their deceased, providing a final resting place. In hopes of ensuring a more favorable afterlife, lavish coffins are prepared. However, in this moment of exquisite beauty, the sight of the red coffins evokes a sense of mortality in the onlookers. The two women instinctively grasp each other's hands, drawing close together. Xin Bing remarks, "What is there to fear? We must enter to discern the truth." As others approach, Tang San Cheng comments while walking, "I never imagined the key to this grand door would be the whispering wind. The physical power of the wind is astonishing, yet those employing such a method are even more remarkable." Bai Yi strides over to the two women, stating, "This must be our destination." Liang Chun and Mei Jing, "What are you waiting for?" "We are afraid," they candidly confess. Liang Chun and Mei Jing do not hide their trepidation. "Coffins are for the dead, are they not?" Song Yang chuckles. "That is not entirely accurate. For certain beings, coffins can serve as beds, mere places for slumber, such as for zombies." Xin Bing shoots a disapproving glance at Song Yang, reproaching him for his lack of sensitivity. Bai Yi has now discerned their location. They are within the mountain, with the exterior being the famed 108 towers. Logically, while this mountain may house caves, the soil and weather render them prone to collapse, making such a vast cavern exceedingly rare. Tang San Cheng has already ventured deeper, and seeing someone lead the way, Liang Chun and Mei Jing promptly follow. Inside, there are 24 red coffins, all uniformly arranged, exuding a solemn elegance. Bai Yi observes, the craftsmanship of these coffins is exquisite. Each coffin is adorned with two golden dragons soaring amidst clouds, playfully chasing a pearl. Surrounding the dragons are the weapons of the Eight Immortals, also known as the Dark Eight Immortals, along with ancient zither, paintings, plum, orchid, chrysanthemum, bamboo, peach, pomegranate, and longevity fruits. The surface of the coffins is embellished with motifs of Shoshan and Fuhai. The intricate designs are executed with techniques such as powdering, gilding, and a meticulous blend of pigments. faithfully reflecting the artistic style of ancient Tang San Cheng pottery, rendering the coffins dignified, vibrant, and harmonious. Their lines are graceful and fluid. Mother, Liang Chun and Mei Jing suddenly exclaim, rushing deeper into the chamber, calling out, Mother, we have arrived. Where are you? Are you there? Their voices are filled with longing. Fu Yu observes that although the space is expansive, it is unambiguous. If anyone were present, they would undoubtedly be detected immediately. Aside from the 24 coffins, the only other feature is a colossal totem pole at the far end, inscribed with patterns consistent with those on the rock paintings, ultimately forming a circle. A towering totem pole, accompanied by 24 crimson coffins, constituted the entirety of this place. Now, the last flicker of hope lay within one of these coffins. Suyu, with her keen eyes, noticed that the lid of one coffin was not entirely closed. She pointed to it and remarked, all the other coffins are tightly sealed. Only this one remains ajar. Let us open it and see what lies within. Bai Yi responded, I possess a protective talisman. Allow me to proceed. Stepping forward, he placed his hands on the edge of the coffin lid, and with a mere exertion, it was cast aside, revealing the interior. Bai Yi maintained his grip on the lid, ensuring it did not fall, and peered inside, his expression shifting dramatically. Suyu leaned in, catching sight of the figure within the coffin, and exclaimed, Is this not Li Ying? This name was familiar to all, yet only Suyu and Bai Yi had encountered Li Ying in person and knew her visage. Liang Chun, usually strong, felt tears streaming down her cheeks uncontrollably. Is she truly gone? The body within was not decomposed, but had become a desiccated shell, with all moisture evaporated, flesh stiffened, and blood drained. However, that strikingly handsome face was one Suyu would never forget. She gazed at Li Ying, who lay adorned in a deep crimson outfit, her hair cascading down, resting on her head. Her expression was serene, hands clasped tightly over her chest. Feeling a pang in her heart, Suyu reached out to pry open Li Ying's hand, which was clenched tightly, her nerves already stiffened. With all her might, she managed only to create a small opening, through which something could be discerned, a red silk ribbon. Mei Jing timidly spoke, Liang Chun, where is our red ribbon? Liang Chun wiped her tears and retrieved the ribbon from her pocket, saying, Here it is. This ribbon was a cherished possession of the sisters, always carried with them. The moment it was unveiled, an eerie phenomenon occurred. Liang Chun suddenly lost her grip on the ribbon, as if an unseen force was drawing it away. Observing this, Suyu advised, Liang Chun, perhaps it is best to let go. Relinquishing her hold, the ribbon floated toward Li Ying's hand, which gradually unfurled, merging two ribbons into one. Oh my! Song Yang staggered back, colliding with Shun Bing behind him. Could it be that she has returned from the dead? Although the figure in the coffin was undoubtedly their mother, the uncanny situation rendered the sisters unable to maintain their composure. Liang Chun and Mei Jing huddled together, their faces pressed close, unable to utter a word. Suyu, however, remained unfazed. She had witnessed numerous supernatural occurrences, and given the tranquil appearance of Li Ying, it seemed she had fulfilled some significant purpose. The merging of the ribbons was indeed extraordinary, yet if her hypothesis held true, it must be linked to ancient sorcery, capable of such supernatural feats. Fu Yu reached out to grasp the red silk ribbon, which slipped from Li Ying's hand. As soon as the ribbon was taken, Tang San heard a crackling sound emanating from beneath Li Ying. Upon sharing this observation, Bai Yi looked at Liang Chun Mei Jing and said, We now need to move your mother's remains. Is that acceptable? Liang Chun Mei Jing gazed at her mother's body in the coffin, and a profound sense of familial connection surged within her. Observing the disturbance of her mother's remains, a certain discomfort arose in their hearts. Fu Yu remarked, It seems your mother has orchestrated a scheme, ultimately for your sake. I believe she must have made arrangements to convey her true intentions to us. Isn't that a comforting thought? I trust this is her final wish. Very well, proceed, Liang Chun Mei Jing replied as they turned away in unison. Li Ying's body was as rigid as stone. As Qi Xie and Bai Yi carefully lifted her corpse, a peculiar fragrance wafted from beneath it, prompting Fu Yu to exclaim, This is the soul-reviving incense. What? Bai Yi and Qi Xie gently placed Li Ying's body onto the ground, allowing her to lie in her original posture. Fu Yu explained, After death, there is a night for the return of the soul, commonly referred to as the first 7 days. On the 7th day post-mortem, if the deceased has unresolved matters, the spirit is escorted back by ghostly messengers to meet their loved ones in the realm of the living. Or it may bring along new acquaintances from the underworld to visit the living. Interpretations vary, yet the essence remains the same. In our witch clan, there is also a night for the soul's return after a shaman passes away. On that day, soul-reviving incense must be burned, and the house must be thoroughly cleaned with water in anticipation of the loved one's return. However, the house must be completely sealed. The living are not permitted to intrude, and whatever transpires within remains a mystery. That incense is crafted from a resin secreted by a certain plant, possessing an innate fragrance without the addition of any other scents. I am aware of this, Song Yang interjected. In my childhood, no, rather, in Lazy's childhood, I once heard my master recount a tale about a friend of his who passed away. On the night of the soul's return, he suddenly sensed a presence in his home. Upon waking the next day, he discovered that a cup of pu'er tea he had set by his bedside had been completely consumed. He had locked the door that night, making it impossible for anyone to enter. His master's friend had always relished stealing sips of pu'er. Bai Yi added the red silk ribbon, the map on Liang Chun Mei Jing's back, and Li Ying's eventual appearance here. All these elements signify that Li Ying is far from an ordinary woman. By the way, what about that little pine tree? They should be together. Tang San, remaining silent, had already reached his hand into the hidden compartment beneath the coffin. He extracted a brown paper envelope, trembling as he did so. Bai Yi, Fu Yu, this letter is addressed to you. The envelope bore the inscription to Bai Yi and Fu Yu. It was a letter from 18 years ago, dated in the very year Bai Yi and Fu Yu encountered Li Ying. Fu Yu felt as if she were dreaming. It was as though she had known all along that they would meet again, and that nothing had eluded her watchful eyes. In this beautiful moment, Li Ying was flanked by her daughters, their tears cascading down like loose pearls, falling upon Li Ying's face, as if she too were weeping. The three of them were engulfed in sorrow. At this poignant juncture, Su Yu spoke. I shall now read the letter. Please listen attentively. White E, Su Yu. I am uncertain how this letter shall reach you, yet my intuition tells me that one day, you will discover it and unravel the entirety of my story. Allow me to pause for a moment. My true name is indeed Li Ying, just like you, possessing the same abilities as a Gu woman. Thus, during our time in the woods, I had already discerned your identity. Su Yu lifted her gaze to White E, recalling how Li Ying's demeanor had not betrayed her knowledge. Her composure was astonishing. What is a Gu woman? Asked Liang Chun. I shall elucidate that after I finish reading the letter, replied Su Yu, regaining her focus. I knew from the outset that you and White E were good people. Regrettably, the events that unfolded in my life cannot be encapsulated in mere words. Therefore, I must adhere to my original plan. First, I must explain why I entrusted you with my twin children. Xiaosong is indeed associated with the Jinshou gang, and he is also Desong's twin brother. However, my husband did not perish in a mudslide. He met his demise at the hands of his own brother. For us Gu women, many subtle changes do not escape our notice. Upon discovering his identity, I began to harbor a tiger, keeping him close while masquerading him as my husband. I continually reassured myself that he was indeed my husband. As I had anticipated, a person who has long wandered will eventually become enamored with the warmth of family. However, I clearly underestimated him. While I was performing, my adversary was also playing a role. The day we encountered you was the apex of his performance. The timing was impeccable, and his act was truly remarkable. He claimed to have transformed fiction into reality, professing genuine love for me, for the essence of love. Yet, everything was a fade. He sought to gain my ultimate trust and acquire what he desired. Your presence has been a stroke of fortune for my daughters, especially you, Su Yu. As a Gu woman, you have rekindled my hope. Entrusting my daughters to you was my wisest decision, made before he realized the map lay within them. White E and Su Yu exchanged glances, with White E reflecting. At that moment, she appeared so composed. We could never have imagined the tempest raging within her. She meticulously planned each step. Perhaps even our arrival was part of her design. Liang Chun, somewhat perplexed, noted the multitude of details unknown to them. The very act of their mother writing a letter to White E and Su Yu defied comprehension. Suddenly, Liang Chun interjected, I must say, we have encountered you before. Though my memory is hazy, it was undeniably you too. How is this possible? Let us discuss that after I finish reading our mother's letter, urged Mei Jing, gently tugging at Liang Chun. After bidding farewell to you, I continued my fugitive journey with Xiaosong. I naturally opened my heart to him, revealing that I harbored a significant secret. His immediate expression of joy ignited within me a deep-seated hatred. It was he who had slain my husband. I discovered my husband's lifeless body early on, and the absence of dirt in his mouth and nostrils indicated that he did not perish in a mudslide. He had met his demise due to a broken hyoid bone and was subsequently buried in the backyard of my home. Fu Yu felt a chill rise within him, realizing that Xiaosong had personally strangled his own elder brother. How had Li Ying, who had long uncovered the truth, managed to suppress her inner fury and share a bed with a wolf? Shen Bing could only sigh, acknowledging that Li Ying was indeed an extraordinary woman. Then, Fu Yu recited, "This person is deeply cunning. I must endure and engage in a battle of wits with him." I divulged my lineage to him, revealing that I am a descendant of Hong Yangzi. In our family, there exists a staggering secret, a cycle of generations, wherein one individual must carry forth a particular power. In our generation, I was chosen. I possessed the memories of Hong Yangzi. In her time, she sought vengeance for her husband, taking away the treasures of the rebel king and concealing them in our family's most secretive location as a form of repayment. I was willing to share the risks with him, to seek out that treasure, and then retrieve our daughter, striving for a life of normalcy abroad. He was indeed deceived. Li Ying was playing the role of the spider luring the fly. Chapter 843, Luring the Fly into the Trap. In truth, the so-called treasure of the rebel king was merely a facade. Fu Yu felt a sudden jolt. The rumors among the people were driven by greed. Hong Yangzi had not avenged her husband. Her departure was solely to return here and fulfill her mission. Yet, he felt an unexpected joy. I must admit, I had contemplated sparing him, for he was my husband's own brother. However, the thought that he could personally kill a stranger, even if he was unaware that it was his bloodkin, rendered him a cruel and terrifying individual. He was willing to make tremendous sacrifices to achieve his aims, disguising himself and deceiving me, as well as my daughter, who genuinely regarded him as a father. I knew I must take matters into my own hands. A wave of coldness swept over me, causing everyone to shudder unknowingly. In the midst of this enchanting yet disorienting scene, they were bewildered. Why? We do not quite understand. Someone impersonated your father to approach you, with the intent of coming here to search for the so-called treasure of the rebel king. That person was responsible for your father's death, as clearly stated in your mother's letter. His body lies buried in the yard of your former residence. However, that person is a long-lost twin brother of your father. Bai Yi swiftly summarized, your mother has long been aware of everything but remained silent, secretly orchestrating her plans. Sending you away was to safeguard you, for that man's target is the map upon your backs. Thus, much of the splendid scene became clear. What remained unclear to them was why Bai Yi Fu Yu had appeared 16 years ago. Judging by their ages, they should have been minors at that time. However, the sisters distinctly remembered that the Bai Yi Fu Yu they encountered in their childhood had already reached adulthood. Suppressing their inner questions, they continued to listen as Fu Yu read the letter. This letter was exceptionally long and meticulous. Perhaps Li Ying did not truly expect Bai Yi Fu and Fu Yu to read it. Rather, it was more of a self-justification. For the heavy secret buried deep within her heart was almost unbearable. If you can come here, please open the coffin beside me. He lies within. He arrived here empty-handed and in a state of despair. This is his resting place. Beside her, there were coffins on either side. Bai Yi and Qi Xie each approached one, simultaneously lifting the coffin's lids. Bai Yi's coffin was empty, while Qi Xie turned away, stifling the foul odor. He met a gruesome end. The corpse inside the coffin was in a grotesque state. Its head was intact, the features discernible, and the skin taut. Yet, in terms of color, it was a corpse after all, and certainly could not resemble a living being. However, upon catching a glimpse, Shen Bing immediately turned and squatted down. Retching. Below the head, only bones remained, devoid of any flesh. Tang San Cheng hurriedly patted Shen Bing's back. Just don't look at him, all right? Do you want some water? Shen Bing took a sip but promptly expelled it, feeling utterly unwell. Bai Yi turned to Fu Yu. How could this happen? Reflecting on her own experience with the corpse of a python, Fu Yu bent down to sniff several times before responding. It must have been done using a method similar to mine. That kind of potion is possessed only by Gu women, though it is rarely used. She chose to apply it to the one she despised the most. The dosage was small, merely causing the flesh to vanish while the skeleton remained. Moreover, I suspect that Xiaosong was still alive when. In other words, Li Ying used that potion to dissolve Xiaosong's flesh and limbs, forcing him to witness his own body disintegrate. Qi Xie concurred with Fu Yu's assertion. There is some basis for this theory. Look, the bone here at Xiaosong's jaw has detached, and the cheekbone has also deformed. Such conditions only arise under extreme agony. The facial skin remains intact. Li Ying's methods are truly horrifying. Fu Yu, what kind of potion is that? Fu Yu hesitated. It is actually refined from the bodily fluids of the deceased. The process of extracting these fluids is exceedingly intricate, thus the supply is quite limited. Bodily fluids? Shen Bing, having just regained her composure, squatted down again. To seek vengeance in such a manner is truly vengeful. Song Yang chuckled. Is the letter finished here? No, there's more. Fu Yu shook her head, strangely. This part does not sound like Li Ying. It resembles the tone of Hong Yangzi. What is going on? Bai Yi leaned forward to take a look. Her expression also turning serious. The handwriting has changed. The originally delicate and neat script became chaotic. The latter part was exceedingly jumbled, with some characters even indecipherable. Bai Yi took the letter. Let me handle this. Bai Yi has conducted an extensive study of the scripts from various dynasties. Presently, he takes up pen and paper, translating the chaotic characters before him, verbalizing them into a more contemporary vernacular as he writes. Li Yin is deceased. His bond with the king of the Eastern Uprising has come to an end. Yet, the king remains steadfast. Thus, he has constructed a Buddhist hall here to guard it for eternity. Buddhist hall. Shen Bing muses, surveying the surroundings. The space is so limited. Where could one possibly be? She ponders further. Why is the king so determined to protect this place? Bai Yi responds. He killed Li Yin, not Hong Yangzi. Indeed. The whereabouts of the king of the Eastern Uprising remain one of history's enigmas. In the year 1645, following his defeat, Li Ziqing mysteriously vanished from the annals of history. For over 4 centuries, theories regarding his fate have proliferated. While many scholars currently lean towards the hypothesis that he was defeated and killed at Jiugong Mountain, the narrative surrounding the Chan Temple of Jia Mountain also presents itself as a plausible conjecture. However, after much deliberation, historians still find numerous inconsistencies, resulting in no conclusive resolution. Presently, there is no trace of Li Ziqing's remains within the palace that bears his name, which was constructed in Xi'an after he established the Dasan Kingdom. Commissioned by his nephew Li Gua to be built in Meiji, the palace is strategically positioned against a perilous mountain, connected by a sequence of 90 steps leading to the exquisite Lilu, Meihua Pavilion, Shenglu, the second heavenly gate, and the soaring Yuhuang Pavilion, all culminating at the mountain's peak. Let us first carry Li Ying back, Fu Yu suggested, observing the tearful sisters, Liang Chun and Mei Jing. As Bai Yi and Qi Xie approached, Liang Chun and Mei Jing interjected, "Allow us to assist." The sisters tenderly lifted Li Ying into the coffin, adjusting her garments to ensure she lay in the most comfortable posture. The red silk ribbon caught their eyes. A silent agreement passed between the twins, and they carefully placed it inside the coffin. "Mother, we have returned. We are finally reunited. Perhaps the essence of unity is embodied in this ribbon," Shun Bing reflected. The three who were once separated have now come together. It is truly moving. I, too, find myself longing for my parents abroad. Once this matter is resolved, I shall accompany you to meet them. Tang San Cheng's words left Shun Bing momentarily taken aback. "Are you aware of what it signifies to meet one another's parents?" she inquired. "Though you often deem me dense, I assure you, I comprehend what is necessary," Tang San Cheng replied. "We cannot continue in this manner. Song Yang has already taken notice. Both of you, might we defer this discussion until after we exit?" Bai Yi suggested. "Let us allow Liang Chun and Mei Jing some time with their mother." As the group stepped aside, Liang Chun and Mei Jing leaned over the coffin, weeping softly. Fu Yu cast his gaze upon the other 14 coffins, remarking, "These must all be the priestesses of successive generations with inherited abilities. Is this not of interest to you? Are you implying that Li Ying's death was a suicide?" Bai Yi posited. "The most plausible explanation is indeed that she took her own life. But why would she do such a thing?" Shen Bing questioned. "She avenged her husband with her own hands. Her daughter remains unfound. After enacting her vengeance, she ought to have sought her daughter, unless she possessed a compelling reason to die." A compelling reason to die? As Su Yu pondered, she realized that Li Ying was a descendant of Hong Yangzi, who was likely the reincarnation of Mu Guing. Tracing back through generations, it was probable that they were descendants of the remote Wu clan from the Qin dynasty. The evidence lay in the totemic pattern. It was worth noting that both Hong Yangzi and Mu Guing had passed away early. Were the descendants of this lineage doomed to a short life? Thus, Li Ying must have foreseen her own fate. Tang Sancheng gazed at the exquisite scenery and hastily remarked, Does this not imply the same for Liang Chun and Mei Jing? Silence. Bai Yi interjected. This is merely conjecture. The use of the resurrection incense was intended to grant her the power to interact with the physical world during the night of return, allowing her to resolve matters left unaddressed before death. The incense was crucial for this purpose. It remained unclear what Li Ying had accomplished on the 7th day after using the incense. Suddenly, Su Yu inquired, "Are there no more letters?" "Oh, it seems to be finished," Bai Yi replied as she organized the letters. "The rest is blank." Bai Yi returned the letters to their envelope, which had become misshapen over time. The paper could not be easily reinserted, so she carefully expanded the envelope and glimpsed faint writing inside. Upon opening it, she discovered several lines of small text, her expression shifting dramatically. Su Yu was astounded. "So it is true. Our lineage is naturally short-lived, with a maximum lifespan of merely 35 years. I gave birth late, and this year I have already reached 35. My time is drawing near. I wish to rest here for eternity, yet alas, my daughter cannot escape the fate of an untimely demise." After reading, she looked up, and Liang Chun and Mei Jing stood before her. Their sorrow lingered, now compounded by the weight of this revelation, their expressions a complex tapestry of emotions. "What lineage do we belong to?" Liang Chun asked. Bai Yi scrutinized the envelope repeatedly, but found no further information. "Your mother has left a significant mystery, but unfortunately, there is nothing else. However, perhaps Su Yu can assist you." "What of the rebel king? But where is the Buddhist hall?" Song Yang expressed interest in this. "After all, this rebel king is quite affluent. Might there be something of value here?" Chapter 844. The Buddhist hall. "We must locate the Buddhist hall mentioned by Hong Yangzi," Su Yu stated. It seems Li Ying possessed the memories of Hong Yangzi before her demise, and under her influence, she penned those words. The handwriting in the latter part of the letter grows increasingly faint, indicating she was losing strength. Wait a moment. Su Yu's thoughts became jumbled. Did she pass away immediately after composing that letter? Yet, due to the resurrection incense, she continued to fulfill her tasks on the 7th day, sealing the letter. As for the words inscribed on the envelope, did she conceal them in such a secretive manner due to the conflict within her? On one hand, she was expressing her innermost thoughts. On the other, she hesitated to mention her daughter, fearing she might suffer a similar fate. Human behavior is often swayed by one's thoughts, Bai Yi observed, gently tapping Su Yu and whispering, "Regardless, we will find a way to know in the end. Instead of speculating here, let us search for the Buddhist hall and see if the legendary, mysteriously vanished rebel king truly resides here." "Very well, let us seek the Buddhist hall." Song Yang could hardly contain his excitement as he paced back and forth, pressing his body against the wall and incessantly feeling around. Tang San Cheng also explored nearby, shaking his head repeatedly. "Not here, not here." Liang Chun and Mei Jing settled on the ground, hugging their knees. Although the sisters had uncovered their lineage and had glimpsed their mother, the reality was twofold. Their mother had already passed away, and she had foretold that they would not live beyond 35. This revelation struck them with profound intensity. Shin Bing offered solace, saying, "Honestly, I am at a loss for words. I keep thinking about how happy Liang Chun and Mei Jing were in the past, and now they won't experience that joy again. What am I to do? Moreover, there are 2 foolish boys outside waiting for you. Would they willingly accept a wife destined to die at 35? Liang Chun exclaimed. "As long as we sisters are together, that's enough." Mei Jing lowered her head, tears welling up. Shin Bing, feeling remorseful for the outcome, slapped her mouth in frustration. "It's all my fault for speaking so carelessly." Fu Yu remained silent, the emotional entanglement of the 2 pairs of twins growing ever more intricate. While it seemed that matters had reached a temporary resolution, more troubles began to surface. As she pondered, Song Yang and Tang San Cheng shouted from the other side. They had discovered a secret passage beneath a large totem, leading to a hidden Buddhist hall. Song Yang eagerly entered, revealing an altar, an incense burner, and a painting of Guanyin adorning the wall. "Ah, this visit has not been in vain." Tang San Cheng, "Look, this incense burner is made of jade," Song Yang remarked, peering inside. "What a pity that such a fine item is used for burning incense. It has turned black. Nonetheless, with a good wash and polish, it should suffice," Song Yang declared as he tucked the incense burner away. The mat on the ground was nearly buried under dust, and as Song Yang lifted it, a cloud of dust swirled up, coating Tang San Cheng's face. Irritated, Tang San Cheng turned away. "Song Yang, what on earth are you doing? You've got it all over me." "Haha, It's been so long since I've held a fine object. My heart is racing. Song Yang replied. If you hadn't called me back, I would have been furious with you all. Isn't that a bit exaggerated? It's just a jade incense burner, Tang San Cheng retorted, only to hear Song Yang's gleeful exclamation. Wow, the Prince of the West is truly extravagant. These prayer beads, Tang San Cheng, are East pearls. Bai Yi and the others entered, surprised to find the small Buddhist chamber and the fine object in Song Yang's hands. He actually secluded himself here. But where is the prince? I will check what remains inside the other coffins, Qi Xie said before stepping outside, followed by Fu Yu. Song Yang continued to search, his gaze landing on the Guanyin painting. Surely this painting is also an antique, right? Tang San Cheng, help me up. Song Yang climbed onto Tang San Cheng's shoulders and attempted to remove the Guanyin painting. Just as he grasped it, the painting unexpectedly cracked and shattered, pieces scattering to the ground, causing Song Yang's heart to ache. Damn it, it's so fragile. The air here is dry. I expected as much. Tang San Cheng urged. Hurry down, it hurts. Song Yang jumped down from Tang San Cheng's shoulder, still feeling the lingering pain, but quickly regained his resolve and resumed his search. Underneath the Buddha shrine, he discovered a piece of jade. Haha, this time we've broken even. These scattered items are hardly of any significance, Tang San Cheng remarked dismissively. Come on, how long has it been since we last acquired any valuable artifacts? Song Yang exclaimed in ecstasy, continuously polishing the item in his hands before stowing it away in his backpack. At that moment, Qi Xie approached, aside from Xiao Song's corpse. All the others in those coffins are female. Thus, King Li's body is not here. What kind of obsession is this? Song Yang replied. But don't you find it strange? Why would Hong Yangzi bring the Chuang Wang here? Shouldn't they be enemies? Who knows? Tang San Cheng's stomach growled audibly, and Bai Yi remarked. It's time for us to leave. Just as the beautiful scenery had begun to unfold, they were already faced with departure. Though reluctant, they understood that their connection with Li Ying had reached its conclusion. They forced back their tears as they ascended to the surface, and by now, evening had fallen. Tang San Cheng muttered, no wonder I feel hungry. As the enchanting scene appeared, the Bu brothers hurried over. Are you all right? Whether we are or not is none of your concern, the sisters replied in unison, and without another word, they slipped into the tent and collapsed into slumber. What's wrong? The Bu brothers turned to Fu Yu. Did we do something wrong? It's a long story. Let Tang San Cheng explain it to you, Fu Yu suggested. However, upon observing Tang San Cheng devouring his food, he reconsidered. I doubt he can spare a moment. Let Shin Bing clarify instead. I have matters to discuss with you. By go. Shin Bing was eager to take on this task. You too, come with me. Little Fox was joyfully nestled in by Yi's arms. And upon seeing Fu Yu approach, her excitement escalated. Mama, I've missed you. We missed you too, Fu Yu replied. Little Fox, why don't you go play for a while and grab something to eat? I need to discuss some matters with your father, okay? Reluctantly, Little Fox rose from Bai Yi's embrace. All right. Watching Little Fox leave, Bai Yi said, it seems we must return. Based on the time in the letter and the scenes we've witnessed, we can successfully go back and find Li Ying before her demise to clarify everything. This way, all mysteries can be unraveled, such as their lineage, the significance of that place, and the fate of the Chuang Wang and his interactions with Hong Yangzi. I have a personal wish. I want to bring Liang Chun and Mei Jing back with us, Fu Yu expressed. If that's the case, we must be completely honest with them, Bai Yi replied. I'll follow your lead in this matter, but I cannot guarantee how many individuals my abilities can transport, nor if they will resonate with my intentions. Just agreeing is enough. We shall return tomorrow and undertake this task, Fu Yu said, elated by Bai Yi's consent. I will go find Little Fox. Before she had even exited the tent, Xiao Shan peeked down. Oh no, the Little Fox has gone into that hole. He was too quick, I couldn't catch him. That hole, was it not the one where the Xinbei beast resides? Bai Yi immediately dashed out. While Qi Xie was preparing to descend with a rope, Bai Yi, recalling the myriad of peculiar creatures that might inhabit that hole, feared the Little Fox might encounter something dangerous. He swiftly pushed Qi Xie aside and descended the rope himself. Upon reaching the ground, illuminated by the moonlight, he spotted the curious Little Fox touching the Xinbei beast. Little Fox, Daddy, there's a horse here. In truth, the Little Fox had fallen by accident. He had stepped into thin air moments ago. Strangely, he descended as lightly as a feather, seemingly affirming the efficacy of his master's teachings. Upon landing, he had discovered the horse, which had been cooped up in the wilderness for several days. Finding something intriguing, The little fox was naturally delighted and approached it eagerly. As he spoke to Bai Yi about the horse, his hand brushed against the head of the Xianbei beast. When his fingers grazed its eye, a flicker of red light emanated from it. Bai Yi's heart sank, and he rushed forward to embrace the little fox. Little fox, your mother is very worried up top. We must ascend immediately. Just then, two luminous orbs suddenly rolled out from the wall. Bai Yi was alarmed, although he knew they were ethereal. The unusual glow from the Xianbei beast's eye was unprecedented, raising his concern. We must leave. However, the two orbs pursued Bai Yi, lifting off the ground and chasing after him and the little fox. Bai Yi shouted, Tang San Cheng. Tang San Cheng, who had been sitting nearby eating, discarded his food and rushed over. Peering closer, he saw the two orbs drawing near to Bai Yi and the little fox. Before he could react, the orbs passed through the little fox's body and entered Bai Yi. The orbs did not emerge from their bodies. The light gradually faded into them until it vanished completely. Tang San Cheng rubbed his eyes, bewildered. The light had not reappeared nor melded back into the wall, but had wholly integrated into the two individuals. His heart raced with anxiety. Bai Yi, little fox. Bai Yi and the little fox, their heads close together, had their eyes tightly shut. Upon hearing Tang San Cheng's call, they finally opened their eyes. Bai Yi sighed with relief. Little fox, we are unharmed. The little fox opened his eyes, a fleeting red glimmer appearing within them. Daddy, I'm so scared. Let's hurry up. The father and son hastily climbed back up. Bai Yi, realizing the great hole nearly caused a disaster, immediately gathered everyone to fill it in, prompting concerns from Liang Chun and Mei Jing. Now that it's filled, how will we access it in the future? Do not worry. We know where the passage is. We won't have to go through all this trouble again. I will create a passage behind the 108 towers, Bai Yi assured, contemplating how Tang San Cheng could set up an illusion. With this plan, Liang Chun and Mei Jing felt reassured. Chapter 845, The Fasting on the following day. Bai Yi led the men to a concealed location behind the 108 towers, where they began to excavate a passage leading inward. The Bu brothers finally had the chance to participate, but regrettably, they were tasked with arduous labor, prompting their incessant complaints. Song Yang, in a rather irritable tone, remarked, You two young masters, always cooped up at home engaging in cerebral pursuits, arriving in luxury cars and helicopters, have no inkling of the toil endured by laborers. It is high time you experience the life of ordinary people. Moreover, what purpose does your presence serve in that idyllic scenery? It utterly disregards you. His words struck a nerve with the brothers. Bu Yifan responded, Why is that? We have done nothing wrong. Each of us is quite clear about our affections, and we wish to express our feelings to them, yet they grant us no opportunity. We cannot be blamed for our frustrations. It is indeed disheartening. Bai Yi interjected. Once this task is completed, Fu Yu will provide you with an explanation. For now, could you expedite your efforts? Fine, we will hasten, Tang San Cheng replied. If only Shin Bing were here. The corpse of the individual named Xiao Song from yesterday had already cast a shadow over her. It would be better to spare her this time. Bai Yi set down his trowel and, probing into the soil, surprisingly unearthed a hole. We are nearing completion, he announced. With renewed vigor, they excavated the hole. Song Yang, shining a flashlight inside, recoiled with a gasp, colliding with Bu Yifan behind him. This was half a mountain, and the collision startled Bu Yifan, turning his face pale. Song Yang, what is it? Damn it. See for yourselves, Song Yang retorted. Before Bu Yifan could approach, Song Yang added, Wait, that figure seems oddly familiar. Ah, it is a hairy person. A hairy person? Upon hearing this, Bai Yi immediately pushed Bu Yifan aside. After being shoved twice, Bu Yifan helplessly glanced down the mountain, cautiously stepping aside. Bai Yi leaned further into the opening and indeed spotted a furry figure lying on the ground, its eyes weakly gazing in their direction, leaving them uncertain of its state, alive or dead. A chill ran through Bai Yi's body. Quickly, dig her out. Perhaps she can still be saved. Everyone exerted their strength to unearth her. Upon entering, Qi Xia immediately rushed to the furry figure, gently lifting her. Noticing the softness at her chest, Qi Xia confirmed she was a female hairy person. Thoughts of the missing mother of the little hairy person flooded his mind, stirring an unusual feeling within him. He checked her breath. It was faint, and her lips were cracked, blood congealed at the fissures. Qi Xia took out his water flask, dripping a few drops onto her lips. The moisture ignited her will to survive, compelling her to instinctively lick. She still had breath. Bai Yi pondered aloud. Could she be the mother of the little hairy person? We cannot ascertain that now. We must first take her back. She is severely dehydrated and malnourished. We need to stabilize her condition first. 7 evils continued to replenish her with water, drop by drop, as the creature gradually drank, allowing its body to regain movement. Its fingers trembled slightly. Tang San, realizing the creature was dehydrated, refrained from offering solid nourishment, instead watching over it with utmost care. Bai Yi surveyed the surroundings. The passage did not lead directly to the chamber containing the 16 coffins as he had envisioned. Instead, he discovered spirit tablets arranged on a stone platform, atop which rested a wooden statue, mirroring the pattern of the totem. The stone tablets bore inscriptions resembling hieroglyphs. Bai Yi meticulously took a mold of them to study later. How had the creature come to this place? While pondering, his gaze fell upon the area beneath the stone platform, which appeared to be a nook suitable for a person to curl up in. He reached inside and felt an indentation, a large hollow likely used by the creature as its resting place. "Brother Bai, look," called out the Bu brothers. Their SA door. Bu Yifan had already rushed forward to push against the stone door, but it remained immovable. Song Yang stepped forward to investigate, but found no mechanism. After much contemplation, they decided to force it open, which proved laborious. The rock was far more resistant than dirt. The group labored and panted, with Song Yang feeling faint. "Mother, this is too exhausting. Better to expend your energy on the task at hand," Bai Yi chuckled. "Don't you long for this sensation?" Finally, the stone wall was breached, revealing the 16 coffins beyond. This was the true connection. Bai Yi retrieved a box from his belongings and sprinkled its contents at the entrance. This was a talisman given to him by Fu Yu, which would prevent certain individuals from entering, except for auspicious beings. 7 evils hurriedly took the creature back, and they did not linger further. They crawled through the passage and worked to seal the entrance, while Tang San cast an illusion, ensuring their efforts were flawless. Carrying the creature, they returned to the camp, where the little creature was intently fishing by the deep pool. 7 evils called out, "Little one, come here." Hearing the voice, the small creature excitedly shouted and turned to run over. Upon seeing the creature on 7 evils' back, it froze momentarily before flailing its limbs and letting out excited cries. 7 evils summoned Fu Yu, who could employ her skills in healing. They had no choice but to rely on her expertise in this dire moment. The creature was placed inside the tent, shivering and curled up, oblivious to the calls of the little one. Fu Yu instructed Xinbing to lift the creature's head, noticing the dilation of its pupils, which sent a chill through her. This condition was perilously critical. "Call 7 evils," she commanded. Upon his arrival, Fu Yu said, "I need you to seal her acupuncture points, specifically the one at the heart of her back." Qixia nodded. He had long been intrigued by acupoints and devoted significant study to them during his time abroad. However, upon returning home, his knowledge had remained unutilized until now. When the opportunity finally presented itself, he successfully sealed the acupoint of the Mao Ren. Fu Yu produced a worm from her collection, inhaling deeply. This particular worm had been nurtured on the dew from a specific plant, which secreted a viscous liquid, its composition akin to that of a stimulant. This extreme measure was a last resort, intended to invigorate the organ functions of the Mao Ren, thereby prolonging her life. Ultimately, Fu Yu succeeded. The pupils of the Mao Ren returned to their normal state, albeit with rapid breathing, a side effect of the procedure. Fu Yu remained vigilant, watching for any signs of deterioration. The Mao Ren waited anxiously outside the tent, having been forcibly seated on the ground by Qixia. "It will be all right. Trust Fu Yu," he reassured her. The Mao Ren bowed her head in silence, remaining motionless, unable to sleep through the night. It was not until the early hours that she succumbed to slumber against a rock. She was awakened by a gentle hand stroking her hair. Mother, she had begun to articulate the human tongue. She beheld Fu Yu supporting her mother, who now lay weak and slumped on the ground. The young Mao Ren rushed to embrace her mother's neck, sobbing softly. After years of absence, he had believed that she had forsaken him, and now he wept like an infant. This journey had finally reached a fulfilling conclusion. Through Qixia's communication, the mystery of the Mao Ren's presence within the space of the 108 towers became clear. It transpired that when the Mao Ren had left with her child, she had settled him in a nearby cave before venturing out in search of sustenance. She had followed a woman, undoubtedly Li Ying. The Mao Ren possessed the unique ability to move with the grace of a bird in flight. Although Li Ying was also a descendant of shamans, her capabilities paled in comparison to Fu Yu's. She remained oblivious to the Mao Ren's presence. There were several moments when she sensed something amiss. Yet the Mao Ren skillfully evaded detection. The reason the Mao Ren followed Li Ying was straightforward. Where there were people, there might be food. At that time, Li Ying was likely occupied with disposing of Xiao Song, preparing for her own affairs. She entered a secret chamber, the very room where they later discovered the Mao Ren, and there she arranged numerous offerings. The Mao Ren lay concealed beneath the stone altar, waiting for the woman to depart, eager to reclaim the abundant offerings for her child. In an unforeseen twist of events, the woman locked the door upon her departure. Bai Yi had observed the mechanism from the outside, indicating that it could only be opened from that side. The individuals inside had no recourse but to resort to breaking through the stone wall with tools, akin to their own predicament. Curiously, Mao Ren had not perished from hunger during her prolonged confinement. She revealed that she had consumed all the food within in one fateful day. When the sacrificial offerings were entirely depleted, she stumbled upon a box beneath the stone platform. Inside lay a black pill, which she ingested. After consuming the pill, she felt no hunger or thirst, yet her body was devoid of strength, leaving her to lie there helplessly. Fu Yu recognized the substance. It was a concoction devised by the shamans to render individuals devoid of metabolic function, allowing them to sustain life without the need for sustenance. This phenomenon bore resemblance to the practice of bigu, a method rooted in Taoist tradition that eschewed grains for the absorption of natural energy. Historically, this was viewed as a pathway to transcendence, and today, practitioners employ it for holistic health. The accumulation of waste from consuming grains was thought to produce impure energies, necessitating the cessation of grain intake to purify the body. Consequently, Taoists imitated the immortal beings described in Zhuangzi, seeking to attain immortality through such practices. Although Mao Ren remained alive after taking the pill, she was trapped, her thoughts perpetually consumed by her children. Fu Yu refrained from mentioning Professor Gua, perhaps believing he should personally come to provide closure for the mother and child. Chapter 846. Brothers' wives having settled Mao Ren and her children. Fu Yu promptly informed Professor Gua of the development. Once he arrived, they would depart entirely. The pairs of twins shared a profound silence. As Fu Yu had already seized the opportunity to convey to the Bu brothers that the lineage of Liang Chun and Mei Jing bore a hereditary curse, ensuring they would not live beyond 35. This moment tested their affections, who they loved, and whether they would endure through the inevitable parting that lay ahead. Such matters were beyond interference, and honesty would prevail, as all would ultimately heed the heart's desire. Fu Yu delved into the inscriptions on the spiritual tablet brought back by Bai Yi, deducing that they were the ancient script of the Qin Chuyuan tribe. This was the ancestral script of that lineage, yet the Qingyuan ancestors possessed scant knowledge about them, providing little more than the fact that they were quite isolated. Despite sharing the title of shamans, they were reluctant to engage with others, their abilities largely akin to their own, albeit with slight variations. Bai Yi promptly offered his interpretation. It was time to return and meet Li Ying, urging Liang Chun and Mei Jing to join. After considerable reflection, they grasped the significance of returning to the past. Their foremost thought was to prevent their mother's demise, thus enabling the three of them to remain together. However, this was evidently unfeasible. Could one truly cast a stone into the river of history without causing a ripple? Slight alterations can wield significant influence over the larger narrative. One may return, yet the outcome remains immutable. Perhaps, the enchanting moments of beauty will fade into oblivion, and those who once encountered them will no longer harbor their existence in their minds. Such is the nature of change. Liang Chun Mei Jing reluctantly accepts this reality. Even if she could revisit her living mother, the result would still be the same. Nonetheless, this prospect is quite advantageous. The next step involves fostering a connection between Liang Chun Mei Jing and Bai Yi's thoughts. It is a straightforward task. The letter contains a time, and we have been to that place, contemplating the same matters. Remember, we must set aside the affairs of the Bu family brothers. Both of their faces flushed. They exclaimed in unison, "We were not thinking of them. Justifications are merely veils. This truth is well understood. Time is of the essence as the four join hands." When Liang Chun Mei Jing reopened her eyes, the scene before them sent shivers down their spines, for Li Ying was attending to Xiao Song's lifeless body. She stood with her back to them, utterly unaware of their presence in this space. Her demeanor was remarkably composed, her hands devoid of any tremor. She raised the vial in her hand and asked, "Xiao Song, should I address you by that name?" A muffled sound emanated from the coffin. suggesting that his mouth had been silenced. Li Ying's voice was icy. Why must there be deceit among people? Some truths cannot remain hidden. My husband lies in our backyard, watching over us every night. So close, yet the children remain oblivious. The lies of mudslides are truly absurd. You are the one who snapped his neck with your own hands, killing your own brother. In that moment, did you feel anything at all? Liang Chun and Mei Jing exchanged a glance, recognizing that this mother was starkly different from the one they remembered. The sounds from the coffin held a tone of despair. Li Ying sneered, "Rest assured, when you meet your demise, I eagerly anticipate hearing your cries of despair." She removed the cloth that had been stifling Xiao Song's voice. "Xiaoying, I love you," his voice rang out. "I truly love you. Let us take the treasures of the rebel king and flee abroad. They will never find us. We can start anew. Please, Xiaoying, do not act impulsively." "What is this?" Li Ying inquired, pulling a paper package from Xiao Song's pants pocket. What could this possibly be? Xiao Song, caught off guard, desperately attempted to justify himself. This was meant to deal with them. "This is arsenic," Li Ying stated. "Its finest purpose is to poison those closest to you. Mixed into food and drink, it silently eliminates the target." Xiao Song fell silent, overwhelmed by the sheer terror of this woman. "When did you discover this?" He sneered. "Women truly are the most formidable creatures. I underestimated you. You merely overrate yourself?" Li Ying replied. "So do you now concede?" "I concede. There is nothing more to say," Xiao Song admitted. "Love kills love. Proceed as you will. Fear not. I shall not kill you or inflict any tortures upon you. The cruelties you can conceive will not befall you. I have far better methods." Li Ying shook the vial in her hand and said, "Let us begin with just a drop." Bai Yi and Fu Yu pulled Liang Chun and Mei Jing aside, whispering urgently, "Do not make a sound, understand? Under no circumstances should you utter a word, regardless of what you witness or hear." At that moment, Xiao Song's anguished cries pierced the air. "What are you doing? What is this abominable thing?" With a sharp hiss, Xiao Song squeezed his eyes shut in pain, crying out, "Ah, this is merely the beginning. You must cultivate a modicum of patience." Li Ying relished the sensation, feeling the long-suppressed hatred within her gradually unfurling. The potion dripped down drop by drop, the torment unending, as Xiao Song's screams echoed, initially a desperate crescendo, but gradually fluctuating in pitch, evoking a sense of impending demise. The atmosphere was thick with peculiar scents, a metallic tang of blood, a burnt odor, and a faint sweetness, perhaps the sweetness of the blood itself. They could not see Xiao Song, lying in the coffin, as Liang Chun and Mei Jing's tears flowed uncontrollably. "Who is it?" Lost in the euphoria of revenge, Li Ying finally turned around. Fu Yu, knowing evasion was futile, stood up and declared, "It is I." Li Ying's expression shifted from fear to a relieved smile. "I knew you were not ordinary." Liang Chun and Mei Jing, trembling, stood up to face their mother. Fu Yu's voice rang out, "Your mother has come to see you." Upon hearing this, Li Ying, who had been composed, took a step back, colliding with the coffin. Inside, Xiao Song was barely clinging to life, and the sound of Fu Yu's voice only heightened his terror. "Did I hear incorrectly?" "That voice." Liang Chen stood, her voice quivering. "Mother." Li Ying's stability faltered as Fu Yu pressed on. "Do you remember how we appeared before you? Quite suddenly, was it not? That is because we do not belong to your era. We traversed time and returned with your daughters." Li Ying transitioned from shock to a calm acceptance in a fleeting moment. "The affairs of the world are indeed wondrous. But could it be true? Are you truly Xiaoming and Xiaoying?" Liang Chun replied, "The symbols upon our backs have been deciphered, as well as our red silk ribbons." These two revelations sufficed to convince Li Ying, who gazed at Liang Chun and Mei Jing with an inexplicable sense of wonder. "How delightful! How delightful! It was indeed right of me to send you away. Just look at you now, it is wonderful," she murmured, suddenly rushing back to the coffin. Her voice laced with malice. "Did you see? Not everything unfolded according to your plan. Is it painful? Fear not, for all of this ends now." She poured the potion. And this time, Xiao Song emitted no cries. He simply slipped away quietly. Liang Chun and Mei Jing dared not approach the coffin, yet Fu Yu stepped forward. "This potion. I possess it as well." "You are a Gu woman," Li Ying remarked, "and one who surpasses me in rank." Witnessing Xiao Song's demise, Li Ying felt her vitality drain away. She staggered toward Liang Chun and Mei Jing, leaning against them, caressing their faces. "How wonderful! So this is what you have become. You are both so beautiful, my children. I can die with peace." "Mother, why must you die?" Liang Chen inquired. "Because it is our fate," Li Ying proclaimed. Today, I shall reveal to you our true lineage. Our ancestors belonged to a clan of shamans during the Qin dynasty, dwelling in seclusion within a gorge. The art of shamanism is a power exchanged with the divine. Is it the deity depicted upon the totem? Fu Yu inquired, beginning to comprehend. Indeed. But the price we pay is that this bloodline seldom survives beyond 35 years of age, Li Ying continued. Yet, we have also acquired a wondrous power that allows the abilities and memories of our forebears to endure, passed down through generations. Somewhat akin to reincarnation, Fu Yu remarked. Yes, quite similar. But are we truly the same individual? I fear not, Li Ying replied. The transmission across generations is not entirely hereditary. The powers diminish with each lineage. From Mu Guing to Hong Yangzi, the abilities have significantly waned, and in my generation, it is even more pronounced. Otherwise, why would I need to endure in silence? What about the Buddha Hall of the King of Rebels? Liang Chun Meijing, who had remained close to Li Ying, questioned, fearful she might vanish at any moment. Their hands entwined. Li Ying responded, it is said in folklore that the King of Rebels killed Li Yin due to his formidable prowess, but that is not the truth. The king was enamored with Hong Yangzi. However, by the time she sought refuge with him, she was already united with Li Yin. Despite his affection, he could not usurp his subordinate's wife, especially since he shared a brotherly bond with Li Yin. The principle of not betraying a brother's spouse is one he upheld. Yet, he ultimately did kill Li Yin. How can we explain that? It was a matter of necessity, devoid of emotional ties. Rumors suggest that Hong Yangzi was pursued and that her child perished as a result, but that is not the case. The deceased was merely a substitute, orchestrated by the King of Rebels. In his time of peril, he extended his aid, and Hong Yangzi felt profound gratitude towards him. If there was no bond between them, how could that be? Hong Yangzi even confided this place to the king, which was the greatest testament of her trust. After her demise, the king came here and recited scriptures for 3 years before departing. Ultimately, his whereabouts remain a mystery. Chapter 847. Xuanyang River. It turned out that the three harbored such a complex history. Bai Yi, curious, asked, what is the significance of the 108 pagodas? First came this place, then the 108 pagodas, which serve merely as a ruse. The world fixates on the 108 pagodas, diverting attention from what lies behind them. Li Ying explained, her tone shifting. Fu Yu observed her, his lips quivering slightly. Are you Hong Yangzi? No, I am Xin Yang. Li Ying's expression shifted, her gaze upon Fu Yu darkening ominously. Bai Yi, still processing the revelation, and Liang Chun Meijing, utterly bewildered, were taken aback. Yet, in an instant, Li Ying returned to herself. So, you are now called Liang Chun Meijing? Yes, it is a name bestowed upon us by Fu Yu, they replied. Liang Chun Meijing felt the warmth radiating from Li Ying, her heart a tumult of emotions. It is truly a beautiful name, Li Ying remarked. Let us henceforth live by this name, Liang Chun Meijing. Li Ying, still reflecting, was then asked by Bai Yi, what of the soul returning incense? On the 7th day, there exists a chance for soul return. Generally, when a person passes, the night of their return is uneventful. They may only gaze upon their loved ones. However, with the use of soul-returning incense, we can accomplish far more. Li Ying's expression turned bewildered as she reflected, this fragrance has been passed down. Yet I cannot recall its origins. A voice within my mind urged me to proceed in this manner, and I followed its guidance. Meanwhile, Fu Yu pondered her sudden revelation of being the descendant of the forelady. If the heirs of this lineage were indeed female heroes, then the most renowned among them must surely be Xin Yang. Could it be that all these generations of female heroes hailed from this very clan? Historical records indicate that on August 20th, 1735, Emperor Yongzheng was engaged in state affairs when he fell ill in the evening and passed away suddenly the following dawn. The abruptness of his death gave rise to various speculations and legends in both official and folk circles. The most widely circulated tale among the populace was that Xin Yang avenged her family by severing Yongzheng's head. During Yongzheng's reign, a scholar from Hunan named Zheng Jing, dissatisfied with the Qing dynasty's rule, petitioned the governor of Shaanxi, Yu Zhongqi, a descendant of Yu Fei, to incite a rebellion against the Qing. In response, Yongzheng made a significant issue of the matter, subjecting the accused to harsh interrogations and extensive reprisals, which led to the literary inquisition of Luoyang in Zhujiang. Zheng Jing and his associates were imprisoned, their entire families executed, and Luoyang's family was not spared either. Liuliang's granddaughter, Xingyang, who happened to be in the care of a wet nurse in Anhui, narrowly escaped the massacre. At the tender age of 13, Xingyang, possessing a strong character, was filled with sorrow and rage upon learning of the brutal deaths of her entire family across 3 generations. In her anguish, she pricked her finger and inscribed with her blood the words, "Do not kill Yongzheng. I shall not close my eyes in death." Thus, she journeyed north to the capital, resolved to avenge her family. During her travels, she encountered the eminent monk Gan Fengqi, whom she took as her master. Gan taught Xingyang the arts of agility and swordsmanship. Subsequently, Xingyang made her way to the capital, devised a plan to infiltrate Qianqing Palace, assassinated Yongzheng, and took his severed head with her. Folklore further claims that during Yongzheng's burial, a gold replica of his head was used in place of the real one, which was interred in the underground palace of Tai Ling in Yizhou, Hebei province. The legends surrounding Xingyang are numerous, with some even suggesting a romantic entanglement between her and Yongzheng. Is the woman who just referred to herself as Xingyang truly Xingyang? Observing Fu Yu lost in thought, Bai Yi nudged her, saying, "What are you pondering? We must return. We do not belong here." Fu Yu gazed at the tender scene of her mother embracing her, reluctant to disrupt such a poignant moment. Yet, it was Li Ying who tearfully pushed her daughter away, affirming, "Fu Yu is right. You do not belong here. Being able to see you before death is the greatest comfort." Li Ying continued, "Though we may return, I know that fate cannot be altered. Besides, I was destined to die. I will follow through with my original plan, without deviation." Li Ying looked at the tender scene and lamented, "My only worry is for them. 35 years of life is far too brief for them. Far too brief. Is there truly no way?" Bai Yi inquired. "If your ancestors made a pact with the so-called gods depicted on that totem, and the price was their lifespan, then as long as the contract remains unestablished, everything could be undone, correct?" Li Ying, still envisioning hope for her daughters, exclaimed, "Yes, yes. Why did I not think of that? You too, with your vast powers, must be able to accomplish this. I implore you, please save my daughters. I beg you." Li Ying, "Tell me, where was the original dwelling place of your ancestors?" Fu Yu remarked, "The more detailed, the better. Your memories have been passed down through generations. Even fragments can be of assistance." "It is the canyon. Yes, the Xuanyang River. Beyond that, I know no more." Li Ying responded, "You must be cautious. When the totem deity appears, do not engage in conversation, for it will inevitably lead to a binding contract, disrupting the course of your lives." Li Ying's body began to sway. "If I were to perish like this, it would bring me great anguish. I would choose to end it myself." "Beautiful moments, you should leave. I do not wish for you to witness my demise." Bai Yi and Fu Yu exchanged glances, each supporting one of them. "Let us depart." Liang Qinmei called out. Li Ying turned away, never looking back. "Do not vanish from my sight. Such an act would render my death restless." Tears cascaded down Liang Qinmei's face. Through her blurred vision, she sensed someone wiping her eyes. As they wiped their tears and stepped back, they beheld the Bu siblings. Bu Yifan gazed at Liang Qin, stating, "We know everything now. We are aware of whom we cherish in our hearts, and so do you. We believe that by remaining silent, everyone would understand. We did not consider your feelings. We apologize." Bu Yifan gently wiped Liang Qin's eyes while Bu Yibin did the same for Mei Jing. Liang Qin had always thought that Bu Yifan's affections lay with Mei Jing, leaving her astonished and simultaneously elated. However, reflecting on their circumstances, her expression turned troubled. Mei Jing's tears surged forth once more. Bu Yibin said, "At 35, you are but 18 this year. We have 17 more years together. That is ample time. Our children could even be 16. Liang Qin and Mei Jing broke into laughter through their tears. "Nonsense. It is not nonsense," Song Yang interjected. "If you are willing, you may embark soon and settle the fare later." "Indeed, just like you," Shinbing chuckled. Song Yang, still obstinate, responded, "What is wrong with being like me? I am exceedingly happy now." The decision now lay with Liang Qin and Mei Jing. The 35-year curse could indeed be broken, even if it could not. Having such a beloved companion for 17 years would suffice. Liang Qin and Mei Jing had ventured into this world, gaining insight into its intricacies, especially Liang Qin, whose heart was as perceptive as a finely tuned instrument. She sniffed. "Even if we agree, what difference would it make? Do not forget, you are the heirs of the Bu family. In this world, social standing is paramount. Mei Jing and I are but wild girls who escaped from the Taiping Heavenly Kingdom. Our origins obscure, with no influential parents to support us. Would your parents consent? Bu Yifan replied, that is easily addressed. The Bu family's success owes much to our innovations. For this reason alone, my parents would yield to us. Furthermore, who says you lack support? Is not brother Bai such a figure? Bu Yibin joyfully patted Bu Yifan. Precisely. Brother Bai and sister Fu Yu both returned from abroad. Brother Bai is a renowned businessman, while Fu Yu is a distinguished biologist and a visiting professor at the university. My parents would surely have nothing to say against it. What does this mean? The beautiful scenery remarked, they cannot impersonate our parents. Their ages simply do not align. The foolish child interjected, they cannot be daughters, but they can certainly be sisters. Fu Yu gazed at the Bu brothers and said, it appears that you must handle the matter of citizenship. Very well, we shall attend to it immediately, the Bu brothers replied, nearly bowing in gratitude to Fu Yu. Liang Chun and Mei Jing suddenly chimed in unison. We want to be Fu Yu's sisters. Bai Yi furrowed his brow slightly and asked, are you expressing disdain for me? Laughter erupted among the group, and the atmosphere brightened. Thus, Liang Chun and Mei Jing obtained their citizenship, and after selecting an auspicious date, Bai Yi and Fu Yu took the sisters to meet the Bu family's parents. The Bu parents, being business people, possessed somewhat conventional views. Yet with the aid of an organization that fabricated overseas study credentials for Liang Chun and Mei Jing, combined with the sisters' captivating presence and their remarkable elder siblings, they managed to pass the scrutiny of the Bu family, despite some sharp exchanges, without any intent to separate the lovers. Having barely navigated the Bu family's approval, Fu Yu contemplated a journey to Xuanyang River to dissolve the so-called contract. On that day, the two were studying the location of Xuanyang River. Since it was an old appellation, Song Yang, despite his trepidation, ventured in, fidgeting nervously. Bai Yi, somewhat exasperated, remarked, are you yearning for Chiao air? Wishing to return while fearing our reprimand for prioritizing romantic ties over friendship? Not at all, Song Yang exhaled. Do you truly possess the ability to return to the past? Indeed, Bai Yi replied, I have informed you of this before. Furthermore, you have witnessed the events concerning Liang Chun and Mei Jing. What, do you still doubt? Shall I take you back to the day we first met? By the way, you were quite ruthless that day, drawing your weapon upon our first encounter. Fortunately, your marksmanship was lacking, otherwise, we might not have survived to this day. Yet you have always contemplated eliminating me, Song Yang chuckled. I indeed wished to return to Lazy's past, but only before I encountered you. His expression grew somber as he lowered his gaze. After a lengthy pause, he finally confessed, I once killed a stranger. He was the first person I ever took the life of. Chapter 848. A hidden threat. The long-buried secret was finally revealed, having been magnified during the incident with the Fushichin. And it had been quite some time since then. Song Yang's silence reflected the immense psychological burden this matter imposed upon him. It had been a long time since such a serious meeting occurred. Everyone sat in silence, hesitant to speak the first word. At last, Tang San Cheng broke the silence, stating, well, it is not necessarily certain that it was your blade that killed him. In that era, medical conditions were limited. If he did not receive prompt treatment, he would have died regardless. Sweat beaded on his brow as Shun Bing shot Tang San Cheng a disapproving glance. Song Yang, with a wry smile, responded, surely. You do not intend to comfort me so. If I had not stabbed him, how could he have been injured? Without injury, there would be no question of delayed medical attention. I am sorry, Tang San Cheng replied, feeling helpless. Do you recall where you stabbed him when he chased you? Bai Yi only knew one thing. Had the wound struck a vital area, then the death would be attributed to Lazy. Now, Song Yang had already accepted the responsibility for the man's death, and his search for Bai Yi was merely an attempt to return to the past and alter this undeniable truth. Song Yang remarked, it is the waist, and moreover, lower down. That is not a vital area. My master has always said that unless absolutely necessary, one should not aim for the opponent's vital points. If the adversary harbors murderous intent towards us, one must not hold back. After all, we cannot ascertain whether he is a killer sent by the Golden Eagle Order. The man was an ordinary individual, and since I was the one who intruded first, how could I possibly strike with lethal force? Song Yang even indicated the location of the intended strike, which indeed was close to the hip bone. Even if injured, as long as it was bandaged promptly, it would not lead to a fatal outcome. Yet, the man had perished. Noticing that everyone was focused on him, Song Yang raised his hands. Every word I speak is the truth. I can disclose my identity as a descendant of the Unloading Ridge warriors, yet I am reluctant to discuss this matter. which indicates the immense pressure it imposes on me. The scene from that moment is vivid in my memory. I cannot possibly be mistaken. Vivid in your memory? Bai Yi interjected. This makes it simpler. Describe the time and scene in detail. Let us attempt to return to the moment after you inflicted the wound and see how that man came to his untimely demise. Very well. Song Yang promptly recounted the events of that time, and under Bai Yi's pressing inquiries, further details emerged from his recollections. With this information, Bai Yi felt a surge of confidence. During his previous journey with Liang Chun Mei Jing to the past, he had sensed an enhancement in his abilities. Previously, he had encountered obstacles, but now everything flowed seamlessly. Even though he had never been to that place, through Song Yang's narration, he felt as if he were experiencing it firsthand, effortlessly transported back to that moment. It was a dilapidated location. One Bai Yi had also encountered in this era, a place of scarcity, where the duality of human nature, the magnified good and evil, left one feeling unnerved. The buildings here were old rural houses, with low earthen walls. Although the main gate was locked, to a thief, it was merely a faade. Is it this household? Bai Yi pointed to the house ahead. Upon seeing the faded spring festival couplets at the door, one of which was fluttering, Song Yang affirmed, "This is indeed the place." My goodness, your lack of discernment is astonishing. Is it really this household? Bai Yi shook his head. This must be the poorest family in the village, right? I was merely looking for something to eat, and besides, they are not the poorest. I found a box in their room filled with a considerable number of yuan de Tua coins. After Song Yang spoke, he noticed Bai Yi staring at him intently, which made him feel guilty. I didn't mention that, but it is not significant. I didn't take the box. I was only interested in the money of the deceased. I merely slipped into the kitchen, hoping to grab some food, be it white bread or sweet potatoes. Enough with the explanations, Bai Yi interjected. Damn it. Where were you at that time? I mean, where were you in this era? Had you already snuck into that courtyard? As they conversed, a figure suddenly darted out. Given their conspicuous attire in this era, Bai Yi and Song Yang stood out. Fortunately, there were not many people around. As someone approached, they quickly found a place to hide. The person who emerged was none other than Lei Zi. At that time, Lei Zi was still youthful, with an innocent demeanor and soft fuzz under his lips. What a young lad, Bai Yi remarked. So youthful indeed. Song Yang touched his face and remarked that, despite still being youthful, his psychological age had long surpassed that of a young man. Blood stained his body. The sight of Lei Zi's visage stirred a sense of excitement in Bai Yi, for this was the authentic Lei Zi. Possessing a countenance starkly different from Song Yang's, an image deeply entrenched in his memory. Bai Yi let out a bitter smile, realizing that Song Yang had indeed wounded that man. It's peculiar to say this, Song Yang remarked. You are speaking to me while addressing another version of myself. Lei Zi emerged, limping on one leg. The result of being wounded by the middle-aged man. Tears streamed down his face, and he was enveloped in sheer terror. Dragging his injured leg as blood dripped onto the ground, forming a line that faded into the dirt path. Observing Lei Zi's unsteady departure, Bai Yi commented, Since your faces differ, it matters little that you see one another. Let us proceed and ascertain the fate of that middle-aged man. According to recollection, the man should have been lying at the threshold of the house, just around the corner. As they approached, Song Yang's expression shifted. Strange, where is he? The middle-aged man who was supposed to be there had vanished, leaving only a pool of blood behind. Bai Yi noted the open door and the trail of blood. He must have gone inside after being stabbed. Remarkably, he could still move. Look, there are 2 rows of footprints on the ground. You indeed did not strike a fatal blow. Let us venture inside. Song Yang could hardly contain his eagerness. Sensing that matters were beginning to unfold favorably, they peered through the doorway. Observing the blood trail leading into a room that Song Yang recognized as the one containing the hidden box of yuan datu, a sense of foreboding washed over him. As they stepped inside, Bai Yi pulled Song Yang into a storage room, originally intended for grain, but now cluttered with miscellaneous items. What is the matter? Song Yang inquired. Someone is coming, Bai Yi signaled for silence. It seems there are further developments. The individual who entered had both hands clasped across his chest. It was not winter, yet he assumed such a posture. He was short, slightly stooped, with graying hair and a disheveled appearance. Upon entering, he called out loudly, Lao Wu, are you there? What has happened? Why is there a pool of blood at your door? The person referred to as Lao Wu clearly had no time to address him and walked towards the room. Lao Wu, what brings you here? Finally, Lao Wu's voice rang out. Good heavens, what happened to you? Why is there so much blood? The newcomer laughed. You old fool. Have you been up to no good and caught someone's attention? Stop spouting nonsense. You arrived just in time. Help me bandage this. Damn it, I can scarcely manage. Lao Wu replied. Go fetch that barefooted pack. Are you not afraid of tetanus? The laughter from the newcomer echoed, revealing Lao Wu's disdain for him. Enough chit-chat. My injury is not severe. What are you here for? Upon hearing the words not severe, Song Yang felt a surge of excitement and pinched Bai Yi, who shot him a disapproving glare. Song Yang grinned foolishly. I'm just so thrilled. It seems I didn't strike too hard. Bai Yi observed the bruises on his hand, remaining silent, as they listened intently to the commotion within. Old 5, it is still about that matter. Though I merely glanced at the wind, the share you allotted to me is woefully insufficient. The man's voice grew somber. The tomb we unearthed last time. The occupant was likely a dignitary, for how else could there be so many silver coins? So it was a fellow practitioner. Song Yang remarked cryptically. No wonder he struck me then. One affair concludes, yet the previous matter has been settled. Old 5's tone also darkened. What? Do you wish to settle scores after the fact? This is your first time working with us, and the share you received is already generous. Do not be overly avaricious. Thus, it was a matter of unequal distribution. Bai Yi scoffed. Countless partners have turned against each other over such trivialities. Those standing watch often receive little, which is entirely reasonable. After all, they do not face the dangers directly, and when trouble arises, they are the first to flee. The hunchback remained obstinate. But this is far too little. I am aware my share is meager, yet you are taking advantage of me. Get lost. Enraged, Old 5 lashed out, and the hunchback was likely shoved aside. Bai Yi and the others heard the sound of the table being knocked over. The hunchback yelled, Damn it. You all look down on me. You drag me into danger, yet refuse to reward me. Damn it, I will fight you. However, he clearly did not succeed. Despite Old 5's injury, there remained a distinct disparity in their strength, and the hunchback was pushed away. Get lost. If you dare to trouble me again, I shall kill you. Old 5 turned and walked inside, while the hunchback's hands trembled as he muttered nervously, No, no, no. Song Yang grew anxious. Tightly grasping Bai Yi's hand, Bai Yi shot him a glance. Just then, the hunchback bellowed, You all bully me, you all bully me. He charged inside, followed by a cacophony of crashing sounds, as everything fell to the ground, the commotion persisting for 5 minutes. Eventually, the hunchback emerged, and in that fleeting moment, his back seemed to straighten. He was smiling, continuously smiling as he walked out. Bai Yi and Song Yang crawled out from the storage room, approaching the doorway, where Old 5 lay on the ground, his face covered by a pillow. He had suffocated to death. Had it been any other day, the hunchback would not have stood a chance against him. Yet today was different. He was injured, and during their struggle, the bandaged wound had begun to bleed anew. Chapter 849, Fresh Flesh. Song Yang leaned down. The man had no breath left. He was dead. Song Yang suddenly laughed. He is dead. Ha, damn it. This is how he died. Are you not displaying excessive joy? Bai Yi remarked. It seems you were somewhat timid in your youth. Merely hearing of this man's demise without ascertaining the cause, you bore the burden of responsibility alone, suffering for years under this weight. What shall we do now? Song Yang inquired. Let the subsequent events unfold naturally. It is time for us to depart, Bai Yi stated, suddenly seizing Song Yang's arm. Back we go. In the blink of an eye, Song Yang felt darkness envelop him, and he found himself back in the house, confronted by several pairs of curious eyes fixed intently upon them. Song Yang incredulously exclaimed, That was too quick, far too quick. It seems that we need not delve into ancient artifacts nor run an antique shop, as new opportunities have arisen. What does that mean? Tang San Cheng inquired. Time travelers. Song Yang replied. Consider this. Everyone inevitably harbors regrets, perhaps about a former classmate from primary school, someone they have not seen since, yearning for a chance to meet again. Who to seek? Bai Yi, of course. With a swift motion, we could return to that moment, and the money would flow abundantly. Furthermore, akin to the beauty of cherished memories, one might wish to revisit their parents from childhood, only to find themselves separated in adulthood. Again, seek Bai Yi. And in a blink, the wish is fulfilled. What an unparalleled venture this would be. I pondered. Bai Yi mused. What would happen if I had left you behind and returned alone? Song Yang, caught up in the excitement, paused momentarily. In that era, would there be two of me existing in the same space? No, they would differ in appearance, yet share the same essence. He appeared somewhat bewildered, while Bai Yi let out a sardonic laugh. In truth, Altering even the smallest detail of the past could reshape the present. For instance, had I abandoned you there and returned alone, would Song Yang still exist in the future? A shiver ran down Song Yang's spine. The notion was terrifying. He grasped his head. Indeed, this presents a dilemma. We are tangible remnants of the past. If I did not return and remained in that moment, then the 2012 version of myself would cease to exist. Thus, did the previous incarnation of me ever truly exist? It seems it would vanish entirely. Fu Yu interjected. Furthermore, if two versions of Lei Zi were to suddenly emerge in the past, it would defy the natural order. It is likely that one of those two would gradually fade away. Shen Bing shot a sidelong glance at Song Yang. What do you think? Song Yang shook his head. It certainly does not sound promising. Perhaps I am overthinking it. Thus, the prospect of altering the past is indeed daunting. We recognize this, allowing us to restrain ourselves and maintain the status quo. However, according to your assertions, if we were to bring someone back to the past to fulfill their desires, would they be able to exercise self-control? They might refuse to return or even take it upon themselves to make changes. Even if we could exert control over them, they are still human, and there will always be moments when we cannot oversee their actions. At such times, our own destinies may very well be altered. Upon finishing his thoughts, Bai Yi surveyed the room, noting the solemn expressions before breaking into a smile. We are capable of self-discipline, are we not? By the way, where is Xiao Hu? He has likely gone outside to play with Xiao Shan again. Fu Yu remarked. Ever since we returned, he cannot stay indoors, always yearning to venture out. The Mao family has reunited, and Professor Gua has made significant resolutions. This time, he should be able to fulfill his wishes. Presently, Professor Gua has returned there to attentively care for his wife, the Mao Ren, and has yet to reveal his background to Xiao Mao Ren, though it is merely a matter of time. At this moment, Fu Yu and I are preparing to visit Xiunyang River. Bai Yi suggested, you two should rest at home for a while. Fu Yu and I can handle this matter. Is there a risk involved? Shen Bing queried. Did not Li Ying mention that her ancestry also includes shamanesses, and that she has exchanged powers with some entity? Hence, it is only us two who shall go. Fu Yu said, the more people who depart, the less I can manage. Please take good care of the little fox. If anything seems amiss, contact us immediately. What could possibly go wrong? Tang San inquired. Furrowing his brow, Fu Yu replied. Those two luminous orbs vanished onto Bai Yi and the little fox. Although there are no apparent anomalies at present, I cannot shake this uneasy feeling. Perhaps I am overthinking it. I, on the other hand, feel that my ability to return has significantly improved since then, Bai Yi remarked. However, this may not necessarily be linked to those orbs. In any case, ensure you look after the little fox. Song Yang, what are your plans? Now unburdened by any blood debts, Song Yang felt at ease. I will stay for another week before returning. Xiao Er is currently unwell, so it would be inappropriate for me to linger here. I am contemplating how to persuade my mother-in-law for all of us to return. After all, there are accommodations here. Xiao Er is easy to convince, but you know my mother-in-law can be quite troublesome. Be cautious about speaking ill of your mother-in-law behind her back. She may cast a curse upon you, Shun Bingbing said with a mischievous smile. Song Yang grimaced. That is precisely what I fear. Bai Yi and Fu Yu returned after 5 days, finding matters far less arduous than they had anticipated. The Xiunyang River, historically known as Chaisang, is situated in Zhejiang, Jiangxi Province, and was once renowned as one of China's 4 major rice markets and 3 major tea markets. As a pivotal historical town along the Yangtze River, Xiunyang City has experienced numerous rises and falls over its more than 2,000 years of history. Its geographical location, bordered by Poyang Lake to the east and Mount Lu to the south, has made it a coveted strategic area throughout history. The Xiunyang River flows through the northern part of Zhejiang City. The clues provided by Li Ying were limited, requiring considerable effort from the two. Fortunately, local legends still spoke of that mystical totem. One tale recounted a fisherman who, while lost in a canyon, had glimpsed the very object depicted on the totem. By consulting these local legends and examining local records, the duo found the object in a canyon with relative ease. It was a wooden statue, remarkably preserved over the years. And upon sighting it, Bai Yi and Fu Yu instantly recognized it as their objective, standing there with an air of serene detachment. Li Ying had warned that if someone were to speak to them there, they must not respond. Initially, the two dismissed this caution. However, when the voice emerged, their hearts raced in unison. It even inquired about their desires. For a fleeting moment, Fu Yu nearly opened his mouth to reply, but Bai Yi tugged at him, and he slowly shook his head, managing to maintain his composure. Tang San had previously taught everyone the mantra for calming the mind, and now it proved invaluable. The two were undisturbed by the ominous sounds, drawing near to the wooden structure. With a single flame, they reduced it to ashes. All inner demons stem from within, and when ignored, it is merely a piece of wood. As the fire blazed larger, red fluid began to seep from the wooden pillar, fleeting and ephemeral. Fu Yu closed her eyes, softly murmuring something. Observing her serious demeanor, Bai Yi refrained from questioning her until the wood had turned to white ash. Only then did he inquire, "What were you reciting?" "An incantation," Fu Yu replied. "Senior Qing Wan informed me that this would quell its wrath." "Is it akin to a universal salvation?" "Essentially, yes," Fu Yu responded. "However, I am uncertain whether destroying its corporeal form will indeed break the lifespan limit of the 35. "I understand. Upon my return, I shall inform them that the curse has been lifted, and they need not worry about 35. They can live joyfully with the Bu family brothers, following the ordinary path of life. Ultimately, the outcome matters little, does it? You comprehend me well." In that moment, when the ominous voice echoed, what Fu Yu had almost uttered was a plea for a child, a profound regret between Bai Yi and Fu Yu. Thankfully, she restrained herself. Bai Yi embraced Fu Yu's shoulders, saying, "We need not concern ourselves with the final outcome, do we?" In that fleeting moment, did you also feel a stir of desire? Fu Yu and Bai Yi concluded their endeavor, returning home with lightened hearts. However, upon entering, they found Xiao Hu tightly bound, with Shun Bing attempting to feed him. Xiao Hu clearly lacked appetite. Bai Yi bellowed, "What are you doing?" Anticipating Bai Yi's reaction, Shin Bing stepped aside as Tang San sighed, "You have finally returned. The situation is rather troubling. No matter the issue, he should not be restrained. He is still a child," Fu Yu asserted, reaching to untie the ropes. "Do not," Shin Bing exclaimed. Fu Yu immediately understood the reason for the objection, as Xiao Hu suddenly turned and bit down on her wrist. His eyes had transformed into a ghastly crimson. "What is happening?" Fu Yu was taken aback. This version of Xiao Hu felt utterly alien to her. "Tang San, Bai Yi. Come here." Tang San summoned them gravely into his study. "After you departed, Xiao Shan was the first to notice something amiss with Xiao Hu. Not only has he become more inclined to roam outside, but his dietary preferences have also shifted. He increasingly craves raw food. Despite our precautions, he stealthily sneaks into the kitchen to indulge in raw meat. Once, Xiao Shan awoke in the night, noticing a faint light in the kitchen. Upon investigation, he discovered Xiao Hu seated before the open refrigerator, holding raw meat, having already consumed a piece. Could it be due to the fish blood from last time? Bai Yi speculated, his excitement palpable. "It is not merely that," Tang San stated. "That incident was accidental, and having trained alongside me for so long, he possesses a degree of self-control. It is illogical for him to succumb to the dark path in such a short span. So what now? Are you unable to find a solution?" Bai Yi found it increasingly difficult to restrain his emotions. "We brought him out from the Tian Shan Mountains, promising his mother to take good care of him. Must we now watch helplessly as he repeats the same mistakes? The path of darkness is inescapable." This was a point that the esteemed elder Zhang Chun had long emphasized. "Bai Yi, please remain calm," Su Yu urged, though her sadness did not diminish her strength. "I cannot maintain my composure," Bai Yi replied. "Su Yu, I regret burning that totem wood." His words pierced Su Yu's heart like a knife, causing her profound pain. With a bittersweet smile, she responded, "So, you do care that we do not have our own children, don't you? No matter how much we try to conceal it, our innermost thoughts will eventually surface." Tang San was taken aback, observing the unusual division between them, a sight he had never witnessed before. Summoning his courage, he interjected, "Arguing is futile. What if it is?" Su Yu's sorrowful smile revealed her anguish. "We may have buried our feelings for too long, perhaps forgotten that we still harbor regrets. Why should we force ourselves to ignore what lies within our hearts?" "I need a moment to gather myself," Bai Yi said. "That is understandable. We are not in a position for conversation right now," Su Yu responded, her mood not improving either. Tang San, growing anxious, exclaimed, "So, you are not interested in knowing why Xiao Hu has changed? I have discovered the reason." Bai Yi and Su Yu simultaneously glared at Tang San, who shrank back slightly. "You are too impatient. I wanted to share my findings before you began arguing." "Did we argue?" Bai Yi insisted, refusing to concede. "We merely expressed our thoughts." "Did we not, Su Yu?" "Yes. Keeping our feelings bottled up for too long can be detrimental to our health," Su Yu added. Tang San felt exasperated. Indeed, after spending so long together, Do couples begin to resemble each other in various ways? He continued. Do you remember those two luminous orbs that appeared within Bai Yi and Xiao Hu? I suspect they are connected. This information I retrieved from the library pertains to the history of the Xianbei people. Take a look. The Xianbei were a nomadic people of the Altaic language family from northern China, originating from the Donghu tribes and emerging in the greater Xing'an Mountains. They were one of the ancient nomadic tribes of China, a branch of the Donghu people from the Shang dynasty. During the Qin and Han dynasties, they migrated south from the greater Xing'an region to the area around the Shimu-Luan River. They once submitted to the Eastern Han dynasty. After the Xiongnu migrated westward, over 100,000 households remained in the northern desert and were incorporated into the Xianbei, resulting in their growing power. The earliest records of the Xianbei can be traced back to the early Western Zhou period. The Book of Documents, Jin language, states that after King Cheng of Zhou quelled the rebellion of Wugong, he personally attended a grand assembly at Qiyang, inviting all the feudal lords and leaders of the four barbarian tribes, including the Xianbei. However, in the eyes of the Central Plains people at that time, both the Xianbei and Chu were regarded as outsiders, excluded from the various Xia clans. Thus, they were not permitted to participate in the alliance and could only guard the sacred fires for worshipping the mountains and deities. What does this indicate? It suggests that the Xianbei initially held a lowly status, as the standing of a nation is determined by its capabilities and strength. Yet at that time, the Xianbei evidently lacked such power. Bai Yi began to grasp Tang San Cheng's meaning. I understand now. You are referring to the transformations that occurred following the migration of the Xianbei people. This tribe suddenly flourished, and the Xianbei beast is a divine creature they encountered during their migration. Grateful for its assistance, they named it the Xianbei beast. But is it truly a divine creature? Tang San Cheng remarked. The 16 stone coffins are arranged according to the cardinal directions. The statue of the Xianbei beast is partially buried in the earth, symbolizing its confinement. Regardless of the perspective taken, this is an act of suppression. If it is indeed a divine creature, why would it be sealed away? Tang San Cheng continued. I sought out Bai. Bai? Fu Yu certainly remembered him. He must be in his 50s now, right? Yes, the situation is urgent. And with my father and the esteemed general absent, I could not afford to hesitate. Tang San Cheng stated. Among the current practitioners of Maoshan, Bai is the most distinguished. His vast knowledge may shed light on the origins of the Xianbei beast. When he saw me, he was naturally astonished. I had previously hinted at my extraordinary experiences, yet he never believed me, until now. What is his current situation? Bai Yi inquired. He remains a beloved art teacher at the university, still the most popular among his peers. Though he has aged, his penchant for beauty has not waned, which starkly contrasts with his son. Has he started a family? Fu Yu asked, intrigued by the type of woman who could win Bai's heart. Yes, he has a son who is nearly 19 years old. Tang San Cheng remarked. Judging by the timeline, he married and had a child soon after we departed, which truly surpasses my expectations. I thought he would lead a solitary life, never to marry. He confided in me that the Xianbei beast was originally a creature of good omen, revered by the ancient Xianbei and the Sai people. This auspicious beast resembles neither lion nor dog, galloping with hooves akin to a swift steed, sporting wings, and possessing a curved horn reminiscent of a rhinoceros, proudly gazing towards the heavens. The belt buckles worn by Sai men are often adorned with the image of this auspicious beast, which they secure around their waists while hunting in the mountains, seeking protection for their endeavors. The likeness of this creature can also be found on altars and furniture. It differs significantly from the Xianbei beast we have encountered. Fu Yu noted, the one we observed lacks wings. Although it bears a horse-like shape, it also resembles a lion. After this discussion, Fu Yu identified the discrepancies. Indeed, this is where the crux of the matter lies. Tang San Cheng remarked, they are, in fact, quite distinct. Though both are Xianbei beasts, one embodies righteousness while the other embodies malevolence. The creature with wings is undoubtedly an auspicious beast, while the wingless one we observe is a malevolent entity. This elucidates why it is confined there. After conferring with Bai, we reached a conclusion. The malevolent beast lacks eyes because its vision serves as the source of its power, and those two spheres of light are the very essence of its wickedness. They collided with Shen Bing, yet produced no discernible effect, leaving Shen Bing unaffected. However, subsequent encounters with Xiao Hu and yourself resulted in an enhancement of your returning abilities, and Xiao Hu underwent considerable transformation. The incantations I taught him have lost all efficacy. What could possibly disrupt the celestial order? Yet, Bai Yi remains unscathed, Su Yu interjected. We must not overlook the fact that Bai Yi possesses fragments of a jade disc within him, which are potent enough to suppress the malevolent beast's power, even capable of perfect assimilation. Tang San Cheng continued. However, Xiao Hu lacks such protection. His cultivation spans merely 2 centuries, and thus the impact on him will undoubtedly exceed that on Bai Yi. Having identified this cause, we must now devise a targeted remedy. Yu Bai is already taking action, and I am also seeking methods to restrain the Xinbei beast. Bai Yi sighed in relief, for understanding the reason made the resolution seem more manageable. What is Xiao Hu's current state? Just now, he even attempted to bite Su Yu. He no longer recognizes us. Tang San Cheng replied. The power of the malevolent beast has consumed him rapidly, necessitating that we bind him. If he refrains from eating, it will also inflict harm on his body. We have been brainstorming ways to provide him with cooked food. How long can he endure? Su Yu inquired. It's uncertain. The present situation is far from ideal. Tang San Cheng stated. I infuse him with vital energy daily, hoping he can withstand it. Your timely return is fortuitous, for you are his emotional anchors. Tears streamed down Su Yu's face. If only we hadn't allowed him to go out. Do not dwell on that. Bai Yi tightened his embrace around Su Yu. What has transpired has occurred. We must confront it head-on. I understand. Su Yu placed her hand over her heart. I cannot bear to lose Xiao Hu. He is our child. Tang San Cheng's countenance grew solemn, an unusual expression crossing his face. What is it, Tang San Cheng? Bai Yi inquired curiously. Someone is approaching. Outside, a doorbell rang, a wireless remote bell installed by the Bu brothers for convenience as visitors increased. Tang San Cheng remarked. This presence does not seem entirely human. The trio stepped outside to find Xiao, who had fallen into slumber. It was only when he slept that Shen Bing would loosen the ropes to afford Xiao Hu greater comfort. Upon reaching the courtyard, they found the visitor impatiently leaping over the fence. As he entered, Qi Xia lunged forward, delivering a swift kick aimed at the intruder's neck. Who goes there? The newcomer, startled, found himself airborne. Anticipating the visitor's prowess, Tang San Cheng struck out, prompting the figure to exclaim, Friend. I am a friend. The figure of the man was remarkably graceful, landing lightly upon the ground. A strikingly handsome individual, indeed, a middle-aged gentleman with skin as fair as jade. His exquisitely refined features were almost disconcerting, for there lies an unsettling quality in a man whose beauty rivals that of a woman. Such a sight could be rather nauseating to the male gaze, especially when he smiled. One could imagine that it would enchant a woman, yet to men, it is merely an eyesore. For instance, take Bai Yi. Furthermore, his physique, exemplifying the fabled golden ratio, was simply remarkable. We do not know friends of your kind, Tang San Cheng remarked. I wonder who it is that you seek? Indeed, just as Qiao Shi described, you are quite an odd bunch. Where's my son? The man stated bluntly, I have come to retrieve my son. Your son? Tang San Cheng's comprehension dawned. You are certainly not human. You belong to the Fox clan. Chapter 851. Jia Yin, the denizen of the Fox clan, identified himself as Jia Yin, a quintessential nine-tailed fox capable of transforming into a handsome man, with a cultivation level surpassing a millennium. As a nine-tailed male fox, he possessed a certain pride. Despite being in need, he bore an air of haughty defiance. I have come to find my son, he asserted, considering a Fox clan male's quest for his son. The answer was evident, yet the truth of the matter remained shrouded in ambiguity. The little fox had been brought from Tianshan, and while everyone had seen his mother, the identity of his father had never been disclosed. The circumstances at that time had been exceptional, leaving no opportunity to address it. However, one could not simply accept the presence of a fox and declare him the father of the little fox. Tang San Cheng crossed his arms defiantly. Where is your evidence? Jia Yin found the situation amusing. I hail from Tianshan, and prior to my arrival, I had met the mother of the little fox. I am aware of your identities. You are remarkable humans indeed. Flattery, however, bore no weight. Shen Bing was unimpressed by the handsome man. While she could appreciate the view, the idea of him taking the little fox was out of the question. Did you hear that? Produce your evidence. Jia Yin produced a small bell and gave it a gentle shake. A faint rustling sound emanated from within the room, and the little fox, previously deep in slumber, suddenly stumbled out. Upon seeing the little fox, Jia Yin's expression morphed into one of astonishment. He has already transformed into human form? Unbelievable. The little fox's eyes shimmered with a pink hue, which took both Fu Yu and Bai Yi by surprise. Tang San Cheng interjected. This is merely a temporary state. When he is hungry, he will lose control. As the little fox emerged, Bai Yi extended his arms. But the little fox dashed past him and leapt into Bai Yi's embrace. "Daddy, you're back." Bai Yi's visage instantly shifted to a mixture of red and white, a sight most unappealing. The little fox nestled comfortably in Bai Yi's arms, while Bai Yi stood with a rueful smile. Tang San Cheng, intrigued, inquired about the bell. Bai Yi explained, "This is a bell from our lineage. Anyone of our bloodline who hears its chime will respond." Just now, he certainly did respond. Indeed, there is a sense of recognition. Yet who among us can truly identify you? Song Yang remarked with evident irritation. "You claim to be someone significant, yet merely asserting it does not render it true." Xiao Hu grew up alongside us. His ability to attain human form is a testament to our influence. Furthermore, Bai Yi and Fu Yu are now his rightful parents. You burst forth uninvited. "Who do you think you are?" Song Yang. Fu Yu interjected firmly, halting Song Yang's tirade. Reluctantly, Song Yang spat on the ground in frustration and retreated to a corner, silent and brooding. Bai Yi, feeling the awkwardness of the moment, persisted. "If the bell fails to clarify matters, I possess other means to substantiate my claims." He approached Bai Yi, who held Xiao Hu in his arms. The young fox gazed intently at the striking man before him, curiosity evident in his eyes. "Who are you?" As Bai Yi leaned closer, one could not help but admire the exquisite lineage of the nine-tailed fox clan. Both men, one large and one small, were breathtakingly beautiful, their noses nearly touching. Bai Yi cleared his throat, feeling the tension. "This is rather uncomfortable." With Bai Yi's head inclined toward Xiao Hu, and the young fox nestled in Bai Yi's embrace, it appeared as though Bai Yi was also cradled in Bai Yi's arms. Bai Yi chuckled. "My apologies, but this is essential for you to discern the connection." No sooner had he spoken than a light flickered in his eyes, mirrored by a faint glow in Xiao Hu's pink irises. In a moment of excitement, Bai Yi clasped Xiao Hu's shoulders, exclaiming, "Indeed, you are my son." Xiao Hu wriggled free from Bai Yi's grasp, burying his head in Bai Yi's embrace. Clearly unwilling to acknowledge Bai Yi, this rejection brought a sense of comfort to Xin Bing. After all, they had raised this child, and it would be disheartening if he were to easily accept an estranged father. Xin Bing asserted, "See, Xiao Hu does not recognize you and has no desire to engage. If you do not leave, I shall summon the zoo personnel." "The zoo?" Bai Yi inquired, puzzled. "To have you exhibited as a nine-tailed fox," Xin Bing replied tersely. "Before I call them, it would be wise for you to depart." Bai Yi retorted, "One must adhere to reason. And as a fox, one should not be overly arrogant." Song Yang interjected coldly. "Xiao Hu's refusal to recognize you is quite straightforward. It is already generous of us to have allowed you entry. Now, it is time for you to take your leave." The atmosphere grew increasingly tense. Bai Yi's expression darkened, and sensing a lack of compliance meant he would have to adopt a firmer approach. Tang San Cheng, noticing Bai Yi's unfriendly demeanor, instinctively positioned himself protectively in front of Bai Yi, emanating an imposing presence. Bai Yi, keenly aware of Tang San Cheng's unusual aura, recognized him as a formidable adversary, and thus they found themselves in a standoff. Suddenly, Xiao Hu's head collided forcefully with Bai Yi's chest, a jarring impact that caused Bai Yi to lower his gaze in shock, exclaiming, "Tang San Cheng." Tang San turned his head and noticed that the little fox's head was trembling slightly, its eyes shifting from a soft pink to a deep crimson. Its mouth opened, revealing sharp fangs and drooling. The little fox's hands were tightly clutching the front of Bai Yi's clothing, straining to maintain control. Tang San rushed over and forcibly pulled the little fox from Bai Yi's embrace, one hand pressing against its back as he slowly circulated his vital energy. The little fox, with merely 200 years of cultivation, was no match for Tang San's prowess. He dared not infuse too much energy into it. Bai Yi stepped aside, murmuring, "Strange. What has happened?" Fu Yu rushed to Bai Yi's side, asking, "If he is truly your son, do you have a way to save him?" Her eyes were already tinged with red. The little fox was originally cultivating the path of heaven, but now it is on the brink of succumbing to the demonic path. If you are indeed his father, do you have a solution, or will you simply watch him perish? Suddenly, Bai Yi covered her face, her throat constricting with anguish. "My son. He is my only child, my sole heir. Oh heavens, how unfair you are to me." At that moment, Fu Yu could not afford to tend to the distressed nine-tailed fox. Instead, she focused on the little fox's condition. Under Tang San's support, The little fox gradually began to recover, its eyes returning to pink, though its complexion remained poor, lacking the vitality it once had. The exhausted little fox spoke less and merely gazed helplessly at Fu Yu and Bai Yi, his eyes filled with a pleading expression. I do not wish to drink blood or consume flesh, yet I cannot control myself. It will be all right. It will surely be all right. Bai Yi assured as he held the little fox tightly. Uncle San is here. He will help you. Tang San lowered his head, realizing that this method was merely a temporary solution. Jiayin suddenly stepped forward, pressing her middle finger against the little fox's philtrum, her brow furrowed. There is malevolent energy surging within. If it cannot be suppressed, descending into the demonic path is merely a matter of time. While this brother's vital energy can temporarily ward off the malevolence, my son's cultivation is limited. Forcing too much energy into him will also harm his essence. This approach merely addresses the symptoms, not the root cause. Recognizing the wisdom in her words, Tang San inquired, as a member of the Fox clan, you understand the little fox's condition better. Do you have any viable solutions? Jiayin hesitated. There is a method, but I fear. What do you fear? Xin Bing interjected. Did you not say that the little fox is your only son? If anything happens to him, you will have no heirs. This struck a nerve in Jiayin, who sighed deeply. Very well, I shall take the risk. I will return and fetch that item. In the meantime, I must trouble you to care for my son. I shall return shortly. As soon as he spoke, he vanished, leaving everyone curious about his origins. The little fox suddenly began to sob. Am I going to die? No one answered him. He pointed to the spot where Jiayin had stood moments before, saying, That person is truly my father. I knew it when the bell rang. The little fox has truly grown. Just moments ago, when he was uncontrollably about to leap into Jiayin's embrace, a wave of desolation surged within him. This was clearly a stranger. He swiftly changed his course and found himself in Bai Yi's arms instead. Naturally, there was a hint of resentment in this action. If it were anyone, suddenly confronted by an unfamiliar person claiming to be their father, acceptance would be minimal. Indeed, the little fox had no recollection of his father. When we took him away, he was the weakest among the three, unable even to open his eyes, having never seen his mother's face, let alone that of his father. Xin Bing indignantly exclaimed, Little fox, you must not leave us. You simply must not. Although I cannot recall my mother's visage, I do remember the scent of her. The little fox sniffed and remarked, The person from earlier bore a strange aroma, yet there was an innate allure that I could not disregard. Reflecting upon it, the little fox's mother hailed from the illustrious lineage of the nine-tailed fox, a renowned member of the Tushan clan, a lineage that boasts of being the progenitors of the summer deity, possessing noble blood. Alas, the Tushan clan has seemingly faced unfortunate fates since ancient times. Take, for instance, the earliest of the Tushan clan, who married the illustrious Yu, yet met with a tragic end. During the reigns of Yao and Shun, a common dilemma persisted, the calamity of floods. Yu opted for a strategy starkly different from his father Gun's method of confinement. He chose to guide the waters, ultimately subduing the deluge. Thus, it can be said that the legitimacy of Shun's rule was founded upon Yu's achievements in flood control. Yu certainly had reasons to covet the imperial throne. However, his situation was markedly different from that of Shun, who was a powerful tribal leader in the middle reaches of the Yellow River, while Yu was merely a minister in Shun's court. Furthermore, although Yi Huang bore no children, Yingying's son Shangjun had already grown into adulthood, poised to ascend the throne after Shun's century, leaving no room for Yu. In this moment, Yu contemplated the powerful Tushan clan of the Dongyi, related to Enjiao. If he could forge a union with the Tushan clan, the entire Dongyi would be at his command, and the high-ranking officials, akin to the esteemed Li Qing, would support him. Moreover, since he was in love with Enjiao, was it not a match made in heaven? However, due to the matriarchal customs still prevalent in the Tushan clan, Yu could only become a son-in-law. Chapter 852. The Treasure of the Fox Clan While Occupied. Yu passed by his home thrice without entering. For Yu, the success in flood control determined his future, yet for Enjiao, love was paramount. During the long days and nights of Yu's absence, Enjiao remained in solitude. Longing turned into affliction, and disregarding the conventions of society, Enjiao ventured to Yu's homeland. One day, as she brought him a meal, she beheld Yu transformed into a bear, igniting a profound sense of shame within her, leading her to turn into stone. When Yu beseeched the stone for a son, it cracked open, and Yu's son Qi was born. There lies a mystery within this tale. Why did Enjiao, upon seeing you as a bear, transform into stone? Perhaps it was a taboo of the Fox clan or some other reason. However, the outcome was heartbreaking. As you saw, in Xiao turned to stone yet showed no concern for her. Instead, he sought a son from her. This reality is truly sorrowful. Just moments before, they were deeply in love, yet the ending evokes a sense of melancholy. If En Jiao were to reflect on this, would she willingly transform into stone and obediently grant you a son? From the perspective of Du, although he was adopted into the family and his offspring belonged to the maternal lineage, how could he reconcile such a fate? Du's ambition was to seize the imperial throne and to become the first emperor himself. If his son were to return to the maternal clan, how could the realm be passed down? In the face of love and the empire, Du resolutely chose the latter. The allure of familial dominion overshadowed any past romantic affections. This figure, who seemingly emerged from the crevices of stone, was Qi, born without a mother. Qi's nature was inevitably shaped by a ruthless disposition. Tang San Cheng did not arrive at this conclusion suddenly. The Tushan clan was of noble blood, traditionally adhering to the heavenly path, yet the mother of the little fox deviated from the norm, embracing a path of darkness. The origins of this deviation likely connected to the fox named Jia Yin encountered earlier. Regrettably, the little fox's mother was currently recuperating at the bottom of the heavenly pool, leaving the situation shrouded in mystery. Jia Yin was rather peculiar, Fu Yu remarked. We are unaware of what transpired between him and the little fox's mother, yet he insists that the little fox is his only child. However, we previously witnessed 3 little foxes. Perhaps the others were daughters, Bai Yi suggested. He was absent during the birth of his child, and now he suddenly appears seeking his son. I sense he is not a good person. Bai Yi spoke this in front of the little fox, prompting Fu Yu to shake his head and glare at him. Bai Yi pinched his nose and added, all of this is merely our conjecture. Little fox, it is akin to listening to a tale. There is a foundation of truth, yet it may also contain fabrications. To everyone's surprise, the little fox sighed deeply, displaying an air of maturity. The next day, Jia Yin returned, shrouded in mystery, cradling a bulging cloth bundle. He drew the little fox closer, saying, Little one, I truly am your father. Call me Dad and let me hear it. Bai Yi felt a shiver run down his spine and coughed lightly. The little fox complied, promptly flying to Bai Yi's side and calling out cheerfully, Dad. Jia Yin's face turned ashen, and with a pained expression, he lamented, Alas, I wronged you in the past. But blood ties are inescapable. You shall understand this truth as you grow older. What treasure have you brought? Shenbing asked, her gaze fixed on the cloth bundle. Speaking of treasures, a flicker of mystery crossed Jia Yin's face as he turned to Tang San Cheng. Brother, since you can discern my true self, this item requires both our efforts to unveil. You must first clarify what this item is, Tang San Cheng retorted, somewhat irritable. It is the family heirloom of the Qingqiu Fox clan, Jia Yin whispered urgently. Hurry, for time is of the essence. This item cannot be easily removed. Seeing Jia Yin's genuine concern, beads of sweat formed on Tang San Cheng's forehead. Finally, he moved his feet to accompany him to the study, where the little fox was promptly ushered inside, his eyes fixated on the enticing cloth bundle. As Jia Yin unwrapped it, Tang San Cheng was taken aback. What is this? It is the treasure of the Qingqiu clan, Jia Yin explained. The Qianquan mirror, capable of suppressing the malevolent energies of the 3 realms. I committed a grave familial transgression to retrieve it. We must act swiftly. Should they discover it, we will be too late. You stole it? Tang San Cheng's jaw nearly dropped. Hurry, Jia Yin urged. Jia Yin spoke with palpable eagerness, having already placed the mirror upon the table. As it stood upright, a silver radiance enveloped the entire surface of the mirror. Tang San inhaled deeply, his palm directed towards the mirror, and Jia Yin mirrored his gesture. The little fox, facing the mirror, gazed at his reflection, only to burst into tears upon discovering that his visage was shrouded by a veil of dark mist, growing ever denser, so starkly different from the familiar image he was accustomed to seeing. Outside, upon hearing the little fox's cries, the others exchanged anxious glances, their expressions betraying their unease. Simultaneously, Tang San and Jia Yin channeled their vital energy towards the mirror. Under the influence of their energy, the mirror's brilliance intensified, enveloping the little fox entirely. Meanwhile, a resounding knock reverberated from the door. Open up. The voice was coarse, booming with a masculine timbre. Yet the higher notes pierced through with an almost feminine sharpness. Song Yang spat on the ground, perplexed. Who could that be? Just as he was about to speak, Jia Yin's head poked out from the study, her features contorted in a frown. Do not open the door just yet. Let me hide first. Song Yang was bewildered. And then Tang San's voice rang out. What shall we do with this mirror? Let my son hold on to it. The malevolent energy has yet to be eradicated. We must ensure that woman does not reclaim it. As soon as Jia Yin finished speaking, she vanished in a swift motion. Tang San felt a surge of anxiety. Stolen items always brought unrest. He glanced at the little fox, recalling how he and Jia Yin had drawn forth the energy of the Qinquan mirror, which had caused a dark mist to emanate from the little fox, now absorbed into the mirror, disappearing from sight. The once listless little fox seemed revitalized. Tang San pressed the mirror into the little fox's hands. Little fox, exit through the back door and return later. Hurry. Why did he feel a sense of complicity in wrongdoing? The little fox departed, and Tang San finally exhaled in relief. The knocking grew increasingly insistent, rendering the doorbell utterly redundant. Bai Yi furrowed his brow and approached, opening the door to find two women outside, one slightly older, who had been the vigorous knocker, and the other, a chilling presence standing silently beside her. When Bai Yi opened the door, the latter merely lifted her gaze momentarily before directing her attention towards the older woman. Sister-in-law, has my elder brother truly come here? This woman was strikingly beautiful, yet her demeanor was equally frigid, exuding an aura of icy detachment. Fixing her gaze upon Bai Yi, the sister-in-law inquired, has a man named Jia Yin visited? Bai Yi took a step back. This question posed considerable difficulty. Sensing his hesitation, the sister-in-law swiftly took control, pushing past him. Bai Yi felt two gusts of wind sweep by, and when he looked again, the two women had already positioned themselves before Fu Yu. Fu Yu remarked, ladies, you seek someone, yet have found your way to my home. Have you perhaps mistaken your destination? A look of suspicion flickered across the cold beauty's face, and she promptly turned to her sister-in-law, saying, Sister-in-law, we have trespassed into private property. This does not bode well. Trespass. The sister-in-law retorted with indignation. Shuefun, you are clearly protecting your brother. No matter how refined the two ladies, Fu Yu and Shou Yang, might be, they found the behavior of these two individuals rather excessive. This is our home. You have barged in uninvited, shouting as you please. Shouldn't you at least seek the owner's consent? The cold beauty, known as Shuefun, inclined her head slightly toward Fu Yu. I apologize, my sister-in-law has a rather hasty temperament. However, we mean no harm. Tang San tugged at Bai Yi's sleeve. These two are also nine-tailed foxes. Goodness, a gathering of foxes, Bai Yi remarked. It must be that Kain's doing. Unbeknownst to Bai Yi and the others, the contents of the cloth bag were stolen, and Tang San was already sweating profusely. At that moment, he noticed that the girl named Shuefun consistently stood in the shadows, skillfully evading any sunlight that dared to touch her, completely avoiding exposure. It was peculiar. For a nine-tailed fox to attain human form generally required at least a millennium of cultivation. Why, then, would she fear the sun? May I ask how to address you? Ladies? Qi Xia inquired, his tall stature and commanding presence maintaining a sense of authority before the two unfamiliar guests. You may call me Wan Hong, replied the elder woman. Though her demeanor was somewhat brusque, the nine-tailed fox clan, regardless of gender, possessed striking appearances. Regrettably, her aura paled in comparison, especially when standing beside Shuefun. I am Shuefun, which means snow flurry. She introduced herself, her name bearing a connection to the chill. Shuefun appeared to be around 19. Her long hair cascading down to her waist, each strand smooth and free from tangles, resembling a waterfall of ebony flowing behind her. Her features were exquisite, with eyebrows like willow leaves arching toward her temples and a pair of phoenix eyes that slanted alluringly, exuding an air of charm beyond her years. A red mole between her brows seemed to bleed, her complexion like jade and lips akin to blooming flowers. They often said Fu Yu possessed a gentle beauty reminiscent of classical heroines, yet she paled in comparison to Shuefun. This girl, if captured on canvas, would undoubtedly be a living embodiment of art. Shen Bing could not help but exclaim, she is stunning. Indeed, Song Yang seized the opportunity to remark, alas, Shen Bing, when compared to her, you are leagues away. Enough, Shen Bing retorted, pinching Song Yang's arm. And what about your Qiao'er? She is no less so in comparison. You can insult me all you want, but why drag Qiao'er into this? Song Yang mused, rubbing his arm. A woman's heart is as venomous as a wasp's sting. Suddenly, Wan Hong inhaled sharply. Wait, He has been here. Her gaze, sharp as a blade, pierced through the group. Where have you hidden that man? And where's the mirror? Tang San realized there was no escaping the truth. This woman knew everything. He stammered. He has already left, and so has the mirror. We are unaware of the matters between you two, but that mirror was meant to save lives, and Kain came for the same reason. Do you understand? Once the Qian Kuan mirror is activated, its powers will surge uncontrollably, leading to unimaginable consequences. Wan Hong cast a glance at Xue Fun and said, My sister-in-law has been invaded by malevolent forces. I pondered for a long time and hesitated to utilize the Qian Kuan mirror, fearing it might summon evil spirits. Yet that wretched man used it with such ease. Where has he hidden himself, and for whom did he steal this mirror? Is it for a woman? You all must know what kind of person he is, given that you protect him. Tang San Cheng coughed lightly, and Xue Fun shot him a glance before turning to say, Brother, you have been exceedingly foolish this time, committing such an act. I believe there must be a reason behind it. Otherwise, with his cowardice, how could he dare to do such a thing? This young lady possessed a remarkable skill in rhetoric. On the surface, she seemed to reproach her elder brother, yet she was also defending him. Wan Hong, however, failed to discern this, letting out a muffled grunt. This fellow is as timid as a mouse. He must have gone out to find a concubine. Upon hearing the term concubine, Fu Yu and Xin Bing exchanged glances, their expressions slightly abnormal. Xue Fun noticed this and gently remarked, My brother has already committed his folly. It is too late to discuss it now. I can only hope that you have not activated it. If not, there is still room for resolution, and it can simply be retracted. I'm afraid it may be too late, Tang San Cheng replied. We have already worked together to draw out the mirror's power. Wan Hong took a step back, exclaiming, Where is that scoundrel? I do not know. He left just a moment ago, Tang San Cheng responded. He did mention that the mirror was stolen and that it needed to be used quickly and returned. For whom is he attempting to save? Wan Hong insisted. Is it for a woman? It is a child. Tang San Cheng suddenly turned back, realizing that he had just sent the little fox away with the mirror. Yet the little one had returned. The little fox clutched the mirror to his chest and cautiously called out, Master. Xue Fun looked at the little fox and was momentarily stunned. The child bore a striking resemblance to her brother, yet there was an expression reminiscent of that girl. Could it be? A tightening sensation gripped her heart as she heard her sister-in-law asking beside her, Who is this child? No one answered her. Clenching her fists, she suddenly let out a cry to the heavens. This rascal has actually fathered a child with that woman. They have indeed had a child. I knew it. He looks down on me because I have not borne him a son. That scoundrel, I must kill him. Xue Fun maintained a calm demeanor, saying, Sister-in-law, you have vowed to kill him countless times, yet he still lives without a care. Wan Hong, you were born of the same mother, yet your temperaments are worlds apart. She lamented, tears streaming down Wan Hong's face. Why am I so unfortunate? Among so many men, I ended up marrying such a creature. The little fox stood there clutching the mirror, terrified to move, feeling an increasing sense of foreboding. Xue Fun looked at the little fox, realizing his origins, sighed, and approached him. Could you please give me the mirror? It's not that I don't want to, the little fox said, feeling wronged. It seems as if this mirror is stuck to me. I cannot take it off. Xue Fun extended her hand to grasp the mirror, but it remained tightly pressed against the little fox's chest. As her hand made contact, it was repelled, causing her considerable pain. Unable to suppress a soft cry, this unusual occurrence caught Wan Hong's attention. What happened? Xue Fun. Snow Fun murmured, How curious, little one. How do you possess such remarkable abilities? Wan Hong was unwilling to let the treasures of her clan fall into the hands of another, especially since this little creature might be the offspring of her man and another woman. Without a moment's hesitation, she reached out, her palm burning with intense energy. But before her hand could make contact, she was repelled, letting out a cry of anguish as her head transformed into that of a fox. Fortunately, she quickly regained her human visage. Upon witnessing Wan Hong's true form, Xin Bing exclaimed, So this is a fox spirit. This room is filled with them, male, female, old, young. It has truly become a den of foxes. Wan Hong, having fallen victim to the trap, dared not make another move. With a voice tinged with sorrow, she suddenly collapsed onto the ground. Remarkably, Snow Fun paid her no mind and simply remarked, This little fox is the offspring of my brother and the nine-tailed fox of Tianshan, is it not? Indeed, Tang San Cheng affirmed. Had it not been for his own flesh and blood, your elder brother would not have stolen the Qian Kuan mirror. However, He is aware of the calamity he has caused and has already departed, whereabouts unknown. May I speak with you privately? Snowfin asked Tang San Cheng, casting a glance at the seated Wan Hong. We shall take care of her, Fu Yu assured. Once inside the inner chamber, Snowfin continued, you are not ordinary individuals. Since you can accept that little fox, it follows that you can also accept our identities. My brother, sister-in-law, and I are all nine-tailed foxes from Qingqiu, the so-called fox spirits. The realm of Qingqiu is home not only to our clan, but also to a myriad of other mystical creatures. Amidst the undulating mountains, a few humans reside. This place is a realm entirely distinct from the mortal world, devoid of fixed laws, whether you are a demon, a divine being, or a human. All abide by their respective clan rules. Though there are some skirmishes, they are confined to feuds between tribes and do not affect the other inhabitants here. Tang San Cheng listened intently, remaining silent as she elaborated. The nine-tailed clan is categorized into 4 tiers based on the depth of their cultivation: spirit, demon, devil, and immortal, culminating in the celestial. The spirit fox is the weakest, the demon fox follows, the devil fox comes next, and the immortal fox is the mightiest. As for the celestial fox, it is a legendary existence, one of the ancient heavenly emperors, Dong Huang Tai. In Qingqiu, encountering a celestial fox is nearly impossible. Thus, the immortal fox is regarded as the most powerful of advanced beings in our realm, but that is a tale of the past. What does that mean? Tang San Cheng inquired. The path to becoming an immortal fox among the nine-tailed is increasingly rare. More critically, most who achieve this are male, and in our lineage, the number of males has dwindled. By my brother's generation, it has nearly ceased altogether. My brother is anxious. This is a concern shared by the entire clan. For the strength of other races in Qingqiu has grown formidable, posing a threat to our fox tribe. Thus, this is not merely an issue of my brother's lack of offspring, but a matter of our entire clan. As you have observed, he has given birth to a remarkably handsome boy, yet he is timid and possesses a wandering heart. As for the mother of that little fox, I wonder if you have ever laid eyes upon her. In the Tianshan Mountains, we once had a fleeting encounter. With her consent, we brought the little fox back to raise. Tang San Cheng remarked, I have consistently endeavored to assist him in achieving his rightful path. This time, he has been influenced by the malevolent aura of the Xianbei beast, which has led him into the realm of darkness. It was at this moment that your elder brother appeared, witnessing the dire situation, and thus he stole the Qianquan mirror, initially with the sole intention of rescuing the little fox. Indeed, the little fox is the only son of my elder brother. Should he truly attain the path of heaven, he could potentially reach the realm of the celestial fox, which would greatly contribute to the flourishing of our clan. Xuefan interjected, originally, my elder brother was timid and would never dare to betray my sister-in-law. However, you have seen the celestial nine-tailed fox of Tianshan, renowned for her beauty and allure, completely contrasting with my sister-in-law. One is a fierce woman, while the other is gentle and captivating. Naturally, men are drawn to the latter. Overwhelmed, he engaged in a fleeting romance with the nine-tailed fox, only to be detestable for concealing from her the existence of his wife. The poor nine-tailed fox was left in ignorance until my sister-in-law confronted them, forcibly separating the two and bringing my elder brother back. I later sought out the nine-tailed fox, as she too was innocent. It was then I discovered she belonged to the Tushan clan, known for their fiery temperament, and she was no exception. At that time, she was already with child and determined to raise the child alone, a secret that only I knew. Recently, seeing my elder brother troubled by my sister-in-law's inability to bear children, I could no longer refrain from revealing this matter to him. Tang San Cheng replied, this situation was indeed initiated by you. Xuefan raised her eyebrows slightly. She too harbored selfish motives. How could she bear to see her elder brother in anguish? She never anticipated that this little fox would encounter such a predicament, ultimately leading to the Qianquan mirror being involved. What is your intent in sharing this with me? Tang San Cheng inquired. To have the little fox return to her roots and acknowledge her lineage, Xuefan responded. As for the Qianquan mirror, I can persuade my sister-in-law. As you witnessed earlier, the mirror is currently bound to the little fox and cannot be taken by others. If forcibly removed, the lingering malevolence within the little fox remains, and you are aware of the potential consequences. On what grounds do you believe you can convince your sister-in-law to keep the Qianquan mirror? Tang San Cheng questioned. My sister-in-law is not easily swayed. She only listens to me, Xuefan asserted. The little fox acknowledging her lineage would benefit her as well, with my elder brother's offspring. her psychological burden would be significantly alleviated, freeing her from the scrutiny and whispers of the clan. Even if she harbors some discomfort, what can time not soften? Furthermore, acknowledging her lineage is merely a formality. The little fox may not wish to remain in Qingqiu, as her bond with you is profound, and she will ultimately choose to be with you. Chapter 854. The aura of dragon. Shui Fun is a remarkably composed woman. Wan Hong's observation is accurate. The personalities of these siblings are like the heavens and the earth. Noticing Tang San Cheng's silence, Shui Fun continued, "Of course, this is merely my suggestion. The final decision rests in your hands. However, the Qianquan mirror is of utmost significance to the Qingqiu Fox clan, using the Qianquan mirror as leverage against them." Tang San Cheng sighed in resignation. "Please grant me some time to discuss this matter with my companions." "Very well," she replied. At that moment, the sun outside shifted, casting light into the room. Snowfin furrowed her brow and shifted her position to evade the rays. Tang San, filled with curiosity, inquired, "Miss Snowfin, have you also been invaded by malevolent energy?" "My circumstances differ somewhat," Snowfin replied. "I was not invaded postnatally. Rather, I bore the malevolence from the womb. My mother was pregnant with twins, but due to this intrusion, my sister perished before birth. Although I was fortunate enough to be born, my constitution was compromised, and I barely achieved human form. The malevolent energy remains within me. I was born amidst a heavy snowfall, hence my name, Snowfun. As for my aversion to sunlight, it has been a lifelong affliction. Whether it is connected to that malevolence remains uncertain." Tang San was moved by Snowfun's candor and expressed his concern, saying, "If that is the case, why not utilize the Qianquan mirror sooner? My mother once had such intentions, but unfortunately, the clan members opposed it. The Qianquan mirror can absorb malevolent energy, which also implies that such energy would be contained within the mirror. The coexistence of good and evil without suppressive power could lead to endless repercussions if opened carelessly," Snowfin explained. "Currently, you observe the mirror absorbing the malevolence from the little fox, yet if not promptly suppressed, the energy will overflow, endangering not only the little fox, but also other cultivators of the heavenly path." While Wan Hong had spoken vaguely earlier, Snowfin articulated clearly that the Qianquan mirror is a double-edged sword, with risks and rewards intertwined. Now that it has been activated, should they not quickly devise a method to seal it? "Let us reconvene at this time tomorrow," Snowfin concluded. Afterward, when they stepped outside, Wan Hong indeed heeded her words, persuading her to return with just a few phrases. Before departing, she cast a significant glance at Tang San, conveying unspoken understanding. The little fox jumped into Bai Yi's arms, and Tang San hurriedly recounted what Snowfin had shared, simultaneously reaching out to touch the mirror to validate her claims. The dichotomy between good and evil was palpable. As he extended his hand, he felt two opposing forces. One sought to draw him in, while the other attempted to repel him. Fortuitously, he was prepared and managed to counteract it, confirming the veracity of Snowfun's words. Bai Yi expressed agitation over the little fox's desire to acknowledge her lineage. Why should the little fox return to her roots? That fox spirit named Jia Ying clearly has a wife, yet indulges in extramarital affairs. What's more, he desires a son, but not a daughter. If I were to encounter him, I would certainly give him a sound thrashing. Fu Yu, cradling the little fox, sighed softly. "At present, we must not only retain the Qianquan mirror, but also discover a means to suppress the Qianquan's power. Otherwise, the little fox." The little fox looked up and asked, "Mother, what does it mean to acknowledge one's ancestry?" "It means recognizing your biological father, and your identity will be recorded in the clan genealogy, acknowledged by the Qingqiu Fox clan," Fu Yu explained. "This is something that ought to be done." Shin Bing exchanged glances with Tang San, and she remarked, "That girl named Snowfin is clearly exploiting our weaknesses to force us into agreement. This is not how one plays the game. Whether we agree or not, we must comply," came Tang San's resolute response. Tang San Cheng remarked, "At present, we still require the Qianquan mirror. My current concern lies in the necessity to suppress this ancient artifact once we have eradicated the malevolent aura surrounding the little fox. To achieve this, the assistance of my father and the esteemed Jiang Chun is indispensable. The Qianquan mirror has already released its true energy. They should be able to sense it. Where has that fox named Jia Ying gone?" Seven Evils inquired. "I do not know. With over a millennium of cultivation, he vanished in an instant," Tang San Cheng replied. "Given his attachment to the little fox, once his wife, the night demon, departs, he will surely return." The mention of the beautiful fox elicited both annoyance and amusement among the group. The little fox, clutching the mirror, appeared troubled, unable to turn over while sleeping. The following day, not only did the enchanting fox Jiayin return, but Jiang Chun and Xianjing also made their appearance. Upon seeing the mirror adorning the little fox's chest, Xianjing and Jiang Chun remained composed, though they mentioned the river god. The river god has exhausted his powers, making him difficult to locate. With him present, there is no need to fear the chaos caused by this mirror. Why is the river god necessary? The river god belongs to the dragon lineage. Although he is a creature of the demon clan, his draconic aura is precisely what can subdue this mirror, Xianjing explained. The essence of true dragons, aside from the river god, seems to have been passed down through a few descendants who have ascended to another realm, detached from worldly matters. Jiang Chun, you have visited there and are familiar with the circumstances. Indeed, however, with the combined strength of the three of us, we may temporarily suppress it. Alas, the only force that can truly counter it is the dragon aura. Bai Yi, you must embark on a quest to seek out the dragon aura, Jiang Chun stated. There are descendants of dragons who have fallen into the mortal realm, Jiang Chun continued. With that in mind, I will reach out to the organization, Bai Yi said. Having resolved the river god issue for the organization, we still possess unutilized authority. This time, we might finally reap a reward. Bai Yi spoke with the demeanor of a shrewd merchant, prompting 7 evils to chuckle. With borrowing comes repayment. Securing another loan should not be difficult. Jiayin remained quietly seated, acutely aware that he was the root cause of the troubles, whether through infidelity or the theft of the Qinkuan mirror. The latter, albeit a misstep, was somewhat justified. Otherwise, the little fox's predicament would have been dire. After a restless night, the mirror had nearly absorbed all the malevolent energy from the little fox, though a crack now marred its surface. Xianjing remarked, the malevolent energy from this Xianbei beast is truly astonishing. Even an ancient artifact has suffered damage. It is no wonder the Qiongqiu Fox clan is so concerned. Pray tell, old fox, what are your plans? Jiang Chun asked with exasperation. I have already committed a grave error. My sole desire now is for the little fox to remain safe and sound. As for everything else, I shall take it one step at a time, Jiayin lamented. Zombie King, it seems you are under the protection of this place as well, Jiang Chun said, raising an eyebrow. Protection? I am no underworld lord. I cannot shield you from your wife, who is famously fierce. I have no wish to provoke her. If she were to drag you away before my very eyes, I would remain indifferent, for she loves you to the core. No matter what mistakes you have made, she would never harm you. At this, Jiayin sighed deeply. If only she were a bit more gentle, it wouldn't be such a bad thing. What about the little fox's mother? Xin Bing retorted. To consume everything and leave nothing is truly vile. Jiayin longed to bury his head in the ground, while Jiang Chun let out a cold snort. Given your wife's temperament, she surely could not tolerate another, nor would she ever address the other as sister. A man with 2 wives? Abandon that thought. Speaking of which, your father seems to have 4 wives, does he not? Ah, what a family this is. It was still the same hour as yesterday. Wan Hong and Xue Fan should have arrived by now. With this thought, Jiayin grew increasingly restless, contemplating escape several times, only to be promptly restrained by Xianjing, who pressed him back into his seat. Jiayin had no choice but to await the final moment. Wan Hong and Xue Fan appeared silently in the room. Upon seeing Jiayin, Wan Hong lunged toward him, her fury palpable. As she closed the distance, Jiayin, terrified, shut his eyes, but instead of a slap, he was met with the sound of her sobs, deepening his distress. He lifted his head to hear her ask, "Is this little rascal truly your son?" "Yes," Jiayin replied. "I am his father, and I must ensure he recognizes his roots and take responsibility for him. If I were to idly watch my son descend into the demonic path, ultimately leading to his demise, how could I still claim to be part of the Qiongqiu Fox clan? You may scold or strike me, but do not blame the little fox. I will also endeavor to resolve the matter with the Qinkuan mirror." His words shifted the perspectives of those around him. Jiang Chun grunted in approval. "Now that sounds reasonable." Wan Hong responded, "Very well, I will allow him to recognize his roots, but you must also devise a solution for the Qinkuan mirror, or we will not be able to explain ourselves to the clan." "That is agreeable," Xianjing said. "We can first work together to temporarily seal the Qinkuan mirror, then seek out someone from the dragon clan to utilize their dragon energy for suppression. However, we will need to keep this mirror for the time being, returning it only after the malevolent energy has been entirely sealed. What do you think?" That sounds excellent, Wan Hong remarked, glancing at Shui Fun. My little sister has been plagued by dark energy since birth, unable to see the light of day. Since the Qiankuan mirror has been activated, I propose that she remains here to clear the evil energy she has carried from the womb. I hope you all will agree. She will certainly not cause any trouble. Shin Bing, fond of Shui Fun, excitedly tugged at Fu Yu. We will have another companion. What is the name of the little fox? Shui Fun inquired. The little fox replied, My name is Bai Yi. That is a lovely name, Wan Hong said, glancing at Jia Yin. Suddenly, a thought of retaliation crossed her mind. It matters not. The little fox shall live here from now on. The surname is of little importance, so let it remain Bai. Jia Yin had intended to propose that the little fox take his surname, but with Wan Hong's statement, he felt unjustly cornered and could only acquiesce. Bai is fine. Bai Yi is indeed a beautiful name. Shui Fun gestured to Tang San, and with Wan Hong's agreement, she felt she had accomplished something significant and shared in the benefits. Jia Yin obediently followed Wan Hong back, simultaneously announcing the news to the clan. The inevitable must be faced. Shui Fun remained behind, as the focus shifted to finding He Bo or any member of the dragon clan, while they also monitored the little fox's recovery. At least the little fox had decided to stay. Chapter 855. Qingxiu at long last. The organization brought forth good news. Amidst the vast sea of people, although they did not locate the descendants of the dragon clan, they did discover a young boy possessing the essence of a dragon. However, this lad was utterly ordinary, and it was simply implausible to entrust him with such a monumental responsibility. One cannot simply say, Hey, you bear the essence of a dragon. We require your assistance in guarding this mirror. After much deliberation, Bai Yi communicated with the organization and devised a subtle ruse to have the boy unwittingly protect the Qiankuan mirror. Little did they anticipate that this boy, endowed with dragon energy, would carve out his own destiny. Note, this boy is a character from the new work by Qing Shi, which will be published in September. Please stay tuned. The character Shui Fun mentioned earlier also appears in the new novel. While the characters from Gue Mu are merely making cameo appearances in the forthcoming work, Wan Hong reluctantly accepted the little fox, primarily due to her own inability to bear children. Once the little fox's malevolent energy was dispelled, she chose a day for the little fox to return to Qingxiu and recognize her ancestry. Tang San Cheng accompanied the little fox, while Bai Yi and Fu Yu refrained from joining to avoid any appearance of impropriety. The little fox had grown accustomed to addressing them as father and mother, making it difficult for her to change her speech. One could only imagine the reactions of the Fox clan upon witnessing this situation. What should have been a straightforward matter was on the verge of becoming complicated. Furthermore, Qingxiu was vastly different from the outside world, populated by various clans. They were merely ordinary humans, and given Bai Yi's agelessness, what if a demon or monster mistook him for Tang San? After much contemplation, it was ultimately decided that Tang San Cheng would accompany them. The exact location of the legendary kingdom of Qingxiu has long remained a mystery. Some modern intellectuals have endeavored to uncover its whereabouts, yet they only possess fragmented evidence, attempting to assert they have found the answer. Tang San Cheng himself was unaware of Qingxiu's precise location, as Wan Hong and Jia Yin came to escort them, employing a teleportation technique. Enveloped in a mist, Tang San Cheng and the little fox found themselves in a deep mountain. Upon opening their eyes, the surrounding mist transformed into a crimson haze. Tang San Cheng reached out to grasp it. The mist was indeed tangible, damp against his hand, signifying they had arrived in Qingxiu. Within the kingdom of Qingxiu, the nine-tailed fox clan held an absolute position of power, with no other race daring to underestimate them, even the ancient and formidable beings left behind from times long past. The nine-tailed fox clan excelled in various offensive and transformative spells, living in familial units scattered across Qingxiu. Despite their dispersed residences, their communal bonds remained unbroken. In terms of sheer strength, it could be said that no other race in Qingxiu could rival them. Among the clans, the Jia Yin family was the most revered within the fox community, boasting the highest number of ascended celestial foxes. Unfortunately, in recent years, they had struggled to expand their lineage, leading to considerable concern over their inheritance. Now, with the arrival of the little fox, born of both the Qingxiu and Tushan clans, this dilemma seemed to have found resolution. The Tushan clan, being of noble blood, was not only unperturbed by the little fox's heritage, but rather delighted by it. They had prepared an elaborate sacrificial ceremony to honor the little fox's return and recognition of her ancestry. The little fox, possessing merely 200 years of cultivation and still resembling a child, held Tang San's hand as they traversed a winding path through the mountains. Curiosity bubbled within him, prompting the question, "Master, where is this place?" "This is your father's hometown, and it shall be yours as well," Tang San replied in a hushed tone, mindful of not being overheard by the approaching Jia Yin. "Yet, you must not forget the Tian Shan. It is the land that nurtured you." "I understand, master." The little fox blinked innocently. "I am not foolish." Indeed, he was not foolish. He merely relished in his own charm. There was little he could do about his naturally endearing visage, which had captivated countless souls, particularly female ones. Tang San, having discerned the little one's cunning nature long ago, chose to remain silent as he observed the joy he brought to the others. The mountains stretched endlessly before them. Each step felt as though they were treading in place. Tang San recognized this as an illusion. The mountains were mere phantoms. Moments ago, he had heard the sound of flowing water, the unmistakable melody of a stream. Now, the sound grew increasingly near, almost at their feet. They were walking upstream, and upon reaching the source, a vast expanse of houses emerged before them. A row of individuals clad in azure stood in neat formation, both men and women, each possessing a striking countenance. Upon seeing Jia Yin and Wan Hong return, smiles adorned their faces. "Where is the little fox?" they inquired. The two parted to reveal the little fox and Tang San behind them. It was the first time the little fox had encountered so many of his kin, and an indescribable excitement surged within him, mingled with a sense of wonder. As he grasped Tang San's hand tighter, the 7 individuals approached him eagerly, some tugging at his ears, others caressing his hands, and a few even stroking his face, all wearing expressions of sheer delight. Observing this scene, Wan Hong felt a twinge of irritation, yet it was accompanied by a pang of jealousy. Normally, Xuefan would be present, but now she remained by the Qinkuan mirror, leaving Wan Hong without solace, only able to let out a long sigh. Unexpectedly, a hand rested on her waist, and Jia Yin's voice broke the silence. "In the future, we shall surely have children. You never spoke of such things before." Wan Hong replied, warmth flooding her heart. "I have, but you never believed me," Jia Yin said, a hint of grievance in his tone. "Now that we understand the concerns of our kin, you need not worry so much." The Nine-Tails clan held a profound pride, shunning interactions with outsiders and refraining from forming friendships beyond their kind. To them, Tang San was but a transparent presence. He spent an entire day amidst illusions crafted by sorcery, though he possessed the ability to dispel these enchantments and uncover the truth. He was aware that such actions would displease the Nine-Tails. Thus, he bore it patiently, pretending to be deceived by the illusions. At long last, after 3 days, the grand ancestral recognition ceremony was to commence, and Tang San finally exhaled in relief, ready to depart. He was truly about to leave. The so-called ritual entailed mingling the little fox's blood with a stone statue. As the blood fell, it emanated a verdant glow, eliciting expressions of joy from the onlookers. Only later did Tang San learn that if the glow did not manifest, it would signify that the little fox lacked the bloodline of the Qingxiu Fox clan. Once verified, the entire Fox clan rallied around the statue in jubilation. Jia Yin's father, the chieftain of this clan, finally engaged in dialogue with Tang San. "Master Tang, upon our exit, I kindly ask that you continue to guide our young fox in cultivating the heavenly path. I perceive his innate talent is exceptional, and achieving the status of an immortal fox should pose no challenge. This is a gift for the young one." The young fox, being the grandson of the chieftain, was presented with this generous offering from both a grandfather and a leader. This will enhance his cultivation. Tang San opened the package to reveal a silver pill. "What is this? How should it be consumed? Are there any restrictions?" "There are no restrictions for one of our Qingxiu lineage. It can be taken directly," the chieftain replied. "It can elevate one's cultivation by 300 to 600 years, depending entirely on his karmic connections." "Very well. I shall accept it on behalf of the young fox for now," Tang San responded. "The young fox will return from time to time, and I will take good care of him while he is outside. You need not worry." "Excellent." The chieftain, brimming with excitement over his grandson, danced joyfully before departing. Once the ritual concluded, the crowd dissipated instantaneously, leaving only Jia Yin and Wan Hong. Having experienced this event, Wan Hong was adamant about not letting Jia Yin leave. Jia Yin looked pleadingly at Tang San, who gestured dismissively. I understand your unspoken concerns. We have been away long enough. It is time for our return. With a wave of his hand, Tang San initiated their departure. The days spent here felt akin to imprisonment. He longed for Bai Yi, Qi Xie, and all his companions. With a flourish from Jia Yin and Wan Hong, Tang San and the young fox returned to their original location, the courtyard of their home. Upon opening his eyes, he was met with the sight of Bai Yi, whose eyes were nearly swollen with worry, and Shen Bing, who had fallen asleep from waiting. Bai Yi approached the young fox swiftly. Are you all right? Nothing is wrong, just a bit dull, the young fox replied, playfully. It is wonderful to be back. Tang San handed the pill to the young fox. Now, off to bed with you. Consume this before you sleep. You bear the hopes of the Qingqiu fox clan. The young fox took the pill, glanced at it, and without a word, popped it into his mouth, swallowing it dry. I've eaten it. I'm sleepy. I want to sleep now, he declared, before retreating into his room. Bai Yi remarked, you were gone for so long, my heart was restless. Seeing you both return safely brings me peace. As Tang San recounted the events, Fu Yu commented, it was all an illusion. Their sense of caution is evidently heightened. It sounds as ephemeral as a reflection in water, blurring the line between reality and illusion. Just then, a sudden scream echoed from inside, startling everyone. It was the young fox, who had awakened the slumbering Shen Bing. The group rushed to the door, eager to enter, but they heard the young fox's voice from within. Wait. Strange, his voice has changed, Fu Yu remarked. Young fox, what is the matter? Wait for me. A flurry of movements ensued before the door finally swung open. The young fox peeked out, and in the brief interval, he had astonishingly transformed into the form of a youth. Swathed in a bed sheet, his face flushed, he exclaimed, Mom and Dad, my situation is somewhat peculiar. I need some clothes. Tang San recognized the effects of the silver pill and noted that the young fox now stood nearly at his height. He replied, I'll fetch my clothes for you. Just make do for now. The young fox had changed significantly, so you turned away and said, please close the door. The young fox nodded in acknowledgement, awkwardly shutting the door and retreating inside in silence. Chapter 856. The grand conclusion. Over the course of a single night, the young fox had matured, appearing to be around 16 years old, matching Tang San's height and surpassing Bai Yi by half a head. He retained his striking good looks, and with his now more upright posture, he attracted even more attention than before. At least now, no one dared to brazenly pinch his cheeks. Although a few talent scouts did approach him, causing him endless vexation, he could no longer be called the young fox. The pill had not only enhanced his cultivation, but also transformed his appearance and heart into that of a youth. He now referred to himself as Mo Xian, often saying, Mom, Mo Xian is hungry. The change in his manner of speaking took everyone by surprise, but fortunately, Xuefan remained with them. Well acquainted with the temperament of the fox clan, the young fox truly bears my elder brother's lineage. His personality is similar too. My brother was just like this when he was young. Thankfully, the young fox also possesses his mother's fierce spirit, so he won't grow up to be henpecked. Xuefen's knowledge of the term henpecked brought amusement to everyone. She had integrated well with the group, and with the assistance of the Qiankuan mirror to dispel malevolent energies. She was reluctant to leave. With the addition of the young fox, their courtyard had become crowded. Fortunately, progress was being made on the other side, and Xuefen would soon have a better place to stay, unveiling a new chapter in their lives. Bai Yi had gained the ability to return to the past, having absorbed new energy and harnessed the power of the jade disc. Not only was he unaffected by adverse influences, but he also found himself increasingly adept at drawing upon this ability. He could now return at will, no longer constrained by the surrounding environment or trivial conditions. With such a capability, Bai Yi, initially encouraged by Tsong Yang to open a private detective agency, reconsidered and suppressed the idea. On one hand, he had no need for money. Pursuing a private detective agency for profit would undoubtedly place him at the mercy of clients. Moreover, he could not genuinely bring unfamiliar individuals back to the past. Should word spread, he would risk becoming a subject of live experimentation. Even if he were to bring acquaintances, there was no guarantee they could resist the urge to alter the past, with potentially disastrous consequences. After much contemplation, Bai Yi ultimately abandoned the notion, choosing instead to use his ability for leisure. Whenever he found himself with idle time, he would return to the past with Su Yu, investigating historical mysteries, and, in passing, retrieving a few treasures to sell in his shop, thus satisfying his curiosity and reaping the benefits. Although Fu Yu and Bai Yi harbored certain regrets in their hearts, they found solace in the presence of the little fox. With the introduction of new curiosities and occasional intriguing events within their organization, the two derived a renewed sense of accomplishment, which dulled their feelings of discontent. Tang San Cheng and Xin Bing remained in a state of indifference. Xin Bing wrestled with inner turmoil as she pondered how Tang San Cheng would confront the inevitability of aging. She was even more perplexed by the thought of Tang San Cheng bidding farewell to her time and again, only to await her reincarnation anew. In this protracted journey, could Tang San Cheng truly sustain the affection he once held? Xin Bing's inner conflict did not escape Tang San Cheng's notice. In a rather desperate move, he sought Fu Yu's assistance to recreate the longevity worm, hoping it would grant Xin Bing immortality, thus sparing them both from the endless cycle of parting and reuniting. Fu Yu, however, swiftly dismissed this notion, reminding him that the longevity worm had initially become obsolete, leading to a cascade of subsequent events. With the elixir lost and the longevity worm rendered ineffective, the prospect was futile. Just when Tang San Cheng was prepared to resign himself to despair, hope arrived in the form of Bai Yi. Mastering time and space, Bai Yi harnessed the power of the Xinbei beast and even acquired the ability to manipulate time. As a preliminary experiment, Xin Bing became Bai Yi's first subject, and the outcome remained uncertain, awaiting the test of time for validation. As for Song Yang, with Xiao Hu heavily pregnant, he could hardly contain his eagerness to return to Thailand. Yet, he harbored another objective: to persuade his mother-in-law to allow the family to reside in the capital. The challenge was formidable, but Song Yang vowed to succeed, declaring that failure would mean renouncing his existence to the world, though this was merely a rhetorical flourish. Xia perpetually concerned himself with Xia. Having visited Mongolia to check on her, he discovered that she led a stable, albeit somewhat ordinary life. Yet this mundane existence was precisely what Xia desired. Tranquility and the ability to live steadily were of utmost importance. In truth, Xia had long harbored suspicions regarding her relationship with Xia and had inquired about her lineage with her aunt. Upon confirming this connection, she found a sense of peace, feeling only joy. Her affection for Xia transcended mere blood ties. It stemmed from the unspoken understanding between them. Regardless of whether Xia would ultimately stand before her and call her daughter, she considered herself his daughter nonetheless. If he endured for his own happiness, she resolved to ensure his well-being, living well to put his mind at ease. Xiao Shan embarked on a new endeavor, serving as the life tutor for the little fox, imparting knowledge in an endless sea of learning. This role was destined to be a lifelong commitment. However, there was one lesson he would never master: how to attract so many beautiful women simultaneously, as the little fox did. That particular art was far too profound. The enigmatic duo of Xianjing and Jiangxin finds delight in their camaraderie, joyfully exploring the world and occasionally meddling in the affairs of Tang San Cheng. A new chapter unfolds. And though the narrative of the mysterious tomb reaches its conclusion, the saga is far from over. Tang San Cheng, Bai Yi, Xia, Fu Yu, Xiao Ning, Lei Zi, and Xiao Shan shall forever remain the inseparable seven, continuing to thrive in the 21st century, each in their own realms of enjoyment. They will once again intertwine with the life of a youth named Su Bai, heralding a fresh tale tentatively titled Dragon Coffin, set for preliminary release in mid-September. Su Bai, a descendant of both the human and dragon races, bearing latent dragon genes, he possesses scales along his back and throat, which he conceals with a necklace gifted by his mother, who deceives him into believing he suffers from a rare skin ailment. It is only upon becoming the agent of an antique shop that he gradually uncovers the truth of his lineage. The reverse scales in his throat manifest extraordinary abilities whenever Su Bai finds himself in peril, and he harbors feelings for his high school classmate, Cheng Yu Qing, the son of the renowned Maoshan sorcerer Yu Bai, a character from the mysterious tomb, who was celebrated as the finest in his craft before Yu Qing's birth. His name signifies surpassing one's predecessor, a fact he has validated through his own achievements. However, he was born with a recognition disorder, unable to remember faces and relying solely on voices to identify others. The only visage he retains is that of Su Bai, yet their ancestral ties are fraught with conflict, testing the bond of brotherhood. Cheng, Su Bai's high school deskmate and the object of his affection, she is delicate in appearance and afflicted with hematophobia, fainting at the sight of blood. Her favorite meals are those prepared by Su Bai, possessing a 9 constitution. She has been tormented by malevolent spirits from a young age, always carrying a cracked jade pendant, the origins of which she cannot recall. Her ancestry boasts remarkable figures, causing a rift that nearly estranges her from Su Bai. Shui Fun, a member of the Qingqiu nine-tailed fox clan, she remains in the antique shop for peculiar reasons. Originally part of a twin sisterhood, she lost her sibling at an early age. Shui Fun exhibits a dual personality, icy towards strangers, yet gentle as water with friends. In moments of urgency, she transforms into a commanding presence, exuding formidable power. Bound to the antique shop, she risks revealing her true fox form should she step outside, attracting many patrons solely for a glimpse of her, entwined in a poignant romance. Bai Yi, a member of the Qingqiu nine-tailed fox clan. He is the most promising candidate to attain the status of an immortal fox. Adopted by Bai Yi and Fu Yu, he shares a familial bond with them. Appearing merely 16, he is the nephew of Shui Fun and frequently visits the antique shop due to its connections to his past. With his strikingly handsome visage, he inadvertently brings calamity wherever he goes, much to Su Bai's chagrin as they often clash verbally. Su Dahong, Su Bai's father, tall and robust yet portly, is an exceptionally skilled chef. Despite his unremarkable appearance, he won the heart of a beautiful wife through his culinary prowess, resulting in the birth of a handsome son. His family, his pride and joy, remains unaware of his wife's true identity, leading to a period of estrangement. Bailing, the mother of Su Bai, possessing an exceptionally youthful and stunning appearance, wields magical powers and secretly safeguards her son. Concerned about the potential backlash from the dragon genes inherited by her son, she is deeply troubled by the possibility of him suffering harm. For reasons unknown, she harbors an aversion towards Cheng, though her perspective eventually shifts. Her most cherished man is Bai Yi, of whom she is aware is a nine-tailed fox. She remains troubled by the whereabouts of her own mother and subsequently requests Su Bai to locate his grandmother. The other characters remain undecided for now. The main narrative is temporarily concluded, yet the book itself is not finished. Subsequent side stories will be released. As Qingxi feels regretful about certain characters from the mysterious tomb whose tales could not be interwoven into the main story, leaving much to be desired. The first of these side stories will focus on Qi Feng as the most outstanding disciple of the Unloading Ridge. What the audience sees is merely his name sorrowfully etched beneath the bone wall. His tragic ending does not diminish the legendary arc of his life, filled with extraordinary skills, love, friendship, and a fervent patriotism. He is a figure of legend, whose appearances are tragically scant, and he is the character Qingxi is most concerned about among the many supporting roles. Next, the fate of He Bo and Zifu is to be explored. This couple shares a deeply tragic love, and He Bo is also a character steeped in tragedy, having clung to his desires for tens of thousands of years, only to see them vanish due to his origins. It is quite dramatic, as he, devoid of any hope, is propelled by Zifu. Their potential to achieve a happy ending warrants further exploration, making it the second side story. The third side story will feature Jiangchun, along with the ancient love tale of Dijun and Wu. Jiangchun is a beloved character among readers, embodying a cool exterior yet a warm heart. Often delighting in playful banter, with a hint of cunning. He is deeply devoted, having sworn off any other woman for Wu, even when faced with Xiao Ning, a woman who bears an uncanny resemblance to Wu. He clearly recognizes that this woman, despite her likeness, is not the one he holds dear, showcasing the depth of his affection. The origins of his friendship with Xianjing remain unexplained in the text, yet this will be clarified in the third side story. Qingxi will initially release side stories for these three characters. If readers have any supporting characters they wish to see featured in side stories, they may leave comments in the review section. Qingxi will consider the feasibility of incorporating some of these requests. Thank you all for your support. Side Story 1. Night. The night wind is cold and desolate, howling through the air. Winter has set in, yet the human heart remains no warmer than this harsh season. As the world is engulfed in turmoil, war, uprisings, and relentless natural disasters, this year is destined to be one of utter chaos. The folly of Emperor Yuan Shan, coupled with the Mongols' brutalities against foreign tribes, ultimately ignited a long-suppressed fury. The Ming sect, Mithriya sect, and White Lotus sect united under the Crimson Banner, their heads wrapped in red cloth, sounding the clarion call for rebellion. Yet, Qi Feng was not among them. He walked silently through the night, allowing the wind to scatter his garments. The biting cold could not chill the fervor in his chest. Rather, it intensified his passion. In the dead of night, few dared to traverse such a secluded area, but the darkness was Qi Feng's closest companion. He even reached out a hand, attempting to grasp the wind, which eluded him like a mischievous child slipping through his fingers. Qi Feng laughed, a hearty, boisterous laugh that shattered the stillness of the night, echoing harshly and eventually attracting a patrol of Mongol soldiers. Who goes there? The leader of the Mongol troops, upon spotting a shadow, recoiled instinctively and then yanked one of his men forward. You go investigate. The shadow stood tall like an iron tower, exuding an aura of menace. The young soldier cursed his captain's ancestors inwardly, but reluctantly moved closer. As he approached, he noticed the shadow was laughing, and the Mongol, already disgruntled from being pushed forward, could barely contain his anger. You lowly wretch. The Mongols categorized people into rigid hierarchies. The first tier comprised the Mongols themselves. The second included the various peoples of the western regions such as the Qinsha, Tanguts, and Hui. The third tier encompassed those from the northern territories, Han, Khitan, Jurchen, and peoples from Dali, as well as Koreans. And the fourth tier, deemed the most inferior, consisted of the southern tribes, those conquered last by the Yuan dynasty. Qi Feng belonged to this fourth category, labeled as a southerner by the Mongols. However, he was far from being a lowly individual. As the Mongol soldier drew near, Qi Feng swung a hand, and a flash of silver light glimmered. The soldier's knife clattered to the ground as he stared wide-eyed, clutching his throat. A brief gasp escaped him, and his body stiffened before collapsing backward, blood gushing from his wound, mingling with the night's shadows in a sweetly metallic scent. The air thick with terror. The remaining soldiers rushed forward, but upon getting closer, they found only a lifeless body sprawled on the ground. While the iron tower-like figure of Qi Feng had vanished into the night, his whereabouts unknown. Qi Feng distanced himself from the Mongol patrol, quickening his pace until he reached a secluded valley. By now, dawn was breaking, with rays of sunlight filtering through, illuminating Qi Feng's features. He bore a youthful visage, appearing no older than 26, with sharp brows and bright eyes, strikingly handsome, though his skin was slightly tanned, and a peculiar scar marred his chin, an odd shape, the result of a unique hidden weapon that had struck his face. Though he had extracted it, the injury had left its mark. Why have you returned at this hour? A melodious voice resonated, and amidst the light, a young maiden clad in azure emerged. She was strikingly adorable, her speech akin to a melodic song. As she approached, she embraced Qi Feng's arm, which made him feel somewhat uncomfortable, prompting him to gently extricate her hand. Linger, you have matured. You must understand the distinctions between the sexes. If Master were to learn of this, he would surely lecture you. Brother, you are increasingly sounding like Master, Su Guining remarked with a slight furrow of her brow, poised to continue her playful antics when a deep voice interrupted. Linger, your brother has returned from a long journey. Do not trouble him. The speaker was Su Guanhong, now 60 years of age, whose frail frame was marred by a persistent cough that had hunched his back. Qi Feng was his most esteemed disciple, recognized as the finest warrior of their sect. This time, Qi Feng had been dispatched on a mission to retrieve a head. Qi Feng exhaled in relief as his master intervened on his behalf. He followed Su Guanhong into the room, turning to firmly close the door behind him. He removed the burden from his back and placed it upon the table, deftly unwrapping the cloth that enclosed it. Master, Su Guanhong turned, and upon seeing the severed head of an elderly man, his eyes closed peacefully with a faint smile upon his lips, he stepped forward to embrace it. Cheng, I have finally fulfilled your last wish. You have suffered at the hands of the Mongols. Master, please accept my condolences. I acted swiftly. Uncle Cheng did not endure any pain, Qi Feng reassured him. He understood that Mao Ren was a close friend of his master who had fallen into the clutches of the Mongols due to his association with the White Lotus sect, enduring unbearable torment. His purpose was to grant him a merciful release. As Su Guanhong pried open Mao Ren's mouth, revealing a blackened tongue, a wave of sorrow washed over him. Indeed, he was poisoned. The Mongols have become increasingly formidable. This toxin inflicts excruciating agony, yet the breath remains, prolonging his suffering. Poor Cheng has languished under their torment for days. Qi Feng, uninterested in the grim details, maintained a stoic demeanor, listening to his master's lamentations. As Su Guanhong aged, he had become increasingly verbose. The more he spoke, the clearer Qi Feng discerned the patterns of his discourse. and he knew his master would soon segue into discussions of their sex operations. They would excavate graves when possible, and in times devoid of such opportunities. They would don armor and gather in the mountains to seize wealth, never returning empty-handed. Recently, however, the frequency of their endeavors had diminished, and their numbers seemed to dwindle. Unable to endure his master's incessant chatter any longer, Chiefing interjected, "Master, the world outside has transformed. The Red Turban Army is fiercely engaged with the Mongols, and the lack of operations is understandable. Recently, I have indeed procured some treasures. Master, look, these are ornaments from the Tang dynasty." Noticing his master's expression, Chiefing fell silent as Su Guanhong suddenly announced, "Though there have been no operations, a letter has arrived, summoning you to meet with other disciples at this location. As you know, although we reside apart, when circumstances necessitate, we must unite. Your presence is indispensable." Talent. Chiefing perceived himself as superior to others, possessing a unique gift, yet bearing a heavier burden than his peers. Whenever his disciples encountered troubles, he was compelled to step forward. Similarly, he felt the same obligation when the Southerners faced dilemmas. Upon opening a letter, he discovered the date and location of a gathering, situated a considerable 300 miles away. Noting the address, Chiefing ignited the parchment with a flint, watching it transform into ashes, a customary practice to leave no trace behind. The following day, he embarked on his journey. After traversing a mere 4 miles eastward, he halted. "Linger, come forth." Su Guaning emerged from behind a large stone, pouting, "You've discovered me again." Clad in attire reminiscent of a Mongolian youth, Chiefing shook his head. "Are you not concerned about being seen by our peers, inciting internal conflict?" "Of course I am," she replied, "which is why I knew you would come looking for me. If I were dressed as a southern girl and spotted by Mongolian soldiers, it would pose an even greater risk. They might mistake us for the Red Turban Army." Both were orphans, one found, the other purchased. In this era, desperation forced people to sell their children. Linger had been placed upon a mat, merely 6 years of age, her delicate features polished for a better price. Despite the tattered clothing she wore, her innate beauty shone through. Soon, a crowd gathered around her, and ultimately, she was taken by Su Guanhong. Linger, now 6, vividly recalled that moment when her master appeared like a gust of wind, lifting her onto his shoulder. When others attempted to intervene, he struck them down, embodying the valiant hero of the winds. Upon returning to her master's abode, she encountered another gallant figure, Chiefing, 16 years old, barefoot and cocking his head curiously at her. She joyfully exclaimed, "Brother." This affectionate call furrowed Chiefing's brow. He was unaccustomed to the presence of a delicate young girl in the realm of men. Yet, gradually, he acclimated, enjoying the thrill of carrying Linger wherever he went. Except during grave-robbing expeditions, Linger, though a capable grave digger, had never set foot in a tomb, nor encountered a corpse. Having never witnessed death. A decade passed, and whilst nothing fundamentally changed, the sole difference was that she blossomed into a graceful young woman, increasingly endearing. Moreover, she had grown even more attached to Chiefing. Chiefing had been retrieved by his master from amidst the dead. A band of Mongolian soldiers had invaded a southern village, inciting the villagers' wrath as they ruthlessly slaughtered the unarmed populace, including Chiefing's parents. Surrounded by a throng of corpses at the tender age of 12, he narrowly escaped their notice. As he felt himself slipping away, believing he was destined to follow his parents, his master materialized, marking the beginning of their fateful bond. Chiefing could not permit Linger to return alone. The peril was too great. In these sensitive times, Mongolian soldiers would kill Han people indiscriminately. If he escorted her back, he would miss the appointed time at the designated location. "Very well, I shall take you with me, but you must remain sharp," Chiefing declared. "Agreed," she replied. Linger lifted her gaze to admire the profile of Chiefing. Though she was not tall, barely reaching his shoulder, she cherished this angle from which to behold her senior brother's face. She entwined her arm with his, inadvertently resting her head against his arm. The warmth emanating from Chiefing was gentle, and he did not rebuff her, not out of affection, but rather out of concern for her feelings. To him, she was the closest of kin. As they proceeded in disguise, Linger soon changed out of her Mongolian attire. Most Mongolians were tall and rugged, rarely possessing the delicate features that she did. Such a transformation might inadvertently attract unwarranted attention. Chapter 2. The Dispersed Corpse. Esteemed guest, do you require lodgings? The disheartened innkeeper approached, this being the only inn in the small town, where passers-by were a rarity. Having encountered 2 guests, he noticed they did not appear affluent. Chifeng remained silent, seating himself at a table. He tapped his fingers thrice upon its surface, then turned a teacup upside down and placed it on the table. The innkeeper's eyes glimmered with a spark of interest as he swiftly lifted the overturned cup. "Alas, we lack superior tea leaves, but we do have room 1, he said. "Though I am uncertain if you can afford the price." "Room 1? Chifeng mused, recognizing the secret signal. This indeed was the designated meeting place. The innkeeper still seemed indifferent, casting a disdainful glance at Chifeng and Linger. Excited by her first participation in the gathering of disciples, Linger beamed, prompting Chifeng to respond. "Room 1? My good fellow. What year is it? Simply provide me with any available room." "Very well. In the backyard, there is a wood shed, which is quite affordable. Off you go," the attendant concluded dismissively, leaving them to their own devices. Chifeng rose and made his way to the shed, which was unlocked. Pushing the door open, he found it stocked with neatly arranged firewood. He walked to the wall, inhaling deeply, and proceeded to the innermost right corner. With a resounding slap, he struck a loose brick, which caused a hidden door to swing open. He entered with Linger, revealing a narrow passageway that led to another stone door at its end. "Brother, how do we open this door?" Linger inquired. Chifeng offered no verbal response, merely placing his fingers to his lips, emitting a hawk-like whistle. Instantly, the stone door creaked open, revealing a figure inside who smiled and said, "You have finally arrived." Linger looked up, only to find that the person was of her stature, rather diminutive in appearance. Chifeng clasped his hands together, exclaiming, "Brother Shi, it has been too long." "You must be the esteemed Su Guolinger," Shi Liang remarked. "It seems the only disciple we have yet to meet is your junior sister. Please come in." Upon entering, Chifeng observed only 5 individuals present, and a weight settled heavily in his heart. This gathering felt extraordinary, the number of attendees too few. He approached each of the 5, exchanging greetings. Though their tones were light, an odd atmosphere lingered. Unable to contain himself any longer, Chifeng pressed, "What has transpired?" "It appears our affairs have been compromised," Shi Liang replied. "We have an informant among the Mongolian forces, and they are aware that we are tampering with the feng shui of their ancestral graves. Now, an organization known as the Golden Eagle Order has issued a bounty on us." "What matters are we discussing, brother?" Linger queried with curiosity. Chifeng said, "We need to discuss something. Please retire to your room for a while. I will seek you out shortly. You know how to find your way out, right?" "I understand," replied Linger, displaying her keen intellect as she swiftly vanished from the sight of the crowd. Shi Liang stepped forward to close the stone door and produced a token. "Now, we have decided to deploy the lower command, but it will only involve the 6 of us. The lower command typically requires the participation of all members. However, this time it would only be 6 individuals, with the remaining 5 simply referred to as the 3rd, 4th, 5th, and 6th. While the leader was Chi Feng and the second in command was Shi Liang. Everyone regarded Chi Feng as their captain, but he remained silent. "When was our last operation?" he inquired. "Don't you recall?" "It was 3 months ago, at the end of autumn," Shi Liang responded. "Unfortunately, despite our extensive disturbances at the Mongolian ancestral graves, we have yet to uncover any clues regarding the royal tombs, particularly that of Genghis Khan. We may have even attracted their attention. Do you remember that place we visited?" "Chi Feng, it is where you acquired the scar on your face," Shi Liang remarked. "The place is so peculiar that I believe we must return." Chi Feng's hand trembled slightly. It was a past he was reluctant to revisit. He touched the scar on his chin just as the 5th spoke up. "Trouble is afoot. There's movement above." The water in the basin at the center of the stone chamber suddenly rippled. A pillar extended from the water to the upper levels. Any disturbance above would send ripples through the water. At that moment, the previously tranquil surface was disrupted, and Chi Feng felt a sudden chill. Linger was still above. The 6 of them hurried outside, only to find the area had been ravaged. The furniture in the inn lay overturned, dishes and utensils scattered across the floor, and 4 corpses sprawled amidst pools of blood. Their expressions bore no signs of suffering. The 3rd approached for an inspection, a swift strike to the throat. "Quite efficient. These are no ordinary Mongol soldiers." Chi Feng recognized them. They were among the few patrons he had seen earlier, and in an instant, they had met their demise. He knelt beside one of the bodies, observing the man's right hand, which suddenly fell limply as if devoid of bone. Such formidable inner strength. It has completely shattered his bones. Strange, where is the innkeeper's assistant? Shi Liang wondered. The 5th had already ascended the stairs, but halted abruptly. Gazing down at Qi Feng. Qi Feng, it's your junior sister. A wave of blood rushed to Qi Feng's head as he hurried upstairs, forcefully pushing past the fifth. Linger, Shangwan Linger, lay on the floor, a deep sword wound across her throat, blood gushing forth. Her long black hair was soaked in crimson. Her head tilted to one side, as if searching for something below. Was she looking for him? The fifth steadied Qi Feng, who knelt down and grasped Shangwan Linger's hand. Junior sister, you fear pain the most. I will bind your wound, and you shall not feel any more hurt. Qi Feng, accept reality. She is already gone. The fifth spoke sternly. Our immediate concern is to determine who is responsible for this. We are not safe ourselves. With a fierce roar, Qi Feng unleashed a cry akin to the final gasp of a dying man. His hands clenched tightly, joints cracking ominously. A faint voice emerged from Brother Shi, prompting Qi Feng to approach the sound. He beheld the innkeeper struggling towards the door, a trail of blood marking his arduous path. Clinging to the last vestiges of life, he could only discern a shadow approaching, unaware of its identity. When that figure grasped his hand, it felt like a lifeline. It was a Mongol, yet not an ordinary one. You must be cautious. They are searching for you, he gasped, his chest heaving violently before he succumbed to death. The others soon gathered, and Shi Liang remarked, he was one of us, always here to assist, and just moments ago, he alerted us. Is this the infamous killer from the Golden Eagle Order? Old Four interjected. We must not delay, we must leave at once. Qi Feng, what of your junior sister? I will carry her away, Qi Feng declared, moving to embrace the lifeless body of Shangwan Linger. Yet, as he did, her remains disintegrated, scattering across the ground, severed limbs strewn about, her head rolling down the stairs. Everyone inhaled sharply, and Old Five spoke. This is the legendary dismembered corpse. Qi Feng's heart tightened, a surge of fury lodged in his throat, unable to be expelled or contained. Finally, he descended the stairs and retrieved Shangwan Linger's head, whispering, Junior sister, I will take you home. He produced a bundle, extracting cloth to wrap her head. The blood quickly saturating the blue fabric, droplets seeping through and staining the floor. Shi Liang sighed. Given the circumstances, we must look ahead. The Mongols and we have long been adversaries, and now it is a blood feud. Qi Feng replied, once I have laid Linger to rest, we shall meet again. This time, I will locate the tomb of Genghis Khan. I shall not rest until this vengeance is exacted. Clutching Linger's head, he strode into the street, where all recoiled in terror. His reckless demeanor attracted the attention of Mongol soldiers who encircled him. The five companions, witnessing this, prepared to intervene but paused as Qi Feng turned, his eyes ablaze with fury. A Mongol soldier charged, and Qi Feng drew a gleaming knife from his waist, launching it with precision. It pierced the first soldier and struck through three more, their bodies collapsing to the ground. He is unscathed. We should disperse, Shi Liang suggested, and the five departed in various directions, vanishing in an instant. Qi Feng retrieved the knife from the fallen soldier, one hand gripping Shangwan Linger's head while the other wielded the blade. He moved with swiftness, blood spraying from his path, soaking the ground. When he halted, the Mongol soldiers behind him stared in horror, collapsing one by one, blood gushing from their wounds. I shall not kill you. That would be too merciful. Suffering is the finest form of revenge, Qi Feng declared. Return and inform your masters that the one they seek is named Qi Feng. Qi Feng turned and departed, leaving the Mongolian soldiers sprawled on the ground, watching as his tall silhouette grew ever more distant until it vanished completely. Qi Feng returned, bringing with him the severed head of Shangwan Linger. Shangwan Hong wept bitterly. Feng, what has transpired? It was the Mongolians, Qi Feng exclaimed, slamming his fist onto the table. Why did I allow her to leave? Had she remained by my side, she would not have perished. Feng, this vendetta must be avenged, Shangwan Hong declared. The Mongolians are like rabid dogs, slaughtering Han people indiscriminately, regardless of whether they are common folk. The Red Turban Rebellion is surging. Feng, with your talents, you will surely be of great use. We must dismantle the Mongolian foundation. There are whispers that the Yuan dynasty's fate is tied to the tomb of Genghis Khan. If we disrupt their feng shui, their downfall will be inevitable, and the Yuan dynasty's demise is merely a matter of time. Chapter 3. The great capital's courtesan, the Mongolian royal family practiced concealed burials, making it a formidable task to locate the main tomb. Qi Feng clenched his fists. No matter how difficult, I shall proceed. I cannot bear to meet my junior sister in the afterlife without witnessing the fall of the Yuan dynasty with my own eyes. Sheng Wanhong remained silent. Qifeng continued, Master, I have slain many Mongolian soldiers and am now a wanted man. My junior sister has returned, and with that, I can lay my burdens to rest. I must take my leave, Master. This farewell may be the last we share. As Qifeng knelt before Sheng Wanhong, he performed a deep bow, saying, Master, please take care. With that, he turned and left. Upon reaching the thatched cottage's threshold, he fancied he heard a bright voice calling, Senior brother. He turned back, but Linger would never again leap forth to embrace him with playful affection. Qifeng looked upward. Despite the harsh winter, the sun today was particularly blistering, scorching his face and causing him pain. He wiped away the blood seeping from his cracked lips and continued on his path. His meeting with the other 5 was not yet due, as Qifeng had other matters to attend to. Seeking a secluded spot, he produced a mask to affix to his face, and in an instant, he transformed from a rugged man into a delicate young gentleman. He donned a silk garment, allowing the jade pendant at his waist to dangle low, and with a white jade fan in hand, he embodied the image of a dandy. To avoid revealing any discrepancies, he also adjusted his hands and neck. Once he had finished his transformation, he set forth towards the great capital, the heart of the Mongolian realm and the Yuan dynasty's stronghold. As he approached the city gates, he observed a throng of people ahead. It seemed entering the city would not be an easy endeavor. The crowd, eager to conduct business within the city, was filled with grievances. And some whispered cautiously about the Red Turban Army. Have you heard? The White Lotus sect has infiltrated the city, and now security is extremely tight. Alas, poor U.S. common folk, merely seeking a physician. We must wait. In these times, surviving is a blessing. Speak less. If overheard, it could lead to imprisonment, or worse, the loss of our lives. The 2 individuals ceased their conversation and gradually moved forward with the throng of people. A thought flickered in Qifeng's mind. The White Lotus sect, said to have been founded by Mao Zedong as a Buddhist offshoot during the 3rd year of Emperor Song Gaozong's Shaoxing era, was known for its adherence strict vegetarianism and abstention from alcohol, hence often referred to as the White Lotus vegetables. Over time, it evolved into a grassroots community organization, with disciples of the White Lotus sect playing a predominant role in the Red Turban Army. They had infiltrated the capital. Was there some mission at hand? The Exorcist clan had never amalgamated with the Red Turban Army, preferring to operate independently. However, the latter had attempted to persuade them to join their ranks. Internal strife within the Red Turban Army was incessant and exceedingly vexatious. Qifeng, who detested such discord, had no intention of involving himself. With a cold snort, he continued to sway his jade fan and made his way through the crowd. As he approached the city wall, a wanted poster affixed to it caught his eye, prominently displaying his likeness. Those Mongolian soldiers were indeed commendable, as they had returned to report his name and appearance. Confident in his disguise, Qifeng let out a derisive laugh. When his turn came, a Mongolian soldier stepped forward to inquire, What brings you to the city? Judging by my attire, it should be quite evident what I seek. Am I in search of a man? Qifeng's voice took on a high-pitched tone. True disguise transcended mere appearance. Altering one's habits was the essence of true concealment. Laughter erupted around him, and upon noticing the jade pendant at Qifeng's waist, the lead Mongolian soldier's eyes glinted with interest. Qifeng deliberately showcased the pendant, saying, Esteemed soldier, I cannot part with this. I intend to use it to charm the lovely Xiang Yuru of the Yuxiang Tower. Xiang Yuru was renowned throughout the capital as a celebrated courtesan. What man would not revel in the honor of spending a night with her? Qifeng produced a silver ingot and pressed it into the soldier's palm. For the brothers' tea. If I manage to win over Miss Xiang Yuru, you shall share in the credit. With an air of swagger, Qifeng entered the city, indeed making his way towards the Yuxiang Tower. As dusk began to settle, the ladies of the Yuxiang Tower stood below, waving their silk handkerchiefs and calling out sweetly, drawing the attention of passing men, eager to catch a glimpse of their beauty. Many well-dressed gentlemen were lured inside, for the allure of desire was perilously enticing. Good sir, do you have any acquaintances among the ladies? Qifeng's youthful demeanor quickly attracted the attention of the madam, who approached him closely. You seem unfamiliar. Is this your first visit to Yuxiang Tower? Allow me to introduce you to a few of our finest ladies. Glancing inside, he noticed that most of the patrons were boisterous Mongolian nobles. As soon as someone as delicate as Qifeng stepped in, the ladies fluttered over like butterflies, encircling him. Unfazed, Qi Feng discreetly evaded their advances and placed a gold ingot into the madam's hand. I shall be residing here long term. Prepare me a room. The price is negotiable, and this shall serve as a deposit. The courtesan weighed the gold in her hand, and with a graceful flourish of her silk scarf, she led Qi Feng to the room upstairs. Just as they approached the doorway, a sudden commotion erupted in the hall below. A woman, veiled in white gauze, emerged slowly from a room, locking eyes with Qi Feng. She moved with the elegance of a swallow, her steps silent, revealing a slender figure. She was a Han woman, unmistakable from her attire, and beneath the veil lay an unparalleled beauty. Unbeknownst to Qi Feng, their gazes met in the air, a silent understanding passing between them as they brushed past one another. The arrival of Xiang Yuru incited cheers from the debauched men below, who abandoned their companions to crowd at the center of the hall, eagerly anticipating her presence. Xiang Yuru gracefully lifted her veil, revealing her stunning visage. The beauty mark on her brow and her delicate frame, all of which drove the onlookers into a frenzy. She discarded the silk scarf in her hand, and the men below scrambled for it, igniting a wave of chaos. With her crimson lips slightly parted, Xiang Yuru addressed the crowd. Gentlemen, I apologize for my absence today due to ill health, and I hope you will forgive me. Having spoken, she ascended the stairs, dismissing the maid who attended her. With a smile, she entered the room, pushing the door back and then frowning as she remarked, "You've been sneaking my wine again." The world knew Xiang Yuru as a renowned courtesan, yet they were unaware that her finest creation was the wine she brewed. Qi Feng set down his drink and inquired, "So what of the matter I seek?" When Genghis Khan was interred, only a solitary team of horses accompanied him to the grave, and ultimately, that team never returned. No remains were found, and no one witnessed where the horses had gone. Xiang Yuru's demeanor shifted, her previous allure replaced by a resolute air. "Your only flaw is your penchant for riddles." Qi Feng responded, "Does seeing me today astonish you?" "The skills of old Liu have become increasingly refined," Xiang Yuru remarked, reaching out to caress Qi Feng's face. "This texture resembles nothing of a corpse." Qi Feng's expression darkened, and Xiang Yuru continued with a smile. "I find great delight in your current self. It is my sole amusement." "The wine is commendable," Qi Feng replied, diverting the conversation. "What have you discovered?" "I have been seeking individuals who are descendants of those officials who handled Genghis Khan's affairs. Their accounts of past events are nearly identical." As if preordained, Xiang Yuru served as their eyes in the capital, thriving with ease among the elite. At times, Qi Feng found it challenging to discern whether she was truly Xiang Yuru or merely Qimei. Since they possess no information, I must explore alternative avenues. Prominent figures are more closely monitored, while seemingly inconspicuous individuals may hold more pivotal clues. Thus, I began my investigation with the team of horses from that era, knowing that one among them had fled out of fear, thus surviving. "This individual is the closest to the tomb of Temujin," Xiang Yuru stated. "However, I have yet to seek him out, as I only received news this morning." "Truly, you are our Qimei," Qi Feng chuckled. "In truth, we have always been seven." "Humph. Only now do you think of me. You six come and go freely, only remembering me when in need." Xiang Yuru let out a cold snort. "You all think I lead a splendid life in the capital, but little do you know. Dealing with these noble young masters has left me utterly exhausted. This group only knows indulgence in feasting and revelry. When the Red Turban Army arrives, they will have no choice but to surrender. Qi Feng, your wanted posters are plastered all over the city. Even if you change your appearance, you must remain vigilant. Why do you address me by my name? Shouldn't you call me elder brother?" Qi Feng suddenly thought of Linger, a pang of sorrow piercing his heart. Linger, his eternal sister. Xiang Yuru leaned in close to Qi Feng's ear and quickly recited a long string of addresses before giving him a gentle pat on the shoulder. "I've heard about Linger's situation, but you must forget it. When your heart is soft, you give your enemies an opportunity." Qi Feng let out a bitter smile, lifted a bottle of wine, and took a hearty gulp. "Excellent wine." Footsteps echoed from outside, prompting Qi Feng to declare, "It seems you cannot rest tonight. I must take my leave." He opened the window, leaped lightly down to the street, and made his way towards the address. Xiang Yuru supported herself on the windowsill, watching his retreating figure with a smile. Someone knocked on the door, and Xiang Yuru closed the window before gracefully opening the door, sweetly greeting, "Your Highness." Qi Feng followed the address given by Xiang Yuru, navigating through the nighttime alleys. The capital's night remained vibrant with song and dance, oblivious to the chaos of war. The cries of infants from the houses along the street added a touch of vitality. Chifeng's movements grew lighter as he effortlessly scaled a wall, entering a courtyard of a household. The room was devoid of light, and as he approached the window, he heard gentle snoring. Chifeng sat down at the edge of the bed, waiting for the man to awaken. The man, sensing something amiss, opened his eyes in alarm, believing a robber had entered. Just as he was about to beg for mercy, Chifeng tossed a bag of silver onto the bed, merely delivering silver, no need for bowing. "Is this for me?" The man exclaimed joyfully, clutching the silver to his chest, but his elation quickly turned to terror as he felt a sharp blade pressed against his neck. This mix of joy and fright rendered him speechless. "Hero, what do you want? My family is very poor. I cannot even afford to marry a wife." "Enough with the pleasantries. From now on, I will ask a question, and you will answer. Answer well, and this bag of silver is yours. Answer poorly." Chifeng pressed the blade closer to the man's neck. "You know the consequences." All right. I ask you, did your ancestors ever escort the burial horses for Genghis Khan to the north? How do you know this?" The man was taken aback, "But no one believes me. They think I am boasting. What I say is the truth. My ancestors truly do not elaborate. Answer only what I wish to hear." Chifeng pressed on. "Did your ancestors ever tell the descendants where the horse caravan reached?" He had no idea. The man spoke. The eyes of all those in the horse caravan were blind, not literally blind, but rather, before their departure. Each one had consumed a bowl of soup that rendered them reliant solely on their instincts. They were oblivious to hunger and thirst, as though an invisible thread guided their steps. My great-grandfather was one of them. They had all resigned themselves to their fate, knowing that this journey was destined to accompany the great Khan to his grave. Yet, my great-grandfather had an unwed fiancée, a childhood sweetheart with whom he shared a deep bond, and he could not bear to leave her behind, so he continually sought ways to escape. Chifeng listened intently, recognizing that this tale had surely been recounted countless times by the man from the caravan. The storyteller vividly described how, despite their blindness, they could hear the sounds around them. The voices of their companions and the thundering of hooves were crystal clear. My great-grandfather gradually came to understand that they were continuously traversing the grasslands. He claimed it was the sound of the wind that revealed this to him. Only in the grasslands could such winds be felt. After grasping the rhythm of the wind, he began to seek an opportunity for departure. It was not until much later that he found such an opportunity, yet his first attempt ended in failure. Why? Chifeng listened with rapt attention, knowing that every detail might provide a clue to the location of Genghis Khan's tomb. They had been discovered. It seemed that although they were unseen, someone was watching them, aware of their every move. The man's demeanor shifted from nervousness to clarity as he spoke with increasing coherence. However, given the vastness of the caravan, it was impossible for all the guards to keep track of them. He still had a chance. Eventually, he did find that opportunity. They had been moving in a straight line, and so he took the risk to break away from the side, regardless of the consequences, and began to run wildly. He had even prepared himself for the possibility of death. Miraculously, he succeeded. After being unable to see anything, he suddenly perceived light. By the time he fully adjusted to the external environment, he found himself 1,000 miles away, though his legs had suffered as a result. When he finally opened his eyes, where was he? Chifeng grew anxious, gripping the man's shoulders, suddenly feeling him tremble. "What are you doing?" Chifeng caught a whiff of a foul odor. Damn it, this fellow had lost control. Anger surged within him. "You wretched man." The stench was soon accompanied by the metallic scent of blood, and Chifeng sensed that something was amiss. Unbeknownst to him, someone had struck, killing the man. Frustration consumed Chifeng. He should have acted faster. Why hadn't he posed the most crucial question? His confidence had betrayed him. Rising, he lit the lamp, and upon glancing at the man on the bed, he found his head tilted at an unnatural angle, the flesh around his neck mangled, still stained with the weapon of murder. Upon recognizing the weapon, Chifeng instinctively touched the scar on his own chin. "We meet again." He extinguished the lamp and swiftly returned to Yuxiang Tower, entering his room. The muffled sounds of moans from the adjacent chamber reached his ears. With a frustrated grunt, he reached for the wine on the table, bringing it to his lips, but paused with a cold laugh. "Xiang Yuru, how many times will you play this same trick?" Xiang Yuru emerged from behind the screen, exclaiming, "You are utterly devoid of romantic sensibility. I wish to offer my assistance, yet you insist on exposing my intentions. Do you not realize how many men in the capital yearn for a single night of intimacy with me? I extend my affection, and you refuse it outright?" Seventh sister. Chifeng shook her head. responding, "Do you comprehend the uniqueness of the wine you craft? Its aroma is unparalleled. Adding any extraneous ingredient would alter its fragrance, especially an aphrodisiac." Xiang Yuru giggled. "If there were a true iron-willed hero in this world, it would undoubtedly be you. That man is deceased, and I never received the final answer." Qifeng lamented as she sank into despair. "That individual has resurfaced," she continued, pondering aloud. "Is it the masked man who has wronged you? Indeed, I believe he is the sole individual capable of employing that same concealed weapon," Qifeng replied. "I did not even hear his breath or footsteps. Why did he not eliminate you directly?" Xiang Yuru queried, perplexed. "He was able to kill that man without your awareness, yet chose to spare you. Could it be that he did not recognize you due to your altered appearance? No. If he could locate that place, he must be privy to significant information." Xiang Yuru felt the situation growing increasingly intricate. "Qifeng, you must depart immediately. You may have compromised your safety." Qifeng began to gather her belongings. "I shall take my leave first. You must exercise caution as well." After exiting the Yuxiang building, Qifeng abruptly returned to the room where the corpse lay undisturbed on the bed. Ignoring it, she lifted the bedboard, having noticed a hollow space beneath it earlier. Had it not been for that unexpected ambush from Cheng Yaojin, she would not have left so quietly. Now that the man was gone, she could explore at her leisure. With her fingers digging into the edge of the bedboard, she exerted force upward, and it was easily pried open. Reaching inside, she retrieved a booklet and hastily concealed it within her garments before restoring the bedboard to its original state and departing the scene. The man's fluent responses during their earlier exchange had been too composed for an ordinary person under such terrifying circumstances, suggesting he had mentally prepared for this moment. Even anticipating the questions, could it be that he spoke with such vivid emotion, as if he had lived through those distant events himself? Qifeng meticulously restored the scene before leaving at a measured pace. Once in a corner, she removed her disguise from her face, hands, and wrists, replacing it with a new one, transforming herself into a rugged man with dark skin, clad in coarse garments that blended her with the laborers around her. The discarded items were incinerated in a single blaze, and she strode away with purpose, her body swaying slightly as she moved. "Have mercy, please. Have mercy." A filthy hand reached out, grasping Qifeng's ankle. "I have not eaten for several days." Qifeng sneered coldly. "I lack the funds even for a drink, my friend. You shall have to fend for yourself." He forcefully kicked away the filthy hand and swiftly propelled himself forward, while the hand's owner pursued with remarkable agility, rivaling that of Qifeng. Sensing the gust of wind behind him, Qifeng recognized the prowess of his adversary and, wishing to avoid entanglement, reached into his pocket, retrieving a packet of white powder which he flung directly into the assailant's face. A light smoke billowed upwards, and the man let out a shriek, allowing Qifeng to break free from his pursuer and hasten toward the city outskirts. These individuals had shadowed him like phantoms, a type of enemy he had never encountered before, rendering the circumstances rather peculiar. As night fell, the city gates were closed, not to be opened until dawn, but Qifeng had no intention of waiting. He approached the most vulnerable northern gate, incapacitated the guarding soldier, and departed swiftly. When dawn broke, Qifeng produced a small booklet from his pocket, only to be disheartened to find it entirely blank, save for a single page adorned with an abstract illustration of circular dots forming a peculiar pattern. What could this possibly signify? Possessing an extraordinary memory, Qifeng meticulously noted the arrangement of the dots, re-examined the booklet to confirm the absence of further information, and subsequently incinerated it. It appeared to be time to rendezvous with Shiliang and the others. Qifeng discarded his disguise, revealing his true self as he set off westward. Upon passing a small town, he procured a horse and galloped without pause, ultimately arriving at the designated location at the appointed hour. This secluded spot lay within a mountainside cave, identifiable solely by the markings at its entrance. Qifeng was not the first to arrive. Old Lu was already dozing inside. Upon hearing footsteps, he roused himself, inquiring, "Who goes there?" "It is I," Qifeng replied, settling down beside him. "Brother, how did your task fare?" Old Lu, the youngest yet undeniably capable, was adept in such matters. "Not particularly smoothly," Qifeng responded. "I suspect it has more to do with Xiang Yuru's misfortune," Old Lu chuckled. "It is evident to all that Seventh Sister has long been infatuated with you. Did she not administer any potion this time?" Chapter 5. Old Fourth. The mention of the potion left Qifeng somewhat exasperated. Old Lu, perceptive as always, had uncovered the underlying intrigue. Indeed, This time seventh sister had likely failed in her attempts. How long would she persist in her obsession? After all, he was not lacking in merit. Regrettably, she overlooked him. Now surrounded by a multitude of noble suitors, her standards elevated beyond their previous state. Why has no one else arrived yet? Qifeng sensed an ominous undertone. It has never been this late before. Indeed, old Lu replied, now anxious. Could something have happened on the way? While in the capital, I encountered two individuals. Both rather exceptional, Qifeng remarked. They are entirely different from the adversaries we faced before. Perhaps they are the assassins mentioned by my master, known as the Golden Eagle Order. The notion of an adversary capable of troubling Qifeng darkened old Lu's expression. The Golden Eagle Order is said to be shrouded in mystery. Having emerged during the era of Genghis Khan as a clandestine organization targeting the Han people, they have been relatively dormant until recently, as numerous leaders of the Red Turban Army have been assassinated, likely connected to this Golden Eagle Order. What methods do they employ? Qifeng inquired, intrigued. It is said that they come and go without a trace. Lao Lu remarked that there are acquaintances of his within the White Lotus Society who claim that these individuals always enter and exit wearing masks, and their towering figures undoubtedly suggest Mongolian descent. On one occasion, they surrounded a man, yet he astonishingly vanished right before their eyes. Once they fixated on a target, they were certain to strike with brutal precision. This aligns with the characteristics of the one who employs unique, concealed weapons. Qifeng caressed the scar on his chin, an indelible mark from an encounter long past. It was during an expedition to an ancient tomb from the Eastern Han dynasty that he met this individual. They crossed paths in the tomb's passage. Not being from the same sect, they were, of course, adversaries. They both struck simultaneously, launching their concealed weapons, with Qifeng hitting the man in the right chest while he himself suffered a blow to the chin, caught off guard. It was Qifeng's first experience with such a weapon, which had pierced into his bone. The agony of its extraction was unforgettable, leaving behind a lasting memento. He had kept that weapon, its shape reminiscent of the Mongolian musical instrument, yataga, akin to the guzheng of Central Plains in both structure and technique. Qifeng deduced that the wielder must have been a woman, his sole assessment of her identity. The assailants of the descendants of the horsemen that night were likely her, or perhaps from the same faction. Deep in thought, Qifeng hesitated to share his revelations with Lao Lu. Brother, what occupies your mind? Lao Lu inquired, noticing Qifeng's deep contemplation. Nothing. Why haven't the others arrived yet? Lao Si's footwork is the swiftest. It is illogical for him to be delayed. A wave of unease washed over Qifeng. Lao Lu, I shall venture outside to take a look. Remain here. As Qifeng exited the cave, he beheld Lao Si lying not far away, his garments torn into shreds, exposing a multitude of wounds, flesh turned outward, with hints of bone visible. Lao Si's right eye had become a gory pit, with fluids continually seeping forth. His hand reached towards the cave, a mere breath remaining. Qifeng was alarmed. Lao Lu, come out. Lao Lu rushed forth, and upon witnessing Lao Si's grievous state, a wave of sorrow enveloped him as he joined Qifeng by Lao Si's side. Lao Si struggled for breath, words trapped in his throat, his agony nearly overwhelming him. He grasped Qifeng's clothing, whispering, They have come. Be cautious. Quickly. Depart. Who are they? Lao Si's voice dwindled, and as Qifeng leaned closer, he caught the last three words, Golden Eagle Order. Lao Si's hand fell from Qifeng's grasp. Lao Lu wiped away a tear and looked up at Qifeng. Brother, the others have yet to arrive. Could they have already fallen victim? Lao Si urges us to leave. This place may have been compromised. Time was of the essence. Qifeng and Lao Lu returned, retrieving their bundles and burying the cave entrance. This act signified the irrevocable abandonment of their stronghold. As Lao Lu attempted to lift Lao Si's body, it disintegrated in his arms, reminiscent of Shangguan Linger. Yet this time, Lao Si's head rolled down the cliff, vanishing in an instant, a tragic dispersal of his remains. Old Lu wore a sorrowful expression as he gazed at the scattered remains. Fourth brother, we can no longer take you with us. Qifeng gathered the bones into a heap, then dug a shallow grave nearby to inter them, placing several stones atop as a marker. Fourth brother, I shall return one day to give you a proper burial. The two then made their way to the precipice on the other side, where a woven rope awaited. They descended cautiously, and upon reaching the bottom, Qifeng took a deep breath, his veins bulging as he exerted force to tear the rope free, causing it to fall heavily to the ground. Together, they cut it into several segments and buried them, severing their path back entirely. If they were to abandon it, they would do so decisively. "Brother, where shall we go now?" Old Lu queried, producing 2 items, placing one in Qi Feng's hand while donning the other himself. Although he appeared youthful, his stature was not imposing, making his boyish countenance fitting. In contrast, Qi Feng was a weathered man in his 50s. And suddenly he realized, this time, are we father and son? Better than being mother and child, indeed. Old Lu, the youngest among them, managed to retain a commendable mindset. Yet when he glanced back at the cliff, his eyes were already reddened with emotion. "Let us depart," Qi Feng urged, patting him on the shoulder. "Fourth brother exhausted his last strength to warn us. We must honor his sacrifice." As they navigated through the mountains, darkness enveloped the sky, and suddenly snow began to fall. Apart from the 3 of them, 3 others remained unaccounted for, yet upon seeing the blocked entrance, they would surely not approach. The bond among the 6 brothers had been irrevocably severed. Qi Feng's concerns extended to Xiang Yuru, who was in the capital as their informant. Now that they had been exposed, she was undoubtedly in peril. Emerging from the mountains, they found themselves in an abandoned farmhouse, devoid of life. The bodies lay completely buried beneath the snow, and the sound of a baby's cries echoed faintly. Following the sound, Qi Feng and Old Lu discovered an infant swaddled and placed on the hearth, partially covered by a few twigs. Old Lu removed the twigs and cradled the baby. But the cries ceased abruptly. Upon closer inspection, the infant's face had turned purple. It had already drawn its last breath. Old Lu, enraged, exclaimed, "It must be the Mongols who have done this. What a pity for this child. Let us see if there are any survivors." Qi Feng stepped outside to examine the scene, finding the local populace riddled with knife wounds. From the nature of the injuries, it appeared to be the work of common soldiers. The house had been ransacked, turned upside down. The Mongolian soldiers had plundered indiscriminately, leaving no one alive. Qi Feng and Old Lu located a nearby household, gathered some firewood, and lit a fire to warm their rations, quickly extinguishing it again, for the smoke would betray their location. Lying on the cold ground, Old Lu murmured, "We truly ought to join the Red Turbans and confront the Mongols directly. Kill 1 for 1, kill 2 for 1. If I lose my life, I still gain 1. And what then?" Qi Feng replied, "A change of dynasty brings forth new conflicts, struggles for power and wealth. Ultimately, only one person will ascend to the throne." "Brother, do you not think you are being overly pessimistic?" Old Lu countered. Qi Feng remained silent, having seen through the veils of reality. He turned away, now possessed by a singular mission, to safeguard the gatekeeper and disrupt the geomantic balance surrounding Genghis Khan's tomb, thus severing the lineage's retreat. Suddenly, Lao Lu clasped his hands behind his head, inquiring, "What shall we do now?" "We must locate the other brothers. There is something I must share with them." "But the time is not yet ripe," Qi Feng replied, still pondering the significance of the intricate pattern before him. It was not a mere arrangement of feng shui, otherwise he would have discerned its meaning at first glance. The others, upon discovering the blocked entrance, would inevitably seek an alternate route. "Brother, where are we headed tomorrow?" Lao Lu's incessant chatter began to lull Qi Feng toward slumber, only to be jolted awake once more. "Enough, Lao Lu," Qi Feng admonished. Lao Lu promptly covered his mouth, letting out a sheepish chuckle before turning away, haunted by the grim fate of the 4th brother. Tears streamed down his cheeks, and fearing Qi Feng would hear, he clenched his hands tightly, stifling his sobs. Qi Feng turned back, enveloping Lao Lu in a comforting embrace. Lao Lu, the most sentimental among them, often faced ridicule for his delicate nature. He was not timid, merely excessively compassionate. The night passed without incident, but as dawn broke, the biting wind surged through the wide open window, rousing the 2 from their dreams that momentarily allowed them to escape the harsh reality. Upon opening their eyes, the sight of 2 lifeless bodies starkly reminded them of their grim circumstances. They rose, witnessing the infant from the previous night, his body now frozen. Having never grasped the cruelty of this world before his life was abruptly extinguished. Perhaps, in a cruel twist of fate, this was his fortune. The pair exited the room, trudging through the snow, supporting one another like a duo of fugitives. Passers-by glanced not at them, their expressions devoid of emotion as they hurried past, preoccupied with their own woes. The 2 continued westward, traversing a small town and a village, until they encountered a snow-laden forest. At that moment, Lao Lu breathed a sigh of relief. "At last, we have arrived." Qi Feng surveyed the tallest tree, noting no unusual activity. It appeared their adversaries had not yet discovered their presence. Entering the woods, Chiefing brushed away the snow beneath his feet and retrieved a pouch of powder, scattering it upon the ground. Instantly, a crimson line emerged, guiding their path, while the line they left behind gradually faded from sight, concealed by the falling snow. Chapter 6. A century of astonishment. Lao Lu shifted a stone from the ground, revealing a stone slab beneath. He forcefully cast the stone aside, causing the slab to spring open with a swift motion, unveiling a staircase. The elder descended first, with Chiefing following closely. He dislodged a stone beam overhead, causing the slab to close behind them. The darkness enveloped them, rendering visibility non-existent. Chiefing was well acquainted with this place. He swiftly ignited a brazier mounted on the wall, allowing the light to spread through the shadows. The elder inhaled deeply, his gaze falling upon the scratches on the wall, his expression darkening. They have not yet arrived. Not necessarily, Chiefing replied, catching a whiff of the brazier's scent. Someone has indeed been here recently. This brazier has been lit anew. The nose of Chiefing. Old Six was utterly convinced that he had joyfully descended the staircase leading to an ancient tomb below. This tomb, dating back to the late Western Han dynasty, had been ingeniously safeguarded against theft by the tomb's owner, who had laid out a mercury pool below. However, this trap had long been unraveled by Shiliang, thus transforming this site into a new stronghold for the group. The tomb belonged to a noble from the late Western Han dynasty. Although it could not rival the grandeur of royal mausoleums, it was ample enough to accommodate 6 individuals for an extended stay. Its remote location, shrouded by trees, made it a second choice for discussions among the group. Old Six noticed a flicker of light in the right ear chamber below and excitedly turned back, exclaiming, "Elder brother. Indeed, someone has arrived." The individuals inside were naturally aware of the commotion outside. A head popped out, and upon seeing Old Six, a grin spread across his face. "Good lad, I knew you would find your way here." The diminutive figure was none other than Shiliang. The trio rejoiced at their reunion. But when the topic shifted to their companions, their expressions grew grave. Chiefing informed Shiliang of the death of Old Four, leaving Shiliang speechless for a time, until he finally remarked, "Xiang Yuru is missing. Seventh sister is also missing." Old Six had long harbored feelings for Xiang Yuru, yet she was resolutely devoted to Chiefing alone, forcing him to confine his affections within his heart. The news of Xiang Yuru's disappearance had already spread throughout the capital as a celebrated courtesan. The incident had attracted the attention of the authorities. I find it curious. If it were the Mongols' doing, why would the officials involve themselves? There may be deeper implications at play. It is best if Seventh Sister has managed to escape, otherwise. He glanced at Old Six's countenance and continued, "She has always been astute. She should be fine. My concern lies with the other 3 brothers. In fact, it is not just us. On my way here, I received word that numerous disciples have met untimely ends, their deaths gruesome. Some left behind notes inscribed with the bloodied words Golden Eagle Order. The Golden Eagle Order wields immense power. They are far from human." As the phrase "not human" escaped his lips, a chilling gust swept through, causing the oil lamp to flicker ominously. Old Six shielded the lamp, trembling involuntarily. "No matter how powerful, they are merely human. We have many disciples. What is there to fear?" "Silence. Have you not realized? The Golden Eagle Order is targeting our disciples," Chiefing stated decisively. "Our immediate task is to disseminate a message, urging all disciples to conceal their identities and remain undetected. We must have disturbed the Mongols' ancestral burial ground, striking at their vulnerabilities." Shiliang slapped his thigh in disbelief. "I never imagined our unloading strength sect would be subjected to such calamity. Could it be that we have attracted too much negative energy?" Without further hesitation, Chiefing made his way to the main burial chamber. Upon entering, he discovered a corpse seated against the wall, its skull still attached, lifelessly slumped. In the center lay a coffin, which Chiefing opened, retrieving a spherical object from within. Shiliang followed suit, asking, "Will you use it?" "With our disciples unjustly perishing, the situation is beyond our control. We cannot even discern the appearance of our adversaries," Chiefing replied. "For now, we must seek refuge." "Agreed." Shiliang took the item and remarked, "This has been passed down through our ancestors and has not been used for a century. Once it is released, all disciples must conceal their identities and forget their roles as unloading warriors. Even if they encounter each other, they must act as strangers." "Go ahead," Chiefing instructed. Holding the circular object, Shiliang exited the tomb. After a while, Chiefing heard a series of loud thuds, followed by a prolonged sound. He understood that this was not merely the first sound. Once the initial noise erupted, it would resonate across the vast land, reaching the ears of all disciples. From that moment, the fate of the unloading warriors would irrevocably change, leading them into lives of anonymity. Eventually, Shiliang returned, appearing somewhat fatigued. Lao Lu approached him. "This is the second activation. Isn't it?" "Yes. The last time was 100 years ago when the disciples faced trouble and had to retreat from the world," Shiliang replied, sitting down in a weary manner. "We must ascertain who our adversaries are." Qifeng felt a sense of hesitation, sensing something was amiss. He refrained from mentioning the dot distribution map he had observed. Shiliang stated, "If the other brothers do not appear by tomorrow, we must depart." "Are we really going to retreat?" Lao Lu asked innocently, still wearing the countenance of youth. "Retreat is merely a precursor to a more formidable resurgence," Shiliang smiled, his expression carrying a deeper significance that Qifeng noticed. He nodded, conceding, "Let us proceed as you suggest. Perhaps the three brothers have heard the signal and will return midway to lie low." Qifeng felt uneasy. There was something unfamiliar about Shiliang. "I shall step outside for some fresh air," he declared. Emerging from the ancient tomb, Qifeng found himself in solitude. As he removed his outer garment, he sensed two shadows flash behind him. He lunged forward, bringing one of them to the ground, only to be taken aback upon recognizing the individual's attire, which he had never encountered before, suggesting it was of considerable value. The person he subdued was Bai Yi, who had come to investigate Qifeng's identity, but now found himself in a precarious situation. "Who are you?" Qifeng demanded. "By your attire, you clearly do not belong to any subjects of the Yuan dynasty," he continued. "Could you be assassins from the Golden Eagle Edict?" "Have the assassins from the Golden Eagle Edict already appeared?" Songyang exclaimed. "No, it's Lazy. Now he is known as Songyang. If everyone gradually resumes calling him Lazy, let it simply be a nickname." Qifeng was bewildered. "What exactly are you? If you cannot clarify your origins, I shall execute you immediately." "Wait," Lazy interjected. "The sound we heard was extraordinary. My master once told me it was the 100-year alarm. Once it sounds, disciples must conceal their identities to evade the world." "Senior, I too am a descendant of the unloading warriors," Lazy insisted earnestly. "Truly, we have returned from the future, but I am unsure how to explain further." Tang San Cheng shook his head. "How long will this explanation take?" "Allow me to clarify." Tang San's finger, stained with droplets of blood, pointed towards Qifeng's brow. Despite Qifeng's unparalleled martial prowess, he found himself unable to evade the gesture. A wave of dizziness enveloped him, and myriad scenes flashed before his eyes. Once he regained his composure, he steadied himself against a nearby tree and gasped. "You possess magical powers." "Indeed," Tang San replied. "What you have just witnessed is a glimpse of the events that transpired after your kind. They faded into obscurity. This retreat from the world is not merely temporary. It will endure for a lifetime. The choice to believe or not lies entirely with you," Bai Yi interjected. Faced with such an extraordinary circumstance for the first time, Qifeng could not immediately accept it. He leaned against the tree, pondering deeply for a considerable time before asking, "Can you provide me with more convincing evidence?" "Certainly," Bai Yi responded. The three of them clasped hands and astonishingly vanished from Qifeng's sight. Taking a deep breath, Qifeng found the situation utterly inconceivable. Rising to his feet, he scanned the surroundings. If only he possessed exceptional lightness of foot, he might have leapt to the tree's branches. But it was winter, and the bare branches offered no cover. He could see none of the three. "Do you now believe?" Tang San's voice echoed. Qifeng remarked, "Is everything I witnessed indeed a prelude to future events? Did you also traverse from that era?" Tang San sighed in relief and whispered to Bai Yi, "It seems he is beginning to believe." "Thanks to you," Bai Yi replied with a grunt. "You merely wished to hear that, didn't you? Well, I've said it. Are you satisfied now?" "Quite," Tang San chuckled. Lazy gazed at Qifeng, who truly resembled the legendary idol he had always envisioned. Lazy swallowed hard. "Actually, Qifeng, I have longed to see you in person, for by the time I encountered you, you were already stopped." Bai Yi internally shouted. "You don't mean to reveal that when you met him, he was but a pile of bones, do you?" Fortunately, Lazy realized his indiscretion and quickly sealed his lips. Qifeng spoke. "When a person dies, they become merely a pile of bones. There is nothing shameful about stating this. I have seen my own fate. Is the Golden Eagle Order truly that formidable?" "Yes," Tang San affirmed, revealing only a fraction of the scenes he had shown to Qifeng. "Thus, it is imperative for our disciples to remain hidden, otherwise, calamity shall ensue." I understand, Chi Feng replied. Bai Yi continued. They should currently be searching for you. For you hold the key to Genghis Khan's tomb. You are their target. If you wish to expedite the resolution of these matters, there are indeed ways to do so. Bai Yi, do you intend to accelerate the events as if fast-forwarding? Tang San inquired, furrowing his brow. We cannot alter the past, but we can certainly nudge it forward a little, Bai Yi explained. Are they not seeking Chi Feng? Let us guide them to him. Do they not desire clues? Then let us provide them with one. Chi Feng was still organizing his thoughts and struggled to grasp the concept of time travel, ultimately attributing it to Tang San's formidable magic. Just then, he heard Tang San's voice once more. He is here. Chapter 7. A Heart of Loyalty. Tang San's sudden exclamation startled Lazy, who pounded his chest in confusion. Who is here? Upon hearing the mention of his future adversary, Tang San felt an inexplicable complexity of emotions. Recalling Xie Fangfei, he was reluctant to confront him today. Fortunately, he sensed that Heezer had abruptly departed. Who else is present? My two fellow disciples, Chi Feng replied. Could it be that you are acquainted with them? No, I do not know them, Tang San stated. Is there anyone who has displayed unusual behavior, differing from your usual impression? Chi Feng pondered deeply. Indeed, my second-ranked junior disciple, Shi Liang, has been acting rather peculiarly today. His tone and demeanor are not characteristic of him. That must be it, Tang San suddenly remarked. This fellow named Shi Liang has undoubtedly been possessed by Heezer. Have you revealed the secrets of Chengling's mark to them? Chi Feng stared blankly at Tang San. He had only recently acquired this knowledge and had long since burned the original manuscript, leaving this information solely in his mind. How did this person come to know? The origins of these three individuals were becoming increasingly compelling. Chi Feng shook his head, given the current circumstances. It is not just other disciples we need to worry about. Even among the 7 of us, we are being hunted. Our movements are so cautious. Yet they have still managed to track us down. They are not ordinary individuals. The more who know this secret, the greater the peril to our safety. Lazy was filled with a profound sense of emotion. He was indeed the most formidable presence among the unloading mountains warriors. His existence went beyond merely observing celestial bodies and scrutinizing the earth's veins. He possessed a meticulous mind akin to Bai Yi. As the saying goes, in 72 trades, tomb raiding reigns supreme. The capability and intellect of a king are indispensable. Bai Yi glanced at their attire. We do not belong here for long, Lazy. We must take our leave. Leave. Yet, as Lazy recalled the pile of bones beneath the bone wall, a sudden wave of sorrow surged within him. Since they could return, why not alter Chi Feng's fate and ensure the survival of this generation's talents? Bai Yi had already discerned Lazy's intentions and would not allow him to act recklessly. Without further ado, he stepped forward, grasping Lazy and Tang San's arms, and the three departed. They suddenly vanished from Chi Feng's sight. Chi Feng took a moment to digest what had just transpired. After a while, he returned to the ancient tomb. Observing their retreat, the three who had not ventured far re-emerged. Lazy expressed his dissatisfaction. Damn it, I thought you were taking me back to the antique shop. What is going on? Did you not say I should not change anything? I meant you should not hastily alter everything. However, if the timing is right, a trial may not be amiss, Bai Yi replied. I suspect there is a traitor among them. That fourth one met his end far too mysteriously, and others have yet to appear. They may have long since suffered a fatal fate. No matter how formidable they are, they remain ordinary people. Yet, the Golden Eagle Order's assassins wield dark arts, especially with Heezer stirring the pot. Do you have a suspect? Tang San felt as though he had seen nothing amiss. Indeed, Bai Yi responded. We identified him while traveling from Qifeng to the capital, confirming his identity at Yuxiang Tower. From that moment on, he had already been targeted. Do you suspect Xiang Yuru? Lazy spat on the ground. Love turned to hate. Unable to possess, so out of shame and anger, decide to perish together? Do you think this is a film? Tang San said with exasperation. It's merely speculation for now. Indeed, we must persist until we reach the bone wall. Bai Yi fixed his gaze on Lazy. I am aware that he is your ancestral master and that you hold him in high regard. However, do not act impulsively. What if we become trapped here forever? Lazy shivered at the thought. Damn it, no. I will be obedient. Finally, Lazy acquiesced. The three decided to stealthily follow Chi Feng, determining their moment to strike. Upon Chi Feng's return downstairs after conversing with the trio, he appeared completely composed. Noticing Shi Liang's bewildered expression, Lao Lu, who had been huddled to one side, exclaimed upon Chi Feng's arrival, elder brother, second brother was exceedingly strange. He doesn't even recall when he entered. Shi Liang, perplexed, ran his fingers through his hair. To be honest, all I remember is how I opened that entrance. After that, I have no recollection. When I regained consciousness, I heard sixth brother say I had been here for over a day and night. A chill ran through Qi Feng. The young man who wielded sorcery had mentioned this. He explained the prior events to Shi Liang, including the death of fourth brother. Shi Liang clenched his fists, relieved to hear that Bai Yi Jing had been released. He had no memory of these occurrences. Yet Qi Feng remained puzzled. If Shi Liang had indeed been possessed, what was that person's intent? Why release Bai Yi Jing? Qi Feng quickly recalled Bai Yi's earlier remarks regarding the distribution map of the circular points. Their true objective lay therein. Resolutely, Qi Feng declared, second brother, sixth brother, you must leave as well, concealing your identities like the others, and never again mention your affiliation with our sect. What about you? Lao Lu inquired. I have my own plans. Consider me already deceased, Qi Feng replied, lifting the package from the ground, preparing to depart. Lao Lu rushed forward, grasping Qi Feng's arm. Elder brother, I know you have feelings for seventh sister. My feelings for her are purely fraternal. You may pursue her, but take care. Without hesitation, Qi Feng departed, heading straight for the capital. This time, he did not don a disguise, revealing his true self. His determination to gamble everything sent a shiver through Lazy. Oh no. Could he be intending to use himself as bait? Indeed, Bai Yi remarked, he is truly a man of iron will. What kind of man? He's a fool. Lazy retorted anxiously. By charging into the capital like this, he is merely a sheep entering a tiger's den. Bai Yi, you mentioned that we could act at the right moment. Now is not the time. We must wait a bit longer, Bai Yi replied. Has that Lao Lu not left yet? Tang San, I have a task for you. Tang San leaned in as Bai Yi whispered his plan. Suddenly enlightened, Tang San punched Bai Yi in the chest. You are truly clever. Go quickly. We will follow Qi Feng to the capital. He must pass through Sana Town, and we shall rendezvous there. Bai Yi concluded, I must ensure that I bring back what I seek. Lazy, you will accompany him. As Bai Yi watched Tang San Cheng and Lazy depart, he continued to trail behind Qi Feng, whose determination was resolute. Qi Feng had made up his mind to infiltrate the capital and eliminate the corrupt officials. As the saying goes, to catch a thief, one must first capture the king. By dispatching the officials, he could then penetrate the imperial palace to assassinate the current tyrant. Bai Yi was perplexed by Qi Feng's intentions, initially assuming he was willingly walking into a trap. However, upon observing Qi Feng enter a weapon shop, he suddenly comprehended the situation. Qi Feng had commissioned a multitude of darts, each one meticulously fastened around his waist, each as sharp as a razor. This triggered a wave of memories for Bai Yi. Recalling how he had once approached similar circumstances, why would someone willingly walk into danger while so heavily armed? As Qi Feng emerged from the shop, he sighed. Why do you insist on following me? I know I cannot hide this from you. Bai Yi stepped forward. Having foreseen my fate, I must act before my end. Seeking vengeance for my junior sister and the souls lost to the blades of the Mongols. Qi Feng declared, I am not one to fear death. What is there to dread? Bai Yi, rather than dissuading him, chuckled. I merely wish to offer my assistance. You? Qi Feng retorted, eyeing Bai Yi's refined appearance. You seem delicate and genteel. Why would you risk yourself alongside me? Bai Yi glanced around, noting their conspicuous presence. This is not the place for discussion. Qi Feng nodded, leading Bai Yi to a secluded area, away from prying eyes. Bai Yi drew his firearm, discharging a shot into the ground, sending up a plume of smoke. This weapon can aid you. The earliest records of firearms trace back to the Southern Song dynasty, where bamboo tubes were used as primitive guns, marking the inception of projectile weaponry. This evolved into metal-barreled arms during the Ming dynasty, yet the type Bai Yi wielded was unfamiliar to Qi Feng. What kind of hidden weapon is this? Qi Feng inquired, astonished. A gun, Bai Yi replied, merely a modified firearm that can fire multiple rounds in succession. This will serve as your means of protection. Thank you, Qi Feng said, quickly adapting to the use of the weapon under Bai Yi's guidance. Bai Yi handed him the remaining ammunition. Is this sufficient? As long as it is enough to eliminate those corrupt officials, Qi Feng replied, clasping his hands in gratitude. Brother, I am now a wanted criminal by the court. Our association may bring you harm. We must part ways. Bai Yi chuckled, embracing Qi Feng and discreetly plucking a strand of his hair. Take care, my brother. After bidding farewell to Qi Feng, Bai Yi, undeterred by the curious gazes of passers-by, purchased 3 garments and took lodgings at an inn, awaiting the arrival of Tang San Cheng and Lazy. It was not until the depths of night that they finally arrived. Lazy immediately asked, "Where's Senior Chief Feng?" "He has already left," Bai Yi replied nonchalantly. "How could you let him go?" Lazy nearly lost his composure. "We have searched high and low for him." Bai Yi placed the strand of hair on the table. "I acquired this. No matter where he goes, Fu Yu's tracking charm will find him." "Why the panic?" Lazy finally breathed a sigh of relief as Tang San handed over the items to Bai Yi. "We nearly scared that man to death." Thankfully, Lazy was present. Tang San continued, "At last, I can unravel that mystery." Chapter 8. The Revelation. Do you remember? He saw her possessed Lao San and lived with Xie Fangfei. At that time, he had already set his sights on us. We speculated that he saw her initially coveted the resources in Jiuyi's possession, which is why he lingered. However, today he attached himself to Shi Liang. I sensed him. His sudden departure must have been prompted by the awareness of my presence. Bai Yi, ever so perceptive, grasped the implication. "Are you suggesting that it was today's encounter that led to he saw her relentlessly pursuing us afterward? Isn't that the crux of the matter?" Tang San replied, "Before Lao San, we were completely unaware of his presence, yet he had already been observing us." A peculiar sensation enveloped the three of them, and Bai Yi suddenly interjected, "Actually, there is another matter. Tang San, do you recall the time you climbed Eagle's Beak to gather wild ginseng to save Xiaoning?" "I remember. I nearly fell. At that moment, someone pulled me back." Tang San could never forget that instance, for it was the first time he felt an overwhelming surge of emotion, disregarding life and death. It was on that day that he solidified his feelings for Xiaoning. "We believed it was Xiao Shan who saved you, but at that time, Xiao Shan was still in his earthbound form and had not yet taken human shape. Therefore, I suspect my master, He Baosheng, is the most likely candidate. I have sought his confirmation, but he denied providing any assistance." Bai Yi inquired, "Then who was that person who reached out to save you?" A chill ran down Tang San's spine, and his shoulders trembled as he stuttered. "Could it have been a ghost?" "No," Bai Yi replied, "after today's events, I have conceived a new idea, and it was you who reminded me. We can return to assist Chi Feng. Why not return to aid ourselves?" Therefore, we reached back to lend ourselves a hand. Tang San inhaled deeply, pondering and ruling out Xiao Shan and He Baosheng, leaving only this possibility. With a grimace, he said, "But we haven't returned yet. Once this matter is resolved, we can return to investigate." Bai Yi suggested, "Before that, do not suddenly vanish before our eyes." Tang San, already timid, lost his appetite for food after Bai Yi's fright. Upon returning, Bai Yi had prepared gold and silver in advance and donned the attire of this era. To avoid drawing attention with their hairstyles, all three wore hats, making their exit less conspicuous. With Chi Feng already untraceable, Bai Yi and the others first headed to the capital and took residence in the Yuxiang building. Inside Yuxiang building, with the air filled with the sounds of laughter, Lazy found himself at a loss for where to direct his gaze. Bai Yi shot him a glance. "We did not come here for amusement. We wish to ascertain who exposed the whereabouts of the. To investigate the traitor, we must first look into Xiang Yuru." "But Xiang Yuru has already vanished," Tang San lamented. "Let us commence with the tale of her mysterious disappearance. If she has indeed met her demise, it implies she was subjected to persecution. Conversely, if she is simply unaccounted for, it may suggest her betrayal of the sect, a possibility she had motive for." Lazy sniffed the air. What a delightful fragrance. What wine could be so aromatic? He pushed open the door and seized a passing maid. "My lady, what is this enchanting scent?" The maid, with a skeptical glance around, responded, "I don't smell anything." "It resembles the aroma of wine," Lazy mused, realizing his olfactory senses were rather extraordinary. Chuckling, he remarked, "Why does the Yuxiang building not serve such exquisite wine to its guests?" "Ah, you refer to the wine brewed by Miss Xiang," the maid replied playfully. "But, my lord, it is not for just anyone to partake. Only if she is willing will one be granted a taste." Miss Xiang, known as Xiang Yuru, piqued their curiosity, and Lazy noted, "Strange that we have yet to encounter her since our arrival." The maid disclosed that Miss Xiang was reputed to be the most celebrated courtesan in the capital, yet she had returned to her hometown due to family matters. "If you wish to wait for her, my lord, you must exercise patience. However, she may not be inclined to meet you," she cautioned. Returning to his quarters, Lazy chuckled. "Miss Xiang has not returned to her hometown. The fragrance of that wine is freshly brewed, and if it were left for a day, its essence would surely alter. The most perilous places are often the safest. She remains within the Yuxiang building." Astute observation, Bai Yi replied. Let us wait a while. I am eager to make Miss Xiang Yuru's acquaintance. The Yuxiang building flourished in the evening, reveling in its vibrant atmosphere until the depths of night. Only with the approach of dawn did silence envelop the establishment. The three stealthily approached Xiang Yuru's chamber, with Lei Zi following the scent beneath the bed. Tang San Cheng tapped the floor, listened intently, and pointed below with a triumphant grin. Bai Yi settled cross-legged and softly called out, Miss Xiang, are you comfortable in there? A faint rustling sound emanated from below, indicating that Xiang Yuru, ensconced within, was somewhat startled. Tang San Cheng nodded to Bai Yi, who continued, We are friends of Qi Feng, who has returned to the capital to commence his plans. Qi Feng held a special place in Xiang Yuru's heart. Upon hearing his name, she stirred within her hiding place. Qi Feng has no friends, especially not ones I do not recognize. Who are you truly? She inquired. Friendship knows no boundaries of time. New acquaintances are still friends, Bai Yi responded. Miss Xiang, had we intended you harm? The one speaking to you would not be us, but Mongolian soldiers or assassins from the Golden Eagle Order. At last, Xiang Yuru revealed herself from the concealed door above. Her expression one of bewilderment. How do you know of the Golden Eagle Order? She asked. We have encountered Qi Feng, who has traversed the capital, and we are aware that all members of the Xie Ling Li Shi sect are now living incognito to evade the assassins of the Golden Eagle Order. Prior to this, many sect members have met with tragic fates. Is it not true, Miss Xiang, that you too felt the threat and chose to feign your disappearance? Finally peering out, Bai Yi was momentarily taken aback by her appearance, prompting Lei Zi to murmur, she is truly the spitting image of Fu Yu. However, the elegance of Xiang Yuru contrasts with the more alluring charm of Fu Yu. What is Fu Yu? Xiang Yuru extended her head to observe the commotion outside. A few people, come down and speak. The three descended, discovering that the space below was surprisingly as spacious as above. Idly passing the time, Xiang Yuru was secretly brewing wine, unaware that the aroma would betray her presence. Savoring the fragrance, Lei Zi exclaimed, This is indeed a 1,000-year-old brew. Bai Yi cast a sidelong glance at Lei Zi, as they intended to keep their origins concealed. Xiang Yuru remarked, I know nothing of the happenings outside. I have remained here since the day Qi Feng departed. The most perilous places often harbor the most unexpected revelations. As dawn broke, a sudden cacophony of screams erupted outside, accompanied by the sound of a rushing crowd. Upon hearing this, Tang San immediately declared, Something has happened outside. I shall go take a look. Xiang Yuru's expression shifted, for a woman's intuition has always been keen. She too wished to venture out, but was restrained by Bai Yi. Stay here. We will investigate first. The three emerged to find chaos reigning outside. Many vendors abandoned their stalls, rushing to witness the spectacle. The throng was so dense that the trio struggled to navigate through it. Finally, as Tang San lifted his gaze, he noticed flags flying atop the city walls, accompanied by a multitude of heads. To whom were they displayed? A tightness gripped his chest as he murmured. As they approached, the trio discerned a notice affixed to the wall. Lei Zi had already squeezed into the crowd, straining to see the announcement. Upon comprehending its contents, he abruptly clenched his fist and retreated. Bai Yi shot him a knowing look, understanding that Mongolian watchers were likely present. Should he betray his emotions, he would be apprehended as a laborer from the mountains. Quick-witted, Lei Zi grinned broadly. There are too many people. Damn it, I couldn't even catch a glimpse. Bai Yi retorted, what is the fuss over a few severed heads? Such occurrences are commonplace these days. Come, let us find a place to drink. The three, embracing one another in a boisterous manner, made their way toward Yuxiang Lu. Upon ensuring the surroundings were clear, they dove back into Xiang Yuru's cellar. She, having grown impatient, eagerly inquired upon their return what transpired outside. Lei Zi spat on the ground, reluctantly divulging, for severed heads were displayed outside. They belonged to your disciples. The entire city has commenced a hunt for laborers from the mountains, accusing them of disturbing the feng shui of the imperial tombs. Did you recognize the faces of those four heads? Xiang Yuru pressed closer to Lei Zi, demanding, were they old or young? Out of the four, three were relatively young, with one being considerably older, his hair and beard completely white. Lei Zi continued, indeed, among the younger trio, one had a prominent black mole on his chin, quite conspicuous. Upon hearing this, Xiang Yuru staggered back, collapsing into a chair. It's them. Tears streamed from her eyes as she covered her face, sobbing quietly. Bai Yi remarked, What was once covert assassination has now escalated to brazen killings. You can no longer remain in the capital. The farther you go, the better. Where is Qi Feng? Xiang Yuru lifted her tear-streaked face, her expression resolute. Whatever he intends to do, I can do as well. Unknown, Bai Yi replied. Perhaps by this time tomorrow, we shall know. On this night, Xiang Yu remained steadfast, determined to wait for Qifeng. Amidst the throngs of people during the day, Qifeng witnessed the heads displayed upon the city wall. Yet he departed with an air of calm resolve, adhering strictly to the original plan. His immediate target was to confront the confidants of Emperor Yuanshan. The imperial harem of Emperor Yuanshan was replete with numerous concubines and ladies, yet his dissatisfaction lingered, as he was captivated by the absurd practices of the Western monks and the likes of Zhaolinjun, indulging in debauchery throughout the night. Zhaolinjun had even choreographed a grand performance of the 16 celestial demon dance for Emperor Yuanshan, selecting 16 palace women as dancers and 11 as musicians, ostensibly for the purpose of Buddhist ceremonies, yet in reality, it was mere pretense, a facade for his licentious pursuits. Within a clandestine palace, he mingled freely with his companions, disregarding the boundaries of rank and gender. Qifeng's primary objective was to deal with the two complicit lamas, the Western monk and Zhaolinjun. Chapter 9. The female captor, the Western monk and Zhaolinjun predominantly resided within the palace, yet they also possessed a lavish retreat outside its walls. The term lama, derived from Tibetan, originally signified a monk, but not all who renounce worldly life may rightfully claim this title. Men who abide by the 10 precepts are known as shami, while those who have received full ordination are called bhikshu. Similarly, women are referred to as shaman and bhikkhun, respectively. In regions of Inner Mongolia, Qinghai, and Tibet, monks are referred to as lamas, meaning spiritual teachers. The term spiritual teacher encompasses two interpretations, external and internal wisdom. Neither of these two lamas embodied such qualities. They were, in essence, the dregs of the monastic community. Qifeng initially targeted the Western monk, who resided in a secluded area north of the capital, where he had constructed an unassuming residence. However, beyond its plain exterior lay a realm of opulence, rivaling the grandeur of the imperial palace, particularly in the adjacent courtyard, which was rife with indulgence and vice, utterly disgraceful. Qifeng had staked out this location for 2 consecutive nights and finally discerned that the Western monk would return to his retreat that evening, presenting a prime opportunity for action. The Western monk entered the estate with an imposing entourage, yet once inside, his followers dispersed, leaving him utterly alone. Sensing a potential trap, Qifeng refrained from immediate action and stealthily followed him into the adjacent courtyard. Upon entry, the monk revealed his true nature. Discarding his monastic robes and embracing 3 women who had come to greet him, an utterly indecent sight. If not now, then when? Qifeng drew forth the firearm gifted to him by Bai Yi, aiming it squarely at the Western monk's head, and with a swift pull of the trigger, the shot rang out cleanly. The monk, caught in a moment of revelry, was struck, blood erupting from his mouth and nose, splattering onto one of the women. As she wiped her face in shock, the Western monk collapsed, his body lifeless, his voice extinguished. The 3 women immediately erupted into shrill screams, but Qifeng, having achieved his objective, made a hasty retreat. As he traversed the darkened path, Qifeng did not allow himself to be swayed by his recent success. After all, the minions of Emperor Yuanshan were far from depleted. The killing must continue, relentlessly. Qifeng made his way toward the residence of Zhaolinjun. As he approached, his nostrils flared slightly, detecting a subtle fragrance that seemed out of place in the winter chill. This scent was not unfamiliar. It heralded the arrival of an old acquaintance. Since she had come, why conceal herself? Qifeng turned around, challenging, "Dare you confront me face to face?" A shadow flitted through the thicket, and Qifeng remained vigilant, fully aware of the other's capabilities, having encountered them before. Were it not for the telltale aroma, he might have remained oblivious to her presence. This marked their 3rd meeting. The first had occurred within an ancient tomb, the second among the descendants of a groom. Qifeng had long suspected that his opponent was a woman, slender in form, her concealed weapons bearing a delicate, almost feminine design. "I do not wish to quarrel with a woman," Qifeng remarked as she drew closer. "Yet if you dare impede my path, I shall not hesitate to strike." "What bravado!" came a deep yet gentle voice. "You stand in opposition to the court. I cannot allow you to escape. You have disturbed the feng shui of the imperial tombs, and now you attempt to assassinate the emperor's confidant. As the chief constable of the Yuan dynasty, I am duty-bound to bring you to justice. A constable? Chi Feng was taken aback. If you are indeed a constable, why resort to assassinating commoners and consorting with the Gold Eagle Order-S assassins? What Gold Eagle Order assassins? The female constable was taken aback, her indignation rising at the accusation of targeting innocents. Do not speak such nonsense. I serve the people and the court. How could I harm ordinary citizens? I have never even heard of this so-called Gold Eagle Order. As she stepped into the moonlight, Chi Feng beheld her striking features and the clarity of her eyes. And surprisingly, he found himself inclined to believe her. The depth of her gaze revealed much. A person harboring malice would not possess such innocence. Yet one question lingered in Chi Feng's mind. From whence does this fragrance emanate? It is a family heirloom, a fragrance pouch, not solely mine, she explained, glancing at the melancholy figure before her, feeling an unexpected flutter in her heart. And what of that lyre-shaped weapon? Is it also a family heirloom? Chi Feng retorted with a scoff. You are Mongolian? How do you know? The constable was taken aback, her displeasure evident at the coldness in his tone. What of it if I am Mongolian? Why harbor such hatred toward me? You misunderstand, Chi Feng clarified. I detest only those Mongolians who indiscriminately slay the innocent. As for you, he continued, if you are not one of them, then simply do not obstruct my path. It appeared she was indeed of Mongolian descent, although whether she was affiliated with the Gold Eagle Order remained uncertain. Eager to distance himself from the constable, Chi Feng swiftly made his move, leaping away. The constable recognized him as a wanted criminal and could not allow him to escape. Thus, she pursued him, her steps light, her agility commendable. However, Chi Feng would not allow a female constable to thwart his plans. After a short distance, he easily outpaced her and vanished from her sight. Upon reaching Zhaolinzhen's estate, he found no trace of the man but noted an increase in guards, 3 layers inside and 3 outside. Had Zhaolinzhen received news of the monk's assassination so swiftly? Chi Feng had not anticipated such a rapid reaction and realized he must retreat for the time being, planning to seek out Zhaolinzhen's whereabouts for a future encounter. As dawn broke, the news of Chi Feng's assassination of the Western monk swiftly spread throughout the capital. It was said that the monk had perished due to gunpowder, and Bai Yi immediately surmised that Chi Feng was responsible. The authorities merely attributed the act to rebel forces without naming anyone specifically, indicating that Chi Feng had managed to conceal his whereabouts completely. Upon learning this news, Xiang Yuru remained remarkably composed. Bai Yi returned briefly to fetch Fu Yu, who utilized her tracking magic to locate Chi Feng. Having successfully executed the assassination, Chi Feng lay in ambush within the woods near the residence of Zhaolinzhen. Several times, guards conducted searches in the area, but Chi Feng cleverly concealed himself atop the trees, evading capture. Meanwhile, Zhaolinzhen had seemingly retreated, no longer making an appearance. After much contemplation, Chi Feng concluded that he was most likely hiding within the palace. This realization pleased him. He planned to infiltrate the palace, eliminate Zhaolinzhen, and subsequently deal with Emperor Yuan Shan, thereby resolving all matters in one fell swoop. With these thoughts in mind, Chi Feng leapt down from the tree, prompting Bai Yi to exclaim, "What remarkable agility!" Chi Feng, taken aback, turned to ask, "How did you find me?" Fu Yu responded with a faint smile. There are many ways to seek someone in this world. It was then that Chi Feng noticed Fu Yu, her resemblance to Xiang Yuru startling him. Who is she? He inquired. My wife, Bai Yi replied. She bears a striking resemblance to Xiang Yuru. No wonder you are surprised. Is she well? Chi Feng asked. Given the bounty on your head and the court's pursuit, she should leave the capital as soon as possible. Have you informed her of the situation? Of course. Tang San Cheng interjected. However, she is resolute in joining you for this assassination endeavor, and we cannot dissuade her. At that moment, Xiang Yuru stepped forward from behind Tang San Cheng, declaring, That is why I have come. Chi Feng furrowed his brow as Xiang Yuru continued, You have killed the Western monk. The capital is now under strict surveillance. Attempting another strike will not be an easy feat with my assistance. Your task will be somewhat less burdensome. My only concern is your safety, Chi Feng replied. Shiliang and the sixth brother have already retreated. I am aware of your capabilities. Could you assist me in escorting Chime away from this perilous place? Xiang Yuru smiled sadly. Chi Feng, you are the most exceptional among our disciples, and many women admire you. Yet, you have never reciprocated their affections. What is it that you truly seek? Chi Feng, knowing that his life was one of constant danger, realized he could never provide a stable life for any woman. For him, Love was but a fleeting illusion, and he saw no reason to drag others into his turmoil. Xiang Yuru shook her head repeatedly at his response. It seems you truly do not understand women or the nature of love. Very well, very well. The greatest sorrow lies in a heart that has died. Xiang Yuru staggered away, prompting Fu Yu to hastily pursue her. Miss Xiang, what are your plans? She inquired. Sixth brother has concocted a plan. Escaping the city is not a difficult task, Xiang Yuru replied. Having clung to hope for so long, today's revelation has enlightened me. He is indeed a man of stone heart, loyal yet unfeeling. I will accompany you part of the way, Fu Yu offered. There is no need, Xiang Yuru replied. He ventures into danger alone. If you are indeed his friends, protect him well. Miss Fu, though our acquaintance is brief, I feel a connection with you. As we part ways, I do not know when we shall meet again. Please take care. Upon uttering these words, Xiang Yu departed with a forlorn silhouette, while Fu Yu let out a sigh and turned to approach. He found Qi Feng's expression impassive, uncertain whether it stemmed from a heart of stone or a suppressed sorrow at parting. Qi Feng declared, I must enter the palace. You should leave. We will accompany you. Bai Yi replied, At present, you have drawn the attention of the Golden Eagle Order. If you are not cautious, you may perish before your grand ambitions are realized. Surely, you would not wish to die in vain. Qi Feng turned back and suddenly smiled, a sight that was new to them all. As the laughter faded, a crimson mist began to emanate from his hand. Lazy exclaimed, It is narcotic smoke. Qi Feng's low voice resonated, I apologize. In the embrace of the red haze, Bai Yi and the others succumbed to unconsciousness, while Qi Feng's figure swiftly vanished from their sight. Qi Feng made his way directly to the palace exterior. Seizing a moment when a guard at the gate was momentarily distracted, he incapacitated him, donned his attire, lowered his cap, and joined a patrol of guards entering the palace. His destination was the Great Ming Hall, which was designed in a shape elevated 10 feet above the ground with 3 tiers, each surrounded by intricately carved white jade railings depicting dragons and phoenixes. Beneath the railings, stone spouts extended outward, serving as outlets for rainwater. Behind the Great Ming Hall lay a corridor, measuring 240 feet in length, 44 feet in width, and 50 feet in height. The northern end of the corridor led to the rear palace, also known as the Fragrant Pavilion, spanning 140 feet in width, 50 feet in depth, and 70 feet in height, commonly referred to as the Crossbow Hall. At this moment, Qi Feng had just entered the palace and given the rank of the guards. He found himself far from the Great Ming Hall. Chapter 10. The Princess Qi Feng calmly followed the patrol of guards inside the palace. Yet he was unaware that it was shift change time. The guards would first gather before rotating to the next shift. Consequently, Qi Feng was bound to be discovered. He glanced around, observing guards threading through the corridors, with palace maids occasionally appearing. Just as he contemplated a desperate escape, a voice called out, You, come here and help me carry these inside. Qi Feng looked up, his expression tightening. There she was, the female captain. The head of the guards addressed her with great courtesy, Your Highness. Taken aback, Qi Feng followed closely behind the female captain. She remained composed, and while he had not clearly discerned her features the previous night, today he could finally see her distinctly. Her beauty was indeed exceptional, though still not quite on par with the refinement of Han women. The night before, he had sensed a timid nature about her, but today, she radiated an air of nobility infused with the bold spirit of a Mongolian woman. The guard leader's address of her as Your Highness explained her ability to traverse the palace with ease. The princess led Qi Feng to a secluded area within the palace, and upon entering, she closed the door behind them. Inside, several palace maids were tidying up, and upon her arrival, they all curtsied, exclaiming, We greet Your Highness. Leave us, she ordered, dismissing the maids. Turning to Qi Feng, she regarded him with a fierce gaze. You possess quite the audacity. Qi Feng found it challenging to fathom the princess's intentions. Just yesterday, you were merely a female captain. Today, you have transformed into a princess. I care not for your identity. It would be prudent for you to either kill me now or summon someone to arrest me. Otherwise, we are left with no choice but to confront one another. I know your intentions. You wish to assassinate the imperial uncle. The female captain remarked, In truth, there is no need for you to assassinate him. His demise is imminent. For one who is on the brink of death, why would you risk your own life to resolve him? Qi Feng found this princess to be rather peculiar, unaware of the physical condition of Emperor Yuan Shan. He listened as she introduced herself. Allow me to present myself. I am Nahan Wanyan Shuaming Xia. bestowed the title of Princess Mingxia. She was indeed Princess Mingxia, widely recognized as the sole daughter of Prince Nan. She radiated elegance and grace, cherished by the emperor as his most treasured jewel, even more so than his own daughters. Consequently, she possessed her own estate within the palace and traversed its halls as if they were her own home. Given her assertion that Emperor Yuan Shun's time was limited, there was a semblance of credibility to her words. You should depart the palace. Certain individuals and matters will inevitably meet their end, even without your intervention. Princess Mingxia smiled sadly. My royal uncle once dreamt of a red-clad demon who would bring about the fall of the Yuan dynasty. This person bears the surname Zhu. How can one take dreams seriously? Qi Feng countered. Yet this Zhu has indeed materialized. He was once a beggar, but now he has raised a banner and become the leader of the rebel forces. Zhu Chengba, Princess Mingxia explained. The Red Turban Army's offensive grows increasingly vigorous, while the Mongol soldiers continue their revelries, indulging in feasts and plundering. Such soldiers are incapable of withstanding the might of the Red Turban Army. Moreover, the Ming sect is replete with chivalrous heroes of remarkable martial prowess, who also constitute the core of the Red Turban forces. Prolonged inaction will surely lead to the downfall of our dynasty. As a princess of the Yuan dynasty, her utterance of such treasonous words sent a chill down Qi Feng's spine. Within the palace, the greatest fear was the presence of eavesdroppers. He turned to open the door, surveying the surroundings to ensure no one approached, finally exhaling in relief. He was astonished by the princess's words. From your position, such statements should not be voiced. The palace is not a sanctuary for truth, he thought. Princess Mingxia responded, I am aware of this. My royal uncle is gravely ill and has been misled by the words of the monks from the West, consuming so-called elixirs, which have only exacerbated his condition. To me, he appears as a dying old man. Why then must you go to such lengths? You are merely making excuses for him. Realization dawned upon Qi Feng. I have made up my mind, and no one can alter it. Suddenly, the sound of synchronized footsteps echoed from outside. Princess Mingxia grasped Qi Feng's hand, urging him, come with me. As she held his hand, he felt the warmth radiating from her palm, causing him some unease as he followed her into her private chamber, where a delicate fragrance lingered. She drew the curtains and guided him to hide behind a screen. For the first time, Qi Feng found himself at the mercy of a woman, stirring unfamiliar feelings within him. Once he was settled, Princess Mingxia stepped outside, where guards had burst in, exclaiming, Princess. A guard at the palace gates has been knocked unconscious, and his clothing is missing. It appears an assassin has infiltrated the palace. Have you seen any suspicious individuals? I have just entered the palace and am unaware of the situation. I have not encountered any strangers along my way. Then please be cautious, for lately, the red demons have dispatched agents to wreak havoc throughout the capital. We fear they may have infiltrated the palace. Thank you for the warning. I shall remain vigilant. I appreciate your efforts. After dismissing the guards, Mingxia returned to her inner chamber, only to find no trace of Qi Feng behind the screen. Disheartened, she turned around, unprepared for Qi Feng to be standing right behind her. Why do you assist me? He inquired. I am not aiding you. I am aiding my uncle, Mingxia replied. Despite his shortcomings, he is still my kin, and he has treated me better than my own father. Farewell. With a lack of mutual understanding, Qi Feng decided to leave, concerned that his carefully laid plans would be disrupted by the sudden appearance of the princess. After taking a few steps, he felt his legs weaken. Mingxia then remarked, I have applied something to the screen. It is harmless to the body, but is meant to prevent you from wandering aimlessly in the palace. This is for the benefit of both you and me. Though Qi Feng's body was weak, his mind remained alert. Mingxia supported him behind the screen, where she turned a vase to reveal a hidden door. She guided him inside and laid him on a simple wooden bed. This was originally a place for my frequently used weapons. Stay here for now, and I will find a suitable opportunity to escort you out of the palace. Seeing the fury in Qi Feng's eyes, Mingxia assured him, I have no intention of harming you. The fragrance on you. Who else possesses it besides you? Qi Feng asked. Those of royal blood carry it as well. Though faint and imperceptible, it can cling to others. Even you have caught a hint of this scent now, Mingxia explained. Why are you so fixated on this fragrance? Qi Feng closed his eyes in silence, implying that the enemies who suddenly appeared in the ancient tomb, as well as the killers of the groom's descendants, were connected to the royal family. He might very well be one of them, or perhaps a member of the palace. And what of the hidden weapon, the one shaped like a chain? Such a unique design must be rare among users, he mused. Mingxia shook her head resolutely. I cannot divulge that information. She hurriedly departed the secret chamber, arousing Qi Feng's suspicions. Helpless, he felt his body betray him, never expecting to find himself in such a predicament at the hands of a woman. Internally conflicted, he grappled with his emotions. Meanwhile, Bai Yi and Tang San Cheng, along with 2 others, regained consciousness only to find it was nighttime. Tang San Cheng groaned. What kind of potent drug is this? It feels overpowering. Oh no, it's already this late, Lei Zi exclaimed, pounding the ground in frustration. At this rate, he must have infiltrated the palace. The guards inside are as numerous as dumplings in a pot, and he is alone. He's doomed. Ancient heroes are quite stubborn, Tang San Cheng muttered. No wonder so many meet untimely ends. They can't bend or yield. It truly is fatal. Shall we explore the palace? Bai Yi suggested. How do we get in? Asked Fu Yu. The finding worm can locate his whereabouts, but the palace is heavily guarded. I see. You intend to utilize spatial abilities? Indeed, Bai Yi affirmed. Absorbing the energy of the Xinbei beast has been beneficial for me. My control over time and space is now at my command. It's worth a try. Bai Yi and Fu Yu combined their efforts and quickly located Qi Feng, who, in that secret chamber, felt as though he were already dead. Ever since the great shock of a century ago, he realized that he had little control over his fate. Reflecting on the tragic death of his junior sister, Shang Wanlinger, and the brutal slaughter of his fellow disciples, despair consumed him further. As Bai Yi and the others suddenly appeared in the hidden chamber, he did not immediately notice their presence until Lei Zi called out his name, prompting a startled reaction. How did you get in? If you can enter, we can find a way as well, Fu Yu said as he approached Qi Feng. It is the scent of dragon's saliva. Oddly enough, your group possesses an exceptionally keen sense of smell, yet you failed to detect it. Qi Feng's face flushed. Indeed, he had been rather distracted, having fallen under the spell of the Princess Mingxia. Lei Zi discerned something unusual. Senior, what exactly transpired? Just as Qi Feng was about to respond, the door to the chamber swung open, and Princess Mingxia entered, carrying food. Upon seeing 4 additional individuals in the room, she nearly dropped her tray in shock. Are you accomplices of the Red Demon? Fearing that her exclamation might alert others, Qi Feng interjected, do not raise an alarm. They are my friends, concerned for my safety, which is why they sought me out in the palace. Princess Mingxia closed the hidden door. In that case, you should leave the palace with them. I possess a token that allows me free passage. I will exit later and can escort you all away. Glancing at Mingxia's attire, Fu Yu felt a growing curiosity about her identity. Qi Feng, with a wry smile, replied, she is Princess Mingxia, also a female constable. I am a wanted criminal of the court, and I have now fallen into her hands. Something felt amiss. Fu Yu exchanged a glance with Bai Yi, realizing that this princess was indeed quite extraordinary. Holding a fugitive in her care without reporting him was a clear act of protection. Princess Mingxia remarked, Southerners often perceive all Mongolians as villains. However, there exists a distinction of good and evil among all people, unrelated to ethnicity or status. If you regard me with suspicion because I am a Mongolian princess, that is understandable. Yet, the palace is already aware that someone has intruded, and it is unwise to linger here. Chapter 11. Self-binding Princess Mingxia successfully led the group out of the imperial palace. An easy feat given her status as the emperor's favored niece. Fu Yu, being a woman, felt an increasing sense of doubt, which only intensified upon witnessing Mingxia's indecisiveness once they exited the palace. A thought became clearer in her mind. Qi Feng had infiltrated the palace but failed to adhere to his own plan, becoming despondent. Upon reaching a secluded area, he suddenly struck the wall with his fist, causing blood to ooze from his battered hand. What was the necessity of that? Bai Yi remarked. Princess Mingxia speaks truthfully. Judging by the current trajectory, the Red Turban Army's annihilation of the Yuan dynasty is merely a matter of time. Whether you kill Emperor Shun or not, he will ultimately become a pile of bones. Why burden yourself with this? The ancient hero was in anguish. Tang San Cheng involuntarily thought of this. Meanwhile, Princess Mingxia, noticing Qi Feng's injury, displayed a hint of concern in her eyes and promptly approached him with her handkerchief to tend to his wounds. Qi Feng felt a sense of discomfort and instinctively recoiled. Unexpectedly, Mingxia, being a Mongolian girl with a straightforward disposition akin to that of a man, forcefully pulled him closer. I am merely assisting you with your bandage. Why must you be so fearful? Her words made Qi Feng feel rather petty. Ultimately, He ceased his resistance and allowed Princess Mingxia to take charge. Tang San Cheng turned to Fu Yu and said, "Why do I feel that these two individuals are exceptional?" "You noticed it too?" Fu Yu remarked. Previously, Qi Feng exhibited no attachment towards Xiang Yu, yet now he seems to harbor a degree of reservation towards Princess Mingxia. The intricacies of human emotions are most elusive. Two individuals, seemingly on opposing sides, may indeed develop feelings for one another. As the two engaged in hushed conversation, Princess Mingxia had already tended to Qi Feng's wounds. "What are your intentions? Pray tell, what is the nature of the instrument you employed?" Qi Feng remained troubled by this inquiry. "That is of little consequence," Mingxia replied. "You should depart the city swiftly. It is perilous here. Perhaps once the dust settles, you may re-emerge into the world." "That individual must be your kin," Qi Feng asserted. "He could very well be one of the assassins of the Golden Eagle Order." Suddenly, Bai Yi interjected, "Princess Mingxia, may I have a word?" Mingxia nodded and walked aside with Bai Yi. Fu Yu understood Bai Yi's intentions and addressed Qi Feng. "There are actually only 7 assassins in the Golden Eagle Order. While they operate in the shadows, you remain in the light. It would be prudent to draw them out. Whether they live or die, let fate decide." Qi Feng appeared somewhat uninformed regarding the Golden Eagle Order. "Only 7. Indeed," Tang San Cheng affirmed. "However, do not underestimate these 7. They possess abilities beyond those of ordinary men." Bai Yi, with his hands on his hips, anxiously observed the conversation between Bai Yi and Princess Mingxia. The princess wore a deeply furrowed brow and shook her head repeatedly, seemingly in staunch disagreement with Bai Yi, yet ultimately nodded silently. Upon returning, her gaze towards Qi Feng bore a hint of sorrow. "Gentlemen, I must return to my residence. Please take care of yourselves." After uttering those words, she lowered her head and departed, eventually breaking into a run. Watching her retreating figure, Qi Feng was perplexed. "What did you discuss with her?" "We must proceed to Shirley Pavilion," Bai Yi replied. "To be precise, it is you who must go there. I have entrusted Princess Mingxia with a task to disseminate news of your escape to Shirley Pavilion. I am confident the assassins of the Golden Eagle Order will soon find you. What say you? Are you afraid of confronting them directly?" "Nonsense," Qi Feng declared, slapping his chest. "I, Qi Feng, am but a worthless life. I came into this world with nothing and shall depart with nothing. It is merely that I despise myself for having killed a monk from the West." "Stubborn fool," Bai Yi thought to himself, suppressing his irritation as he endeavored to elucidate the origins and objectives of the Golden Eagle Order. The target of the order, as depicted in the map Qi Feng had seen, was solely him. Therefore, why not facilitate their plans, allowing Qi Feng to fall into their hands, providing them with a false lead to placate them momentarily? By the time they discovered the deception, the mountain warriors would have had ample time to conceal themselves, making it increasingly difficult for them to pursue. As for Qi Feng, Bai Yi did not wish for his demise, and Bai Yi had his own measures. Qi Feng promptly set off for Shirley Pavilion, while Bai Yi and the others did not accompany him. Bai Yi expressed his unease. "Bai Yi, isn't this too perilous? You promised that you would save him if necessary, and now he is alone over there." "Enough," Bai Yi replied. Bai Yi cast a sharp glance at him, asserting, "I must reiterate that the fate of each individual cannot be altered lightly. Whether my current thoughts hold any validity remains uncertain. It now hinges on whether the assassins of the Golden Eagle Order will escort him to the chamber of punishment within the bone wall. The course of events must unfold as we have anticipated." Bai Yi, filled with agitation, paced restlessly before he plopped down onto the ground, furiously tugging at his hair. "I have never felt this vexed before. What am I to do? What is to be done?" No one paid him any mind. Fully aware that when Bai Yi was in such a state of distress, persuasion was futile, he needed to calm himself. He collapsed onto the ground, the cold surface sharpening his thoughts. Remembering what they had acquired from Lao Lu, Bai Yi's intentions became clearer. It was merely a matter of timing. Bai Yi sprang to his feet, touched his nose, and declared, "All right, I have come to a realization. Bai Yi, you are correct. We must allow events to unfold naturally." Bai Yi inquired, "I do not wish for Qi Feng to sense our presence. Tang San Cheng, you will employ your illusionary techniques. The surveillance of Qi Feng is entrusted to you." Tang San Cheng nodded and ventured alone to the 10-mile pavilion. Although Qi Feng sensed a presence nearby, he could not perceive Tang San Cheng, dismissing it as mere paranoia. He believed himself to be bait, and thus bore no objections, his only concern being the safety of his master, Shang Wanhong. Tang San Cheng observed Qi Feng's closed eyes, feeling a pang of sympathy for the man. The methods of retribution employed by the unloading ridge warriors were particularly egregious, for desecrating ancestral graves is an affront that descendants of Yin and Huang cannot abide. In ancient times, such actions were the gravest taboo. To disturb an ancestor's resting place was akin to delivering a resounding slap to the face of the family, inciting a fierce response. Consequently, ancient laws dictated that those caught violating graves would face immediate execution, with no opportunity for appeal. The punishment extended beyond the individual, encompassing the annihilation of their entire clan, leaving no survivors. The Mongols shared this sentiment. Thus, desecrating a royal tomb was tantamount to slapping the face of the Mongolian nobility, a public affront that was intolerable for those regarded with such high esteem. This constituted the first reason. The second was the relentless pursuit of the tomb of Genghis Khan by the figure known as Xiao Hu. Qi Feng possessed the singular lead, and the unloading ridge warriors could not evade their fate, nor could Qi Feng. As dusk fell, Tang San Cheng's stomach grumbled audibly. The illusionary techniques were ineffectual against sound, prompting Qi Feng to stand alert at the noise. Tang San Cheng inwardly lamented, wishing he had ventured further away to eat before returning. Just as he prepared to retreat, he heard a rustling sound nearby. So soon, Qi Feng also detected the sound, his hands instinctively reaching for hidden weapons at his waist. As three figures emerged, Qi Feng was poised to accurately launch his concealed projectiles. The trio, akin to phantoms, leapt gracefully, and the 6 projectiles struck the trees behind them, embedding themselves in the bark, leaving only the grips visible. The immense strength of the unloading ridge warriors was evident in Qi Feng's demeanor. Tang San Cheng was already aware of the origins of the 3 individuals and contemplated notifying Bai Yi and the others, but ultimately quelled this impulse, choosing instead to observe the fierce battle among the 4. Qi Feng had heard Bai Yi mention that these individuals would surely leave him alive if he were to perish. The secret would vanish along with him. With this premise in mind, Qi Feng struck with remarkable ferocity, and they dared not retaliate against him. He, however, was able to counterattack, taking down one after another with ruthless efficiency. Qi Feng then produced 6 concealed weapons, this time with even greater intensity. One of them finally struck a man in the right arm, blood gushing forth in a spray, a mixture of red and black that was far from the hue of normal human blood. Tang San Cheng understood that the Golden Eagle Order consisted of 7 men across generations, a lineage that remarkably produced males, a probability that was indeed quite low. However, with senior employing witchcraft, this blood, tinged with black, might well signify their uniqueness. The wounded individual clutched his arm in agony, revealing a mark on his hand that left no doubt regarding his identity. Qi Feng, undeterred, pressed on, and the 3 adversaries began to falter against his onslaught. Tang San Cheng had never witnessed Qi Feng's commanding presence within the underground palace. Yet observing him facing 3 opponents with the valor of a lone warrior, one could discern his prowess. Tang San Cheng felt an urge to cheer for him. Suddenly, Qi Feng recalled Bai Yi's instructions. Despite being able to evade an attack, he feigned weakness and was toppled by one of the 3. With the other 2 closing in, we can inform the elder brother that we have succeeded. Qi Feng pretended to struggle. Let me go. The other 2 bound him tightly with ropes. All 3 were tall and imposing, their Mongolian and Han facial features distinctly evident, clearly identifying them as Mongolians. Qi Feng roared, "Why not kill me? You've already doomed so many of my disciples. What is one more life to you?" The performance was commendable, refreshingly devoid of stiffness, and pulsed with strong emotion. Tang San Cheng found this amusing. If such talent were transported to the modern world, Qi Feng would undoubtedly be an award-winning actor. As he watched Qi Feng hoisted onto one man's shoulder, another remarked, "The elder brother instructed us to take him to the old place. Are we leaving now?" Tang San Cheng paused, realizing that if he did not follow them, the location of this old place would remain a mystery. Accompanying them seemed prudent. After all, the goo worms that Fu Yu had used would surely remember his scent, making it easier to locate him. However, the illusion they employed had a time limit, and Tang San Cheng dared not follow too closely, cautiously trailing behind them. Chapter 12. The traitor. Ultimately, Tang San Cheng lost track of them, as Qi Feng was unceremoniously tossed onto a horse-drawn carriage, which sped away, kicking up a cloud of dust before disappearing from sight. The illusion faltered, and Tang San Cheng's frantic running proved futile. Just as despair threatened to overwhelm him, Bai Yi's voice rang out, "I should have anticipated this. How did you arrive here so quickly?" Tang San Cheng inquired. I didn't have time to return to find you, Bai Yi replied. We have Chiefeng's hair, Bai Yi continued. But we took some time to locate the carriage. We should still be able to catch up. Let us go? Lazy approached, driving the carriage. And Tang San Cheng's jaw nearly dropped. Lazy, you can drive a carriage? Don't forget, I've even driven camels, Lazy replied, pride evident in his tone. Are you not getting on? As the crowd boarded the carriage, Tang San Cheng recounted the earlier events, prompting Lazy to exclaim, truly, our most exceptional disciple. Facing a Golden Eagle Order assassin and managing to injure them, while outnumbered 3-1, is remarkable. However, Fuyu remained focused on the view outside, an unsettling sensation growing stronger as he sat in Yuan Mo's carriage. Bai Yi inquired, what are you pondering? The concealed weapon, the straightforward Princess Mingxia, had always kept her lips sealed on this matter. If she were unaware, she could simply state that she only knew it involved someone from the royal family. Yet, her nature prevented her from uttering such a statement, suggesting that she indeed knew the individual's identity, but could not disclose it due to their respective statuses. Fuyu remarked, I suspect it is someone very close to her. Oh no, doesn't this entangle us in a web of grievances? Tang San Cheng replied, look, Princess Mingxia has an interest in Qi Feng, yet his adversary is none other than her. Isn't that so? What? No way. Damn it, Tang San Cheng. Could you say something more pleasant? Lazy loosened the reins, nearly causing the carriage to veer off course, hastily pulling them back. Such grievances have nothing to do with my esteemed Qi Feng, you know? Tang San Cheng stuck out his tongue. Understood, your Qi Feng is beyond reproach. However, if you don't hurry, darkness will fall, and we shall have to spend the night in the carriage. This matter was indeed serious. Prompting Lazy to spur the horses onward, the carriage racing along the official road, which is akin to today's national highway, funded by the government for ease of travel. As they pursued their journey, the group felt a sense of relief, for the carriage that bore Qi Feng was indeed heading south, where a chamber of torture awaited him. Upon seeing the skeletal walls, Qi Feng's expression darkened immediately. He instinctively believed they were constructed from the leg bones of his disciples. He could not help but curse, you beasts, you savages. Silence. A fist struck Qi Feng's abdomen with great force, causing tears to involuntarily stream down his face. Yet he laughed heartily. Hit me. If you dare, kill me. Enough. Someone shouted. His life cannot be taken yet. Listen well. The remains before you are the bones of my Mongolian heroes, slain by your southern people. Do you understand how many leg bones it takes to construct such a wall? The one called Bao Bao glared at Qi Feng. Your so-called justice is merely for your own kind. What difference is there between us? For a moment, Qi Feng was at a loss for words. Bao Bao sneered. Aren't you concerned for your disciples? Very well, I shall take you to see them. Though not all, they are your closest ones. Qi Feng was pushed into the chamber of torture. The sight of several corpses hanging from the walls made him bite his lip until it bled. Though their flesh was mangled, he recognized them, Old 3 and Old 5. There was another individual, whom he had never encountered before, presumably a disciple of the unloading mountain's might. The unfamiliar figure's lifeless body was suspended above a furnace, a heavy iron hook protruding from it, adorned with a multitude of menacing barbs. Do you know what this is? Simply affix it to the skin, pull with force, and one would peel away the flesh, subsequently scraping into the meat, pulling downward to rend the flesh further, inflicting unbearable agony upon the victim without the need for heavy blows or strikes. The torment of skin and flesh alone suffices. This, Bao Bao sneered, is our retribution against you. We never slay innocent Mongolians. Qi Feng gritted his teeth in anger, gazing at the figure of Lao Wu hanging on the wall. Unlike the lifeless body, Lao Wu was riddled with gaping, bloodied wounds. He had become a grotesque spectacle of blood. The means employed by these individuals were unfathomable. Qi Feng was jostled and similarly suspended by chains against the wall. I am curious about one thing. How did you manage to locate so many unloading mountain warriors? Qi Feng inquired. Having long suspected that the intervals between the deaths of the disciples were too brief, an unusual occurrence indeed. A familiar voice erupted in laughter, tightening Qi Feng's heart. It was a voice he had heard for over a decade, Shangwan Hong. However, the figure that entered was not the Shangwan Hong he knew, who was typically loquacious, especially in recent years, becoming increasingly verbose and fragile. Yet, the Shangwan Hong before Qi Feng appeared remarkably vibrant. Qi Feng, my dear disciple, it has been a while. How have you fared? Qi Feng's mind blanked. Master, are you calling me or Shangwan Hong? Shangwan Hong laughed heartily. Indeed. I am the one who retrieved you from the pile of corpses. Our connection runs deep. Who are you truly? Chifeng shouted. If you are not Shang Wanhong, what has become of my master? What have you done to him? Shang Wanhong had been nothing but a pile of bones 15 years past. He stroked his beard, reflecting, over the years, I too have experienced a disconcerting illusion. Who am I really? Am I Shang Wanhong or Wulihan? You and Linger are my most successful creations. Creations? Chifeng closed his eyes. 15 years ago, it was indeed 15 years prior that his master rescued him from the dead, leading him to become the finest unloading mountain warrior. Thus, you are a Mongolian infiltrator amidst the unloading mountain warriors? Clenching his fists, the chains around his wrists tightened painfully. Sharpening his mind, he had long heard of Mongolians sending a group to infiltrate the southern populace, particularly within the various gangs and clandestine organizations. You are one of them? How absurd. The master I have proudly revered all these years is, in fact, a Mongolian. Ha ha ha, how utterly ludicrous. It appears that Wulihan holds an esteemed position, as the three individuals exhibit utmost deference towards him. With his hands clasped behind his back, Wulihan gradually approaches Chifeng, stating, I never anticipated that the person I salvaged from the heap of corpses, due to a moment of compassion, would become a formidable adversary to the court. Yet, every human possesses their own vulnerabilities, and the universal weakness of humanity is emotion. Thus, I must provide you with an emotional anchor, which is why I brought Linger back. Indeed, having lost your kin, you have channeled all your sentiments towards me and Linger. This aligns perfectly with my intentions. The more you regard us as family, the easier it will be to crush you in the future. With Linger's demise, your fury has ignited, making this pawn's sacrifice worthwhile. Why did you not kill me sooner? Chifeng's voice, laced with rage, echoes in the air. All of this is a trap, and Linger is the most innocent victim. For what reason did she perish? Perhaps even in the afterlife, she would remain unaware. A surge of wrath courses through him as he bellows. Kill me. Why did you not end my life sooner? That way, my junior sister would not have died because of me, and those unjustly slain disciples would have had a glimmer of hope. It turns out that all the information had emanated from him. Who could have foreseen that the closest person would turn out to be an enemy? To kill you? Wulihan chuckled. I masqueraded as Shang Wanhong to become a member of the Xiaoling Li Shi, yet I could never penetrate the upper echelons. When your appearance finally graced us, how could I bear to eliminate you? You have indeed fulfilled my desires, growing step by step, ultimately becoming a pillar of strength. Through you, I can acquire a wealth of information. You are truly the finest instrument I have crafted. Chifeng closed his eyes, and witnessing his demeanor, Wulihan's pride swelled. Were it not for the alliance between the Xiaoling Li Shi and the Mingjiao, this situation might have persisted indefinitely, with everyone attaining their respective gains. Alas, that Shi Liang harbored nefarious intentions, colluding with the Mingjiao and drawing closer to the Bai Yi sect, aiming to carve out a position within the Red Turban Army. His plan was astute, rising through the ranks of the Red Turban Army until he could command a legion, leveraging the power of the Xiaoling Li Shi to ascend to the throne. Human greed knows no bounds. Even individuals like Shi Liang, who are of little renown, resort to such underhanded tactics. I had heard whispers of Shi Liang's connections with the Mingjiao, yet I never fathomed his ambitions reaching such heights. Chifeng mused, his complexion paling. Observing this, Wulihan remarked, it is no surprise. Under my tutelage, you possess a loyal heart devoid of ambition, deeply valuing emotions and righteousness. How could someone as innocent as you comprehend the depths of human ambition? Were you the one who ordered Linger's assassination? Chifeng's thoughts drifted to the pure-hearted girl, her melodic voice echoing in his ears. Senior brother, senior brother. The circumstances have shifted. The Red Turban Army is nearing the city gates, and you still contemplate desecrating the Khan's imperial tomb. We cannot afford to remain idle. Capturing you all in one fell swoop will not be an easy endeavor. Yet if I can provoke you, the Xiaoling Li Shi will spring into action. There happens to be an opportunity here. I must incite your rage, Chifeng, to ignite your wrath. It is essential to strip you of your most cherished individuals. Linger, of course, is the pivotal one. Alas, Linger, in the prime of her youth. Upon reflecting on Linger, whose corpse had been left unprotected, Chifeng angrily exclaimed, Are you also an assassin of the Golden Eagle Order? Chapter 13. The Great Escape. Wulihan, with a somber expression, shook his head while observing the three individuals standing aside. Why would I need to take matters into my own hands when it comes to murder? I am merely executing the Emperor's orders. 15 years, How many such spans have I endured in my life? His visage was marked by dissatisfaction, clearly indicating that this task was not one he willingly accepted. His words revealed a deep-seated resentment towards the emperor. Among the trio, one named Bao Bao interjected, "General, you have rendered great service to the court. The emperor will not forget this." Yulin scoffed. "What do you mean by serving the court?" After 15 years. I shall never reclaim the heights of my past. It is all thanks to the emperor." Bao Bao attempted to speak again, but another interrupted him. "General, your mission has reached its conclusion. The emperor commands your immediate return to the capital for another significant assignment." "Another significant assignment?" Yulahin sneered. "He is the emperor, and as long as I am a part of the court, I must comply. Who am I, if not Yulahin, rather than Shang Wanhong?" "General, the matter has been settled. Please return to the capital at once." The voice of this individual grew increasingly cold, causing Yulahin to shiver involuntarily. No longer wishing to linger, he gazed at Qi Feng, who was bound to the iron frame, and sighed. "In truth, for some moments over these 15 years, I have genuinely regarded you as my children. Yet I cannot forget my identity." With that, Yulahin turned and exited the interrogation room. Qi Feng's heart was a tumult of emotions. He had never even met the real Shang Wanhong, yet this Mongolian man, masquerading as Shang Wanhong, had raised him for 15 years. A sense of profound sorrow enveloped Qi Feng. Just then, Bao Bao chuckled softly as he approached. "Now you may die with dignity. Make it swift. You can endure less torment." "Where are the clues to Genghis Khan's tomb?" "Naturally, they lie within me," Qi Feng retorted with a cold smile. "If you have any tricks left, do not hesitate to employ them." Bao Bao sneered, opening the bronze box beneath Qi Feng's feet. The box measured nearly 2 meters in length and was filled with nails, each as thick as a finger and sharply pointed at the ends. The purpose of this device was abundantly clear. Placing a person inside and closing the box would usher in a hellish experience. The interior bore traces of blood and flesh, emanating a suffocating odor. Qi Feng recognized it as the scent of death. This device has its merits. It can render life worse than death, provided the force is applied just right, Bao Bao remarked, glancing towards the other two. "I can hardly wait to begin." The two men shared a cold laugh, and as Bao Bao prepared to approach and remove Qi Feng, a sudden gust of wind swept past their ears, causing all three to experience an instant of numbness. Once their senses returned, they saw Qi Feng still affixed to the wall and hastily took him down. "Now speak, and you may yet have a chance." However, Qi Feng appeared dazed, as if in a stupor. Bao Bao noticed something amiss in his mouth, prying it open to discover a bitter herbal scent and remnants of powder. Enraged, he thought, could he have concealed poison within his teeth? What a valiant man he is. Let him experience our might. With a companion's words, the three placed Qi Feng into the bronze box and, without further ado, sealed it shut. Hearing the anguished cries from within, Bai Yi sighed. Reflecting, someone must bear the torment in place of Qi Feng. If it is to be anyone, let it be Wu Lihan. At that moment, Bai Yi and his companions had reached beneath the bone wall, on the verge of exiting, and Qi Feng, upon hearing the cries, felt an unsettling satisfaction. Perhaps this is the essence of humanity, where the avenger delights, the beloved suffers. The group emerged from the basement and hastily departed in their cart. Lazy remarked, "I knew you wouldn't ignore this. You sent us to seek out Lao Lu, and I suspected you intended to execute a clever ruse of escape. Today, it has indeed proven useful. Everything unfolded according to our plan, though the choice of substitute was unforeseen." Bai Yi continued, "Had Tang San Cheng not employed sleight of hand to infiltrate, discovering that Wu Lihan was, in fact, a Mongolian spy who had wronged you and your fellow disciples, we would not have made the decision to use him as your stand-in. Now he has met his retribution. Your sixth brother is indeed astute. I dare say they will not uncover the truth about the false Qi Feng for some time." "Thank you," Qi Feng replied. "It appears I am the true architect of my own misfortune. My trusted second brother harbored ambitions for the throne. All of this is exceedingly difficult to accept. What pains me most is Ling Er. She is such an innocent girl, always regarding her master as her own father. Should I feel fortunate that she will remain oblivious to this truth? In comparison to me, perhaps she is the fortunate one. It is often said that men do not shed tears until grief strikes home." At this moment, Qi Feng's eyes were red-rimmed, tears threatening to spill. Seeing his idol in such distress, Lazy felt a profound ache in his heart, unwilling to let Qi Feng truly weep. He forced a smile and said, "I isn't it better to see through it all? By the way, That Bao Bao, doesn't his name sound familiar? It is rare for Lei Zi to change the subject, albeit inadvertently hitting the mark. Bai Yi remarked, among these three, I can surmise the background of the one named Bao Bao. His Han name should be Wang Bao Bao, and his Mongolian name is Kwa Kwa Tai Mu'er. His father hails from the Central Plains, while his mother is the sister of the late Yuan dynasty General Cha Han Tai Mu'er. He was taken in as a foster son by his uncle, Cha Han Tai Mu'er, and is a valiant warrior. Who would have imagined he is one of the members of the Golden Eagle Order? There are 7 members in total, and thus far, only 3 have surfaced. The identities of the remaining 4 remain unknown. A pity. However, Wang Bao Bao does have some connection to Princess Mingxia. Could the person you encountered in the ancient tomb be him? No, Chi Feng replied. Their physiques are entirely different. In truth, the one I met in the tomb, along with the descendant of the deceased coachman, was none other than Princess Mingxia. I merely refrained from revealing her identity. From one perspective, the death of the coachman's descendant is actually beneficial for you. This secret is known to you alone. Even if you fall into the hands of the Golden Eagle Order, as long as you remain silent, they will be powerless against you. Perhaps you can preserve your life. Lazy remarked, I believe that Princess Mingxia has indeed accomplished a commendable deed. Suddenly, Fuyu interjected, some individuals, even without knowledge of each other's appearances or backgrounds, can resonate deeply with one another. Perhaps you and Princess Mingxia share such a connection? Her audacious statement rendered Qifeng speechless, while Lazy reacted rather vehemently. Elder Qifeng, you must have known she was that masked figure all along. You haven't truly developed feelings for her, have you? Qifeng, stroking the mark upon his chin, replied with a wry smile. She is unlike ordinary Mongolians. In her heart, Southerners and Mongolians are merely categorized into good and bad. During our initial encounter, I distinctly remember the fragrance she bore. With my innate sense of smell, I could never forget her scent. Thus, when she appeared as the female constable, I recognized her immediately. She may have chosen to conceal her identity, and it would be inappropriate for me to unmask her. Honestly, the two of you clearly harbor mutual affection. Why not break through this barrier of unspoken feelings? I find Princess Mingxia quite agreeable, Lazy asserted. Now that you have freed yourself from the clutches of the Golden Eagle assassins, you ought to consider your own future. You must have come to realize that among the disciples of the Unloading Ridge warriors, there are those with malevolent hearts, not all of whom are worthy of your protection. Let them fend for themselves. You should prioritize your own well-being. Previously, you lived for others, but henceforth, you must live for yourself. If this were a debate, Bai Yi would have applauded Lazy. Qifeng remained silent, reflecting on his numerous attempts to probe Princess Mingxia during their time in the palace, only to be met with her evasive responses. It seemed she lacked the resolve to confess her identity, and he could not compel her to do so. Suddenly, Fuyu tugged at Bai Yi, prompting Lazy to halt the carriage. Ahead lay a small town, but they intended to rest in their current location. Bai Yi and Fuyu moved aside, and Fuyu stated, there are still 2 matters that have yet to show any signs of resolution. I am aware that when we discovered Qifeng's remains, the body lay beneath a wall of bones, not within the torture chamber, and the words Qifeng were etched upon the ground. We identified the remains by those 2 characters. Although we have switched the bodies, this discovery has been obliterated. We must return there to rectify this oversight. This is not insurmountable, for that place serves as the secret base of the Golden Eagle Order. It is not a permanent residence, and there will always be opportunities for us. Bai Yi responded, what concerns me now is how the map appeared on Lazy's palm. Fuyu chuckled, have you forgotten? With myself and Sancheng here, executing this is not difficult. However what? Lazy's palm bore a map, which likely indicated a predetermined condition. Firstly, this individual must certainly be an Unloading Ridge warrior. Yet with so many of them, why would it manifest precisely on Lazy's palm? Fuyu posited, unless this method is intended for transmission, unless there exists a blood relation. Bai Yi speculated, with such a premise, it becomes plausible. Could it be that Lazy is a descendant of Qifeng? Currently, Qifeng is still a solitary figure, and we are unable to ascertain the truth. Fuyu concluded, it appears that he and Princess Mingxia share a mutual affection, yet due to their conflicting identities, they remain at an impasse. The prospect of descendants seems utterly bleak. At present, the absence of development does not signify the absence of a future. Bai Yi remarked, why not go with the flow? Are you attempting to play matchmaker again? Fuyu chuckled. Currently, Qifeng and Princess Mingxia are separated by vast distances, and it remains uncertain when they might reunite. Moreover, With the Red Turban Army's rebellion in full swing, the downfall of the Yuan dynasty seems imminent. In such tumultuous times, whether Princess Mingxia can survive and whether the two can meet again remains a mystery. Chapter 14. The Revelation of Heritage. As the two were deep in contemplation, Tang San Cheng called out from a distance, "Hey, you two, are you not coming over? After such a long journey, aren't you hungry? Hurry up." They approached, whereupon Tang San Cheng had already taken out provisions and water, stuffing his mouth voraciously while mumbling, "What are you whispering about over there, making it all so mysterious?" "It's nothing, just a bit of affectionate banter between a couple." "Interested?" Bai Yi replied, somewhat irked. "Shall I repeat it for you?" Lazy waved his hands repeatedly. "Such cheesy sentiments are best left for you two. No interest here. I do not wish to be suffocated by it. By the way, Chi Feng, you may need to change your way of life from now on. Have you thought about where you might go?" Bai Yi inquired. "You must live for yourself from now on. Marriage and children are the natural progression of an ordinary life. The weight of responsibility you carry is already immense, suffocating even. You can shed that burden and embrace the happiness of an ordinary existence. However, I alone possess the clues pertaining to Genghis Khan's tomb." Chi Feng interjected. "I do not wish to take that secret to my grave." "Leave that to us," Tang San Cheng assured him. "All right, but I wish to return to Dadu." Chi Feng's expression darkened. Lazy opposed vehemently. "How can you do that? Isn't that akin to walking into the jaws of a tiger, or throwing yourself into a trap?" Bai Yi surmised. "You wish to return to find Princess Mingxia, do you not?" Chi Feng sighed. "I do not care whether she is Mongolian. In fact, during our encounter in the ancient tomb, she had the chance to kill me but chose to spare my life. Ever since that moment, she has lingered in my thoughts. I can still recall her fragrance, even though I have never seen her face. Her grace remains etched in my mind. Perhaps this is why I am indifferent towards Chi Mei. That night, she appeared before me as the female captain, and upon seeing her, I suddenly felt a wave of shyness." Another sigh escaped Chi Feng, and he fell silent. "Since that is the case, we shall accompany you back to Dadu," Fu Yu declared, turning to Bai Yi. "We shall postpone that matter for later." Upon reaching the outskirts of Dadu, they discovered an eerie desolation. The usual crowd waiting to enter the city was absent. Military flags flew atop the city walls. Chi Feng led the group aside. "This is not good. It seems the city is under martial law, and the gates are unlikely to open again. Could it be that the Red Turban Army has attacked Dadu?" Bai Yi was taken aback. "What year is it this year?" "The 27th year," Chi Feng replied. "That explains it," Bai Yi concluded. Bai Yi remarked, "Chi Feng, we have previously informed you that we hail from a future realm. Thus the outcomes of history are already imprinted in our minds. It is the year 1367, precisely 27 years from now. A man named Zhu Chongba, or rather, in this moment, he is known as Zhu Yuanzhang, is preparing to launch a northern expedition. As we stand at the end of January, in just over 6 months, the Yuan Shun Emperor will be expelled from the Central Plains. The city is undoubtedly under martial law due to the pressing nature of the warfare." Chi Feng's eyes blinked involuntarily. Indeed, Tang San Cheng had employed mystical arts to reveal glimpses of the future to him. Yet, to hear the historical outcome articulated by this individual was undeniably astonishing. Observing Chi Feng's reaction, Bai Yi continued, "On the first day of July in the Hongwu era, Su Da's forces pressed directly upon the gates of the great capital. The Yuan Shun Emperor, Tuahuan Taimuer, recognizing the futility of his position, fled with the crown prince and his consorts from Jinda Gate at the third watch on the night of July 28th, taking refuge in Xanadu Kaiping via Juyong Pass. Thus, a miraculous retreat of an invading regime in Chinese history was orchestrated. On the second day of August, Su Da's army advanced into the great capital, breaching the Qihua Gate, commanding his soldiers to fill the moats with earth and ascend the city walls. Su Da himself ascended the Qihua Gate Tower, slaying the Yuan regent, Prince Huaiwang Timur Bukhari, and the Right Chancellor Zhang Konghua, capturing 6 Yuan princes, fundamentally ending the Yuan dynasty's dominion over the Central Plains. After the Shun Emperor retreated to his ancestral home on the Mongolian plateau, the remnants of the Yuan forces scattered throughout the Central Plains, plunging into disarray, thus fundamentally altering the battlefield. Soon after, Zhu Yuanzhang ascended to the throne in Yingtian, becoming the Ming Taizu, establishing the Great Ming Dynasty. Lazy interjected, no wonder. It truly is unfathomable that in just 7 months, everything will be transformed. Will the Yuan truly be vanquished? Chi Feng pondered. It is hard to fathom that individuals like us will leave no trace in history, mere ants swept along in the torrent of time. Therefore, you must contemplate your own future. Lazy replied, I was once like you. That is enough. Bai Yi stated, we can find a way to enter. No, Qifeng responded. The entire city is under martial law. She should be safe. Let us depart. Do you merely wish to return to ascertain her well-being? Fuyu was somewhat taken aback. You should seek her out and express your feelings. How can a gentleman of such stature cower in the face of love? Time, at times, is not to be squandered. The world is not rife with miracles. Take a step back today, and you may never have another opportunity. The weight of missed chances is beyond your capacity to bear. Bai Yi gazed at Fuyu with a sense of melancholy, while Qifeng clenched his fists, appearing ready to charge forward. Fuyu, amused yet exasperated, remarked, even if you are impulsive, at least wait until nightfall. Qifeng's face flushed, and he finally retreated. As night fell, they resolved to infiltrate through the least guarded northern gate. Approaching the city gate, Tang San Cheng suddenly heard commotion within, the sound of hooves. The group swiftly moved aside, and Tang San Cheng discerned that those inside were undergoing an inspection. The voice that rang out filled Tang San Cheng with excitement. It is Princess Mingxia. The city gate swung open, and a horseman emerged. The rider, clad in civilian attire, was none other than Princess Mingxia. Upon seeing her, Qifeng was overwhelmed with emotion. Disregarding the guards behind the gate, he shouted, Mingxia. As the Princess Mingxia prepared to depart on her steed, she turned back and, upon seeing Qifeng, suddenly dismounted and rushed toward him. Drawing closer, she clenched her fists and glared at him, only to unexpectedly leap into his embrace. I thought you were dead. Captured by them. You must have perished. How could you still be alive? Qifeng held the princess tightly, exclaiming, it truly is you. You knew all along, did you not? Mingxia gently caressed the scar on Qifeng's chin, remarking, our bond is a testament to the saying, no pain, no acquaintance. Ahem. Bai Yi cleared his throat, interrupting, ladies. This is hardly the appropriate venue for such discussions. As Qifeng and Mingxia parted, she declared, I know of a place, a sanctuary known only to me, where we shall be completely safe. The location she spoke of was a secluded spot she had discovered in her youth, hidden beneath a deep pool. It was remarkably tranquil, equipped with a fire pit for illumination, revealing its pristine nature. Mingxia continued, I come here alone periodically to reflect and tidy up. This is my secret haven, and you are the first guests to grace it. Princess Mingxia, I never imagined you possessed such a serene disposition, praised Fuyu. Though nestled beneath a deep pool, it is surprisingly dry, and one can faintly hear the sound of flowing water, a truly splendid retreat. Being a daughter, my father was reluctant to teach me to ride. In a fit of frustration, I ran here and, to my dismay, slipped and fell into the pool, believing I was doomed, only to discover a realm of wonder below. The princess recounted. Since then, whenever I encounter distress, I come here to find solace. Indeed, Lazy remarked, this could serve as an excellent hideout for you in the future. Lazy, Bai Yi rebuked sharply. The princess was momentarily taken aback before responding, a hideout, Qifeng. It seems we may have no choice but to take refuge here. I received news yesterday that you had fallen into the hands of Bao Bao and his ilk. No southerner has ever escaped alive from their grasp. I can scarcely remain in the manor. I have attempted to gather information at Bao Bao's home several times, but he has yet to return. Bao Bao is Wang Bao Bao. Bai Yi inquired. You are aware of him? He is, in fact, my betrothed. Princess Mingxia glanced at Qifeng, continuing. Our families are bound by the ties of marriage, as per our parents' wishes. Bao Bao and I grew up together. To me, he is akin to a brother. He was once quite reasonable, yet since being inducted into the Golden Eagle Order, his temperament has become increasingly erratic and violent. I used to be able to reason with him, but now he flies into fits of rage at the slightest provocation, and his subordinates tremble in fear. Inducted? Isn't the Golden Eagle Order a fixed clan? Lazy blurted out, immediately spitting on the ground, realizing he had misspoken. Strange, how do you come to know of this? Princess Mingxia remarked, indeed, only the descendants of the 7 illustrious families are deemed worthy to enter the Golden Eagle Order. However, Bao Bao is somewhat of an anomaly. He is an adopted son and, by all rights, should not qualify for membership. Yet, his remarkable strength and reputation as a valiant warrior have led to his exceptional acceptance into the organization. This entity is rather peculiar, as it generally disregards any noble lineage, even showing indifference toward the royal uncles. Their activities remain shrouded in mystery, and curiously, the organization has existed since the passing of Genghis Khan, seemingly enjoying certain privileges. I once inquired about it with Bao Bao, but he remained silent. Yet, these matters are of little consequence now. Bai Yi then inquired, Mingxia, Chiefeng, what are your plans? Chiefeng replied, I am now but a solitary wanderer, merely accompanied by Mingxia. Princess Mingxia added, my parents are still alive, and fortunately, I have brothers to care for them. Chiefeng, I am willing to journey with you, living as ordinary folk. Ultimately, whose world is this? It is of no concern to us. Would you consent to this? Chapter 15. Time reversed to everyone's surprise, Chiefeng smiled. This steadfast man transformed, revealing a tender side, his eyes sparkling with fervor. With a smile, he asked, are you truly serious? From the moment I rode away from the wall, I have been certain. Princess Mingxia declared, you are the only man I would abandon my identity and forsake everything for. Chiefeng stepped forward, prepared to embrace Princess Mingxia, but upon glancing at the others, he restrained himself, instead drawing slightly closer to her, his tone resolute. I care not whose world it is. I only desire to know if we can endure together. This was indeed the finest answer conceivable. Suddenly, Mingxia tore a token from her attire, a reward from the Yuan Shun Emperor. With this token, even without a royal decree, she could enter and exit freely. She placed it in Chiefeng's hand, and as he gripped it, the token disintegrated into dust. Thunder, astonished, exclaimed, what is this token made of? It crumbles far too easily. Bai Yi shot him a glance. Have you forgotten that each of you in this clan possesses immense strength? Mingxia and Chiefeng, having weathered trials of life and death, finally achieved their union. Suyo and Bai Yi exchanged glances, noting Tang San's worried demeanor, which indicated they were all contemplating the same issue. Bai Yi gently cleared his throat, interrupting the couple's affection. Chiefeng, we still have a matter to attend to. Chiefeng nodded and joined Bai Yi off to the side. Bai Yi sighed. This outcome has exceeded our expectations. Chiefeng, the future is immutable. I have endeavored to alter nothing, save for your demise. Initially, we discovered a corpse beneath the bone wall, with 2 characters etched beneath it. Chiefeng, this led us to conclude that you perished there. Now, everything has changed, you live. Thus, how shall the secrets within your mind be passed on? This is what we must contemplate now. You are aware of its arrangement, are you not? Chiefeng replied, do as you will. Fu Yu and Tang San Cheng approached, having reached a consensus. Tang San Cheng cut his hand, allowing the blood to flow, and inscribed a symbol in Chiefeng's palm. Fu Yu remarked, the reincarnation goo can only be used thrice, once for Lei Zi, once for Xiao Ning, and the last was originally intended for Ji Shi. However, due to unforeseen circumstances, we have one more opportunity, unexpectedly utilized here. As the reincarnation goo melded with Tang San Cheng's spell, the blood gradually dissolved in Chiefeng's palm, vanishing entirely. Tang San Cheng stated, this mark will be passed down through generations. As long as Chiefeng's blood runs in their veins, this emblem will manifest in their palms. Lei Zi trembled slightly, while Bai Yi observed him with a knowing smile. Do not tell me this is the first time you have considered this. You have clearly been anticipating it all along. Embarrassed, Lei Zi chuckled. Damn it, how can I admit that? Having accomplished this task, Lei Zi finally exhaled in relief. The previous tension dissipating, we can finally leave with peace of mind. Where are you headed? Princess Mingxia was still unaware of their origins. Given the chaos outside, you ought to accompany us to hide until the dust settles. It will not be too late to venture out afterwards. Chiefeng replied, Mingxia, they have their own path. We need not worry. As long as we remain alive, they will find solace. Lei Zi looked at Chiefeng, suddenly resolute. Let us depart. Bai Yi stifled a laugh. Lei Zi was unusually sentimental today, and he bowed to the two. We shall take our leave now. Chiefeng and Hong Xia returned the gesture, watching the group until they faded from view. The two exchanged glances and finally embraced one another. Having exited the deep pool, they found Lei Zi facing away from them. Tang San Cheng jested. Lei Zi, you aren't crying, are you? Lei Zi's shoulders shook. How could that be? He feigned nonchalance as he turned, though tears lingered at the corners of his eyes. Everyone pretended not to notice. Bai Yi interjected, there is still a matter at hand. We must return to the bone wall to complete one final task. After concluding their last mission, the 4 finally returned. Shen Bing and the others eagerly inquired about what had transpired. Yet, Tang San Cheng felt he had overlooked something. After a brief nap, the memory struck him, the life-saving pull from Changbai Mountain. Bai Yi accompanied Tang San Cheng back to that moment, arriving at the eagle's beak. Indeed, another Tang San Cheng was perilously close to death, with no one else present but the two of them. Tang San Cheng managed to save himself, and then quietly departed with Bai Yi. Upon returning, Tang San Cheng still felt a lingering dread. Bai Yi, what if we hadn't returned? Would I have vanished before your eyes? I do not know, Bai Yi replied. In any case, you were ultimately saved. As the intricate web of events unfolds, Tang San finds himself unable to grasp the underlying connections. Meanwhile, Shun Bing believes he is overthinking the situation. The status quo is perhaps the best outcome. Since confirming their relationship with the Bu brothers, they have seemingly embraced modernity, striving to better themselves through education. Perhaps due to their noble lineage, the two young women possess an extraordinary capacity for learning, akin to prodigies in their own right. With the arrival of Liang Chun and Mei Jing, the Bu brothers have been invigorated rather than complacent. Their imaginations flourish and creativity burgeons. The Bu parents, witnessing this transformation, have increasingly accepted the girls into their family fold. On this particular day, the four of them arrived together, bursting through the door with exuberance. They had been engrossed in a project dubbed the Time Reversal Machine. Ultimately, Liang Chun and Mei Jing confided in the Bu brothers about Bai Yi's extraordinary abilities, which piqued their curiosity. They endeavored to harness physical forces to achieve time reversal, a pursuit that had consumed them for days. Bai Yi harbored no fears of the Bu brothers divulging their secrets. As members of the Yin organization, they were bound by a code of conduct. Yet, their insatiable curiosity proved relentless. The Bu brothers eagerly exchanged ideas with Bai Yi, experimenting with various energies, yet they had yet to achieve their goal. Their tenacity was somewhat exasperating. Theoretically, surpassing the speed of light could reverse time, but who among the current biological or mechanical entities can even approach such speeds? The answer is none. Thus, it would be prudent to refrain from squandering time on such an impractical concept, one that has long been the subject of scholarly inquiry, including the likes of Einstein. A time machine remains merely a figment of human imagination. However, how does one account for the phenomena occurring in their midst? The Bu brothers remained undeterred. Perhaps this is an ability transcending the natural order. Do not forget that my power is derived from ancient origins. Bai Yi felt a sense of futility. The human body is an untapped reservoir of potential, capable of awakening latent abilities under external influences. This is the explanation I offer. So I implore you all to temper your enthusiasm. Liang Chun and Mei Jing exchanged a glance, playfully sticking out their tongues before urging the Bu brothers to heed Bai Yi's wisdom. Let us abandon the impossible. Bu Yibin remarked, I am simply curious. If we could travel to the past and alter it, would the future not also change? Bai Yi replied, I cannot say for certain. Consider, for instance, a historical figure of significance. Let us take Zhu Yuanzhang as an example. If we were to go back and eliminate him, what would be the outcome? Bu Yifan pondered. I believe the Yuan dynasty would still fall. It would merely be another individual ascending to the throne. However, such an act would surely plunge the realm into chaos, altering the course of subsequent dynasties. The more I contemplate this, the more I fear. Will one's fate truly be altered? Step 1 remarked, the more I think about it, the more terrifying it becomes. However, some matters are beyond our control, are they not? Bai Yi suddenly shivered, and Fu Yu softly inquired, what is the matter? Oh, it's nothing. Perhaps I am just overthinking, Bai Yi responded. All right, you four, from now on, focus on creating valuable inventions and refrain from frivolous pursuits, shall we? Oh, the four replied in unison. By the way, Lu Fifan came by not long ago. Shen Bing exclaimed, I didn't see you all. He seemed rather dejected. He mentioned he would be going abroad as an exchange student for 2 years, and he wasn't sure when he would return. That's why he wanted to visit us. Also, it seems like he discovered something. Bai Yi found it peculiar. After Lu Zhishi's passing, Lu Fifan had been living alone while still attending university. To support him, Bai Yi had been discreetly covering his tuition fees. Lu Fifan was stubborn and had not dared to let him know. However, it wasn't surprising. Given his admission to Mensa, such matters could hardly be concealed from him. Liang Chun Mei Jing curiously asked, Who is that? The son of an old acquaintance. Bai Yi waved his hand dismissively. All right, you may leave now. Bai Yi's stinginess resurfaced. Liang Chun remarked, We came all this way, and you won't even treat us to a meal? All right, if someone is unwilling to host, let's take our leave. Everyone exchanged knowing glances at Bai Yi. These twin sisters were his nemesis, impervious to his tactics. Xin Bing said, "Our Bai de boss shall bleed today." The group joyfully exited, with Liang Chun Mei Jing clamoring to visit the finest restaurant. Fu Yu, quietly smiling, selected an establishment. As they entered, they happened upon the restaurant's owner reprimanding the staff. They circumvented the scene, and as Fu Yu brushed past the owner, she felt a sudden jolt. Momentarily faltering in her stride, Bai Yi turned back and found Fu Yu looking as if she had swallowed a fly, which struck him as amusing. "Fu Yu, what is wrong with you?" Chapter 16. Back to dust. Fu Yu regained her composure and hurried after them, unable to resist glancing back at the owner. Though 15 years had elapsed, she vividly recalled that day. She could not mistake him. His words still echoed in her ears. Could it be that their return that day altered this person's fate? Only after finishing their meal and returning home did Fu Yu reveal her discovery to Bai Yi. "The owner of that restaurant is, in fact, an old acquaintance of ours. Remember 15 years ago, in the woods, when we were ambushed by a group? I subdued them with a hex, and one of them was under my foot. Do you recall? As for others, I cannot say, but I would certainly keep my distance and avoid this matter entirely, truly. I regret it. I should never have joined the Golden Hand Gang. I was wrong, so very wrong." Fu Yu lamented. That person kept crying out those two phrases at the time. I thought he was merely pleading for his life. However, seeing him now, he appears to have achieved success, far removed from the petty thievery of the Golden Hand Gang. Who would have thought that our unexpected appearance would indeed alter the course of his life? "Fu Yu, I am somewhat concerned about Qi Feng. I wish to return and check on him." Bai Yi suddenly remarked, "I am returning with Lei Zi. What are you pondering?" Fu Yu replied, "Given our current discoveries, we ought to feel fortunate. Observe, these individuals are progressing positively. However, the situation with Qi Feng is rather different." Bai Yi responded, "The Golden Eagle Order assassins are not ordinary beings. I must return immediately to investigate." Fu Yu found it inappropriate to impede him. Merely watching as Bai Yi rose to seek out Lei Zi, the two departed and did not return the entire night. Tang San, upon learning that they had gone back again, was quite perplexed. Bai Yi's sensitivity could sometimes be excessive, yet his instincts frequently proved accurate. They did not return until the following afternoon, with Lei Zi being dragged back by Bai Yi, his face flushed and his hands restrained behind him, unable to move. He cursed, "Damn it, Bai Yi, let me go. I want to return, I want to return." As Lei Zi became increasingly obstinate, Bai Yi struggled to maintain control over him. Qijie stepped forward and, with a single punch, Lei Zi was knocked to the ground, motionless. Xin Bing expressed concern. "Is Lei Zi all right?" "Do not worry. Qijie knows how to temper his strength," Tang San reassured, approaching to lift Lei Zi and place him on the sofa. "Look at his flushed face. What have you encountered?" Bai Yi's expression was equally grim. Fu Yu handed him a glass of water, which he gulped down before slapping Lei Zi on the back. "This fellow has become possessed. Qi Feng's death has profoundly impacted him." Fu Yu nearly dropped the cup he held. "Qi Feng is dead?" "Indeed. Otherwise, how could Lei Zi have gone mad?" Bai Yi stated. "It seems events have unfolded in ways we did not foresee. Qi Feng's fate is not easily altered." Fu Yu's curiosity was piqued. "What transpired during your visit?" Bai Yi explained. "This time, we did not locate Qi Feng, but we found Princess Mingxia on the grassland. I specifically chose to go 5 years later. Initially, we ventured to the bottom of that deep pool, but regrettably, they were no longer there. Strangely, after Lei Zi arrived, he exhibited a powerful sense of intuition. It must be due to the curse I placed." Fu Yu looked at Tang San. "It appears the consequences stem from our handiwork." "Indeed. I had intended to return to seek you out, so you could use the tracking curse to locate Qi Feng, especially since we have a strand of his hair," Bai Yi added. However, Lei Zi began to exhibit unusual phenomena. Oddly, he felt an overwhelming sense of oppression, as if someone was summoning him. "We decided to follow his instincts, which led us to the grassland. At that time, Zhu Chongba had already declared himself emperor, and Yuan Shundi had returned to the grassland with his kin. There, they encountered Princess Mingxia and a child, who was nearly 4 years old and full of energy, resembling Qi Feng remarkably, with an extraordinary physique. In that moment, both Lei Zi and I were engulfed by a foreboding sense of dread." "What exactly happened?" Tang San and Qijie inquired simultaneously. "After our departure, Qi Feng and Princess Mingxia indeed spent a splendid time together. However, Bao Bao and his companions eventually located them. Bai Yi informed us that Qi Feng had been captured, while Princess Mingxia, due to the influence of Bao Bao and Emperor Yuan Shun, narrowly escaped with her life. She attempted to rescue Qi Feng, but her solitary efforts were no match for the Golden Eagle Order. For the sake of the child she carried, she had no choice but to leave the capital with her royal uncle. How is her condition? Shen Bing inquired. Although she had never laid eyes on Princess Ming Xia, this extraordinary woman's passionate nature captivated her, making Shen Bing feel her own bravery was merely superficial in comparison. Strangely, Bai Yi commented, she appears remarkably tranquil, seemingly indifferent to the outcome. Naturally, she was taken aback by our arrival. Qi Feng had kept our identities a closely guarded secret from her. They never had the chance to wed, which is her sole regret. Yet, the child she carries is her greatest solace. Where did Qi Feng perish? This was the question that weighed heavily on everyone's minds. In a remarkable twist of fate, we discovered his lifeless body beneath the bone wall, positioned precisely as we had found him. Bai Yi wiped his face. I believe he always sought to escape, but his injuries were too severe, leaving him powerless. Initially, we intended to carve Qi Feng's name there and place a corpse in a position that mirrored our discovery of him. Yet it now appears that all of this was merely our wishful thinking. From the outset, this situation was riddled with inconsistencies, Qi Xie remarked. Even if you managed to switch the bodies, avenging Qi Feng would not be so simple. The age disparity between Qi Feng and that other person is significant. Age and skeletal structure are intricately linked. Given the capabilities of the Golden Eagle Order assassins, they could not have overlooked this. Furthermore, Princess Ming Xia's sudden disappearance, considering her status among the Mongols, would undoubtedly incite turmoil. Bao Bao, her betrothed, would surely seek to find her. Based on these 2 points, it is implausible for them to have truly evaded the world. Qi Xie remained composed, while Bai Yi sighed deeply. This is my fault. I allowed Lei Zi to take the lead, and it ended in tragedy. Lei Zi cannot accept this reality. His heartfelt efforts have come to naught. Our feelings may be manageable, but his are different. He is Qi Feng's descendant, bound by blood. He is now insisting on a second chance. A second chance? Qi Xie shook his head. I do not concur. Qi Feng's fate is not so easily swayed. Unless we return to eliminate Hisaur. But if we do that, Tang San Cheng interjected, then none of the subsequent events will transpire. Lei Zi will no longer be pursued by the Golden Eagle Order. He won't wander outside, and he will never encounter us. Furthermore, Xiefang Fei will not experience a profound romance with Hisaur. For us, all matters related to Genghis Khan's tomb will cease to exist, and thus Qi Xie and Yi Xie will never cross paths again. Enough. Do not speak further. Shen Bing exclaimed, her skin crawling. Tang San Cheng fell silent, helplessly shrugging. In any case, everything concerning people and events will undergo change. This time, whether to follow Lei Zi is up to everyone's discretion. Reclining languidly on the couch, Lei Zi suddenly opened his eyes, gripping the fabric tightly as he struggled to rise. Give me a hand, Tang San Cheng, for heaven's sake. You're so close. Tang San Cheng quickly assisted him, asking, are you all right? How could I be all right? It was the 7 evils who struck me. Did you not hear what I just said? Lei Zi replied with irritation. I heard everything you all discussed. Shen Bing retorted. So you heard, what of it? You might as well abandon that hope. Bai Yi will definitely not take you back. Let bygones be bygones. Yet I ponder. Lei Zi mused. If altering the past means that we shall never meet again, it warrants further contemplation. He touched his nose thoughtfully. If everything were to cease to exist, would my memories as Lei Zi endure? Would Song Yang also vanish? What meaning would my survival hold then? That doesn't sound like you, Lei Zi. Tang San Cheng quipped, settling beside him with a playful grin. Qi Feng is your ancestor. Are you truly prepared to give up? What choice do I have? My stubbornness is destined to alter the fates of so many, Lei Zi sighed. I need some time to come to terms with this. Fuyu, is there a way to erase memories? While I lack such a method, I do know of a substance that can damage one's central nervous system, inducing numbness and even memory loss. If you wish to experiment, I could assist, Fuyu replied with a faint smile that sent chills down Lei Zi's spine. He quickly waved his hands in refusal. No, thank you. Laughter erupted among them, and Lei Zi, feeling resigned, slumped back down. Bai Yi offered consolation. How about this? I'll share my stake in the antique shop with you. What do you say? Is that for real? Lei Zi asked, astonished. Would you really part with it? I would rather not. So let us forget it, Bai Yi teased, then added cheerfully, but I can treat you to a nice meal. In that case, I want the finest fare, Lei Zi insisted, still troubled. Bai Yi responded, all right then. It seems fate has smiled upon us. Looks like we old fellows can enjoy another meal together. Upon hearing this, Tang San Cheng dashed outside, nearly tripping in his haste, yet remained jovial. Dad. Jiang Chun, Sr. Chapter 1. The feast. The unexpected arrival of Jiang Chun and Xianjing filled Tang San Cheng with elation, for he had not seen Xianjing in quite some time. Despite his age, he felt like a mere child in the presence of his father, the ancient being Tang San Cheng. Unable to restrain his complaints, he exclaimed, Dad, where on earth have you and Jiang Chun been? It's been days without a single phone call. We merely wandered about aimlessly, Xianjing replied. Neither of us is accustomed to those so-called electronic devices. The freedom of movement is far more appealing. Shenbing inquired curiously, so what mode of transportation did you use? Xianjing exchanged a glance with Jiang Chun. We have our own clever methods. Dad, how long will you be staying this time? Tang San Cheng, like a child yearning for candy, asked eagerly. Xianjing sighed and suddenly punched him lightly in the chest. In front of your future wife. You ought to behave like a man. Little Shan chuckled, seizing the opportunity to tease Shenbing. Hey, future wife of Tang San Cheng, when will you both settle this matter? What matter? Shenbing remarked with irritation. Now that your wife is about to give birth, you should devote more attention to her. My matters do not require your oversight. Bai Yi glanced at Fu Yu and suddenly cleared his throat, saying, Actually, there is an announcement I wish to make. With both seniors returning at this opportune moment, Fu Yu and I would like to take this chance to hold our wedding ceremony. Jiang Chen laughed heartily. Excellent. I did not expect to return to such joyous festivities. Xianjing, do you think we are fortunate indeed? Our luck has always been good. Xianjing replied with a smile. It is not easy for the two of you to be together. A proper wedding is essential. By the way, where is that little fox? You may not be aware, Qi Xia interjected, ever since he inadvertently transformed into a youthful appearance. One trouble has followed another. Countless women have approached him on the streets, and to add to this, talent scouts have been seeking him out. He has been busy walking the runway for an entire week. Shenbing covered her mouth, laughing. Qi Xia, you are quite loquacious today. Qi Xia merely smiled. While Xiaoshan sighed. It was better before, when he was small and adorable. Now his temper seems to have grown. And I can't help but feel he resembles you by more and more. By the way, what are your plans for the wedding banquet? Shenbing asked eagerly. You must be wearing a white gown, right? Fu Yu chuckled. We have actually discussed this. Since I am a Miao woman, I wish to hold a Miao-style wedding. I have missed wearing Miao attire. Bai Yi added, there is a deeper significance to it. When Fu Yu and I first met, she was dressed in traditional Miao clothing, and it was at that moment that we fell in love. Thus, the Miao attire holds special meaning for us. Are we going to Miaojiang then? Shenbing exclaimed with excitement. I have thought of a wonderful location. We can hold the ceremony at the cliff coffin, right? You are becoming increasingly astute, Bai Yi praised. We indeed plan to use the open space in front of the cliff coffin. Fu Yu's elder brother has passed away, and his children no longer reside in the village. However, some still remember Fu Yu. Therefore, we cannot enter the village, and the cliff coffin remains our only option. It is also significant for us, as it is protected by an 8 trigrams formation, which is generally inaccessible to outsiders. With a simple illusion technique, those outside cannot perceive what occurs within. Jiang Chen glanced at Xianjing and Tang San Cheng, saying, with this father-son duo present, what is there to worry about? That is indeed reassuring, Fu Yu remarked. There is no better day than today. With the two seniors returning at such a fortunate time, we can prepare in the coming days and head over together. Unfortunately, we are unaware of the whereabouts of the Wei couple. Their presence is indispensable for such an occasion. By the way, in our eagerness to invite others, would you two seniors mind experiencing life in the Miao village? As long as there is good wine. That is no problem, Jiang Chen responded. Good wine. Bai Yi suddenly recalled. I almost forgot. When I returned last time, I brought back some fine spirits, which I had intended to save. Tang San Cheng suddenly understood. Are you referring to the fragrant Yuru wine? When did you return? The exquisite aroma of the wine captivated me. There exists no comparable libation among the current offerings. It would be a disservice to overlook it. However, I did offer silver to Miss Yang, yet she declined. Bai Yi remarked, by the way, Miss Yang has become akin to Lao Lu. If Qi Feng were to know, he would surely feel gratified. Jiang Chun, merely listening, was already salivating, urging Bai Yi to fetch the wine. What are you lingering for? Hurry and bring it. Tang San muttered, that is no longer a mere matter of courtesy. It's a straightforward acquisition. Once Bai Yi procured the wine, Jiang Chun, before even approaching, could already detect the fragrance. Eagerly seizing it, he opened the lid, and the enchanting scent wafted forth. Jiang Chen sighed. It is astonishing that someone can brew such exquisite wine. Lazy commented, no wonder I've sensed a delightful aroma in the house lately. I had thought it was perfume. After taking a sip, Jiang Chen tossed it to Xianjing. Rare indeed, this can rival the wine from Wu Nian. Upon hearing Jiang Chen mention Wu, Xianjing's expression shifted subtly as he took a sip. Indeed, it is rare for a wine to elicit such praise from you. Given this, I shall inform Liang Chun and Mei Jing. A wedding celebration certainly cannot proceed without their presence, Xiao Shan suggested. We can transport a considerable amount of items. The Bu family possesses a helicopter. Tang San pulled Bai Yi aside. Hey, Bai Yi, have you forgotten the most crucial element? What? Bai Yi inquired. This is a wedding. Although you have obtained a certificate previously, without a ceremony, it is not official. You cannot arrive empty-handed for the ritual, Tang San stated. It seems you had previously gifted a ring to Fu Yu. What do you plan to present this time? I have my own plan, Bai Yi replied confidently. I will not disappoint you. As the banquet approached, Shen Bing and Tang San busied themselves, while Xiao Hu, due to his parents' wedding, gladly set aside all work. Although he had initially been reluctant, curiosity had drawn him to a job he could not resist. The name Bai Mo Xian now radiated brightly in the entertainment industry, a rising star destined for greatness. Fu Yu had tailored a set of Miao wedding attire for both genders. On the day of the wedding banquet, Bai Yi, Qi Xie, and Tang San collaborated on procurement. Jiang Chun and Xianjing declared their intention to present an extraordinary gift to Fu Yu and Bai Yi, disappearing without a trace, igniting curiosity about the nature of their offering. All would be revealed come wedding day. After a week of preparation, the group finally returned to Xiangxi, revisiting their former abode with a flood of emotions. The once familiar Miao village bore no resemblance to its past, having been reconstructed with new stilted buildings amidst picturesque landscapes. Yet it failed to rekindle their memories. The only constant was the stream and the cliff coffin, where the thorns had grown even more robust since before. Standing there, memories cascaded before Fu Yu and Bai Yi, who exchanged a glance and instinctively clasped hands. Drawing upon their previous experiences, they traversed the thicket of thorns sprinkled with itching powder, broke through the bagua array, and returned beneath the cliff coffin. Fu Yu suddenly remarked, I never imagined we would celebrate alongside the evil corpse. You ought to express your gratitude to those wicked corpses. Were it not for the peril of Bai Yi transforming into one, we would not have roamed far and wide in search of the 7 treasures, nor would we have encountered the extraordinary adventures that followed Symbol Feather. Shen Bing remarked playfully. The Bu brothers, intrigued, inquired, what is a wicked corpse? Even if I told you, you would not comprehend, Bai Yi replied. Today, we are to wed. You do not expect us to arrange everything ourselves, do you? The Bu brothers, drawn in by the splendid occasion, exchanged knowing glances and, without further ado, entered the cliff coffin. The large stone remained, with the plump worms crawling slowly upon it. Symbol Feather extended a hand, exclaiming, This is no longer a prison, how delightful. Tang San Cheng approached Shen Bing, who was busy preparing the food. Shen Bing, he began. What is it? Speak quickly, she responded. Everything must be ready before tonight. By the way, aren't you supposed to cast the illusion? She continued. And where are the 2 seniors? Let us not be left waiting. Here, this is for you. Tang San Cheng placed a small box into Shen Bing's hands. The diminutive red velvet box stirred a sense of caution within her, mingled with a hint of joy, yet tinged with the fear of disappointment. Hastily, she returned the box, saying, I do not want it. Tang San Cheng, what are you up to? Today. Huajing had indeed memorized her lines perfectly, yet now they are utterly useless. This was meticulously prepared by her, inspired by some classic lines from excellent romantic dramas. In Huajing's words, they were meant to be profoundly moving, capable of touching Shen Bing's heart without a doubt. The issue was that he had completely forgotten them. He turned and sought assistance from Qi Xie, who shook his head with a smile, pointing to his heart, implying that genuine expression transcends mere lines. Turning back, Tang San Cheng met Shen Bing's sparkling eyes. He opened the red box, retrieved the ring within, and without hesitation, took her hand, slipping the ring onto her finger while childishly exclaiming, You can't escape now. Shen Bing had anticipated that Tang San Cheng would utter something overly sentimental and hoped that a ring would indeed be inside. Although her expectations were only half fulfilled, her inner joy doubled. A mere phrase dispelled all her previous apprehensions. She pouted and playfully punched his chest, declaring, "You are truly annoying. Regardless, since it is already on, I shall consider it as your agreement." Tang San Cheng chuckled foolishly. Chapter 2. The gift. Zhang Chun and Xian Jing happened to miss this scene. Upon their arrival, they only beheld Tang San Cheng and Xin Bing embraced, surrounded by others who were joyously cheering. "It appears we have missed something wonderful," Zhang Chun laughed heartily. Turning to Xian Jing, "My dear brother, it seems you have some delightful news arriving." Tang San Cheng continued to grin foolishly, having indeed followed Qi Xie's counsel, adhering to his heart without resorting to flowery words or honeyed promises. His sole desire was to secure Xin Bing firmly, ensuring she would no longer feel lost. Qi Xie was indeed a sage, and he had succeeded. He led Xin Bing before Xian Jing, announcing, "It's time we change our titles." As Xin Bing's face flushed, she shot a glare at Tang San Cheng, but obediently called out to Xian Jing, "Father." Jiang Chun burst into hearty laughter, while Xian Jing thought of Qi Zhan. Wishing she were present today, a smile crept upon his lips, a double celebration. "San Cheng, you have performed admirably today," Liang Chun Mei Jing suggested. "Let us take advantage of this splendid day to accomplish our business." Xin Bing replied, "The protagonists today are Bai Yi and Fu Yu, Tang San Cheng, and I must not overshadow them. Now that the two esteemed elders have arrived, our main event should commence." Tang San Cheng and Xian Jing cast an illusion, rendering the scene invisible to all outside. Initially, this place was devoid of visitors, but now it had become entirely their domain. Bai Yi and Fu Yu emerged hand in hand from the cliff coffin, the handsome couple captivating all eyes, especially in their Miao attire, which enhanced Bai Yi's charm. As for Fu Yu, it was evident that Bai Yi had been enchanted by her traditional garb in the past, and today's wedding attire, adorned with simple yet elegant accessories, perfectly matched her style. The moment they stepped out together, the crowd erupted in cheers. Suddenly, Jiang Chun waved his hand, sending soft, moonlit specks towards the couple, which then scattered around them like ethereal blossoms descending from the moon, gentle and serene, fading quietly as they touched the ground. Liang Chun Mei Jing marveled. "How enchanting! How is this achieved?" The Bu brothers exchanged glances, pondering, "A divine being? Is it a spell like that of Tang San Cheng?" Tang San Cheng clarified, "You are mistaken. That is a technique of my forebears. My own abilities are but trifles in comparison." As the couple emerged, Miao wedding customs dictated more than mere simplicity. Traditionally, as the bride exits, her parents or uncles would present her with a blue cloth umbrella, known as the shame-covering umbrella. Indeed, there was such an umbrella held by Xin Bing. But the customary attendance of bridesmaids had been dispensed with, allowing the couple to proceed directly to the bonfire in the clearing. Tang San Cheng and Qi Xie offered them the Heart Unity wine and Heart Unity meat, inviting them to share in the feast. Jiang Chun and Xian Jing hummed an ancient melody, which Tang San Cheng later learned was a blessing sung in the tribe whenever new couples were formed, devoid of words but rich in tune. Remarkably, it suited the occasion perfectly. Once this segment was complete, the wine lifting began, one of the most entertaining parts of the Miao wedding. All the young people encircled the newlyweds, some proclaiming the bride's beauty, while others jested about her appearance, creating laughter and enhancing the festive atmosphere. Having been teased by Bai Yi on numerous occasions, Tang San Cheng seized the opportunity for a bit of vengeance, despite the tradition usually targeting the bride. Today, he unleashed a torrent of playful jibes at Bai Yi. "Bai Yi, you love to put on airs, thinking you're so clever." Bai Yi's expression shifted slightly, while Fu Yu chuckled and quickly interjected, "This is a necessary ritual. The wine lifting is essential for a true Miao wedding. Do not dampen the spirit." Words spoken at such times are neither entirely true nor false. Neither true nor false. Bai Yi raised an eyebrow, struggling to contain himself, while Xin Bing and Tang San harmonized in jest. "Bai Yi, you are truly handsome." Resembling a wealthy young gentleman from the Republic era who has inadvertently stumbled into a Miao village. The lively atmosphere of the splendid occasion was further enlivened by the sisters, who, along with the Bu brothers, playfully besieged Bai Yi with a mix of compliments and teasing remarks, leaving him both amused and exasperated. Even Xiao Hu and Xiao Shan joined the fray, while Song Yang, Seven Evils, and the two elders remained composed spectators, offering no assistance. Typically calm and rational, Bai Yi found himself thoroughly overwhelmed today. Reflecting that such moments come but once in a lifetime, he resolutely endured until the end, unwilling to dampen Fu Yu's spirits. By then, everyone was in high spirits. The the joyous celebration reaching its zenith, and Fu Yu, witnessing Bai Yi's heartfelt intent, was immensely satisfied. As for Yang, he was relieved not to have brought Xiao Hu along, as she was heavily pregnant and increasingly immobile, likely nearing her time. Contemplating the absence of a wedding ceremony with Xiao Hu, he gazed at the happiness radiating from Fu Yu and Bai Yi, pondering the need to rectify that after the birth. After the revelry, fatigue set in, and they set up tents in the open space to rest. Jiang Chun and Xian Jing approached Bai Yi and Fu Yu, stating, "We understand that you may not be in need of money, but these two items are tokens of our affection." They presented a luminous night pearl, whose brilliance rivaled that of the moonlight, and a hair ornament. Xian Jing remarked, "This adornment was once worn by Lady Xian Shui." It was unclear how these two elders had acquired such treasures, but mentioning Lady Xian Shui inevitably brought to mind the Mawangdui tomb, which had been excavated and yielded numerous artifacts. Among them, the renowned Susha Zhen Yi was particularly esteemed. As Bai Yi pondered this, Xian Jing added, "What a pity it would be if we could have procured the Susha Zhen Yi as a congratulatory gift." "Brother, one must not be overly greedy," Jiang Chun interjected. Bai Yi was astonished. Was there truly anything these two could not obtain? The Susha Zhen Yi was the earliest surviving garment in existence, renowned for its impeccable preservation and exquisite craftsmanship. Legend has it that during the Tang dynasty, an Arab merchant visiting an official in Guangzhou noticed a dark mole on the official's chest that was visible through his thin clothing. As he stood in astonishment, the official inquired, "Why do you gaze so intently at my chest?" The merchant hastily replied, "I marvel at how I can see a mole through 2 layers of fabric." The official laughed heartily and opened his garment for a closer look, revealing not 2, but 5 layers. Seeing Bai Yi's contemplative expression, Jiang Chun and Xian Jing exchanged glances. "What is the matter? Are you not pleased?" "Not at all," Fu Yu interjected. "It is a tremendous honor to receive an ornament once worn by Lady Xian Shui." Jiang Chun chuckled. "You two are quite peculiar. Generally, receiving gifts once used by the deceased at a wedding is considered a grave taboo." "I mentioned before that they would not mind," Xian Jing replied. "We are certainly not concerned with such matters." Bai Yi remarked, "The two of you have invested such considerable effort. Our gratitude is beyond measure." The two elders refrained from discussing how they acquired the item, and seeing their satisfaction, they contentedly withdrew to rest. Tang San and others had prepared various gifts, which elicited a series of reproaches from Fu Yu, who insisted it was unnecessary. After several rounds of polite refusals, everyone dispersed. Bai Yi and Fu Yu finally entered the cliff coffin, arriving at the edge of the hot spring, where bedding had already been laid out. They reclined, their hands intertwined tightly. This place, once shrouded in mystery and terror, was now enveloped in sweetness. As their gazes met, though words were unspoken, everything was conveyed. Bai Yi said, "In truth, I have prepared a gift for you as well." "The heart knot?" Fu Yu responded, taken aback with delight. "I secretly brought it back from the Qin dynasty." Bai Yi explained, "The heart knot originates from the Xiwan. When Zhou and the herbalist Jiang fell in love, and he gifted her a crystal needle as a token. Jiang opened her box and took out a pair of intertwined threads, weaving a heart knot in return for Wen Zhou. Heart to heart, bound in love. Though once we wish to part, the ties remain unbroken. I, the devoted one, await your return. It is only then that one realizes the garments are tied. Yet the heart remains unbound. In stillness and motion, the bonds endure through the ages." Fu Yu felt a stir within, reciting Meng Jiao's knot of love. "In fact, this heart knot has another tale," Bai Yi continued. "Legend has it that Qin Shi Huang once fell in love with a herbalist named Fong, and this heart knot was his token of affection to her. Later, it was said that Qin Shi Huang built the A Fong Palace for his favored concubine, and she came to be known as a Fong Nu. However, the identity and origins of this a Fong Nu remain uncertain." "Is this truly the case?" Fu Yu gasped. "Was there really such a person as a Fong? I brought this back from the Qin era. Do you doubt its authenticity?" Bai Yi replied, "Qin Huang could construct the A Fong Palace for a Fong. For you, I would sacrifice even more." Fu Yu silenced Bai Yi with a gentle gesture. "No need for further words. My sentiments mirror yours." The two basked in their affection atop the cliff coffin, while Jiang Chun stood alone outside, gazing at the moonlit sky. Xian Jing approached. "What is this? Are you feeling nostalgic today? I recall a day much like this, so perfectly round." Jiang Chun lifted a wine jug, taking a sip. "With Bai Yi's capabilities, good wine will no longer be a concern. Are you trying to change the subject?" Xianjing chided. You crafty fox. You know precisely what I am contemplating. Jiang Chun replied. Time, for me, has become a mere pause, yet the memories of the past remain unceasing. Once, Xiao Ning bore an uncanny resemblance to Wu, yet my heart remained untouched. Do you know why? Xianjing remained silent as Jiang Chun continued. Wu is Wu. There exists only her in this world. Even if someone resembles her, what of it? Chapter 3. Entangled past. Xianjing understood that Jiang Chun was reminiscing. Their acquaintance belonged to his past, a time when his emotions were locked away, never again stirring for any other woman. The essence of Wu remained an enigma even to Xianjing, his old friend. Perhaps this evening's reflections have stirred deep emotions within me, Jiang Chun remarked. Though I am aware of my lineage as a descendant of Pangu, the circumstances of my arrival into this world remain shrouded in chaos. On the day I opened my eyes, I was exalted as the king of zombies, a position of unparalleled renown. High aspirations come with their own chill, Xianjing replied softly. Jiang Chun shot him a glare. At times, he found Xuanjing's tone irksome, as if he possessed an all-seeing insight that provoked irritation. Xianjing shrugged. I too have felt the chill of lofty heights, yet we are but fellow wanderers in this vast expanse. I truly find you exasperating, Jiang Chun retorted. Those who bask in the glory of invincibility often stumble harder than anyone else. They are to be pitied. I fell at my first encounter with Wu. That first fall leaves one forever unable to rise again. Xianjing responded to Jiang Chun's eye roll with a shrug. Pardon my intrusion. Do continue. Curiosity is a common trait among all, and while Xianjing refrained from gossip, he was eager to discern the depth behind Jiang Chun's seemingly carefree demeanor. Jiang Chun recalled a day when Gao Chen had come to provoke him. With pride swelling in his heart, he engaged in a fierce struggle with Gao Chen, one of the ancient six beasts known for its bloodthirsty nature and ferocity. As they clashed, their battle led them to a serene lake, where Jiang Chun finally seized an opportunity to severely wound Gao Chen. Sensing danger, Gao Chen attempted to flee, igniting Jiang Chun's bloodlust. He could not allow such an escape and began to scour the area around the lake. Though he failed to locate Gao Chen, he heard a mournful wail echoing from the mountains and hastened toward it. Upon nearing, he encountered the chaos of the creature known as Hun Dun. Intrigued, he decided to involve himself and teach this arrogant beast a lesson. Hun Dun resembled a creature akin to a dog or bear, invisible and inaudible to humans, often seen biting its own tail and laughing foolishly. When confronted by noble souls, it unleashed violence, yet obeyed the commands of the wicked, embodying the essence of a bully who preys on the weak. As Jiang Chun approached, he beheld a striking woman adorned with feathers, her bosom partially exposed, clad in a short skirt of animal hide that revealed her powerful legs. She stood over a monstrous beast, wielding an arrow. Her fierce gaze locked onto Hun Dun below her. Will you submit or not? Hun Dun, exposed and still bearing its vile form, struggled to escape the woman's control, for she had not yet grasped its fatal weakness. In its desperation, a counterattack could prove perilous for her. The woman exuded an innate charisma and valor that captivated Jiang Chun, drawing him forward, compelled to observe more closely. Hun Dun lacked the 7 orifices necessary for its demise. To bring it to its end, one must carve 7 orifices into its being. Each day, 1 orifice could be created, and after 7 days, Hun Dun would finally face its ultimate death. Just as Jiang Chun was about to reveal the crucial insight to her, unexpectedly, a man emerged from the other side. He was strikingly handsome, with prominent knuckles and a pronounced forehead. His tall and robust physique was impressive, adorned with a totem of a phoenix on his forehead, and his eyes were considerably larger than those of an ordinary person. Upon noticing the phoenix emblem, Jiang Chun immediately recognized his origins. The moment the man appeared, he proclaimed, "Chaos lacks 7 orifices. To bring it to its demise, one must carve out 7 orifices. 1 orifice should be opened each day, and after 7 days. Once the 7 orifices are breached, chaos shall perish." Hearing the revelation of its life source, chaos roared in fury, attempting to throw off the woman atop it. Observing this, Jiang Chun leapt into action just as the man moved, and together they sprang onto the back of chaos. Jiang Chun extended his right hand and, with sheer force, opened the first orifice of chaos. Not at all vexed by Jiang Chun's swift action, the man spoke with a hint of admiration. "Impressive skill. You are not lacking either." Emperor Jun. Jiang Chun called out the man's name. The woman, Witnessing the arrival of the two who had decisively subdued chaos, promptly clasped her hands in gratitude, saying, "Thank you both." Xianjing could not help but laugh at this moment, remarking, "You were at a disadvantage from the start. Had you been the first to leap out, the outcome might have been different. It's all about being the first to seize the moment." Jiang Cheng responded, "I have thought the same. It's surprising that you, with your extensive experience in matters of the heart, do not grasp this principle. In this world, all things must be mutually desired. You and Qingwan are the finest examples. And indeed, there are more than just Qingwan." Hearing Jiang Cheng's self-deprecating remark, Xianjing took no offense. Having lived for so long, he had come to understand a profound truth. To live is to be unashamed, for that is the essence of existence. The three, brought together by their encounter with chaos, learned that the woman was named Wu. As for Emperor Jun, he was originally a three-legged golden crow who, upon transforming, had ascended to the 33 heavens to listen to the teachings of the Tao ancestor Hongjun and had attained great supernatural powers. Wu, whose origins were somewhat mysterious, was unaware of her own background. Innately brave, though diminutive in stature, she possessed tremendous strength and lived a solitary life, devoid of kin or friends. Meeting Emperor Jun and Jiang Cheng undoubtedly transformed Wu's existence. From their first meeting, Jiang Cheng felt a fondness for Wu, and as they spent time together, her innocence left a profound impression on him. Any man would be captivated by such a contrasting figure, and Emperor Jun was no exception. What began as a harmonious trio gradually shifted in tone. Xianjing sighed, prompting Jiang Cheng to ask, "Are you pitying me? Because in the end, I have lost. There are no losers, only one true winner. How fortunate is Wu to have the love of both of you," Xianjing replied. "Compared to her, I have left Qi Zhen with nothing but regret and disappointment. Yet, the three of you initially engaged in a normal companionship. Why did Emperor Jun and Wu develop a bond later on? It is a long story, all thanks to the mischief of Go Chun. On that occasion, he managed to escape, and true to his combative nature, he subsequently struck back. Had he confronted me openly, it would have been a different matter. That scoundrel, after being severely wounded by me the first time, harbored thoughts of treachery. He abducted Wu and, by the time Di Jun and I arrived, had already submerged her in the depths of the lake." Jiang Chen remarked, "Go Chun entangled me in this mess. Di Jun dove into the lake to rescue Wu. Though I managed to slay Go Chun, I missed the chance to save Wu." At this point, Xianjing finally spoke up. "How ungracious of you, Jiang Chun. Are you not implying that you missed two opportunities and thus lost Wu? Is this merely an excuse for yourself?" Meanwhile, Di Jun had the audacity to perform artificial respiration on Wu. When she regained consciousness and witnessed this reality, what do you think happened? Jiang Chun retorted angrily, "I truly cannot accept this. Had I been the one to descend and save Wu, the outcome would have been entirely different. It is precisely this sense of discontent that led to your complete fallout with Di Jun. I assent it?" Xianjing inquired, "Oh, Jiang Chun, you have lived for so long. Why can you not comprehend this matter?" "Indeed, I am not satisfied," Jiang Chun replied. "I often reflect on how things might have unfolded had I been the one to rescue Wu from the lake. It would surely have been a different tale. I love Wu. Her spirited nature and kindness are unparalleled. Do you not perceive this? She is unequivocal in her moral compass, never concealing her true self." Finally, Xianjing seized upon a point. "You say Wu never conceals herself. This surely reflects her approach to relationships as well. Since they became involved, you left out of spite, never allowing yourself to hear their side of the story. Di Jun has always wished to explain things to you. Have you ever listened?" "Why should I listen to his explanations?" Jiang Chen replied. "If among the three of us, no romance had blossomed and we maintained our friendship, I would have nothing to say. Yet, it is I who has become the solitary one. How can you expect me to feel at ease?" "Ah, Jiang Chen." Xianjing pondered for a moment. "Di Jun and I are friends as well. There is something he cannot divulge to you, but he confided in me. Would you like to hear it?" "I do not wish to," Jiang Chen retorted, shaking his head with unwavering determination. However, Xianjing would not allow him to refuse. He suddenly reached out, pressing on Jiang Chen's acupoint, rendering him immobile. Enraged, Jiang Chen exclaimed, "Old fool, what are you doing? Today, you are reminiscing and entangled in the past. As your brother, I wish to free you from this turmoil. You spoke of your first encounter, but in truth, you were already too late. That was indeed your first meeting with Wu, yet it was not the first for her and Di Jun. They had met prior, leaving a lasting impression on one another. During that chaotic time, They exchanged names, which means from the outset, you had already lost. Jun and Wu were mutually enamored long before, and you were merely an extraneous presence. Jiang Chun was clearly taken aback, momentarily at a loss for words. Xianjing stepped before him. So, what grounds do you have for complaint? To speak plainly, I fear I might hurt your feelings. Yet the truth remains. Although my acquaintance with Emperor Jun came after yours, we both know his character. He is not one to deceive. After you left in anger, he searched for you far and wide, but alas, you eluded him, and thus this misunderstanding has festered. Jiang Chun blinked twice, signaling Xianjing to release him. But Xianjing, with arms crossed defiantly, retorted, I shall not grant you freedom until you have regained your composure. Who knows if you might strangle me in your fury. Xianjing then reached into Jiang Chen's bosom, retrieving the wine, uncorking it to inhale its aroma. Sitting cross-legged on the ground, he gazed at the moon and indulged himself in a modest sip. Time passed, and eventually, he leisurely rose to unbind Jiang Chen's acupoints. So have you calmed down? Chapter 4. Letting go. Jiang Chun stretched his limbs, his eyes nearly ablaze with ire. Xianjing felt fortunate that he had managed to soothe him, for otherwise, this fellow would have lunged at him like a madman. Ultimately, Jiang Chun regained his tranquility and approached Xianjing, noticing the empty wine flask, which incited his anger anew. You've consumed it all. Indeed, Xianjing chuckled heartily. What now? Do you still wish to slay me? No, I thank you, Jiang Chun replied. Only you dare to present this harsh reality so bluntly, indifferent to whether I live or die. I truly cannot fathom how I came to know you. They never had the opportunity to reveal this truth to me, for I fled. It is truly absurd. I do not even wish to acknowledge my impulsiveness at that time. That is because you truly loved, Xianjing remarked. I understand that sentiment. The two most significant women in my life, one perished because of me, and the other was hurt by my hand. I am not much better off than you. Jiang Chen looked up. They were both willing participants, and they were far removed from me. They did not betray me. Rather, I was the one who wallowed in the torment I had constructed for myself. Thank you for liberating me. The truth may be uncomfortable, but now I can finally let go. Wu met her end in that unfortunate incident, while Emperor Jun fortuitously survived. Though he did not fare well. Despite attaining immortality, he could not step beyond the ancient Kunlun Mountains, enduring the agony of longing for Wu. Xianjing remarked, We are all merely unfortunate souls. Jiang Chen sighed. How did you come to know Emperor Jun? After placing Jiang San in the grave, I both observed his growth and wandered about. Ancient Kunlun was not an accidental detour for me. From the very beginning, I sought it out. I have visited the so-called Eastern Palai Paradise, and having studied various texts, I deduced the location of ancient Kunlun. You have seen the mysteries within. Yet you cannot imagine the expression on Emperor Jun's face when he saw a living being intrude. Xianjing chuckled increasingly as he pondered. In layman's terms, it was akin to swallowing a frog whole, yet he remained relatively cordial. For an ordinary person to trespass into ancient Kunlun would have astounded him. Having the rare opportunity to encounter a living being, he must have been quite delighted, Jiang Chun retorted with irritation. Of course, there was a degree of caution, initially. We did clash. Emperor Jun possesses the ability of teleportation, which is somewhat akin to your own, Xianjing remarked. Nonetheless, the nature is somewhat different. Your body has completely vanished, relocated to another realm, whereas Dijun merely moves at incredible speed, creating a visual illusion that leads one to believe he has disappeared. Indeed, Xianjing continued. Although Dijun appears to be affable, his status as one of the foremost ancient emperors indicates he is not easily deceived by others. This applies not only to him, but to ordinary individuals as well. Xianjing explained, his rapid approach to me stemmed from his prolonged solitude. You are no different, Jiang Chen retorted. I have traversed various dynasties, assuming diverse identities, yet I remain Xianjing, whether as an alchemist or a strategist, now reduced to mere dust. Xianjing mused. Do you remember how our bond was forged over wine? How could I forget? I have been searching for a wine that matches the flavor of Wunyang's brew. I finally found a jar, only for you to snatch it away first, Jiang Chen sighed. It is true that one must experience conflict to forge connections. That wine was personally brewed by Dukong, and only that jar remains in existence. Upon mentioning the exquisite wine, Xianjing could not help but extol its virtues. Dukong is the progenitor of grain-based brewing, crafting wine solely from natural ingredients, meticulously attending to every step, guided by instinct. rendering it unparalleled in the world. However, Jiangchen's countenance darkened. At that time, you drank it all without leaving a drop for me. Yet I also paid a price. Xianjing revealed his leg, where the scars were clearly visible. This is the consequence of the delightful fruits you provided me, and moreover, I later procured Daowang wine to present to you. Are you referring to the Daowang 25 wine? Jiangchen inquired. It is a liquid artifact from the Daowang era of the Qing dynasty. And those who err in judgment fail to realize that had you not consumed that jar of Dukong wine, Daowang would not have attained the status of a remaining liquid artifact. Nevertheless, Daowang wine is smooth, rich, and delicate, with a pleasant aftertaste, though it cannot compare to Dukong. In truth, when it comes to comparison, Dukong may not be far superior. Xianjing chuckled mischievously. You are simply a person entangled in life's complexities, caught up in the intricacies of everything, even wine. Just as Jiangchen was about to retort, a voice resonated from behind, belonging to Tang San Cheng, who asked, "Why are you two elders still awake?" His keen ears had picked up their murmurs, and curiosity compelled him to approach. It is nearly dawn. You little rascal, Xianjing remarked. What plans do you have for the future? The antique shop we envisioned is already in the works, Tang San Cheng replied. The target candidates have been determined. Father, what are your plans with Senior Jiangchen? Wandering without a fixed abode, Xianjing replied. You have grown. In the future, few challenges will prove daunting for you. Rest assured, should you encounter any issues, we will come swiftly. Xianjing understood Tang San Cheng's inner turmoil. He had longed for familial affection, and fortunately, he had this group of companions. Yet the yearning for kinship persisted. Now that you have Shen Bing and this group of friends, my heart is at ease. You are no longer a child, Sancheng. Tang Sancheng sniffed. Father, I understand. You must take care of yourself out there. When you and Shen Bing hold your wedding, the two of us old souls will certainly return, Xianjing remarked. In truth, we have discovered a rather intriguing place, and perhaps after we conclude this adventure, we shall return. Await us. An intriguing place? Tang San Cheng inquired with curiosity. What sort of place is it, and where might it be? Jiang Chun and Xianjing exchanged a knowing glance. Opting to remain silent, Tang San Cheng felt an insatiable itch within, the thrill of adventure stirring within him. Surely, whatever piqued the interest of these two ancient beings was of great significance. Alas, no matter how he pressed for answers, they remained tight-lipped, prompting him to relent. The three of them engaged in light conversation until the sky had brightened, at which point Fu Yu and Bai Yi emerged from the cliff coffin. Having changed into casual attire, ready to return home, Liang Chun and the brothers from the Bu family, filled with curiosity, rushed to the cliff coffin, peering inside to glimpse the stone sarcophagus. The sight nearly caused them to tumble to the ground, as Bai Yi, who had been watching them open the coffin, made no effort to stop them, seemingly relishing in their fright. After the wedding, the group returned to Beijing, and the two venerable elders vanished once more. Tang San Cheng mentioned the intriguing place spoken of by his elders to Bai Yi, who was equally curious. I wonder what sort of place it is. It's a pity that the two elders do not favor collective outings. That evening, as they discussed wine, Tang San Cheng remarked, they are most likely in search of fine spirits. Bai Yi replied, the elders arrive without a trace and depart just as mysteriously. Our future encounters will depend on their whims, or perhaps your circumstances. Are you cursing me to encounter trouble? Tang San Cheng asked. How strange it is that after Xiao Hu and Xiao Shan returned, they vanished without a word. Xiao Shan is now Xiao Hu's manager, Bai Yi chuckled wryly. I used to worry that Xiao Shan would become a recluse, yet unexpectedly, with Xiao Hu blossoming into youth, Xiao Shan has completely emerged from his sheltered existence. As they spoke, Shen Bing stepped out to turn on the television. There's a show featuring Xiao Hu today. I've heard that the fans are overwhelming. With no seats available, and many are seated on the floor. In this era, appearances are in vogue, and Xiao Hu truly seems to embody this time. While Tang San Cheng spoke, he fixated on the television screen, which was currently displaying an outdoor scene before transitioning to the studio. A striking silver-haired figure flashed through the crowd, prompting Tang San Cheng to exclaim, Hebo. When Bai Yi and the others turned to look, they could only see a throng of heads. Where could they possibly spot Hebo? Shen Bing remarked with irritation, nowadays, even the young lads at hair salons are dyeing their hair silver. Do refrain from assuming every silver-haired individual is Hebo, all right? Tang San Cheng felt uncertain. That face had appeared fleetingly on screen, and he had only caught sight of the striking silver hair. Shen Bing continued, at that time, we informed Wei Zifu to join us. Hebo should be with Wei Zifu. Did you see Wei Zifu? No, Tang San Cheng replied. Perhaps they are together. I simply did not catch sight of them. You are overthinking this, Shen Bing nudged him playfully. Now, Xiao Hu will be on screen shortly. Tang San turned to glance back at Bai Yi and Fu Yu, who both wore frowns, evidently troubled by this revelation. Bai Yi remarked, we can leverage Xiao Hu's connections to review the footage and verify whether that individual is indeed He Bo. In that fleeting moment, I too felt an uncanny resemblance. Xiao Hu had hurried home amidst a throng of adoring fans, attempting to elude them by veering into a more secluded area, swiftly scaling a wall to escape before returning home. Upon arrival, he was met with this honorable task. This mission posed no challenge for Xiao Hu. He merely needed to visit the television station, approach a female staff member, articulate his request, and, if necessary, offer a smile or gently brush her hair, or inadvertently touch the back of her hand. In essence, with minimal effort, Bai Yi and the others were able to access the recording of that day's program. As they replayed and froze the footage, their expressions darkened. The figure was unmistakably He Bo, yet there was no sign of Wei Zifu beside him. Chapter 5. Abandoning pride. The return of He Bo stirred a palpable anxiety within the group. Their concern did not stem from He Bo's aggression, having sustained significant injuries. He posed no real threat, but rather from the unsettling fact that he was alone, with Wei Zifu having been missing for an extended period. It truly is him, Fu Yu stated. They have been absent for so long, and now only He Bo has appeared. Could something have happened to Wei Zifu? Shen Bing's words were laden with foreboding, prompting Tang San to gently chide her. Not necessarily. None of us knows what transpired back then. Let us seek him out, suggested Qi Xia. We should also get in touch with the Wei couple. I will contact Lei, Bai Yi said, retrieving his phone. Just then, the doorbell rang. Xiao Shan and Xiao Hu exchanged glances, both wearing grim expressions. It was likely those fans had come knocking. Fu Yu approached the door, and upon opening it, recoiled in surprise. What brings you here? The visitor was none other than He Bo. He maintained his usual air of arrogance, though his complexion was far from favorable. It was understandable. Having suffered a setback, he could not expect to recover swiftly. Noticing Fu Yu's retreat, He Bo taunted, What? Do you still fear me upon seeing me now? Fu Yu found himself momentarily speechless, but fortunately, the others in the room emerged upon hearing the commotion. Upon spotting Tang San, He Bo's demeanor reflected the animosity of old, causing Tang San's heart to skip a beat. Thankfully, He Bo did not appear to have come seeking vengeance. Otherwise, there would have been no time for conversation. An immediate confrontation would have ensued. Seeing that the others were hesitant to step forward, Tang San steeled himself and approached. He Bo, esteemed senior, how have you been lately? Not well, He Bo replied curtly. Do you and your father, along with that undead creature, not realize the gravity of your actions? What brings you here today, esteemed senior? Tang San inquired cautiously. In truth, with He Bo no longer the fearsome adversary he once was, he was merely an elder akin to Jiang Chun, albeit exuding an aura of otherworldliness. The river god hesitated, having set aside his pride to seek assistance. Yet, he found himself at a loss for words. Fortunately, Su Yu, keenly observant, sensed his unspoken distress and tentatively inquired, Esteemed river god, why have we not seen Zifu? Has she not returned? A tinge of disappointment colored the river god's tone. Simultaneously, Shen Bing and Su Yu exchanged glances. Realizing that they had been searching for them, not only was Zifu missing, but her parents, who were exploring the outside world, had also lost contact. We can inquire about Zifu's residence, they suggested. I have already searched, to no avail, the river god responded, a hint of indignation in his voice. Surely you do not underestimate my capabilities to such an extent? If I had any leads, I would not have come to you. Tang San Cheng stuck out his tongue, and upon seeing this, Bai Yi felt a sense of relief. He invited the river god inside to sit. Once seated, the river god sensed an unusual atmosphere inside. After all this time of contention, who would have thought we could finally engage in a calm dialogue? It is truly remarkable. In truth, you have not inflicted any significant harm upon us. Bai Yi candidly replied, It is merely unfortunate for Heezer. I can influence certain matters, yet human hearts elude my control. The river god remarked, While I may sow discord, the subsequent developments fall beyond my expectations. I act upon my desires, and the ensuing intricacies are not my concern. The fate of Heezer is intertwined with me, yet ultimately, it lies in his hands. The river god clearly held little regard for Heezer. He was a man driven by purpose, now solely intent on locating Wei Zifu. I implore you all to assist me in finding Wei Zifu, he stated, expressing an unexpected helplessness regarding her. Witnessing such an expression on the once mighty river god was indeed peculiar. Su Yu, intrigued, pondered how Wei Zifu could have captured the river god's heart, compelling him to forsake his pride and seek aid from a former adversary. There are numerous methods to locate someone, Xiao suggested. Firstly, we can check for any immigration records to ascertain whether she remains within the country. Then, we can systematically explore places she is likely to visit. With surveillance cameras prevalent nationwide, if she has ever been recorded, I can infiltrate the relevant databases to pinpoint her location. The river god listened, somewhat comprehending, and felt a glimmer of hope. Su Yu added, Zifu possesses a strong sense of independence. Much like her parents, you need not worry about her safety. This statement was a bit vague. As Su Yu was cautiously probing the river god, he snorted dismissively. She is not merely independent, she is utterly unruly. Shen Bing stifled a laugh, likening the river god to a frustrated youth who had quarreled with his girlfriend. Now unable to find her, he felt compelled to express his displeasure with the most subtle of phrases. Shen Bing commented, in my view, Zifu must be weary of your company. Who would wish to face a perpetually stoic expression? Shen Bing and Su Yu lamented, we cannot presume to understand Zifu's thoughts and draw conclusions. The thoughts of women are all alike. Shen Bing remarked, for a day or two, women may perceive you as possessing character, but as time passes, they will conclude that your heart is as cold as stone. If warmth cannot be provided, why expend the effort? If it were me, I would seek a man with more flesh and blood. Tang San was left dumbfounded, gazing at Shen Bing as she continued, you are but a slight improvement over stone. He Bo was touched by Shen Bing's words, his throat tightening, yet he found himself at a loss for words. She departed, and he clung to the belief that she would return, confident that, like all women before her, she could not bear to abandon him. However, this time he was mistaken. It had been a month, and she had vanished without a trace. Forgive our boldness, but we are genuinely curious about what transpired between you and Zifu, as it would aid us in locating her promptly based on Zifu's reactions. None dared to initiate conversation with Hebo, save for the two women, Fu Yu and Shen Bing. Hebo closed his eyes, his thoughts drifting back to that fateful day when Jiang Qin informed him that he would never unlock the Jade Disc, merely because he belonged to the demon clan. For words encapsulated his despair, heart like ashes. The persistence he once held swiftly turned into a jest, a cruel irony. A demon clan? He was, after all, the son of heaven, reveling beneath the icy peaks, an experience beyond the grasp of mere demons. The truth was brutally harsh. He lay on the ground, immobile, his body requiring time to regain its strength. Thus, when Wei Zifu arrived, he both felt an urge to bite his own teeth in frustration. The woman gazed at him with an air of amusement, a sardonic smile gracing her lips. How pitiable! Wei Zifu stifled a laugh. The helpless Hebo sprawled on the ground was no longer the arrogant scoundrel he had once been. This version of him was far more endearing. I don't mind lending you a hand, as long as you don't attempt to snap my neck. Do you take me for a zombie? Hebo rasped, suppressing not just his voice, but his fury. What did this signify, being bullied by lesser beings? You must be thinking that you are, indeed, being bullied. Wei Zifu pierced through Hebo's unspoken thoughts, bluntly stating, in truth, that is precisely the case. This time, you cannot simply toss me aside and frighten me endlessly. Hebo, filled with shame and helplessness, merely shut his eyes, wishing for an escape from sight. Wei Zifu sighed, squatting down to assist Hebo to his feet. Her strength was surprisingly robust. Hebo opened his eyes, questioning, what are you doing? Is it not obvious? Wei Zifu replied with an air of disdain, guiding him outside. At that moment, the sun began to rise. Hebo struggled to acclimate to the brightness, prompting Wei Zifu to shield him from the light. I will find you a comfortable place to reside. Merely a cave or something of the sort, Hebo scoffed, a woman devoid of novelty. Wei Zifu's grip slackened instantly, and Hebo, akin to a wooden log sinking in water, tumbled to the ground, his head striking the earth with a dull thud. At last, he cast aside his pride and dignity, shouting in a frenzy, you mad woman. Are you attempting to kill me? Please be mindful of your words in the future. Wei Zifu's voice turned icy. If you presume that all women are merely your playthings, willing to be at your beck and call, then you are gravely mistaken. At least I am not the kind of woman who will comply with your whims. Now, you have two choices. First, silence your tongue and obediently heed my arrangements. Second, lie here like a log and forget that this path leads to a nearby tourist area. Soon, the traffic will increase, and you shall be discovered. I chose the former. He Bo finally conceded. This woman possessed an energy beyond his imagination. A formidable opponent not to be underestimated. Wei Zifu had triumphed. She chuckled as she helped He Bo to his feet and brought him to her home. A modest apartment adorned in a simple powder blue palette. He Bo lay upon the powder blue sheets, feeling quite awkward, while Wei Zifu found amusement in the situation, busily preparing her porridge. I do not know when you shall awaken. Perhaps, upon waking, you may contemplate throwing me from the 17th floor? He Bo raised an eyebrow, reluctant to engage, yet inwardly questioned whether such a thought crossed his mind. Wei Zifu approached with a steaming bowl of plain rice porridge, the warmth wafting towards He Bo's face, evoking an unexpected sensation. Observing his reaction, she coolly remarked, "Until I ascertain your condition, I can only offer you this. As before, you have two choices, to drink or not to drink." Chapter 6. Entangled fate. He Bo felt hunger gnawing at him, especially after the fierce battle. Time had passed, and he was genuinely famished. This simple bowl of porridge now exuded an indescribable warmth. Stiffly, he allowed Wei Zifu to assist him, leaning against the powder blue cushion. "Are you intending to feed me? If not, I wouldn't mind if you ate it yourself." Wei Zifu placed the porridge on the nightstand. He Bo cursed his own loose tongue as his stomach grumbled. Yet, Wei Zifu's thoughts extended beyond mere sustenance. Furthermore, when seeking favors from others, your tone ought to be more courteous. Though your status is special, having mingled in the human world for so long, you should have learned a thing or two. Please. Excuse me. Thank you. These basic courtesies, I trust one need not teach you as one would instruct a child. The river god gritted his teeth, but chose to endure. Wei Zifu aimed to take advantage of He Bo's vulnerable state to teach him a lesson, disregarding the consequences. She continued to feed him the porridge, meticulously blowing on each spoonful to warm it before delivering it to his lips. The warm sustenance flowed into He Bo's body, seemingly reviving his energy. His fingers twitched slightly, a movement that caught Wei Zifu's attention. "It appears you are on the verge of recovery. However, prior to my arrival, Tang San Cheng informed me that while your body may heal, your cultivation cannot be restored in the short term. From this day forth, we are, by necessity, considered equals." How is this equality defined? He Bo remained unaware that he had unwittingly begun to follow Wei Zifu's lead. "You are no longer the omnipotent river god, but merely a man who may be slightly inferior in strength to me," remarked Wei Zifu. "For me, this is already a semblance of fairness." The river god suddenly sat up, his body finally able to move. In an instant, he grasped Wei Zifu by the neck. However, as soon as his hands brushed against her, she deftly countered his grip. Her strength took him by surprise. Having just regained his vigor, he found himself unexpectedly pinned to the bed. Wei Zifu thrust her leg against him with force, delivering a heavy blow, and declared, "Indeed, you are quite unruly." She released her hold, saying, "Considering your recent recovery, I shall let this slide." With a bowl in hand, she entered the kitchen. The river god sat up, a smile unconsciously forming at the corners of his mouth, only to suppress it immediately. He surveyed the modest apartment, and with his understanding of the members of the Shadow clan, he knew Wei Zifu's parents were affluent individuals. Yet, she resided in this ordinary apartment, its exterior worn and weathered, suggesting it had seen better days. On the desk lay a photograph of her with her parents, alongside a solo picture of her standing on a ship, arms outstretched, leaning against the sea, a radiant smile gracing her face. "What are you looking at?" Wei Zifu inquired. Having emerged unannounced, the river god, acutely aware of his diminished abilities, realized he could no longer hear even the footsteps of an ordinary person. Those three individuals had caused him great suffering, or perhaps it was he who had brought this upon himself. Discovering that shard of jade, he had foolishly believed it would herald a new chapter, only to find himself ensnared in a cage. The demon clan, he mused with a bitter smile, was merely a facet of his identity as a dragon. Possessing formidable powers and an air of superiority, he had eschewed the cultivation of heavenly principles, allowing his own nature to prevail. This arrogance had ultimately led to his downfall. In life, as in being a dragon, one must remain humble and align oneself with the will of heaven. Rising to his feet, he made his way toward the door. Wei Zifu interjected, "Forgive my candor, but you are now entirely different from who you once were." With no identity, you find yourself struggling in modern society, akin to a homeless wanderer seeking a place of refuge, which is no easy task. The river god turned back, acknowledging the truth in her words. He indeed found himself at a crossroads. Wei Zifu continued, "Stay for now. Consider how you wish to live your life." He remained silent, knowing he required merely a month to recover at least 10% of his powers. Just 10%, yet it would be an improvement. This month would likely necessitate his residing here. "Rest assured, I will not consume you, provided you do not toss me from the balcony," she said. A month felt fleeting to the river god, yet the countless days and nights he had endured seemed infinitely longer than 30 days. What should have been an inconsequential span of time became burdensome, as he underestimated Wei Zifu. This woman was audacious, daring to scold him while he was weakened, demanding he carry bags when she ventured out, and insisting he clean when at home. Ultimately, he was compelled to learn to cook, albeit just a simple dish of fried rice. Wei Zifu was indeed the embodiment of the legendary river Dong lion's roar. As he prepared the fried rice, the river god muttered to himself, embodying the spirit of the river Dong lion's roar. Wei Zifu coughed heavily and inquired, "Are you familiar with the term the roar of the lion from Hedong? Do you know its origin?" During the Northern Song dynasty, there was a minor official named Qin Shilyang, the minister of works. He had a son named Qin Zan, a man of unrestrained disposition, who scorned worldly wealth and status, regarding them as mere refuse. Despite being born into a family of officials, he refused to travel by carriage or wear an official hat, choosing instead to live in seclusion on Longqiu Mountain. Su Dongpa, having been demoted to Huangzhou due to his poem, unexpectedly encountered Qin Zan, and they became fast friends. Qin Zan's residence at Longqiu, named Zhuijin Pond, was spacious and opulent, filled with a troupe of singing courtesans who entertained guests with song and dance. However, Qin Zan's wife, Lu, was fiercely temperamental and jealous. Whenever Chun reveled in song and dance, her jealousy would flare. She would brandish a wooden staff, shouting and striking the walls, causing Qin Zan considerable embarrassment. Bo, not entirely grasping the significance of Wei Zifu's explanation regarding the roar of the lion from Hedong, found himself perplexed by the woman's intentions. He decided to listen patiently, curious to see what trick Wei Zifu was attempting this time. Observing this situation, Su Dongpa penned a poem to mock Qin Zan. The recluse of Longqiu is indeed pitiable. Speaking of sleepless nights in vain, suddenly, I hear the roar of the lion from Hedong, and my staff slips from my hand, leaving me in a daze. Hedong refers to Lu's ancestral district, subtly indicating her presence. The term lion's roar originates from Buddhism, symbolizing the authoritative voice of the Tathagata, evoking a sense of majesty. This tale was later chronicled by Hong Mai in 3 pen scribbles, achieving widespread renown. Thus, the phrase "the roar of the lion from Hedong" came into being. "And what of it?" Bo grunted dismissively. "You just called me the roar of the lion from Hedong, which is a mistake." Wei Zifu, with a smile that was both playful and enigmatic, replied, "The roar of the lion from Hedong describes one's own household, that is, one's wife. However, we are not married. So tell me, have you not made an error?" Caught in a verbal trap, Bo's face fluctuated between red and black, his embarrassment palpable. Wei Zifu pointed towards the pot, saying, "Mind the fire, it's about to burn." As Wei Zifu departed, Bo unexpectedly found himself chuckling. Why he laughed, he could not quite fathom. Over the past month, he had endeavored to engage in many activities he had never attempted before, including revamping his appearance to resemble a modern man. Now, when he walked the streets, he was a striking young man, drawing attention. He had even learned to cook, including Western cuisine, all thanks to Wei Zifu's guidance. Remarkably, Bo was evolving into the ideal man, though he had not yet fully realized this transformation. He merely knew that in a month, once he regained some of his abilities, he could free himself from the clutches of that fierce woman. There was an interlude when Wei Zifu's parents visited to see their daughter. Upon encountering Bo, they were understandably astonished. Wei Yi had always worried that her daughter might fall for Bo and lose herself in the process. However, witnessing Bo cooking in an apron eased her heart completely. Wei Qing could hardly contain his delight, repeatedly murmuring about what Tang San and the others would think upon seeing this. Wei Yi had not anticipated that her daughter could reform Bo. Although relieved that her daughter had not been harmed, she remained anxious upon hearing the 1-month timeline. In contrast, Wei Zifu remained unconcerned. Upon hearing this, Tang San expressed a hint of resentment. "Those 2 elders, fully aware of your presence with Zifu, did not give the slightest indication. It is indeed quite cunning of them. Indeed, she has unexpectedly vanished abroad, and it seems she is hidden away in some obscure corner, leaving no trace behind. Xiao Shan remarked. Now even the daughter has disappeared. At the mention of Wei Zifu, He Bo's expression shifted once more. Fu Yu inquired, what transpired after the month was complete? He Bo cast a glance at Fu Yu, his countenance darkening. Are women truly such terrifying creatures? Intuition can be a dreadful thing. In truth, the month spent with Zifu was perhaps your happiest. You did not exhaust yourself with schemes, and rather, because Zifu countered your designs, you enjoyed many experiences previously untried. Fu Yu suggested, I wonder if this was Zifu's intent. To allow you to explore a different life, liberating you from your past self, the one who was overly calculating and driven by purpose. For you, everything has transformed. And you must concede that you feel a new version of yourself, perhaps one of tranquility? Bai Yi observed Fu Yu, recognizing her innate intelligence and ability to see through the hearts of others. Shen Bing nodded in agreement, fully endorsing Fu Yu's perspective. Indeed, Wei Zifu is essentially your benefactor. Benefactor? He Bo's lips curled in disdain. I see my connection to her as nothing more than a fateful entanglement. The term fateful entanglement prompted shared glances among the group. Indeed, it was precisely such a bond. Wei Zifu had finally enabled He Bo to perceive a renewed self. Yet why did she leave so abruptly? What was Wei Zifu truly up to? Bai Yi inquired. When did Zifu disappear? On the exact day a month had passed, He Bo replied. This woman has repeatedly toyed with me. I could almost wish to do her harm. Chapter 7. The final training. He Bo's words were but a fleeting expression. He could not bring himself to act, for he had grown accustomed to the life dictated by Wei Zifu. On the day the month concluded, he was already capable of performing simple illusions, and though he still had much to learn, this ability allowed him to survive. It appeared time had come to depart. Standing in the pastel blue room, He Bo remained rooted in place. He glanced at the clock. It was already 10 in the morning. Ordinarily, he would rise from the sofa at 7 to prepare breakfast, while that woman would awaken at 8, nonchalantly enjoying her meal. Yet today, upon opening his eyes, he found the bed empty. His hand brushed the sheets, devoid of warmth. Evidently, she had left early, and this was the first time she had departed without breakfast. He Bo was uncertain of his next actions. He sat idly at the desk before eventually collapsing onto the bed for a while. Now he stood there, forlornly gazing at the wall clock, waiting for Wei Zifu to return. Days passed, 1, 2, and still no sign of her. Her sudden departure. Could it be due to some unforeseen circumstance? Xiao Shan suggested, only to receive disapproving glares from the others. That seems unlikely, He Bo replied. Her clothes are gone, her identification is absent. She left with intent. That woman possesses an astute mind. Perhaps that is why she incites such irritation. Aren't you concerned for her? Shen Bing said with a hint of annoyance. If you care, just care. Why must you find excuses? It's rather indecisive. Now, finding Zifu is of utmost importance, Bai Yi said to Xiao Shan. Follow your own ideas. We will handle the other matters. We will first contact Wei Qing to see if the couple knows anything about their daughter's whereabouts. What are your plans? That is her residence. She left me a key and some money before she departed, and I still reside there, hoping that one day she might return unexpectedly. After finishing, He Bo suddenly pulled a piece of jade from his pocket and slapped it onto the table. I will not accept your kindness without recompense. This is your reward. It was a piece of Hetian jade, stained with blood spots, and Bai Yi accepted it without hesitation. Then we shall graciously accept. As they watched He Bo leave, Fu Yu and Shen Bing suddenly exchanged high fives. What are you two doing? It's merely a piece of jade. What treasure have you not seen before? No need for such excitement, Bai Yi chuckled. You don't understand. We are delighted for Wei Zifu, Fu Yu replied. We women know each other as heart's best. And Zifu is undergoing her final training. Final training? Tang San Cheng exclaimed. Goodness, women are truly formidable. He Bo had always regarded himself as superior, viewing emotions as mere tools for manipulation. It's not that he lacked feelings, but his strong purpose blinded him to emotion. What Zifu is doing now is merely awakening the softer side of He Bo's heart, shedding his lofty demeanor to embrace life as an ordinary person. Zifu's courage is astonishing, but where on earth is she hiding? Fu Yu pondered. Xiao Shan was equally curious. He had infiltrated various surveillance systems in search of that familiar face, but to no avail. He could only conclude that Wei Zifu must be hiding in the mountains, for only such places could provide true concealment. Days passed without results, and Yi grew increasingly impatient, his words betraying his frustration. Bai Yi had no choice but to send the Jia brothers to the field. Those two were adept at locating individuals in the wild. They scoured the nearby mountains, but found nothing. From the outset, everyone knew they could use Fu Yu's tracking talisman to locate Wei Zifu, yet no one mentioned it. As if the talisman did not exist. Thanks to Xin Bing's reminder, they understood that Zifu was hiding for a reason. If she were found too quickly, it would lose its significance. Thus, they decided to collectively wear down Yi, striving to make efforts while simultaneously hoping not to find her. Fu Yu and Xin Bing secretly sought out Wei Zifu under the pretense of retrieving her photo from the apartment, and they discreetly took one of her pens. That pen, having been used by Zifu, would surely carry her scent. After about 10 days of searching, the two women felt the timing was right and covertly used the tracking talisman to find her. To their astonishment, Wei Zifu was hiding in the most unexpected of places, right beneath that apartment, where she had rented a flat and was living leisurely, ordering takeout for meals without ever revealing herself. Upon hearing the knock at the door, Wei Zifu was genuinely startled, thinking that the river god had discovered her. Peering through the peephole, she saw Fu Yu and Xin Bing, which brought her a sense of relief as she opened the door, urging them to enter swiftly. As soon as Xin Bing stepped inside, she rushed to Wei Zifu, exclaiming, "You are truly clever. How did you think to hide here?" "The most perilous places are often the safest," Wei Zifu replied. "I anticipated that you would come looking for me, but we must ensure that the river god remains unaware." "Of course, Sister Fu Yu is quite astute and had already surmised your intentions," Xin Bing remarked. "In fact, it is not just the two of us women. Even that group of men has considered this. They have been entertaining the river god all this time, not genuinely searching for you. Only when the commotion escalates does he grow suspicious." Upon hearing this, Wei Zifu burst into laughter, clapping her hands in amusement. Xin Bing took a seat beside her, continuing, "But what do you see in that man? He is of the dragon clan, a demon dragon no less, with a temperament that is rather unpredictable. Is it the thrill of challenge? His handsome appearance? His wickedness?" Wei Zifu shook her head. "I cannot say. But what about you? Why did you fall for that fool Tang San Cheng?" Xin Bing was momentarily at a loss for words before inquiring, "How long do you plan to hide?" "Until he comes to find me personally," Wei Zifu replied. "If you were to discover my whereabouts, it would be unsurprising. I am more curious to see when he will unearth my location." "Miss Wei from the Wei family, I truly cannot bear this," Xin Bing interjected. "What if he never finds you? Will you remain single forever?" "If he is unable to find me, I shall part ways with him completely, severing all ties." Wei Zifu sighed. "I truly envy the two of you. Your lives are not as tumultuous as mine." Fu Yu merely smiled faintly, after having been separated for decades. She too had experienced her share of trials. Xin Bing chuckled. "Well, it is sufficient that we have located you. As long as there are no unforeseen mishaps, we shall return and not utter a word." Upon returning, they indeed remained silent. Meanwhile, Wei Zifu's final training continued. The river god, growing impatient as Bai Yi and the others yielded no results, began to reveal his inherently volatile nature. He stormed in to demand answers. "How is it that after all this time, there is not a single clue? Was it not said that she had not left the country?" Xiao Shan pouted. "It is true she has not left the country. But you know how vast this world is, with countless hiding places. In the wilderness or among the deep mountains and rivers, she could be anywhere. Initially, we never claimed to have a sure grasp on her whereabouts. We were merely trying our best to find her." Xiao Shan fell silent as he noticed the river god's eyes blazing with fury, prompting him to hide behind Tang San Cheng. Remembering that the river god had lost much of his power, now barely restored to a fraction, he gathered the courage to peek out, saying, "If you want to find her, why not search for her yourself? Aren't you quite capable?" "Xiao Shan," Bai Yi quickly admonished, not allowing him to overstep. He then consoled the river god, "Senior river god, we have exerted our utmost efforts and shall not relent. However, you have lived with Zifu for a month. You must know her habits better than we do. Perhaps you could uncover a clue? What habits does she have?" Heber scoffed, saying, "Every day, she rises early to practice yoga, enjoys browsing the internet for various amusing places, and ventures into filthy alleys in search of delicious food. Moreover, this woman possesses no sense of style. All her attire resembles that of a man. I can hardly fathom what joy she finds in this world." Suddenly, Heber fell silent, for everyone was gazing at him with peculiar expressions. Then it dawned on him. "Ah, I can find her at the places she often frequents for food. I shall take my leave. Tang San watched Heber depart and sighed. How pitiful. He is completely led by Wei Zifu. Should we not reveal the truth to him? Of course not. Xin Bing interjected, nudging Tang San. What we ought to do now is cease our search and allow him to make his own efforts. But we have accepted his jade. Tang San attempted to protest. Yet, under Xin Bing's piercing gaze, he finally fell silent, casting a helpless glance at Bai Yi. Let him be. It is, after all, Wei Zifu's intention. Bai Yi inquired of Tang San, what about you? How is that individual faring? Shuefen has already notified him for an interview. Soon, I shall ascertain whether he is indeed the person we seek, Tang San replied. In this vast world, we have surprisingly found someone with potential. Bai Yi exchanged glances with Fu Yu, contemplating whether tranquility would finally ensue. Meanwhile, as Heber exited Bai Yi's residence, observing the bustling street, he suddenly felt a primal urge to shout. Just then, a group of mischievous children brushed past him, one inadvertently kicking his leg. Heber turned, his eyes glittering with a silvery light, which startled the child into a frantic scream for his mother as he bolted away, exclaiming, "There's a monster." A monster? Heber inhaled deeply and proceeded towards Wei Zifu's favorite snack shop. As he approached, he noticed a throng of people, prompting him to frown at the crowd. Nevertheless, he approached the shopkeeper, declaring, "I am looking for someone." Chapter 8. No Escape. And, "Oh, you must be searching for Miss Wei?" The shopkeeper, a charming woman in her 40s, remarked with a hint of regret, "It is indeed strange. Miss Wei has not visited for a while. I assumed she was abroad again. By the way, haven't you two been spending time together recently?" Heber's expression shifted. "If she hasn't come, then it's of no consequence. I shall take my leave." "Wait." The shopkeeper hurried after him, holding a portion of pastries. "You appear unwell. You surely have not been eating properly. Miss Wei mentioned that you enjoy this flavor." Heber reached for his wallet, but the shopkeeper waved her hand dismissively. "No need. Miss Wei has already paid." "Paid?" Heber was taken aback. "When did this happen?" "A long time ago. Oddly enough, it seems she anticipated that you would come alone at some point." The shopkeeper chuckled, covering her mouth. "Though you have never mentioned it. I can tell that you two are indeed a pair." The river god remained silent, clutching a box of food and walking away, its contents being beef balls. He had undergone a journey from resistance to acceptance regarding this delicacy. Now, his greatest delight lay in dipping them in spicy sauce and savoring them one by one. This method mirrored that of Wei Zifu. Upon reaching a secluded corner, the river god opened the box, poured in a generous amount of hot sauce, and vigorously mixed them. With a determined spirit, he devoured the spicy morsels, feeling the heat redden the corners of his mouth, which finally brought him satisfaction. He tossed the takeout box, landing it precisely in the trash bin. In that fleeting moment, an epiphany struck him. This woman had already left clues for him. The flavor, it was the flavor. He recalled a similar scent in the elevator. Wei Zifu exclusively consumed beef balls from this particular establishment, disregarding others entirely. While he could not assert that no one in the apartment shared her taste, could it be that among them was Wei Zifu? Furthermore, the apartment was equipped with surveillance cameras. Should she appear, she would undoubtedly be captured on film. The previous instance of the eternal Earth embryo could not have overlooked it. Thus, another possibility arose. She had ordered takeout. The river god scoffed, daring to challenge the emperor. He hastened back to the eatery, surprising the proprietress upon his return. "What is it?" she inquired. "Do you offer delivery services?" he asked, reciting the name of his apartment. "Has there been any delivery here?" "Of course," the proprietress replied. "It's so close. Many people order takeout. We have an employee dedicated to deliveries in this area, and quite a few residents of this apartment have placed orders." "Quite a few?" the river god probed. "Does Miss Wei also order?" "We wouldn't know," she replied. "Our delivery person is new and unfamiliar with Miss Wei. Even if there were deliveries, he wouldn't be aware." The river god turned to leave, recalling a particularly perceptive individual among the group, named Lazy, now known as Song Yang. He would surely prove useful. Arriving in the dead of night, he found Bai Yi and his companions gathered around a newspaper, their expressions enigmatic. The article reported an archaeological discovery. A group of farmers digging a water channel had unearthed what appeared to be a tomb from the late Yuan to early Ming dynasty, finding an intact coffin within. The burial goods were lavish, and archaeologists were conducting meticulous analyses, with the focal point being a bullet discovered within the remains. This bullet was significant. Research on the skeleton's age and calcification indicated it indeed belonged to the late Yuan to early Ming period. Yet the presence of a modern bullet was utterly sensational. It was widely believed that tomb robbers had breached the site, yet this raised further questions. For the burial items remained untouched, and no signs of a break-in were evident. It seemed illogical to enter without taking anything, merely to fire a shot at the corpse. In any case, this topic was rapidly gaining traction. Bai Yi and his companions merely glanced at the report and immediately recognized who lay within that coffin. It was none other than the individual assassinated by Chief Feng. Bai Yi was acutely aware of how the bullet had come to be. He touched his nose, acknowledging the unmistakable traces of their prior visit. This revelation posed quite the conundrum for the archaeologists. How could you have considered giving the gun to Chief Feng? Lazy expressed a hint of reproach. What is there to fear? Experts are bound to devise some rationale for this enigma, Bai Yi replied, placing the newspaper aside. They will likely claim that the tomb possessed some bizarre mechanism, which is why no breach was discovered. As time progresses, all concerns will dissipate. Just as they set this matter aside, Hebo arrived unexpectedly. His late-night visit sent a ripple of unease through the group, leaving them to wonder what mischief he had in store. You have a keen nose, don't you? Hebo approached Lazy with purpose. I have a task for you. Lazy, taken aback, inquired, what do you want me to do? Hebo's plan was straightforward. Given that the apartment housed individuals who had savored that snack, he intended for Lazy to track down everyone by scent and ascertain whether Wei Zifu was among them. Upon hearing Hebo's intentions, Fu Yu and Xin Bing exchanged furtive glances, realizing that Hebo was now moving in the right direction. The outcome of their endeavor would soon be revealed. Lazy's acute sense of smell enabled him to recall the aroma of the beef balls distinctly. He wandered through the apartment complex, and by day's end, he had identified 17 establishments, though none belonged to Wei Zifu. Hebo had placed his hopes on Lazy's olfactory prowess as his last straw. Unwilling to concede easily, the following day, he urged Lazy to continue. Lazy, determined to assist and thereby balance the scales with Hebo, pressed on. A faint scent in the corridor invigorated Lazy, prompting him to tug at Hebo's sleeve. It must be here, he declared, pointing to the very room directly below. Hebo furrowed his brow, sensing that he had been truly outmaneuvered by Wei Zifu. While Lazy continued to sniff for confirmation, Hebo impulsively kicked the door open, driven by a gut feeling that Wei Zifu was inside. The sudden action startled Lazy. Are you out of your mind? What if it's not? But it was too late. The door yielded easily to Hebo's kick, revealing Wei Zifu seated cross-legged on the bed, engrossed in television while enjoying a box of beef balls. Though momentarily taken aback, upon seeing Hebo, she broke into a smile. What brings you here? Indeed. It was Wei Zifu. Just as Lazy was about to enter to uncover the truth, Hebo swiftly shut the door, effectively barring Lazy from entry. Stunned, Lazy spat on the ground, muttering, what an ungrateful wretch. Inside, an eerie silence enveloped the room. After a prolonged wait, Lazy ultimately abandoned his eavesdropping endeavor. The stillness within was deceptive, akin to the calm before an impending storm. Wei Zifu placed her items on the table and leisurely dabbed her mouth with a napkin. How slow you are, she remarked. What did you say? Hebo struggled to contain the fury bubbling within him. I mean, you can either leave and sever all ties with me, which would be acceptable, but if you were searching for me, why did you take so long to arrive? Wei Zifu remarked, wasn't it said that one could recover a substantial portion of their strength in a month? Are you still this ineffectual? Suddenly, Hebo lunged forward, gripping Wei Zifu's neck tightly, yet his subordinates hesitated to apply force, eventually loosening their hold. Do not leave again. This time, you cannot escape. I only intend to run once. Wei Zifu playfully winked. It is you who will find it impossible to flee. Hebo fell silent, burying his head in the crook of Wei Zifu's neck, savoring her scent and no longer wishing to let go. This was indeed a manifestation of the saying, one thing conquers another. Fu Yu and Xin Bing assisted Wei Zifu in carrying items back, but this was merely an excuse. They were eager to witness the once mighty Hebo dutifully cooking in the kitchen. The scene was undeniably joyous, 3 women performing in a delightful play, with Hebo as the sole male protagonist. Although his power restoration seemed distant, he relished the days of mere superficial skills. However, when it came to suppressing the Qiankuan mirror, he found himself powerless. Fortunately, Tang San Cheng and his companions had identified a suitable candidate. As Hebo and Wei Zifu finally achieved their destined union, the tale of Tang San Cheng and Bai Yi appeared to reach a conclusion. Xuefan lingered on, continuing to cleanse herself of her innate malevolence. Yet regrettably, she remained unable to step outside and bask in the sun's embrace. Little Fox was no longer the innocent boy who once called out for Baba and Mama. Now, the 16 or 17-year-old Bai Yi was rising as a brilliant star in the entertainment industry. Starting as an ordinary model, he ventured into acting. After a guest appearance as a general in a time-traveling palace drama, his traditional appearance captivated the hearts of countless young women and mothers alike. This stunning debut opened doors for Bai Yi, yet as the last surviving member of the Qingxiu Fox clan, his kin forbade him from seeking the limelight. Personally, he also preferred not to be confined within a production, thus occasionally taking on roles while resolutely refusing to portray the protagonist, as the lead's responsibilities were too burdensome. As a result, his free time dwindled. Perhaps it was the era's admiration for individuality that led to Bai Yi's actions garnering fervent acclaim. The public eagerly anticipated whether a director could persuade him to take on a leading role and what his first starring character would be. Serendipitously, Bai Yi truly embodied the essence of the saying, a casual effort can yield unexpected results. Bai Yi and her companions did not have anything particularly remarkable. Qi Xia, concerned for his clan, returned to the Changbai Mountains with Xiao Shan, preparing to stay there for a while. After all, Qi Xia was the next leader and needed to fulfill his obligations. After Tang San proposed to Shenbing, their relationship transformed from a state of uncertainty to one filled with affection. Bai Yi and Fu Yu, despite not having children, found new pastimes. They would occasionally return home, bringing back various antiques to display in their antique shop. Although Bai Yi lacked the extraordinary abilities of Luo Tianqiao, he managed to establish an antique store that would undoubtedly feature no forgeries, rivaling Luo Tian's establishment. Lazy successfully brought back Xiao Er and his mother-in-law. Xiao Er, now heavily pregnant, awaited the arrival of her child, fulfilling Lazy's lifelong desire for a family. As for the pair of lively old souls, they continued to wander the seas, relishing their adventures, occasionally returning to share tales of their escapades. The new antique shop is set to open its doors. As the dragon's rebellious youth steps inside, with the 12 dragon veins poised for revelation. Anticipate the debut of Dragon Coffin on September 3rd.